kilogram of gold in hand. In recent years, the economic climate has been rather bleak, and whispers of impending company insolvency have circulated widely. Particularly unsettling was yesterday, the 8th of the month, when salaries that were due had not been deposited. The CEO announced a delay of 2 weeks, causing anxiety to ripple through various departments. Some employees have even begun to discreetly submit their resumes in search of new opportunities. Li Shi, a 25-year-old graduate of Tanzhou Normal University with a major in Chinese language and literature, earns a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan. He has been with the company for 2 years, and apart from his living expenses, his previous earnings have gone towards repaying student loans and family debts. Currently, he has a mere 1,989.60 yuan in savings, while his family still owes over 40,000 yuan. If he were to lose his job, he might struggle to pay next month's rent. Yet, at this moment, he sat at his desk, lost in thought, seemingly indifferent to the discussions of his colleagues around him. Li Shi, which beauty are you daydreaming about? Called out Li Guiming, who slid over in his chair and playfully tapped his arm. Startled, Li Shi blinked and briefly displayed a hint of panic. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied, "No, I was just thinking about what I would do if the company really did go under." Li Guiming, a colleague who joined the company a year before him, was 26 and had been divorced once. He was quite portly. Despite their similar ages and close seating arrangements, they got along fairly well due to familial ties. With an animated twist of his invisible neck, Li Guiming leaned in closer and whispered, "Listen, don't rush to find another job. Those who are hasty in job hunting simply do not understand the law. I researched online, and if the company does go bankrupt, according to relevant legislation, we are entitled to compensation. Just make sure to keep your labor contract and work ID safe. You'll need them when applying for compensation during the bankruptcy liquidation process." Li Shi's mind was preoccupied with the learning panel that had suddenly appeared in his consciousness, rendering him indifferent to other matters. Nevertheless, he appreciated Li Guiming's good intentions and managed a grateful nod. "After work, how about we unwind at Earth's Way?" "It's on me," Li Guiming proposed as the end of the workday approached. Earth's Way is a well-known massage chain in Tanzhou City, which Li Guiming frequented. Li Shi, needing to save money to repay debts, had only been there twice, once when Li Guiming insisted on treating him, and the second time to return the favor. They both preferred a modest atmosphere, at least during Li Shi's 2 visits, as the prices were reasonable, around 200 yuan per person if purchased in a group deal. "Not today. I have other matters to attend to," Li Shi swiftly declined. His refusal stemmed not from a fear of expenditure, but rather from a pressing desire to delve deeper into the attributes panel in his mind. "All right then, how about tomorrow evening?" Li Guiming suggested. "Let's talk about it tomorrow," Li Shi replied, eyeing his rented single room at Qinyuan Housing Community. Li Shi locked the door, drew the curtains to ensure no one could see inside, turned on the lights, and retrieved his Redmi 9. He activated the camera function, propping it up on the dining table with an empty box of white elephant instant noodles. Taking a seat at the table, he inhaled deeply twice, allowing his consciousness to immerse itself in his mind. Summoning the learning panel. Name: Li Shi. Physical condition: 9.5. The average attribute for a healthy adult male is 10. Wealth: 0, not accounting for real-world wealth. Currently learning. Pending. Selection. Completed learning repository. None. Each discipline or skill is categorized into 5 levels: beginner, proficient, expert, professional, and master. With each advancement, 1 point is added to physical attributes and 1 point to wealth attributes. At any given time, one may only choose a single discipline or skill for study. Once selected, the discipline branch or skill level must reach the expert level before a change can be made. During a midday nap at the office, Li Shi experienced a dream where he saw a vast nebula suddenly disintegrate before him. He awoke with a start, and in his mind emerged a learning panel. Upon contacting the panel with his consciousness, he intuitively grasped its purpose. In simple terms, he could enhance the attributes of physicality and wealth on the panel through the study of knowledge, skills, and arts. Physicality signifies one's physical fitness, with the average attribute for a standard healthy adult male being 10 points. His initial attribute was 9.5, indicating he was in a sub-healthy state. The wealth displayed on the panel does not refer to monetary value in reality, but rather represents the material measurement he can exchange through the panel. 1 point of wealth can be redeemed for 1 kilogram of any material he has previously possessed. Li Shi observed the panel, his thoughts continually engaging with it, each aspect providing feedback. After a considerable period of contemplation, he carefully conveyed his intent. Select learning direction. Choose Chinese. As soon as his thought was transmitted, the panel transformed instantaneously. Name: Li Shi. Physicality: 9.5. Wealth: 0, currently learning. Chinese, not yet initiated. Completion library. None. Li Shi was not at all surprised to see that his Chinese was marked as not yet initiated. Having graduated from the Chinese language and literature program at Tanzhou Normal University, he understood that this did not reflect his true proficiency. It merely indicated that he had yet to embark on formal study. The panel required to witness and record his complete learning journey. Unperturbed, he concealed the panel within his mind and checked his phone for recordings. The video merely displayed him in a daze, devoid of any extraordinary phenomena, prompting a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he searched for Chinese textbooks ranging from primary to high school online. On a resource forum, he spent 10 yuan to purchase a compressed package of complete electronic textbooks for primary and secondary schools in PDF, which included not only Chinese textbooks, but also materials for other subjects like mathematics. While initially pleased to find the desired resources, his joy was short-lived as his low-spec phone, after 2 years of use, froze upon downloading and unzipping the files, leaving him speechless. When I have money, the first thing he'll do is replace this phone. He reluctantly retrieved his antiquated yet reliable laptop and re-downloaded the resources from the cloud. By the time he finished these tasks, it was already past 7 in the evening. Eager to commence his studies, he boiled water in a kettle, consumed 2 packets of Baixiang brand pork bone noodle soup, and opened the PDF of the first-grade Chinese textbook. Recognizing characters, heaven, earth, human, Li Shi diligently reviewed each word, yet the material was merely elementary. For anyone who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education, it was exceedingly simple, page after page. The mouse clicked incessantly as he rapidly skimmed through the content. After 7 or 8 minutes, he had perused the entire first-grade textbook, and upon summoning the learning panel, he noted that his ongoing study of Chinese still displayed beginner level. He paid it no heed and proceeded to open the second semester of the first-grade Chinese textbook. 10 minutes later, he clicked into the first semester of the second grade. A few minutes later, he opened the second semester of the second grade. Where has spring gone? The road is lonely and desolate. If someone knows where spring has departed, call it back to dwell together. Who knows the trace of spring? Unless one inquires of the oriole. The 100 notes sung in vain, carried away by the wind over the roses. Upon finishing the last lesson of the 6th grade textbook, Huang Tingjian's Qingping Lu, a sudden inspiration struck Li Shi, prompting him to summon the panel once more. Name: Li Shi Physique. 9.51 Fusion status. Wealth. 1 Redemption status. Currently learning. Chinese beginner learning completion repository. None. It has changed, truly changed. Li Shi, exhilarated, stood up and paced back and forth in the cramped space, then abruptly halted, refocusing his attention on the panel. He first directed his thoughts to the physique section and tapped the fusion status option, receiving immediate feedback. Estimated fusion duration, 5 hours. Quickly withdrawing his thoughts, he noted that a score of 1 in physique represented 1/10 of the physical quality of a healthy adult. 5 hours was not an excessively long time, yet he could not afford to wait. He decided to set it aside for now. Rubbing his hands together, Li Shi returned to the dining table, unplugged the power source, closed the laptop, and moved it to the bed, clearing the tabletop. He then took a deep breath, focusing intently, and chose to redeem 1 wealth point for 24K gold. In his 3rd year of college, he had once sold the only valuable item left by his father, a 20G bar of 24K gold to gather funds for his mother's surgery. Bang! A gold bar, roughly the size of his palm, suddenly materialized in front of Li Shi, landing heavily on the wooden folding table with a resounding thud. Illuminated by the light, Li Shi's eyes sparkled with golden brilliance. Gold. He had truly redeemed gold. Chapter 2. The first fusion of physique. Li Shi held a kilogram of pure gold in his hands. Its volume was modest, merely the size of a palm. Yet it felt remarkably weighty. When he placed it on the table and tapped it twice, it resonated with a solid sound. His heart raced in tandem, echoing the truth of the moment. Everything was indeed real. After a prolonged period of caressing the gold, he abruptly picked up his phone and searched for the live gold price. To his delight, the price had risen significantly today, reaching 405 yuan per gram. He summoned the calculator. 405 yuan per gram multiplied by 1,000 grams equaled 405,000 yuan. Based on his prior knowledge, dealers typically deducted around 10 yuan per gram, leaving him with a substantial sum of 390,500 yuan. Gazing at the calculator's display, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. Over 390,000 yuan. With this fortune, the remaining debt of over 40,000 yuan seemed trivial. In that instant, Li Shi felt as though the entire world was smiling at him. He smiled back, yet his gaze fell upon a box of instant noodles beside the table. and suddenly his eyes welled up with tears. How foolish of me, crying over such a wonderful turn of events. He recalled the saying, "There are golden houses within books," and resolved to seize the opportunity to study diligently. Li Shi retrieved his laptop, placed it atop the gold bar, and opened it to continue reading his first-year Chinese textbook. As he read, "Spring," by Zhu Ziqing. Longing, longing, the east wind has arrived, and the footsteps of spring are near. Before he could finish the passage, he reached down to touch the gold bar beneath the laptop, then again moments later. It was simply too cumbersome to have the gold beneath. He lifted the laptop, took out the gold bar, and tucked it under his blanket, covering it completely, out of sight. Out of mind. Returning to his seat, his hands finally ceased their fidgeting, yet his eyes could not help but glance at the bed. After spending 7 or 8 minutes, he managed to read through 2 passages. His study efficiency had notably declined. With a sigh, he reflected, "I am like a poor man suddenly come into wealth, alas. I have been fearful of poverty for years." He admonished himself to gradually adjust his mindset, for he was now a person with an asset of knowledge. 1 point of wealth could be exchanged for any material he had ever possessed. Suddenly, he recalled that while gold was precious, there existed many substances far more valuable. With a sense of misalignment in his study mood, he took out his phone and searched on various platforms, the most expensive materials in the world. The list of the 10 most expensive substances revealed that the most costly was the radioactive metal californium, extremely rare in nature, primarily synthesized artificially, with a value reaching up to $27 million per gram. After a few minutes, Li Shi found himself sighing. The most valuable substances listed were either radioactive rare elements or exorbitantly priced synthetic drugs, with a kilogram potentially worth tens of millions or even billions of dollars. However, acquiring samples of such materials was exceedingly difficult, and even if obtained, selling them would be problematic due to their conspicuous nature and the inability to explain their origin. Precious diamonds and jewels could be an option, but he decided to put such thoughts aside and focus on his studies instead. After this brief distraction, Li Shi's mindset calmed considerably. He retrieved the gold bar from under the blanket, placing it on the table beside his laptop, and resumed his studies. As he progressed into middle school, the curriculum became increasingly rich and profound, necessitating a slower pace of learning. The first-year Chinese textbook comprised a hefty 149 pages, many of which featured classical poetry. After more than an hour of review, he completed the final unit and began reading the last segment of the classic literature guide. Sun Wukong adjusts the banana fan. The Monkey King took his leave of Lingji, riding the somersault cloud and arriving at the Emerald Cloud Mountain in the blink of an eye. "You recognize your uncle now?" The Monkey King retorted. "I will spare your life for the sake of my brother, so hand over the fan I require." The Demoness replied, "Uncle, I have the fan. Please come and take it." The Monkey King transformed back into his original form, seized the fan, and exclaimed, "Am I not here? Thank you for the loan." He stepped forward, and the minions hurriedly opened the door, allowing him to exit the cave. Upon completing the excerpt from Journey to the West, Li Shi was reminded of the television adaptation he had watched in his youth. As mentioned online, despite the multitude of beautiful actresses in the show, he had only had eyes for the Monkey King, illustrating the character's immense charm. If the Monkey King had a property panel, his physical attributes would surely exceed 100,000. Otherwise, he could not withstand the alchemical flames of Laozi's 8 trigrams furnace. The panel attributes have no limits. Continuous learning would yield an accumulation of attribute points, and who knows what the future holds. That night, Li Shi studied until past 1 in the morning, finally completing a thorough review of the middle school Chinese curriculum. After a refreshing shower, he lay in bed with the gold bar beside his pillow, easily within reach, and summoned his study panel. Name: Li Shi Physique. 9. 51. Fusion status: Wealth. 0. Currently learning Chinese, beginner, learning completion library, none having finished the first-year material. Chinese, beginner, transformed into beginner, and now upon completing the entire middle school Chinese textbook, it would soon elevate to proficient. Tomorrow, he would strive further. He shifted his focus to his physique, set an alarm for 6 hours later, and then, with a thought, interacted with the panel, select to fuse 1 point of physique. Suddenly, a warm sensation enveloped his body, a delightful comfort washing over him. He felt languid, reminiscent of childhood afternoons spent in his mother's embrace, basking in the sunlight on the steps of his family's yard. His eyelids grew heavy, and within mere seconds, he succumbed to the enveloping drowsiness, closing his eyes as his breathing deepened and became tranquil. A dreamless night passed, and at 7:30, before the alarm could ring, Li Shi awoke naturally, stretching and feeling utterly refreshed. It had been ages since he had slept so soundly. As he stood and moved about, he suddenly noticed that his shorts felt a bit loose. Looking down, he was astonished to find that the small belly he had developed from years of inexpensive fast food had flattened considerably overnight, revealing the abdominal muscles that had been hidden beneath layers of fat. He swung his fists and leaped with joy. A slight enhancement in physical attributes has resulted in approximately a 10% increase. He can distinctly perceive improvements in his strength, jumping ability, and resilience, among other aspects. His overall condition is remarkably positive, brimming with energy, reminiscent of his youthful vigor at 18 or 19. Upon invoking the learning panel, he finds name, Li Shi physique, 10. 5 wealth, 0 currently learning, Chinese, beginner, completed learning repository, none with a physique of 10. 5. He has already surpassed the standard healthy adult male by 0. 5. Through continuous learning, he can further enhance his capabilities. Li Shi sent a WeChat message to Li Guiming, requesting assistance in drafting a leave of absence note for the company SHR. After freshening up, he explored various dictionary applications on his phone. By nearly 9 o'clock, he donned his 3-year-old black backpack, purchased for 99, and stepped outside. Downstairs, he spent 3 yuan at Tycoon steamed buns to buy 2 meat buns. Just as he was about to hail a ride via WeChat, his phone suddenly rang. It was his female superior, Wei Shulan. Wei Shulan is an attractive and robust career-oriented woman, known for her stern demeanor towards subordinates. Upon seeing her name on the screen, Li Shi instinctively felt a twinge of anxiety. However, he quickly reassured himself that the call was likely regarding his leave request. Now that he possesses the learning panel, the monotonous job with a fixed salary seemed less appealing. Even if she were to deny his leave, it would bear little consequence. With this thought, he felt an instant wave of relief wash over him. Chapter 3, 390,000 then consider me absent from work, he thought. 2 minutes later, Li Shi nonchalantly hung up the phone, finding his domineering superior's tone rather overbearing. He was in a hurry to sell gold and had no time for idle chatter. Regardless of whether the company would face bankruptcy, he had already resolved to resign. Utilizing the newly added travel service feature on WeChat, he summoned a ride to the east gate of the Provincial People's Hospital. The car arrived swiftly, but just as he settled into the vehicle, Li Guiming messaged him. Did Wei Shufan call you? She looked quite irate. You didn't confront her, did you? Wei Shufan referred to their immediate superior, Supervisor Wei Shulan. After confirming the last digits of his mobile number and the destination with the driver, he typed a response, she. Initially, he had composed a few sentences of complaints, but after a moment's reflection, he deleted them and revised it to, no, thanks for today. I'll treat you next time. Is that true? Never mind, I can feed myself, I'll treat. I just got a membership. How about tomorrow evening? Li Shi paused for a couple of seconds before replying, sure. After exchanging a few more words, the conversation concluded. The journey would take over 20 minutes. During this time, Li Shi browsed online for the high school Chinese language textbook, and after a considerable search, he finally found a complete scanned version in an article by a user named Shi Fanliaming. He quickly saved it and began studying diligently from the first lesson. Kinyuankan, Tanzhou. The high school curriculum delved deeper than that of middle school. Although he had encountered these topics before, he aimed for effective learning. So he studied with the learning tips and unit tasks provided at the end of the texts. Understanding the benefits of his studies, Li Shi was highly focused, resulting in excellent progress. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the east gate of the hospital. After alighting, he walked to the nearby Dingwangtai Jewelry Appraisal Center, but did not enter. Instead, he strolled to a nearby street and, after a short distance, arrived at the entrance of a rather impressive gold shop, Xixiang Gold Store. Years ago, he had sold the 20G gold bars left by his father at this very place. Standing at the entrance, he observed for a while. Once the shop was free of customers, he stepped inside, where the owner was behind the counter. Do you buy gold? He inquired. Yes, you wish to sell gold, correct? Do you have it with you? I do. What is the buying price? We buy at 8 yuan less than the gold price per gram. Li Shi retrieved the gold bar from his backpack. Oh, such a large piece. What is the weight? 1 kilogram. Let us weigh it. The owner took the gold bar and placed it on the electronic scale beside the counter. It measured precisely 1,000. 00G. Just 1 kilogram. You're sure you want to sell it, right? I need to test it first, if that's all right. That's fine, Li Shi replied calmly. This jewelry store was quite reputable. 20 minutes later, the transaction was completed smoothly. The last time Li Shi sold gold here, the owner had asked for his ID. This time, he didn't even request it and proceeded with the purchase. The gold price was 405. 9 yuan per gram, with a buyback price of 397.9 yuan per gram, resulting in a transfer of 397.900 yuan. Only after confirming the deposit in his industrial and commercial bank app did he exit the store, appearing composed as he continued toward the Provincial People's Hospital. Once inside the hospital through the east gate, he wandered aimlessly for a while before exiting through the west gate and hailing a taxi. After informing the driver of his destination, he retrieved his phone and logged back into the banking app. Available balance, 399,889. 60 yuan. He mentally counted. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 indeed. It was over 390,000. Gazing at the long string of numbers, he almost burst into laughter, had it not been for the taxi driver present. After counting once more, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Initially, he intended to transfer money to his mother immediately. However, he decided against it, anticipating her call upon receiving the bank notification, and opted to wait until he returned home. Opening Alipay, he transferred 20,000 yuan and then applied for an early repayment of his student loan. After completing the transaction, he relaxed. Then checked the reminder message from the industrial and commercial bank, smiling as he exited and opened his browser to continue reviewing high school Chinese. As long as he progressed from novice to proficiency in Mandarin, he could gain additional attributes. This was an immense source of motivation for his studies. Upon arriving at the Qinyuan resettlement community, he scanned to pay before departing the taxi. As his phone briefly lagged, he recalled his plans to change phones. Checking the time, he noted it was still before 11 o'clock. He transferred 50,000 yuan to his mother, opting not to send more at once. He preferred to clear the remaining family debts with this amount first. Life was long. After the transfer, he hurriedly opened the JD app, locating 3 mobile phones he had previously added to his cart. After some deliberation, he ultimately selected the Black Honor 70 with a configuration of 12 GB RAM and 512 GB storage, totaling 3,099 yuan. Since he placed the order before 11:10, it would be delivered that afternoon. Viewing the successful payment order, Li Shi felt a genuine sense of financial security. The enthralling sensation of being able to purchase whatever he desired was intoxicating. Although he had only spent a little over 3,000 yuan, likely less than what certain wealthy individuals might spend on breakfast, he lingered at the spot for a moment, savoring the feeling before continuing on his way back. He resolved not to compare himself to others, but rather to measure against his past self. As long as he continued to learn, he would grow increasingly wealthy, month by month, year by year. Moreover, his health would improve with each passing year. Upon returning home, he was surprised to find that his mother had yet to call. Checking the transfer progress, which indicated completion, he dialed her number. After 5 rings, she finally answered. Sure too. Why are you calling at this hour? I'm currently making insoles with your second aunt and the others. His mother, Zhou Xiaozie, replied with a robust voice. That year, my mother fell gravely ill, depleting our family's resources. Fortunately, the surgery was a resounding success, and her health improved remarkably. Nevertheless, Li Shi insisted that she refrain from farming and engaging in strenuous labor. However, she could not remain idle, fully aware of the debts looming over us and unwilling to burden her son alone. Thus, she raised a few pigs and often collaborated with the village women to craft shoe insoles for some extra income. Mom, I recently completed a project and received a substantial bonus. I just transferred 50,000 to you. Please check if it has arrived. When conversing with elders, one often needs to flatter and weave benevolent fabrications. After chatting for over 10 minutes, Li Shi hung up the phone, feeling as though he had shed an immense weight. He collapsed onto the bed, utterly relaxed, too fatigued to even move a finger. He lay there for a full half-hour before finally rising to open his computer, embracing a refreshed mindset to continue his studies. The next attributes of wealth and vitality beckoned him. Chapter 4. A night of dedication from midnight until past 5 in the evening. He diligently immersed himself in his first-year Chinese literature studies, thoroughly mastering the material. A glance at his study panel revealed that he was still at the beginner level in Chinese, but he was aware that advancement was imminent. Once he completed his review of the second semester's curriculum, he would likely achieve a higher proficiency. Li Shi rose from his desk, stretching and easing his body. The makeshift folding table was quite low, and leaning over it for an entire afternoon had been rather uncomfortable. Had it not been for his physical constitution being elevated to 10.5, he would have been suffering from aches and pains by now. Engaging in earnest study fosters a sense of tranquility, and after a day of focused learning, Li Shi felt remarkably composed. As he contemplated his dinner options, a notification announced the arrival of his new phone, which he had ordered that morning. Descending to collect the package, he eagerly unwrapped it and replaced the SIM card. The new device was indeed impressive. With a configuration of 12 GB RAM and 512 GB storage, it operated smoothly. After installing Mate 1, he ordered a takeout meal, an enticing clay pot rice with preserved meat and diced radish, priced at 18 yuan. Although his industrial and commercial bank card still held a balance of 320,000 yuan, he refrained from indulgent spending, not from a reluctance to spend, but because he believed it was not yet time to enjoy luxuries. He hastily consumed his meal to return to the task of studying the second semester's Chinese literature textbooks. Maximizing his time for advancement was of utmost importance. While waiting for his food, he browsed online for a tablet to facilitate learning at any moment. The bulky laptop on the dining table had become obsolete. After much deliberation amidst the plethora of available electronic devices, he ultimately chose a Huawei MateBook E from the JD self-operated store, featuring an i5 processor, 16 GB RAM, and 512 GB storage, complete with a smart magnetic keyboard. Given the hefty price of over 6,000 yuan, he first perused reviews and scoured familiar forums for insights. Once he finished his claypot rice, he opted for a blue model and completed the purchase. Shortly after the transaction, he received a bank notification of the deducted amount, prompting a shift in his mindset compared to when he bought the phone earlier that day. The adage rang true: it is difficult to transition from luxury to frugality. Yet the reverse is relatively effortless. Initially, he had only intended to test the new device's video capabilities, but upon launching Douyin, the algorithm began to inundate him with videos of stunning women with long legs, one after another, some dancing, others practicing yoga, and a few engaging in finger dance. Most astonishingly, one young lady performed a tongue dance, her pink tongue impressively long and agile, captivating him entirely. He immediately accessed her profile, scrolling through her content for over half an hour, completely unaware of the time passing. These distractions are hindering my studies, he mused, tossing the new phone onto his bed. He then positioned himself on the floor and completed 55 push-ups. Rising with astonishment, he realized that he had surpassed his previous limit of 10. The enhancement of his physical attributes was indeed remarkable. Opening the PDF of the second semester's Chinese literature textbook, he began with excerpts from the analects and discussions of historical figures. After a thorough reading, he attempted to translate the text into modern vernacular, marking any uncertainties for later reference. From 8:30 p.m. until after 4 a.m., he diligently studied, finally completing the last lesson, the Discourse on Six States. Before delving into the final few classical poems, he recited familiar lines from Ascending the Yeyang Tower by Du Fu and Gu'e Zhixiang, Nostalgia for Jinling by Wang Angxi. Allowing the verses to flow from his lips, igniting memories of countless recitations in the past. As he concluded the last stanza, a surge of inspiration overcame him, prompting him to summon his study panel. Name: Leisure Physical Constitution. 10. 51. Fusion status. Wealth. 1. Exchange status. Currently studying. Chinese. Proficient. Completed learning library. Nunli Sure stood, massaging his wrist, which had grown sore from mouse manipulation, and let out an exhilarated sigh. After an entire night of dedication, he had finally elevated his Chinese proficiency to the proficient level. His eyes sparkled as he beheld the increments in his physical constitution and wealth attributes, instantly dispelling all fatigue. If he were to exchange his wealth for gold, that single point would be valued at a minimum of 400,000 yuan. However, this time he could opt for other tangible rewards. Details to be explored after a good night's rest. Exhausted from nearly an all-nighter, he disregarded the oiliness that accompanied his late-night study and collapsed onto his bed. Switching off his phone and choosing to fuse his physical attribute point, in mere seconds, he was enveloped in a warm sensation and drifted off to sleep. 5 hours later, around 9 o'clock, he awoke feeling invigorated, his body brimming with energy, as if he could vanquish a bull with a single punch. Of course, this was merely an illusion stemming from a tenth of an increase in his physical constitution. During his shower, he examined his physique closely. It was well proportioned, with slightly reduced fat and more pronounced muscles, though his overall shape appeared largely unchanged. He felt his abdomen, which now felt firmer to the touch. Name: Leisure Physical Constitution. 11. 5. Wealth. 1. Exchange status. Currently studying. Chinese. Proficient. Completed learning library. None after changing into fresh attire. He retrieved his phone from the bedside and powered it on, ready to arrange a ride to resign from his job. Upon starting the device, he noticed 2 missed calls and a slew of unread WeChat messages, all from Li Guiming. He opened the WeChat message. Li Sure, why was your phone off? I have to tell you, the company declared bankruptcy today. Li Sure replied. So, do I still need to resign? At 10:30. Li Shi exited the company with his belongings, joining Li Guiming as they stepped into his vibrant orange Cadillac CT4. Alas, I never anticipated the company would collapse so swiftly. After 4 years since graduating from university, I have witnessed the downfall of 2 enterprises, and I have also experienced marriage and divorce. One might say that I have become a harbinger of misfortune over these years, mused Li Guiming with a countenance full of reflection. Li Shi chuckled and replied, General Manager Li, you ought not to be so superstitious. Moreover, it is evident that the demise of the company was orchestrated by the higher-ups. It bears no relation to us diligent employees at the grassroots level. If it has fallen, then it has fallen. Let us proceed to Dishidao today. I shall treat you to a moment of leisure. As Li Guiming prepared to drive, he cast a surprised glance at him. Manager Shi, are you truly treating us? What has transpired? Has your family undergone relocation? Relocation? Li Shi chuckled lightly, offering no further explanation, for in comparison to the learning curve of the industry, relocation seemed trifling. Though they were colleagues who shared a close rapport, their relationship was not particularly intimate, lacking the depth of true friendship. Each was unaware of the other's personal intricacies. Li Shi only knew that Li Guiming hailed from Beihu province, while Li Guiming was aware that Li Shi was from Shao City. This detachment is rather typical among colleagues, familiar on the surface, yet estranged beneath. Now, they were former colleagues. Upon arriving at Dishidao, which was nearing noon, Li Shi, wishing to express gratitude for Li Guiming's support over the past 2 years, specially ordered 2 688 packages, which included a 198 yuan buffet and a 90-minute foot massage, along with an hour of therapeutic massage. Li Guiming was a frequent patron, while this was Li Shi's inaugural experience with such indulgence. When he emerged around 2 in the afternoon, he felt as if he had shed a couple of pounds. However, after politely declining Li Guiming's offer to drive him back, Li Shi immediately adjusted his mindset and headed straight to the bustling Wui commercial district in the city center, where numerous prestigious jewelry merchants congregated. It was time to contemplate what material to exchange for his second wealth point. Chapter 5. Emerald or Diamond. In the morning, I went to the office to retrieve my belongings, including some items I later relaxed with at the Land of Earth. During the interludes, Li Shi pondered a pressing question. What substance should he exchange for his newfound wealth attribute points? He scoured the internet for information, narrowing his choices down to 2 options, diamond or emerald. Diamonds are typically measured by carat weight, with 1 carat equating to 0.2 grams, meaning a kilogram is equivalent to 5,000 carats. According to the information he found online, the wholesale price for a colorless diamond at the largest wholesale market, the Shui Bay market, ranges from 30,000 to 130,000 yuan per carat, using the lowest estimate of 30,000 yuan. A kilogram of colorless diamonds could be valued at a minimum of 150 million yuan. This valuation does not even take into account collectible diamonds and high-quality colored diamonds, which are exceedingly rare. Recently, a 14.83-carat pink diamond fetched $26.6 million at an auction abroad. Additionally, a 15.81-carat purple pink diamond was sold for an astonishing 223 million Hong Kong dollars in Hong Kong. Emeralds, on the other hand, do not command such high prices. Li Shi was somewhat more acquainted with emeralds, recognizing that lower-end varieties could be quite affordable, costing only a few hundred to 1,000 yuan for a substantial amount. However, the prices for high-end emeralds can be exorbitantly high, rivaling those of rare diamonds. As he took a taxi, he continued his search for relevant information. He discovered that a natural jadeite bangle with full green color had been sold for 30,349,000 yuan at the recent spring auction by Baoli Hong Kong Auction Company. One bangle, over 30 million yuan. Li Shi opened a new browser window to search for the weight of jadeite bangles. Typically, they weigh between 60 to 90 grams. Depending on the diameter of the bangle's opening, the core of the bangle accounts for 40 to 80 grams. An additional weight must be considered for the edges. Theoretically, 1 kilogram of jadeite rough stone could yield up to 5 bangles. At this price, the bangles alone would be worth 150 million yuan, and the leftover core and edge materials would also hold significant value, while the auction prices could only serve as a reference. If one could manage a transaction involving 1 kilogram of high-quality, fully green jadeite, especially of the ice or even glass variety, obtaining several tens of millions in cash should pose no problem. Thus, the dilemma remained. Which substance should he choose for exchange, diamonds or emeralds? Throughout the journey, Li Shi diligently searched for information on these 2 precious gemstones. Weighing their pros and cons ultimately, he decided to acquire both. Having completed his high school language studies, he aimed to elevate his proficiency in Chinese. Preparing for the subsequent courses in his second and third years, alongside his university major in Chinese language and literature. By mastering these subjects, he could secure another boost in his attribute points for Chinese. He resolved to prepare for both options, intending to exchange for both when the time came. As for which to exchange first, he considered the matter deeply. Rather than focusing on which held greater value, he contemplated which would be easier to liquidate. The markets for diamonds and emeralds are quite intricate. However, the emerald market is generally more accessible to those outside the industry in our country. The Wui commercial area is the most prosperous in Tanzhou, featuring numerous cultural and tourist landmarks, including Huangxing Road Pedestrian Street, Huajin Center, Taiping Street, Wenhiu, and Tianxin Pavilion. Li Shi wandered through the pedestrian street, inquiring at every jewelry store he could find, but failed to locate the diamond he sought. Eventually, he arrived at Huajin Center. Visiting several so-called international jewelry stores, such as Tiffany and Van Cleef Arpels. After a brief stay, he exited. The sales staff were somewhat aloof, seeming to judge by appearances. Yet, this mattered little. If they had what Li Shi desired, he could tolerate it. The key issue was that they did not have it. Were untreated colored diamonds truly so difficult to find? Having confirmed his choice to exchange both diamonds and emeralds, he naturally aimed to procure samples. Summarizing the information he had gathered online, Li Shi established his criteria for sample selection. For diamonds, colored diamonds, preferably pink or blue, under 0.5 carats, high clarity, and untreated. For emeralds, the volume could be small, but the closer the color was to imperial green glass, the better. After spending an entire afternoon visiting 7 stores without success, Li Shi resigned himself to returning home. On the way back, he reflected on the need to utilize the internet and search for where to buy colored diamonds. After some searching, he stumbled upon a video blogger named Sister Gemstone on Douyin, who specialized in purchasing gold and jewelry for her followers. With over 365,000 followers and hundreds of videos, her profile indicated she was a gem appraiser. After watching over 30 of her videos, Li Shi attempted to send her a private message through the platform. To his surprise, he received a prompt response, inviting him to add her on WeChat. 2 minutes later, he successfully connected with her. Summoning his courage, he crafted a story, Sister Gemstone. I followed you back when you had only uploaded a few videos. I truly enjoy your content and am a loyal fan. Sister Gemstone replied, Thank you. Are you looking for me to help you purchase a diamond? Li Shi responded, Yes, I would like your assistance in finding a small colored diamond. Sister Gemstone inquired, Colored diamond? Sure. What is your budget, and could you specify your requirements? Li Shi had already contemplated this in advance and replied promptly, My budget is under 20,000 yuan, preferably for pink or blue diamonds, under 0.5 carats, with good color and high clarity. If the clarity is sufficiently high and the color is excellent, I would consider diamonds even under 0.2 carats, and I could slightly increase the budget if necessary, but it must be untreated natural colored diamonds, and having an official certificate would be even better. Sister Gemstone remarked, Wow, your requirements are quite detailed and unique. However, a 20,000 yuan budget is a bit tight. It might be challenging to find. Are you available for a video call? Li Shi positioned himself where only the wall was visible and replied, Yes, that works. Soon after, she sent a video call request, which he accepted. They exchanged greetings and engaged in a brief chat before transitioning to the matter at hand. Mr. Li, the situation is as follows. I can certainly assist you in your search, but I need to document the process of locating the diamond, edit it into a video, and upload it to platforms such as Douyin and Bilibili. I must first seek your consent. Li thought to himself, This is precisely what I was hoping for. This way, I trust you will be more dedicated to the search. He promptly replied, No problem, I agree. Excellent. I am currently in need of material, so I will begin searching for you tomorrow. Once I find a suitable diamond, I will send you the video for your review. Thank you very much. After hanging up, the two continued to communicate numerous details via WeChat, including payment methods and so forth. Ms. Bao, experienced in this domain, offered 2 options upon locating a suitable diamond. She could either have the payment transferred online, after which she would purchase it and ensure it was mailed securely, or Mr. Li could make a swift trip to Pengcheng Shuibei, where she would accompany him to the vendor, allowing him to make the purchase directly. Mr. Li checked the transportation from Tanzhou to Pengcheng. There were numerous high-speed train options available, taking just over 3 hours. He immediately opted for the latter choice. Coincidentally, he could also visit the Pingzhou Jade Market. Chapter 6, If it were 10 times greater on the following morning. As Li Shi was engrossed in his second-year Chinese literature studies, he received a phone call from Sister Jim. They swiftly transitioned to a video call that lasted over 20 minutes. Once the call concluded, Li Shi opened the 12306 app and purchased a high-speed train ticket to Pengcheng. Sister Jim had indeed proven her worth. At a familiar vendor in the Shuabilong exhibition wholesale market, she had helped Li Shi select 2 exquisite pink diamonds. One of these, apart from its price, met all his requirements splendidly. In Sister Jim and Oppo's words, it was a rare gem among small pink diamonds, boasting a GA certificate. Although it weighed merely 0.22 carats, it achieved a clarity rating of IF, internally flawless, featured a heart-shaped cut with excellent proportions, and displayed a naturally vibrant pink hue. The vendor initially quoted 100,000 yuan, but Sister Jim managed to negotiate it down to 85,000 yuan, after which the vendor remained firm on the price. As Li Shi gazed at the sparkling pink diamond through his phone's lens, he recalled having seen a heart-shaped pink diamond weighing 56 carats, which had been sold for over $9 million. That diamond had a clarity rating of VS1, 2 grades below F. After securing his ticket, Li Shi packed his belongings, including his newly acquired tablet, and took a taxi to the South High-Speed Railway station. During the journey, instead of studying, he leaned back in the rear seat, feigning a moment of rest while actually delving into the study of the learning panel. He had only had 3 short days to explore its capabilities, and many hidden features awaited discovery. Could the wealth attribute points be exchanged for as little as 0.1 points? Or even 0.01 points? Using his thoughts to probe, he tentatively transmitted his inquiries and received affirmative feedback. Could he choose the shape of the material to be exchanged, or other specific states? For instance, could he exchange for 10 grams of 24K gold shaped like dumplings? Again, the answer was positive, provided he vividly imagined the specific concept and form of the material during the exchange. Li Shi resided in Kaifu District, while the South High-Speed Railway station was located in Yuhua District, a distance of over 20 kilometers separating the two. Departing at 10:40, he arrived at 11:15. He hurriedly swiped his ID card to enter the station, bought a pastry in the waiting area, and boarded the G883 train to Pengcheng North Station at 11:30. By the end of June, the heat of summer was palpable. Some travelers donned shorts and t-shirts, while the train's attendants, clad in aubergine uniforms, wore black tights beneath. One of the attendants brushed against Li Shi's arm resting on the armrest of his seat, causing him to momentarily freeze. The sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze rippling across his heart's surface. Unable to resist, he glanced up at the passing attendant but quickly averted his gaze after 2:38 seconds, realizing it was impolite to stare at a woman's alluring figure. The vitality bestowed by his 11.5 physique indeed invigorated him. Reminiscent of the exuberance of his teenage years, Li Shi stroked his chin and retrieved his phone to research travel tips. Both Pengcheng and Foshan were unfamiliar territories to him, so he meticulously checked transportation and accommodation details to ease his mind and foster composure. Pengcheng, a modern metropolis built upon a fishing village, boasted a resident population of nearly 17 to 18 million and had undergone a miraculous transformation over the past few decades. Upon exiting the east square of Pengcheng North High-Speed Railway Station, he waited briefly before hailing a taxi. After inquiring about the route, Li Shi promptly called Sister Jim to inform her he would arrive in approximately half an hour. Due to his urgency, the heavily accented driver opted for the overpass route. Initially, the scenery deviated from Li Shi's expectations. There were fewer towering buildings lining the streets, but rather mountains and water. A glance at the map revealed that they were traversing a park. Along the way, the greenery of Pengcheng left a profound impression on him. It was a city replete with verdant plants, as if it were constructed among the trees. Through the car window, he occasionally glimpsed the delightful contrast of lush hills below and towering skyscrapers above. The map indicated they were nearing the Longzhan jewelry wholesale market, prompting Li Shi to send a message to Sister Jim on WeChat. "All right, we are waiting for you at the market entrance," came the reply. With that, he stowed away his tablet and began mentally preparing for the upcoming social interaction. A few moments later, Li Shi encountered the real-life Sister Jim, a young woman with a meticulously crafted appearance and ordinary features. "Sister Jim, it's wonderful to finally meet you in person," Li Shi exclaimed, adopting the tone of an enthusiastic admirer. "Mr. Li, you are remarkably efficient, arriving so swiftly, and I must say, you look even more handsome in person than on video. How about appearing in one of my videos? With your face, akin to a youthful Wu Yanzu, I'm certain the likes would surge by at least 20,000. Li Shi feigned modesty, while Sister Jim displayed an innate charm, effortlessly complimenting him. leaving any other individual likely compelled to acquiesce. After a brief conversation, she introduced her assistant. As the wholesale market was nearing closing time, they quickly exchanged pleasantries before heading straight to the vendor. Along the way, Sister Jim continued to engage Li Shi in conversation. I need to film a closing segment shortly. My assistant will ensure the camera angles don't capture your face, perhaps just a silhouette. I will also oversee the editing and will censor anything necessary, so you need to worry about that. Oh, and I've managed to negotiate an additional 5,000 off, bringing the price down to 80,000. To be honest, given my understanding of the market, securing this pink diamond at this price is quite commendable. However, the final decision is yours after you've viewed the gem. Li Shi quickly expressed his gratitude. Inside the wholesale market, an array of counters displaying gold and jewelry dazzled the senses. Following Sister Jim and her assistant, Li Shi ascended to the third floor, where he beheld the pink diamond he intended to purchase. He was, in truth, unfamiliar with the intricacies of diamond appraisal. His prior research had merely scratched the surface. The main focus was on the GA certificate. Li Shi first examined the color origin section, where the laser inscription indicated natural. This signified that the color of the diamond was naturally occurring and had not undergone any artificial treatment. Upon scrutinizing the other data on the certificate, he found it consistent with what the gemologist had conveyed to him. There were no discrepancies. The gemologist, using a magnifying glass to inspect the diamond, reiterated that both the certificate and the corresponding diamond were indeed accurate. Alas, the quality of this pink diamond was so exquisite that, if magnified tenfold, it would undoubtedly be worthy of auction. After a brief study, the gemologist could not help but exclaim in admiration. Li Shi was momentarily taken aback by her words. Tenfold? He could not suppress a smile. Tenfold merely equated to 2 carats. At that moment, it would be far more. After completing the payment, while the merchant prepared the invoice, Li Shi seized the opportunity to hold the diamond, feigning admiration while secretly summoning the learning panel. With a mere thought, he envisioned exchanging 0.00000000000001 points of wealth attributes for a natural pink diamond. He particularly emphasized the concept of a natural pink diamond within his thoughts. This was a clever method he devised to utilize the learning panel's exchange function to authenticate the gemstone. Soon, an imperceptible speck of pink diamond dust materialized and settled on the ground. Receiving confirmation of a successful exchange filled Li Shi with quiet joy. Indeed, he had made the right purchase. Glancing at the learning panel, he noted, name, Li Shi, Constitution, 11. 5, Wealth, 0. 999999999999999. Exchange. Currently learning. Chinese, proficient. Learning completed library. None. Chapter 7. Gathering 2 samples upon exiting the wholesale market, Li Shi proposed treating Sister Bao Shi and her companions to a meal. But they politely declined. You are my fan and have traveled a long distance. It should be I who arranges a meal for you. However, we indeed have very important work to attend to tonight. I sincerely apologize. Not at all. Sister Bao Shi, you have helped me acquire the diamond I desired, and I should be the one expressing my gratitude. The next time you visit Tianzhou, please do contact me, and I shall arrange for you to savor authentic Xiong cuisine. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Shi bid farewell to Sister Bao Shi and her companions, hailing a taxi to take him back to Pingcheng North Station. He initially intended to express his appreciation with a meal after his purchases, then spend the night in Pingcheng before heading to Yangcheng the following day, directly proceeding to the Pingzhou Jade Market in Foshan. With the change of plans, he decided to head there earlier. After all, the high-speed trains from Pingcheng to Yangcheng were frequent, with departures every few minutes, and the journey was quite brief. He could arrive in half an hour if all went well. Having missed the opportunity for a meal, he resolved to send virtual gifts during her next live stream instead. As he contemplated his overnight stay in Yangcheng, Li Shi opened WeChat to book a hotel, searching for accommodations near Yangcheng South Railway Station. The first result was surprisingly a hotel in Foshan. But he recognized that Panyu District, where Yangcheng South Station is located, is adjacent to Foshan. However, this hotel was a mere 1 kilometers from the South Station in a straight line. Surely, this must be a case of advertising. Nonetheless, it appeared quite appealing, with a nearby park and a lake, and only a 10-minute drive from the Pingzhou Jade Market. The price was a bit steep, at 500 to 600 yuan per night. He had seldom stayed in hotels before, typically opting for economical accommodations under 200 yuan, funded by his company during business trips. Previously constrained by financial pressure, he now found himself with a considerable balance in his bank account, with nearly 1 point of wealth attributes unexchanged on his learning panel. Li Shi decided to book a lakeside deluxe room for 520 yuan a night. After securing his reservation, he took out his tablet and resumed studying his high school Chinese literature textbook. The revised curriculum for the second and third years consisted of just 3 volumes. The selective mandatory courses, divided into 3 parts. He was currently engrossed in the second unit of the first volume, focused on classical texts. This unit featured 6 selections, including passages from the Analects, the Great Learning, Mencius, Laozi, Zhuangzi, and Mozi. These 6 pieces were undoubtedly classics, embodying the essence of various philosophies. Li Shi deliberately slowed his study pace, immersing himself in careful reading. Thus, he became lost in the ocean of knowledge. He suddenly realized that such undistracted study gradually brought his mind and body into a state of tranquility. It felt as if the entire world around him was in motion while he remained still, quietly seated, as if existing in 2 distinct realms. Even in the bustling waiting room of Pingqing North Station, he managed to maintain his focus on learning throughout the journey to Yangqing. Upon arriving at Yangqing South Station, he took a taxi directly to the Shiwang Holiday Hotel to check in. This was a relatively new establishment, and compared to hotels he had previously stayed at, it was lavishly decorated and impeccably clean. The staff exhibited a high level of professionalism, providing service with constant smiles. The attractive front desk manager selected a room with a splendid view, assuring him that he would enjoy an exquisite lakeside panorama during the day. Li Shi politely expressed his gratitude. Upon entering the room, he meticulously inspected every corner. Given the abundance of hidden hotel surveillance footage online, he unplugged the sockets, ceiling lights, television, and set-top box power before finally taking out the newly acquired diamond to admire it closely. This gem was indeed beautiful. Even he was captivated by its allure. If magnified several dozen times, wealthy women would surely be enraptured by it. It was no surprise that data indicated that collectible pink diamonds consistently held significant market value. Li Shi retrieved the information he had saved in his mobile browser, focusing on the auction results for pink diamonds in domestic markets. In 2019, at the Libao Autumn Auction, a 57-carat pear-shaped vivid pink diamond set in platinum and rose gold, with a clarity of VVS1, sold for 45 million yuan. In the same year, at the Hong Kong DG auction, a 68-carat heart-shaped purple-pink diamond of flawless clarity fetched 38 million Hong Kong dollars. In 2017, a flawless 6-carat oval-cut pink diamond sold for an astonishing 553 million Hong Kong dollars at the Jiangsu Sufu auction, equivalent to approximately 2 million US dollars. The more Li Shi read, the more exhilarated he became. The 22-carat pink diamond he had purchased today was flawless in clarity and color, and he could envision its cutting craftsmanship and shape during the exchange process. At that time, he would utilize the learning panel to facilitate the transaction. To maximize benefits from diamonds, the optimal method of sale remained through auctions. To garner serious attention, one must present something of substantial weight, preferably over 3 carats. 1 kilogram equals 5,000 carats. While researching, Li Shi encountered numerous online comments lamenting the current state of auction houses soliciting items. Noting that many do not openly invite submissions from the public, he perused the websites of various prominent auction houses across the country, including those in Hong Kong, discovering that only 2 were currently seeking public submissions. When he saw the announcement from one of them, Hong Kong DG, China, auction, inviting submissions for their upcoming summer jewelry event, he was intrigued. With over a month remaining before the solicitation deadline, he had ample time to prepare. Li Shi refrained from rushing into the exchange. After completing his research and formulating a plan, he dialed the room service phone to order a meal, then returned to his studies on the tablet. The night passed without incident. The following day, he summoned a ride-hailing service to take him to the Pingzhou Jade wholesale market, where he spent half the day browsing before ultimately purchasing a small, vibrant green jade ring for 25,000 yuan. The ring face is rather diminutive. Its shape not particularly symmetrical, yet it belongs to the high ice category, with a hint of glassy texture at its finest point. It is precisely this subtle glassiness that captivates Li Shi. According to the exchange rules of wealth attributes, the value lies not in the quantity possessed, but rather in whether one has previously owned the desired substance. For the sake of this jade piece, he engaged in negotiations with the merchant for over 20 minutes, employing all the knowledge he had gleaned from watching jadeite videos. By the time he returned to the Holiday Inn, it was past 5 in the evening, and he felt a sense of satisfaction. As he stepped into the hotel lobby, his gaze swept over the front desk, causing his previously hurried pace towards his room to falter. The female guest checking in was tall, and her profile was strikingly beautiful. However, Li Shi merely glanced at her before hastening his steps. After all, the pursuit of beauty could not overshadow the importance of his studies. On his way back, he had set a goal for himself to complete the remaining sections of his textbook tonight, finish the intermediate and advanced materials within 3 days, and strive to master his university curriculum within half a month, elevating his Chinese proficiency to an advanced level. With the sample in hand, he felt no urgency regarding the exchange of materials. It could wait until he had established a clear path for selling it. For exchanging it prematurely would only complicate its preservation. Chapter 8. The cold, elegant, and ascetic. Upon returning to his room, Li Shi took a refreshing shower and then, using his phone, posted a question on Baihu. As an ordinary individual, if he wished to sell a piece of jewelry through an auction house, which company would be most advisable? Furthermore, what should he be mindful of if he decided to proceed with the auction? His Baihu account had been registered for several years. Though he had seldom utilized it, this was his first time posting a question. After clicking on all the possible invitations for responses, he exited the app and diligently continued with his planned study of the selective compulsory Chinese language curriculum. Initially intending to check for replies after 2 hours, he became so engrossed in his studies that he forgot about it entirely, ultimately laboring until 2:30 in the morning, at which point he had thoroughly reviewed all the texts in the first volume. After stretching, the fatigued Li Shi collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. With a constitution rated at 11.5, he enjoyed the recovery vigor akin to that of a 17 or 18-year-old. By 7 in the morning, having slept for over 5 hours, he awoke feeling revitalized, the weariness from his late-night studies having vanished, his body brimming with energy. He resolved that once he had mastered the Chinese language to an advanced level and accumulated a modicum of physical fitness and wealth, he should then moderate his study pace, emphasizing a balance between work and rest. Indeed, he planned to prioritize physical exercise, dedicating time each morning or evening to enhance his physical attributes through regular workouts. The average physical constitution of a healthy male is rated at 10 points, while those who are weak, subhealthy, or ill will possess attributes lower than 10. Previously, when in a subhealthy state, his rating had been merely 9.5, whereas stronger and healthier individuals may exceed 10. Presently, with a physical attribute of 11.5, he remained within the realm of normality. The typical physical constitution for an average person ranges from 5 to 15 points. Approaching 5 signifies a state of extreme weakness, while nearing 15 indicates a peak of human robustness. Surpassing 15 would denote a classification beyond that of the ordinary human realm. However, for Li Shi, who possessed a learning panel, there were no limits to his potential. Standing by the window and stretching, he observed the splendid scenery outside. The adjacent park was vibrant with colors, shaded by lush trees, and seemingly devoid of people, making it an ideal location for morning exercise. Thus, he decided to commence a regular fitness regimen starting today, allowing himself to acclimatize to the changes brought about by his enhanced constitution. After completing his morning routine, he ventured downstairs. Upon stepping outside, he realized that the morning air still bore a slight chill. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt with his phone tucked into his pocket, he jogged toward the park, making his way around a small lake. The lake was larger than he had anticipated, a testament to the builder's thoughtful design. Surrounded by verdant trees and enclosed by bamboo railings, a cobblestone path meandered around it, interspersed with benches and a quaint octagonal pavilion at intervals. As he jogged halfway around the lake, he suddenly spotted a woman leaning against the railing, gazing serenely at the shimmering surface of the water. He instinctively slowed his pace, shifting to a leisurely walk. The morning sunlight bathed her face, accentuating her fair complexion, almost as if she were glowing. As he approached and beheld her features more clearly, he was reminded of the lines from the Book of Songs. Her skin like congealed fat, her neck like a cicada's, her teeth like a gourd's, her brows like a moth and Apo's. It was she, the woman he had encountered the previous evening at the hotel front desk while checking in after returning from the Pingzhou Jade Market. Li Shi, an admirer of beauty, could not help but evaluate her appearance. This woman, with skin as white as snow and striking features, was elegantly clad in a black, form-fitting garment that accentuated her tall and graceful figure. Her gaze was distant, her demeanor cool and composed as she fixated on the water, as if she were the sole inhabitant of the world. She exuded an air of refined elegance, yet possessed an aloofness that suggested she was not to be approached. Such cold, graceful, and ascetic women easily awaken the desire for conquest in certain men. In reality, encountering such an exquisite woman, Li Shi, a connoisseur of beauty, found it difficult to remain indifferent. However, he was well-mannered. Humanity's distinction from mere animals lies in the understanding of restraint. After appreciating her for a few moments, he averted his gaze and resumed his run. Completing a lap, he encountered the woman once more. She was walking while scanning the ground, as if searching for something. As he drew closer, she stopped him. "Excuse me, could you assist me? I've lost my phone. May I borrow yours to call my number?" Li Shi hesitated, recognizing the potential for this to be a common ruse involving a borrowed phone. Maintaining his composure, he discreetly glanced around, noting the absence of anyone else nearby. If she were a fraud, she likely had no accomplices close by, and if she attempted to flee with his phone, it was improbable she could outrun him. He reasoned that any foul play would likely be exhibited in her handling of the phone. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, cautiously holding it without handing it over, and inquired, "What is your number? I will call it to see if I can hear it ring." His recently purchased phone, valued at over 3,000, had hardly been used. 139. The elegant, ascetic woman replied without hesitation, providing her number. Li Shi noted with interest that it was an old mobile number beginning with 139, suggesting it had been in use for quite some time. He dialed the number, and soon, a faint ringing echoed from a nearby thicket. Following the sound, they ventured forward until they discovered a small, white folding phone nestled in the grass. Li Shi picked it up, opened it, and saw his own number displayed on the screen before handing it to the woman who had been following him. "Thank you. I truly appreciate it," she expressed gratefully as she accepted the phone. Li Shi politely responded, "Not at all. It was a mere trifle," and with a smile, he continued his jog around the lake. After completing 2 laps, he was pleasantly sweaty and, as he headed back, he noticed the woman still at the lakeside, engaged in a phone conversation. Upon returning to his hotel room, he took another shower, feeling thoroughly refreshed. A bit of exercise was indeed invigorating. After enjoying breakfast, Li Shi checked out of the hotel and summoned a ride to the south station of Yangqing. Throughout the journey, he did not squander his time, but instead delved into the study of the selective required Chinese textbook for high school, Volume 2. He discovered that the new edition contained a limited number of texts, totaling nearly 26, including classical poetry. Among these, several pieces were ones he had not encountered during his school days. He focused intently on these selections and gained substantial insights, particularly from 2 essays regarding learning and thought, which were profoundly enlightening. As the train to Blue Lake Province commenced its journey, he recalled the question he had posed the previous night on Baihu. He took out his phone, intending to see what responses the online community had provided. Upon unlocking it with his fingerprint, he noticed a new friend request on WeChat. It had been added through a mobile search. "Autumn leaves," he mused, unfamiliar with the name. Glancing at the WeChat profile adorned with a few maple leaves, he chose to disregard it, exited the application, and opened Baihu. "Let me see if there are any talents among this generation of netizens," he thought. Chapter 9. The author overthinks the question posed last night had garnered scant responses over the past several hours, merely 8 or 9. Li Shi scrutinized each reply. Indeed, the author had overthought the matter. Typical auction houses do not solicit items from the general public. Any available slots are typically monopolized by the employees of the firm. If there are valuable items to sell, it is far more prudent to approach an antique shop or perhaps list them on an online marketplace for a stroke of luck. I suspect that the collection email addresses of these auction houses are scarcely monitored. If one truly intends to sell valuable items, it is advisable to engage a reputable intermediary. While I am not an expert in this domain, allow me to offer a word of caution. Any entity that demands fees prior to a transaction is likely a fraudulent operation. I implore the author to recognize the reality. Unless their collection possesses significant value, particularly rarity, it may not even attract interest, as there is an abundance of fine items, especially among renowned auction houses, which are not in one of ordinary pieces. Thank you for the invitation, but how can one respond without images? Perhaps one should present the pictures first. Li Shi read each response attentively. After perusing the comments, he found himself momentarily hesitant about his plan to approach an auction house to sell his diamond or jade. Had he indeed overestimated the situation? His prior research had illuminated the complexities of the auction world, and he knew he must proceed with caution. However, the assertion that auction houses do not solicit collectibles from the public is not entirely accurate. It fundamentally hinges on the value of the items. Scarcity confers value, and auction houses profit through commissions. If the potential profit is substantial enough, they would eagerly seek him out. At the very least, it is worth exploring, albeit with careful consideration and thorough planning. Foremost, one must ensure that the auction house is reputable and well-known, thus mitigating risk. Additionally, legal considerations must be taken into account. Having absorbed the insights from netizens, he contemplated extensively and conducted further research into the legalities surrounding consignment auction contracts. Ultimately, he concentrated his efforts on gathering information regarding the esteemed auction house, DG Auction, while also following their official public account. Around noon, Li Shi returned to the Qinyuan resettlement community. After merely 2 days, reacquainting himself with the small room he had inhabited for nearly a year filled him with a sense of surrealism. After a brief reverie, he took out his phone and promptly informed his landlord via WeChat that he would not be renewing the lease next month. Subsequently, he ordered a bowl of cilantro beef noodles on Meituan and took out his tablet, preparing to study while awaiting his delivery. Before long, WeChat chimed, and Li Shi initially assumed it was a response from his landlord. To his surprise, it was a new friend request from someone named Qiuyu. This time, the sender included a note. "Hello, thank you for helping me find my phone this morning." A vivid image of a striking figure sprang to Li Shi's mind. So, it was her. He couldn't help but smile as he accepted the request. Soon, Qiuyu sent a message. "Hello, thank you for your help this morning. I had an important call to take, and you were a great assistance." Li Shi thought to himself that it was no wonder she had reached out twice to add him as a friend. That call must have been quite significant to her. No need for thanks, it was a mere trifling effort. "My name is Chen Qiuyi." After conversing briefly, Li Shi learned that her name was Chen Qiuyi, hailing from Bingqing in Longhaijiang province, currently working in Yangqing. Meanwhile, the landlord, who had settled in another province, also replied, indicating that for the remainder of the month, he would have his former agent continue renting out the property. The agent might bring prospective tenants for viewings. So he requested that Li Shi keep the place tidy and assist with opening the door. Li Shi simply replied with an acknowledgement. He glanced around. It was quite clean, and he thought a quick tidying up before moving out would suffice. While engaging in light conversation with the newly acquainted Chen Qiuyi over WeChat, he finished his noodles, disposed of the trash, and then unplugged his fully charged tablet, sending a message. "Apologies, I must study now. Let's chat when I have more time." Far away in Yacheng, Chen Qiuyi, upon receiving Li Shi's message, blinked her long eyelashes and replied, "All right, let's talk later." Studying? Is he still a student? Perhaps pursuing a graduate degree? Or is it professional development? This young man exuded a rather unique aura, distinctly different from the average male. After studying for a couple of minutes, Li Shi received a WeChat message from the rental agent. Reluctantly, he picked up his phone to communicate with the slightly rotund agent. "Mr. Li, you are not renewing your lease, correct?" "Indeed. Did the landlord inform you?" "Yes, that's correct. I have transitioned out of the rental business in Tanzhou and would like to refer you to a former colleague. Would that be acceptable?" At this juncture, Li Shi felt a twinge of annoyance, yet he reminded himself that everyone is trying to make a living. "Sure, please have them add me." A short while later, a new friend request arrived from a female agent. After accepting it, they exchanged a few messages, and Li Shi candidly expressed that she could contact him anytime within the last 2 weeks of the lease for viewings. He then silenced his phone and dedicated himself to his studies. With the aid of his tablet, he no longer needed to hunch over the makeshift folding table, but instead reclined on his bed. However, prolonged reclining became uncomfortable, and during an evening outing in search of food, he began to contemplate whether it might be prudent to secure a better rental with improved conditions. Not only would it provide a more conducive study environment, ideally with a desk, but it would also prepare him for the upcoming exchange of diamonds or jade, necessitating a safer neighborhood, as the current resettlement community had too many transient individuals. On the way back after dinner, he located the agent he had added earlier that afternoon on WeChat. "Hello, are you available? I am looking to rent a place with specific requirements." Upon articulating his needs, the agent promptly responded, "Certainly, Mr. Li, I will begin searching for suitable listings for you right away." Upon returning home, this time, Li Shi did not immediately dive into studying. Instead, he opened the Notes app on his phone and began to list the necessary tools he would need for preparing items for auction once he exchanged his diamonds or jade. Items such as a sturdy briefcase, a jewelry box, a caliper, a hardness testing pin, a magnifying glass, and a smartphone tripod. After compiling the list, he proceeded to order each item online. Since his newly acquired smartphone camera was sufficient, he refrained from purchasing additional photography equipment. The newly appointed female agent exhibits a significantly higher efficiency than the previous rather portly male agent. As soon as Li Shi finalized his order, she promptly sent over 5 property listings. Upon reviewing the information, Li Shi found 2 of the options quite suitable. "Mr. Li, if you have a moment now, we can head out to view these properties immediately. The communities and renovations of these 2 residences are quite commendable. and they belong to a category that is highly sought after. If we do not secure them soon, they may very well be rented out to other clients by my colleagues by tomorrow. It was a clear demonstration of salesmanship. However, the neighborhoods of the two properties are not far from his current residence. Li Shi contemplated that if he aimed to enhance his living environment, it would be prudent to act sooner rather than later, especially since financial constraints were no longer an issue for him. After half an hour, Li Shi descended the stairs, and shortly thereafter, a professionally attired female agent approached on an electric bike from a distance. Upon getting a closer look at her features, he was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this newly assigned agent would be quite so strikingly beautiful. Chapter 10. The initial choice during his university years. Li Shi encountered real estate agents while working part-time to support himself. He assisted a senior who was venturing into the culinary business and interacted with numerous agents while searching for a storefront. After graduating, he changed residences 3 times and engaged with many more agents. Among those he met, Zhang Xiaxia was undoubtedly the most strikingly beautiful, possessing a youthful appearance reminiscent of what is often referred to online as the campus belle or first love visage. Upon seeing her, Li Shi recalled watching a video and questioning how someone so alluring could be in this line of work. He acknowledged his own superficiality. Such thoughts were, in fact, a reflection of societal prejudices regarding attractive women, who are often presumed to find easier employment in less demanding fields. After consulting with Li Shi, Zhang Xiaxia made a phone call. Shortly thereafter, a male colleague arrived in a black car to take them to view a property. Mr. Li. This apartment consists of 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. As you can see, the DCOR is quite appealing. Both the living room and bedroom are spacious. The property management of this community has an excellent reputation, and there is an owner's committee that is said to be very responsible, ensuring good security and overall environment. The rent is set at 2,000 yuan per month. Li Shi surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Is there any possibility of a reduced rent?" "I'm afraid not. The landlord insists on this amount. The previous tenant paid the same. There is no room for negotiation," she replied. After pondering for a moment, Li Shi suggested, "Let us consider another property." "Of course," she responded. The subsequent apartment, located not far away, did not impress him as much as the first. "I have decided to rent the first apartment. As for the rent, let us not dwell on that. But I would prefer to sign a 6-month lease. Would that be agreeable? If so, I would like to finalize it now," he stated as they exited the second property. 6 months? Zhang Xiaxia's attractive features reflected her hesitation. Typically, leases are for a year. A 6-month term is quite rare. I can attempt to negotiate with the landlord, but I cannot guarantee his agreement. Once they descended the stairs, Li Shi and her colleague waited in the car while she stepped aside to make a call. A few minutes later, she approached with a smile, joining them in the vehicle. "Mr. Li, the landlord has agreed. But he has one stipulation. The rent for 6 months must be paid in full upfront. Would that be acceptable?" "That is not an issue. But how will the deposit be handled?" he inquired. "It remains standard. 1 month's rent as a deposit, refundable upon vacating the property," she clarified. After finalizing the terms, the trio returned to the agency's office to sign the rental agreement. Upon returning to his previous residence, Li Shi surveyed the space and felt it was uncomfortably cramped. He chuckled to himself, realizing that after living in a spacious hotel and then renting a larger apartment, the contrast was stark. Despite his self-deprecation, he rented a shared bicycle, transported some belongings, and tidied up the space. That evening, he settled at a sturdy walnut desk to study high school Chinese, selective required volume 2. The following morning, while moving the remaining items from his old place, he received a call from his mother. She informed him that the family's external debts had been fully settled. He could sense that she had recently been in tears, yet he refrained from mentioning it and instead reassured her that he was thriving in the city, with a significantly increased income, subtly laying the groundwork for future filial support. After hanging up, he returned to his new home with the remaining belongings. Upon entering the Qiyang community, he admired the park-like greenery and well-equipped amenities. Occasionally, he encountered elderly residents playing with their grandchildren, embodying a relaxed and leisurely lifestyle. He could not help but marvel at how vastly superior this environment was compared to his previous accommodation. In this more comfortable setting, Li Shi continued to immerse himself in his studies. By mid-afternoon, having completed high school Chinese, selective required volume 2, he advanced from the proficient level in Chinese to skilled. Rising from his seat, he stretched and ordered some food via his phone, then emerged from his bedroom to stretch in the relatively spacious living room, switching on the television and awaiting his delivery. The previous rental unit had not come equipped with a television, and he had grown accustomed to using his phone and laptop for internet access, having not watched TV in quite some time. However, he found the current offerings uninspiring. As he tuned into the Tanja Entertainment Channel, a female celebrity measuring her physical statistics appeared on screen, dressed in a red short-sleeve shirt tucked at her waist, with snug yoga pants that accentuated her figure. Well, there is some appeal, he mused. After dinner, Lisher resumed studying high school Chinese, Selective Required Volume 3. The material was largely familiar, allowing for swift revision. By the following day, he had reviewed all the texts, completing his Chinese studies for high school. Glancing at his study panel, he noted, name, Lisher, Constitution, 11. 5, Wealth, 0, 999999999999999. Redeem. Currently learning. Chinese, skilled, completed learning library. None. There had been no changes. As anticipated, advancing to the proficient level would require university-level coursework. He was in no rush and decided to take a moment to contemplate whether to redeem diamonds or jade first. Placing both the small pink diamond and the small green jade ring in front of him, he examined them from different angles, gradually formulating a plan. According to the research he had conducted, diamonds at auction were typically preset, making it difficult to find unmounted stones in domestic auctions. In contrast, collectible-grade jade bangles, necklaces, and other items were often unmounted, showcasing the raw beauty of the jade. Thus, Lisher resolved to redeem jade first, using it as bait to establish connections with auction houses. Once he secured a first collaboration, he believed it would be considerably easier to later pursue diamonds. He visited the resettlement community, retrieved the packages that had arrived from the Tycoon service station, and began to prepare for the exchange, mentally constructing a vivid image of the items he intended to acquire. First, he gathered a plethora of photographs and videos of jadeite bangle bracelets, repeatedly scrutinizing them to imprint their appearance in his memory. Next, he meticulously sketched a life-size diagram of a 56mm bangle on a blank sheet of paper, aiding in the formation of an accurate conceptualization of size for the exchange. The term 56mm refers to the internal diameter of the jadeite, commonly known as the golden size, which is considered to be a median fit for the majority of wearers. Considering that the wives of affluent families might generally have a more ample physique, he contemplated whether to opt for a larger size. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that just because a wealthy individual purchased it, it did not necessarily mean it was intended for their spouse. A larger size might not command a higher price, and acquiring it would require additional wealth attributes, rendering it unnecessary. Chapter 11. The Verdant Ice Wave Bangle on June 26th at precisely 11 minutes past 11 in the morning. Within room 1206 of Unit 1, Building 9 in Chiang Community, Lisher sat at a desk positioned by the side of his bedroom, preparing to commence the exchange. To ensure everything went smoothly, he had thoughtfully placed a pillow on the desk, atop which lay an A4 sheet depicting a one-to-one illustration of the bangle. While the small jade face rested beside it, he held his breath, concentrated deeply, and inhaled 5 times before summoning the learning panel. Conjuring in his mind the precise concept of the jade bangle, he selected the finest portion of jade from the bangle face to exchange. In an instant, a splendid jade bangle weighing 81.99999999999 grams and measuring 56 rings in diameter materialized unexpectedly upon the paper. Simultaneously, the learning panel notified him that he had successfully exchanged it, consuming 0.81999999999999 points of his wealth attribute. A smile crept across Lisher's face. Indeed, it was possible to perform such an exchange. With approximately 0.082 points of wealth attribute, he had directly acquired a finished product, expertly carved and polished. Both before and after the carving and polishing, the physical state remained unchanged. To the learning panel, there was no distinction. As he scrutinized the bangle before him, its vibrant green hue shimmered and sparkled, resembling a block of ice glistening with a cold light, or perhaps a translucent green glass, an exquisite blend between glass and ice. Remarkably pure, with virtually no inclusions. It was simply breathtaking. Unable to resist, he cradled it in his hands, admiring its beauty, far surpassing those he had seen in videos. The difference was palpable to the naked eye, evoking a sense of opulence. Such a magnificent gem, if adorned upon the delicate fingers of an enchanting beauty, would surely create a harmonious effect. Influenced by traditional culture and the tales of martial arts and fantasy novels, Lisher had always harbored a fondness for jade. In the past, he lacked the means to purchase it, often indulging in related videos on platforms like Bilibili and Douyin. Now, Witnessing high-quality jade firsthand ignited a newfound admiration within him. The thought of selling it stirred an instinctive reluctance, yet this sentiment dissipated within 2 seconds. After all, gold, silver, and precious jewels, including diamonds and exquisite jade, are mere material possessions. As long as he had wealth attribute points, he could exchange for them at any time. With this realization, Lisher could not help but grin widely. Suddenly considering the future interactions with auction house representatives, he resolved to design a jade ring for himself. One that would undoubtedly leave a striking impression. Given the quality of this bangle, a corresponding ring would undoubtedly be valued at several million, and if auctioned, it might even fetch a price in the tens of millions. He promptly measured his left thumb and sketched the dimensions on a fresh A4 sheet. Drawing from his experience with the bangle exchange, he successfully exchanged 0.30 points of wealth attribute for a 30-gram full green jade ring within mere minutes. Custom crafted to fit his finger perfectly, it was a flawless fit. For the time being, he decided to halt further exchanges. Lisher checked his learning panel. Name, Lisher Constitution, 11. 5 Wealth, 0.888. Exchange available. Currently learning, Chinese, proficient, completed learning inventory. None. He could still exchange for 888 grams of any material he had previously possessed. After reviewing the learning panel, he returned to his primary task. He retrieved the tools he had prepared earlier, tidied the desk, and took out his phone to capture various images and videos of the bangle. First, he photographed it from multiple angles, then repeated the process with a caliper for measurements. During the shoot, he employed a verification technique he had learned from some short videos, placing a note with the information of the Dijia auction house beside the bangle. After over an hour of diligent work, he placed the 2 pieces of jade into a jewelry box and stored it in a secure briefcase. Then, he organized the materials on his tablet, logging into his QQ email to draft a message. To the Dijia auction house collection department. Greetings. I possess a natural jade bangle of full verdant glass that I wish to submit for your August jewelry auction in Hong Kong. Please find the information attached, and I kindly request a prompt response. Thank you. After a thorough review, he hesitated not a moment before clicking send. Soon, he received an automatic reply from the email system, indicating they would respond shortly. Having completed these tasks, Lisher stood up, exhaling deeply, and ventured out to seek sustenance. After enjoying a hearty meal at a restaurant near the community entrance, he returned home to continue his studies. His university courses in Chinese language and literature were numerous, with required classes including Introduction to Literature, Introduction to Linguistics, Classical Chinese, Modern Chinese, Chinese Ancient Literature, Contemporary Chinese Literature, Foreign Literature, and University Writing, among others. As he attended a normal university, there were also courses related to education. He had already procured the textbooks online and was now determined to study from physical copies. He opened a history of modern Chinese literature and began to read. Years had passed since he last encountered the textbooks from his university days, and they felt far more foreign than those from elementary to high school. After reading half a page, he recalled the email he had just sent. It had been a short time. Surely, a response would not come so quickly. Despite this reasoning, he found himself unable to resist checking his QQ email again, only to find no unread messages. After a while, having completed a page of reading, he checked his email once more, still no new messages. This repetitive action led him to realize that his focus was waning, prompting him to turn off his tablet, recalibrate his mindset, and concentrate on his studies. Gradually, he became engrossed in the text. During this period of revisiting the language studies from elementary to high school, he discovered that having acquired life experience altered his perception of the articles he had read numerous times before. He could now grasp the author's emotions during the writing process more profoundly, leading to fresh insights. The same was true as he delved into his university courses, where he experienced newfound understanding. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Lisher closed his book, feeling reflective, and opened his social media to edit a post. The development of literature is inextricably linked to the torrent of history. In a new era, there emerges new literature. He initially intended to write the word mission, but found it too weighty for a person of his ordinary station, so he deleted the latter part. The development of literature is inextricably linked to the torrent of history. In a new era, there emerges new literature. He took a photograph of the book cover and sent it out. Upon opening his tablet to check, he noticed that the Dijia auction house had yet to respond. However, his mindset had since become more tranquil, and he didn't dwell on it too much. He thought to himself that he could wait a little longer. If things didn't pan out, he would simply consider another auction house, or even attend a trade fair. Many principles in life are universal. In business, as long as the goods are exceptional and sufficiently rare, one need not worry about their saleability. He stretched his body and stepped outside, heading once again to the small restaurant from earlier that afternoon. Their braised crucian carp was prepared fresh, using live fish, and it was both delectable and reasonably priced at 30 yuan per serving. Having not satiated his appetite earlier that day, he intended to indulge once more. Just as he arrived downstairs, his WeChat chimed twice. Upon unlocking his phone, he saw a message from Chen Xiuyue. "You're not still in university, are you?" "Surprised. I saw your post. That book seems to be a university textbook." Chapter 12. "I want you to look like this." Li Shi stared at the message, momentarily taken aback, a faint smile creeping across his lips as he typed back. "Not really. I graduated a few years ago. I've just been reviewing some of my college courses recently." "Ah, how did I even think about reviewing?" After exchanging a few words with Chen Xiuyue, a message from his former colleague Li Guiming arrived. "How have you been? Have you found a job yet? How can you still have the leisure to study at home?" Li Shi replied, "Not yet. I'm taking a break for now." "What about you? Have you found a new job?" Li Guiming responded, "No. I'm planning to return to my hometown." "Where are you now? You haven't had lunch yet, right? Want to go out for hot pot?" Initially, Li Shi intended to have a light lunch before continuing his studies in the afternoon, but upon hearing that Li Guiming was leaving Tanzhou to return home, he decided not to refuse the invitation and asked, "Where shall we eat?" "I'll take a cab over. Xiaolong can, perhaps?" Soon, Li Guiming sent over a location pin. Li Shi hailed a ride and headed to the Xiaolong Can hot pot restaurant at Wui Square. Upon reuniting with Li Guiming, Li Shi noticed that in just a few days, his friend had undergone quite a transformation. He appeared somewhat forlorn, sitting by the window and lost in thought. "What's wrong? Feeling down? You seem to have lost some weight," Li Shi joked as he settled into his seat across from Li Guiming. Li Guiming snapped back to reality, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "You've got a keen eye. I've been on a diet and have lost 1.5 pounds. 1.5 pounds? You usually eat more than 2 pounds in one sitting." Li Shi refrained from commenting further and asked, "What made you decide to go back home?" "I used to stay in this city for love, but after the divorce and getting accustomed to work, I stayed on. Now that I and Appos V lost my job, there's not much to hold me here." Li Guiming reflected with a tinge of nostalgia. Listening to him, Li Shi remarked, "It seems you have quite a story, but returning home could be good too." Li Guiming smiled. "Indeed, it's quite nice. My parents are getting older. I should go back and inherit the family business." Li Shi was taken aback. He suddenly recalled Li Guiming's extravagant spending habits, including his luxury car worth several $100,000. Could it be that he was a hidden rich second generation? Xiaolong Can is known for its spicy and fragrant hot pot, typical of the mountain city. Having grown accustomed to Hunan cuisine, Li Shi was not afraid of spice, though he was slightly unaccustomed to the intense heat. Both he and Li Guiming opted for a mildly spicy broth with less peppercorn. Since Li Guiming wasn't driving, he ordered a few bottles of beer. They chatted casually over the hot pot. "Hey, have you been in touch with Wei Shulan lately?" Li Guiming suddenly inquired after a few rounds of drinks. Li Shi, savoring a succulent piece of beef, replied, "No, why do you bring her up all of a sudden?" Li Guiming set down his chopsticks, his expression inscrutable. "She blocked me on WeChat. I just wanted to chat with her late at night. It wasn't anything serious. Damn it, women really are visual creatures. She must think I'm ugly." Li Shi was taken aback, sensing that they had nearly finished eating, and he too set down his chopsticks. "What? Have you been harboring feelings for her?" Perhaps having had a few too many drinks, Li Guiming was more uninhibited than usual. "Hey, don't you think Wei Shulan is actually quite beautiful? And her figure, with that slim waist and ample backside, is just incredible. Honestly, if I looked like you, I would have definitely made my move." He left the rest unspoken, but his eyes gleamed like a wolf's. Li Shi reflected on the complexity of human emotions. After 2 years of friendship with Li Guiming, he had never suspected his feelings for their superior, Wei Shulan, had been so deeply buried. The image of Wei Shulan surfaced in his mind, and he couldn't deny that she was indeed a standout in the slightly plump category, full-figured yet slim in all the right places. A physique that held a strong allure for men, himself included. After 2 hours of indulging in hot pot, Li Guiming had consumed 3 bottles of beer and was slightly tipsy. As they exited the restaurant, Li Shi summoned a taxi for him. Having only drunk 1 bottle himself, Li Shi remained disciplined, as he had study plans for the day. Upon returning home, his phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number from Hu City. Remembering that the headquarters of Dijia Auction Company was located there, he quickly answered. 5 minutes later, Li Shi hung up, suppressing his excitement. He opened his email on his tablet and indeed found an unread message from Dijia Auction, expressing interest in the items he had submitted for auction and inquiring if it was convenient to discuss further. The email had been sent an hour ago, After a mere hour of silence, they had reached out to him. Truly, if the item is remarkable enough, they will come knocking. Li Shi thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. The call had been from Zhou Yajuan, a senior business manager in the jewelry department of Dijia Auction. After confirming the authenticity of the email, she immediately expressed a desire for their experts to conduct an appraisal of the jade bracelet via video call. Li Shi agreed, opting to send the item to Hu City rather than wait for them to come to Tanzhou. After reviewing the contact number in the email, which matched the number he had just called, he opened WeChat and accepted Zhou Yajuan's friend request. Mr. Li, if it's convenient now, could we have a video call? Our experts would like to conduct a preliminary assessment of the jade bracelet. As soon as he accepted the friend request, she sent him a message. Li Shi thought for a moment, entered his bedroom, and assessed the space around his desk, concluding that it would suffice for the video. He agreed to the call. When the video connected, a middle-aged woman dressed in professional attire appeared on the screen. Short hair, an unremarkable appearance. Introducing herself as Zhou Yajuan, the same person he had spoken to earlier. She also introduced He Wei, a seasoned expert in jade appraisal sitting beside her, a man in his 30s. Following He Wei's instructions, Li Shi adjusted the angle of his phone camera, allowing the expert to examine the piece. It was evident that this appraiser was genuinely passionate about jade. Upon seeing such a high-quality item, he became visibly excited, exclaiming that it could serve as the highlight of the auction. Li Shi remained relatively composed, secretly recording the entire video session on his screen to preserve the moment. After the video call, Zhou Yajuan took the initiative to communicate with him extensively on WeChat regarding various details, including the fact that no fees would be charged initially. Upon completion of the transaction, a tax deduction of 3 would apply, along with a commission of 10 and additional costs for insurance at 1, with no further charges to be incurred. As for the valuation, the starting bid, and the increment amounts, these matters would be discussed in person when signing the auction commission contract. Li Shi promptly purchased a high-speed train ticket from Tanzhou to Huqing for 4:30 p.m., allowing him to arrive by around 9 p.m. As he departed, he placed the safe inside the black suitcase he had purchased during his university days. However, the safe was empty, containing only a vacant jewelry box. He wrapped the bracelet and thumb ring in prepared cotton and secured them in his backpack, which he wore against his chest. Throughout the journey, Li Shi refrained from studying. Instead, he appeared to be engrossed in his phone while discreetly observing his surroundings to ensure the safety of the 2 jade pieces in his bag. By around 10 p.m., he arrived smoothly at the Jinzheng Hotel in HP district of Huqing, located over 800 meters from the headquarters of Dijia Auction Company at Huamao Plaza, which would take just a few minutes to walk. After a night's rest, the following morning around 9 a.m., Li Shi arrived unannounced at the Dijia Auction Company's Art Center at Huamao Plaza, carrying the safe. He approached the front desk to notify Zhou Yajuan. The receptionist seemed knowledgeable, glancing at the jade thumb ring on his left thumb while making the phone call. Chapter 13, 35 million. In the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, renowned as the epicenter of the nation's economy, finance, trade, maritime activities, and technological innovation, the resident population nears 25 million. It is a city that countless entrepreneurs aspire to, characterized by its international allure. Half an hour later, in the VIP lounge of the Dijia Art Center's jewelry department, Li Shi sat, flanked by 3 individuals: the senior business manager, Zhou Yajuan, the seasoned expert, He Wei, and the general manager and senior expert, Gu Yun, who personally attended to the meeting. As the fundraising campaign approached its conclusion, they were pleasantly surprised to receive such a rare and exquisite artifact. After an appraisal, discussions commenced regarding the starting and reserve prices. Following their deliberations, Gu Yun and He Wei estimated the value at 39 million Hong Kong dollars, proposing a starting bid of 36 million Hong Kong dollars. Li Shi accepted this suggestion and, after careful consideration, set the reserve price at 36,200,000 Hong Kong dollars, stipulating that should no bids exceed this amount, the item would remain unsold. Based on the data he had gathered during the most recent spring auction by Li Bao Auction Company in Yangqing, a fully green jade bracelet was sold for 31,200,000 RMB, equating to 34,620,000 Hong Kong dollars. The bracelet he was offering, however, was of a higher quality and richer color, justifying Gu Yun and He Wei's valuation of 39 million Hong Kong dollars. After finalizing the details, they proceeded to sign the auction contract. The entire negotiation and contract signing process, along with the transfer of the bracelet for appraisal, was documented. 2 hours later, everything was settled. Li Shi declined the invitation for refreshments and returned to his hotel. Standing by the window, He took out the contract and studied it twice. His suppressed excitement became uncontrollable, and he jubilantly pumped his fist and leaped in delight, as long as the item did not remain unsold. The minimum transaction price would be 36,200,000 Hong Kong dollars. After deducting taxes and auction fees, his net gain would amount to, he calculated on his phone, arriving at 31,132,000 Hong Kong dollars, which converted to 28,077,000 RMB. This meant that as long as the item sold, he would receive no less than 28 million. The thought of acquiring such a sum in the near future filled Li Shi with exhilaration, and he began to contemplate how he would spend it. Would there come a day when he would be troubled by how to expend his wealth? For a moment, he became lost in thought. In his middle school days, he often daydreamed about winning the lottery, frequently imagining what he would do with 5 million. He had visited the lottery station 2 or 3 dozen times. But as he gained more insight into the darker sides of society, such fanciful dreams faded away. First, he would purchase a house and a car, and improve his mother's living conditions. As for the rest, he would decide then. For over 20 years, he had lived as an ordinary youth from the countryside. After entering society in the lower-income city of Tanzhou, his monthly salary, including part-time work, barely surpassed 10,000. To amass over 20 million solely through labor for capitalists would take more than 200 years without eating or drinking. With a deep sigh, he pondered the enormity of his situation. The money was not yet in hand, so he refrained from hastily planning expenditures. For now, he would focus on advancing his Chinese language skills to a level of proficiency. Li Shi was determined to maintain clarity of thought. He believed that in the future, he must master money rather than become its servant. With his learning panel at his disposal, he felt empowered. Fidgeting with the jade ring on his thumb, Li Shi purchased a high-speed train ticket and took a taxi to Hongqiao Station in Shanghai, boarding the train back to Tanzhou. Without a backward glance, he immersed himself in his studies, oblivious to the splendor of Shanghai fading behind him. There was no need for farewells. This dazzling metropolis, with its intoxicating allure, would one day welcome him back, and at that time, he would savor its charm to the fullest. Upon returning to Tanzhou, Li Shi settled into his newly rented apartment, diligently studying his university coursework. Progress was slower than anticipated. It took him 3 to 5 days to complete a single book. After half a month, his language proficiency in Chinese, proficient, finally advanced to the next level. During this period, Dijia Auction Company consistently reached out to him. After signing the auction agreement, they created a WeChat work group titled Li's Commission Group. As the catalog for the upcoming Hong Kong jewelry auction was prepared, it was promptly shared in the group. Li Shi meticulously reviewed all the items in the catalog, which included jade, diamonds, rubies, sapphires, and various other luxurious jewels, with valuations ranging from tens of thousands to millions. His bracelet and a Colombian emerald ring were designated as the 2 featured items of the auction, but their valuations were listed as price upon inquiry. Being naturally cautious, Li Shi cross-verified the catalog shared in the WeChat group with the one published on Dijia's official website, and upon confirming their consistency, he finally felt reassured. Days passed, and while studying comparative literature, Zhou Yajuan called to invite him to the auction in Hong Kong. He politely declined, stating, "Thank you, I will watch the live stream." After hanging up, Li Shi maintained his focus on his studies, sensing that he was nearing a breakthrough in his Chinese proficiency. Another 10 days rolled by, and as August arrived, he completed his reviews of several textbooks, including classical Chinese, contemporary literature, modern tutorial, and a history of Chinese literary criticism. Yet he still grappled with a disheartening sense of stagnation. It felt as if he were separated from advancement by a mere thin veil. One light touch away from breaking through, yet it remained unyielding. On August 8th, the auction commenced in Hong Kong as scheduled. Li Shi eagerly opened the live stream on the official website, simultaneously engrossed in his reading of selections of Chinese literature with keen interest in the bidding for jade and diamond pieces. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the middle-aged auctioneer began introducing the final featured item, Lot 3622, a fully green jade bracelet. Instantly, Li Shi's attention peaked. He closed his book and focused intently on the tablet at the front. This auction item requires no further introduction. The starting bid is set at 36 million Hong Kong dollars. Is there anyone willing to place a bid? Very well, Lot 86 bids 36 million, 37 million. As the figure of 37 million was called out, the tension in Li Shi's heart immediately eased, alleviating his concerns about the item going unsold. When selecting the exchange bracelet, Li Shi referred to the finest section of the ring face, characterized by its uniform color and remarkable transparency. What is most exceptional is that the entire bracelet was exchanged using that superior section, resulting in an absence of impurities. which is exceedingly rare. The bids continue to escalate. Li Shi gazes intently, his heartbeat quickening with anticipation. 45. 8 million. Sold. With the auctioneer's gavel falling, Li Shi let out a long sigh of relief. He swiftly calculated on his phone, converting the amount into Chinese yuan on the search page, quickly determining that he would receive over 35 million. According to the contract, once the buyer completes payment and picks up the item, this substantial sum will be transferred to his designated industrial and commercial bank account within 10 working days. Chapter 14. Arrival. The group chat was abuzz with congratulatory messages entrusted by Mr. Li. In a particularly jubilant mood, Li Shi sent 5 red packets of 200 each. Feeling an overwhelming desire to share his joy with someone, he first transferred 10,000 yuan to his mother's account and then made a phone call. During the conversation, he exuberantly boasted about his newfound prowess in partnership projects, raking in substantial profits. "Mom, don't hold back on the money I sent you. My monthly filial piety will only increase." After hanging up, he felt a flush of embarrassment. "It seems I have quite the talent for fibbing," he chuckled to himself. Nearly believing his own fabrications, Li Shi, self-deprecatingly amused, pondered that despite his insistence for his mother not to save, she would likely disregard his advice, hoarding the money instead. Thus, he opened his phone to J.D.com, setting the shipping address to his cousin Li Chang's home in their hometown. He selected 2 summer outfits and 1 autumn ensemble for his mother, along with 2 pairs of shoes, a bottle of hand cream, and a pack of socks. After placing the order, he messaged his cousin, asking him to deliver the items to the village once they arrived. This had been his method of helping his mother in the past. He resolved to bring 2 fine cigarettes for Chang during the upcoming New Year. After completing these tasks, Li Shi scrolled through his contacts, realizing he had few individuals to share his excitement with. His once close colleague, Li Guiming, had also returned to his hometown, causing his elation to dissipate into a sense of solitude and melancholy. Having read numerous articles recently, he felt himself becoming somewhat sentimental, akin to a literary figure. Suddenly, he recalled Chen Xiuyue, with whom he had maintained contact and had grown accustomed to exchanging daily greetings on WeChat. Li Shi, engrossed in his studies, often lost track of time, while it was typically Chun who initiated their conversations. Occasionally, he wondered why she pursued him so ardently when their only encounter had been fleeting. She appeared to be the kind of reserved, ascetic young woman, yet he refrained from voicing this curiosity. "Are you there? I'm quite happy today and wanted to share." He sent in a WeChat message. When she did not respond immediately, he surmised she must be busy. Setting aside his phone, he resumed reading selected works of Chinese literature. Volume 2, a comprehensive 4-volume compilation edited by the esteemed scholar Yuan Xingpei. Beginning with Volume 1, he adopted a serious attitude towards his studies, approaching the texts with a scholarly mindset. The first section explored pre-Qin literature, and Li Shi meticulously read each piece, frequently referencing dictionaries and related literature to deeply comprehend the essence of every work from both literary and historical perspectives. This thorough approach inevitably slowed his progress. He spent 2 days on the mountain spirit, feeling he had not fully grasped it yet. Recognizing his current limitations, he set it aside and continued with his readings. Now, he had reached the second volume, third section, focusing on the literature of the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties. Many of the pieces, such as Short Song Line and Memorial on the Expedition, had appeared in his school textbooks, yet he maintained his diligent research approach, treating them as new texts to study. Revisiting old works often yielded fresh insights. As he pondered the lines, with wings unfurled, "I aspire to soar high. How can I navigate the vastness of the sea without a vessel?" He was interrupted by a WeChat notification. "Chen Xiuyue, I was in a meeting just now. What good news do you have? Have you made new academic discoveries?" Li Shi clicked on the input box. "Studying certainly brings rewards. But not this time. I made money today," evil grin. "Chen Xiuyue, it seems you've struck it rich. Congratulations. You can earn money while studying. You're impressive." Li Shi, grinning. "Just lucky. I'll treat you to a meal next time." "Chen Xiuyue, sounds good. Where will you treat me, in Yancheng or Tanzhou?" Pausing at her response, Li Shi hesitated. His invitation for a meal had been a mere pleasantry, yet she seemed to take it seriously. Was she hinting at wanting to meet? His reluctance stemmed from the fear of misinterpreting her intentions. "I'm open. It depends on your convenience," he replied, tactfully retreating. Chen Xiuyue was forthright, to be honest. "I'm quite curious about you and would like to get to know you better. How about I visit you in Tanzhou sometime?" Li Shi took a moment to gather his thoughts before quickly responding. "Sure, you are most welcome." Setting his phone down, he contemplated her words about her curiosity. After a few seconds, he picked up his device again and posted on a frequently visited forum, What does it mean if a girl expresses curiosity about you? Before long, responses began to appear. 3rd floor. It signifies that the girl is intrigued by everything about you. She is simply interested and wants to ascertain if you are suitable for her. 12th floor. The original poster. She is likely flirting with you. If you're good enough, you might just end up together. 13th floor. Where are the pictures? As Li Shi continued to read and study, he found the current generation of internet users quite amusing. Their remarks both entertaining and eloquent. 3 days later, the group chat buzzed again with fresh developments. The buyer of his bracelet had completed the payment. Mr. Li, our finance department is processing it now. It shouldn't take long, at most 3 to 5 days, and the money will be transferred to your account. The primary contact at the auction company was the senior account manager, Zhou Yajuan. She was the first to see and respond to Li Shi's email and had initiated contact through a phone call, establishing Li Shi as her client. For her, this was a matter of financial gain that she intended to secure firmly. Great, Li Shi replied. At this point, his emotions inevitably fluctuated. The notion of securing the funds was tantalizing, and the anticipation of the money arriving was the most nerve-wracking moment. Zhou Yajuan mentioned it would take at most 3 to 5 days, and indeed, she did not deceive him. On the afternoon of the 5th day, while he was enjoying the air conditioning in his bedroom and reading volume 4 of selections from Chinese literature, his phone suddenly buzzed with a notification from the bank. He hastily unlocked his phone to read the message. Industrial and Commercial Bank, 95,588. Your bank card ending in 2588 has received a transfer of 35,236,000 yuan at 1521 on August 16th. Your balance is 35,261,000 yuan. Recipient, Dijia Auction Company, account ending 7065 Industrial and Commercial Bank. He stared at the balance for a full 5 seconds, striving to contain his excitement as he opened the ICBC app, logged in, and clicked to check his balance. Chapter 15. Increasing transfer limits. Li Shi gazed at his balance, counting the digits with delight until he could not help but chuckle. After signing the consignment contract with the Dijia Auction Company, he finally reaped the rewards today. Upon recounting the balance, he opened Alipay and attempted to transfer 100,000 yuan. However, he soon discovered that the single transaction limit was 30,000. So he adjusted his request to that amount, which was promptly successful. As he observed the additional 30,000 in his Alipay account, a sense of authenticity washed over him. Money is only truly valuable when it can be utilized. Just as he was preparing to transfer several tens of thousands to his WeChat wallet, a call from Gu Yun, the general manager of the auction company, interrupted him. Gu congratulated Li Shi and exchanged a few pleasantries before hanging up. Mere seconds later, their senior account manager, Zhou Yajuan, who had been in constant contact with Li Shi, called. Mr. Li, should you have any more collectibles you wish to sell in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me first. You are now our company's super VIP client and my top priority. I assure you the best and most attentive service, and you can reach me on my personal mobile phone, which is available to you 24 hours a day. Her tone was direct. Based on her experience, individuals like Li Shi, who possess high-value collectibles, likely have numerous valuable items at their disposal. The commission from this transaction was substantial, and she hoped for more opportunities like this. Of course, and I appreciate your service this time, Li Shi replied. After ending the call, he contemplated for a moment before locating her on WeChat and sending her 5 red envelopes of 200 yuan each. Surely, there would be a next time. Would it be jadeite or diamonds for the next sale? This delightful dilemma quietly arose in Li Shi's mind, and he chuckled. Grateful that he did not have to decide immediately, he would consider it in a couple of months. He summoned the learning panel, Constitution, 11. 8 Wealth, 0. 888. Exchange? Currently learning. Chinese, proficient, completed learning inventory. None in addition to advancing his Chinese from proficient to proficient. His constitution had also improved by 0. 3 points. Over the past 2 months, he had not only focused on his studies but also diligently exercised, ensuring proper nutrition and sleep. His constitution attribute point had increased by 0. 3. A pleasant surprise. He speculated that until his constitution surpassed the normal human limit of 15 points, health and exercise would yield enhancements. Beyond that threshold, he would have to rely solely on the learning panel to allocate points. With his Chinese studies, he anticipated achieving Indopos, mastery Indopos, within a month, at which point his wealth attribute would reach 1. 888. Generally, auction houses organize autumn and year-end auctions, presenting excellent opportunities to sell. Li Shi smiled to himself, setting a small goal of becoming a billionaire as soon as possible. He responded to Zhou Yajuan. who had sent him numerous thank you emojis. You're welcome. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you. When your company is looking to collect auction items next time, feel free to contact me. I can contribute more valuable items to help boost your performance. Certainly, Mr. Lee. Thank you in advance. By the way, there is something I have been meaning to discuss with you but hesitated to bring up. Our company is already gathering auction items for the autumn auction. Would you be interested in participating? Li Shi was taken aback, then smiled. Zhou Yajuan was quite adept at seizing opportunities. This was precisely what he had hoped for. When is the autumn auction? At the end of October, with item collection closing in early September. Let me think it over and see what I can offer. I will get back to you in a few days. If I forget, please remind me. Zhou Yajuan, situated far away in Hu City, felt increasingly assured of Li Shi's significance upon receiving his message, quickly replying, all right, I will contact you again in a week. After concluding his conversation with Zhou Yajuan, Li Shi momentarily set aside the auction matter and continued transferring funds from his industrial and commercial bank account to his WeChat wallet, construction bank account, and Bank of China account. However, after transferring 1 million yuan, he encountered a limit notification. The prompt indicated that he needed to visit the counter to increase his daily spending and transfer limits. Checking the time, which was just before 4 in the afternoon, he gathered his identification and headed out, taking a taxi to the nearest branch of the industrial and commercial bank, where he had originally opened his account. He recalled seeing discussions online about individuals boasting of their bank deposits and the extravagant privileges they enjoyed during their visits. As he stepped through the bank's entrance, he wondered if he would be afforded similar treatment, given his current balance of several tens of millions. 40 minutes later, after completing his business, he emerged with a sense of reflection. For the first time, he had conducted transactions in the bank and Oppo's SVIP lounge. Although the bank staff maintained their professional demeanor, their attitudes were noticeably warmer, their smiles more radiant. A bank executive even came out to greet him, and upon learning of his intent to transfer funds, engaged him in conversation for a while. He also added several contacts on WeChat. Li Shi transferred 10 million yuan each to his construction bank and Bank of China accounts. Thus, over 30 million yuan was distributed across 3 different banks. Once the transactions were complete, his construction bank account held 22 million, the Bank of China account 10 million, and the industrial and commercial bank account 26 million. Additionally, he had over 800,000 yuan combined in Alipay and WeChat. The rationale behind transferring funds out of the industrial and commercial bank was not only to diversify his assets but also to consider future collaborations with the auction company, as he intended to continue utilizing this account for significant transactions. Upon returning to his residence, he was immediately inundated with 3 calls from financial consultants, including representatives from the industrial and commercial bank, all inquiring if he was interested in purchasing investment products. After hanging up the 3rd call, he could not help but smile. He finally felt somewhat like a wealthy individual. Previously, callers had only asked if he needed loans. However, he had no intention of investing in financial products. It was unnecessary. Today, the mood was overwhelmingly exuberant. In celebration of his newfound wealth of tens of millions in cash, Li Shi decided to forego his studies and take a day off. Reclining on the sofa, he engaged with his phone for a while, allowing his mind to wander before contemplating the matter of spending his fortune. First and foremost, he resolved to purchase a home, a dream he had cherished for many years. With eligibility to buy property in Tanzhou, he scoured the internet and discovered that housing prices remained above 10,000, unchanged. Thus, he decided to make a bold move and consider either a villa or a spacious duplex. When it comes to purchasing real estate, enlisting the expertise of a professional agent is essential. He scrolled through his contacts until he found the WeChat of the female agent, Zhang Xiaxia. Are you there, beautiful? Chapter 16. The first car. Zhang Xiaxia did not respond immediately. Li Shi opened her moments and found it filled with real estate agency information. He focused on the properties for sale and noticed they were all residential units from nearby communities. Since he was looking to purchase a villa or a large flat, perhaps he should seek out a specialized agency in that area. Li Shi recalled the last rental agency, which was Zhang Xiaxia. He decided to inquire with her first. After a while, Zhang Xiaxia replied, Mr. Li, long time no see. How may I assist you today? Li Shi, feeling too lazy to type, sent a voice message. I'm looking to invest in property. Do you have any good listings? Zhang Xiaxia responded promptly, also via voice. Yes, of course, Mr. Li. How many rooms are you interested in, and what size are you considering? Something larger, at least 4 bedrooms, or I could also consider a large flat or a villa. He replied, All right, Mr. Li, please hold on a moment. I will send you the property information right away. Her words came out quickly, revealing her eagerness in securing a client. In no time, she sent 5 listings, 2 3-bedroom units and 3 4-bedroom units. Leisure skipped the 3-bedroom options and glanced at the 4-bedroom listings, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. The purchasing restrictions in Tanzhou were quite strict. As a non-local resident, he only had one purchasing quota, so he intended to buy something substantial to ensure comfort. Moreover, he had previously contemplated establishing an aura of a mysterious top-tier collector by acquiring a luxurious residence, which would also be an investment in his persona. After careful consideration, he sent Zhong Xiaxia a voice message. Do you have any large flats or villas that qualify as top-tier luxury properties? Upon listening to his message, Zhong Xiaxia's expression turned peculiar. She remembered Mr. Li as a stable-income, ordinary white-collar worker. If he received family support, purchasing a large unit in Tanzhou, a city with relatively low housing prices, should not be an issue. Most of her clients were similar, which made her quite enthusiastic. However, she instinctively overlooked his request for large flats and villas, not anticipating that he would directly inquire about them, explicitly seeking top-tier luxury homes. Could it be that she had misjudged him, and he was actually one of those low-key, wealthy individuals? Suddenly, she felt a thrill. Mr. Li was a unique client for her. According to company policy, if she could sell him a luxury property, she would earn a commission of 40%. Assuming a 10 million yuan sale, with a 2% commission, that would amount to 200,000, of which she would pocket 80,000. Closing this deal would suffice for her performance metrics for half a year. However, did he truly possess such financial capacity? Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaxia resolved to take a chance. She pondered for a moment, concerned about potential oversights in her speech, and opted to type. Mr. Li, are you indeed looking to purchase a top-tier luxury property? Our company is one of the leading real estate agencies in all of Tanzhou, with access to the finest luxury listings in the city. Are you available tomorrow? If convenient, I can present the materials to you in person. She decided to stabilize the client first and then quickly check the company's property database. Regardless of who sold the property, as long as it was sold, the agency would distribute a portion of the commission to the colleagues who uploaded and maintained the listings. Li Shi had been secluded in his residence for over a month, spending his time exercising or dining out, akin to a retreat. With over 30 million yuan now deposited, he felt a surge of motivation. He wouldn't waste time meeting for properties that did not pique his interest. Yet suddenly, Zhong Xiaxia's youthful and exquisite face flashed across his mind. He smiled, realizing that a balance between work and leisure was essential. Thus, he scheduled a meeting for the following day. I am quite busy, so it would be best if you could send me a few listings first. If possible, we can visit the properties tomorrow. Sure, Mr. Li, but I am currently attending to another client. Would it be all right if I send them to you a bit later? Zhang Xiaxia fabricated an excuse. That works. After concluding the conversation with Zhang Xiaxia, Li Shi contemplated that alongside purchasing a property, acquiring a car was equally crucial. Lacking knowledge about automobiles, he consulted Li Guiming through WeChat. The Nissan Sylphy or the Toyota Corolla both offer good value for money. If you decide to buy, consider these options. Li Guiming replied swiftly, recommending 2 models. However, after searching online, Li Shi felt inclined to choose for himself. He continued his search. What cars do low-key tycoons usually drive? The answers varied widely, with numerous opinions. After reviewing several car evaluations, he ultimately decided to purchase a Volvo XC90 for 4 reasons. First, it was reasonably priced. Second, many users praised its safety features. Third, its appearance was understated yet appealing. And fourth, there was ample stock available. The final point was that he contacted the Tanzhou Volvo dealership through the Pacific Automobile Forum and discovered they had the model he wanted in stock, currently offering promotional discounts. He could pick up the car on the same day. That evening, Li Shi read for another 2 hours from selections of Chinese literature, finally arriving at Zhongdai's halfway through July at West Lake. The imagery of the Ming Dynasty's West Lake emerged in his mind, with boats drifting and people bustling, the faint sounds of silk and bamboo resonating through the tapestry of history, instilling a sense of tranquility within him. After finishing the piece, he closed the book and fell into a dreamless sleep. The following morning, Li Shi woke early, jogged for 20 minutes in a nearby park, returned home to shower, and took a taxi to the 4S dealership beside the provincial government in the New Sky district, where he picked up a black Volvo XC90 luxury 5-seater version for a total of 592,000 yuan. After purchasing the car, he paid an additional fee for the staff to arrange a license plate for him. With all necessary documents prepared, by noon, He was driving back to Chiang Community with a temporary license plate. Upon parking in the underground garage, he immediately went to the property management office to rent a parking space. Buying the car was a significant investment, and he felt inclined to inform his mother. However, fearing that showing signs of rapid success might cause her undue worry, he decided to hold off. He would take his time, embellish his achievements a few more times. And once he had sent her some gifts, he planned to visit her in October. Around 1 in the afternoon, Li Shi drove to the Green Pepper Stir-Fry restaurant and reserved a private room, subsequently sending the address to Zhong Xiaoxiao via WeChat. "Mr. Li, I'm already on my way," she replied. Just as Li Shi finished ordering the dishes, Zhong Xiaoxiao arrived. She was clad in a short-sleeved t-shirt adorned with red and white stripes, paired with distressed denim jeans, presenting a refreshing appearance that undeniably showcased her graceful figure. Reminiscent of willows swaying in the breeze, Li Shi could not help but steal an appreciative glance, contemplating inwardly how surprising it was that this youthful and innocent girl possessed such substantial allure, undoubtedly above a C cup. Chapter 17, The Riverside Spacious Flat. "Mr. Li, I apologize for keeping you waiting," Zhong Xiaoxiao said with a gentle smile as she pulled out a chair and sat next to Li Shi. Her demeanor suggested that she was not only unperturbed by the proximity of their bodies, but also adeptly leveraged her beauty, embodying the essence of a formidable saleswoman. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, she produced a tablet and began her presentation. "In addition to the property listings I sent you last night, I have meticulously selected 5 more today, 3 villas and 2 spacious flats. Here are the video materials. Let me guide you through them, following your criteria. I focus primarily on properties near the river and lake. Take a look at this villa located by Meishi Lake." As she spoke, she frequently pointed out details in the video, her body nearly brushing against Li Shi's arm, the thin fabric of her t-shirt offering a soft touch. The scent of her perfume stirred his senses, and given his robust vitality, he instinctively reacted to such subtle provocations. However, he quickly refocused his attention, listening intently to Zhang Xiaoxiao's descriptions. The villa was serene, yet it was also somewhat distant from the lively areas. Li Shi pondered this balance and remarked, "Could you please highlight these spacious flats?" "Of course, Mr. Li. I have selected 5 luxurious, fully furnished spacious flats that are ready for immediate move-in," Zhong Xiaoxiao replied. As the waiter began serving the exquisite dishes, she continued to ardently elaborate on the properties, seemingly oblivious to the culinary delights before her. After she had presented all 5 spacious flats, Li Shi gestured, "Let's eat first. Afterward, we shall visit these properties in person." At that moment, Zhong Xiaoxiao suddenly displayed a hint of embarrassment and said apologetically, "Mr. Li, there's something I need to inform you in advance. For the properties at Binjiang Phoenix Bay and Greentown Tianyi, a verification of funds amounting to 5 million is required." "What do you think? Verification of funds?" Li Shi was somewhat surprised but recalled having heard about such requirements for purchasing luxury homes online, responding with a smile, "That's fine." Zhang Xiaoxiao's face lit up with delight as she explained, "It is a regulation from the company and the property owners. I hope you understand, Mr. Li. Savings and equivalent financial products are acceptable." Li Shi dismissed her concerns. "No problem. When shall we verify the funds? Now or during the property visit?" Zhong Xiaoxiao clarified. "When we arrive at those 2 communities, a designated person will be there to assist us, and we will need to show them the verification." Li Shi nodded. After their meal, Zhong Xiaoxiao picked up her phone, saying, "Mr. Li, may I call for a ride via WeChat?" Though many of her colleagues owned cars, she preferred to minimize sharing her commission. Li Shi retrieved his car keys from his pocket, smiling, "No need. I've just picked up my new car today." As they reached the parking area, Zhong Xiaoxiao noticed the temporary license plate and thought, indeed, it was a brand new vehicle. Once inside, Li Shi started the engine. Having not driven in a while, his hands were somewhat unsteady, and it took a moment to regain his rhythm. Noticing Zhong Xiaoxiao's nervousness in the passenger seat, he chuckled. "Apologies, it's been a long time since I last drove." Zhong Xiaoxiao quickly reassured him, "Oh, it's perfectly all right." They first visited 3 spacious flats that did not require fund verification before heading to Binjiang Phoenix Bay. Zhang Xiaoxiao had made prior arrangements, and upon their arrival, a middle-aged gentleman in formal attire was already waiting at the community entrance. "Let us proceed with the verification," Li Shi said, logging into the industrial and commercial bank app to show his account balance. Zhong Xiaoxiao, keenly aware of financial figures, immediately noted the available balance displayed, an impressive sum exceeding 13.65 million. Her heart raced with excitement. She had hit the jackpot. This Mr. Li was indeed a discreetly affluent individual. Observing Li Shi again, she found him even more charming. Binjiang Phoenix Bay, Developed by a state-owned enterprise, offered spacious flats, a rarity in Tanzhou, and its location was quite appealing as well. The gentleman who conducted the verification subsequently introduced the properties, with Zhang Shixia accompanying him. Upon entering the community, Lashur immediately sensed a difference: cleanliness, thoughtful design, and meticulous layout. They took the elevator to the 12th floor. The entire unit featured a layout of 4 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, and 5 bathrooms, with a property area of 390 square meters. With 2 elevators serving 1 unit and an additional dedicated maid's elevator, the foyer, measuring 14 square meters, was a complementary addition. As you can see, shoe cabinets and storage designs have been incorporated here, and look at this grand entrance door. The living room spanned 80 square meters, featuring an integrated design with expansive views, crafted by the renowned domestic designer Qiao Yilan. The large floor-to-ceiling windows offered a direct view of the most exquisite riverside scenery. Moreover, the entire residence was equipped with central air conditioning, a fresh air system, and underfloor heating, state-of-the-art systems, all controllable via smartphone. The master bedroom, measuring 73 square meters, featured a 3-entry design, with a walk-in closet upon entry, a bathroom with a bathtub and a restroom to the right, and a 270-degree river view bedroom to the left. Look at this exclusive river view. It is something you wouldn't find even in an ordinary 5-star hotel. In addition to the master bedroom, there was another riverview suite. Lashur was thoroughly impressed with the property, examining it with great care. After a thorough inspection, he inquired, "What is the property management fee per square meter?" Zhang Xixia's heart leaped with joy. Having prepared for this question, she promptly responded, "Mr. Li, the management fee is 358 yuan per square meter. But central air conditioning and other expenses are calculated separately." In contrast to previous properties, where Lashur had not inquired about fees, it was evident that he was particularly interested in this one. She then took out her phone and thoughtfully calculated. The property area is 390 square meters. The monthly management fee totals 1,396 yuan, which amounts to 16,754 for yuan annually. Lashur nodded and asked, "What about the parking spaces?" This time, it was the male intermediary who answered. The owner purchased 2 parking spaces when they acquired the property, and they are also for sale. What is the occupancy rate for the entire development? The occupancy rate has indeed exceeded 70%, and this particular unit boasts the finest location on the 12th floor, offering expansive views and the most exquisite scenery. Consequently, the price per square meter is somewhat elevated. The current owner has not resided here since the purchase. As you can see, all the furnishings and appliances are brand new. Mr. Li, there has been considerable interest in this unit lately. If you are intrigued, it would be prudent to act swiftly. Lashur chuckled lightly. The owner's asking price stands at 38,000 per square meter. For Tanzhou, where the average price hovers just above 10,000, even with its luxurious and opulent renovations, featuring numerous international brands and even high-end luxury furnishings and materials, this price can be deemed the pinnacle of the market. Situated on the edge of the North Second Ring, the location, apart from the river view, is not particularly exceptional. Standing before the living room window, he surveyed the exterior landscape, noting not only the sweeping vistas and the captivating river scenery but also the presence of a park below, prompting him to inquire. "It is Riverside Park," came the reply. "It is just a short walk of a few dozen meters from the community entrance. Residents who have moved in not only frequent the community gym but also enjoy running and exercising in Riverside Park." Lashur nodded thoughtfully and turned to Zhang Xiaxia, saying, "This unit is worth considering. However, the price is slightly steep. Let us explore other options." Chapter 18. Zhang Xiaxia felt a twinge of regret upon hearing Lashur and Appos as remarks, though she did not express it outwardly. Having worked as a real estate agent for a considerable time, she understood that clients rarely make swift decisions when purchasing a property, especially one of such grandeur. After exiting the community, Lashur did not depart immediately. Instead, he drove around the vicinity, discovering numerous residential complexes nearby, along with ample amenities, including shopping malls, schools, and the line for subway. On the way to view the remaining spacious apartment, Lashur contemplated and addressed Zhang Xiaxia in the passenger seat. "Could you please inquire about the total price for the Phoenix Bay property if we were to include 2 parking spaces?" Zhang Xiaxia, feeling somewhat fatigued, instantly perked up. "Certainly. I will ask right away." After a short while, she shifted her gaze from her phone screen to the driver's seat. "Mr. Li, the seller has quoted 15.2 million for the property with the 2 parking spaces included." Lashur pondered for a moment and softly replied, "In that case, please offer 12.2 million. Zhang Xiaoxiao was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this young Mr. Li would be so aggressive in negotiations, slashing 3 million off the asking price with a mere utterance. All right, I will communicate that to them, she responded. As an agent, she could not dictate her client's wishes and had to muster the courage to negotiate. The last property viewed was the Green City Tianyi, another premier luxury community in Tanzhou, boasting a spacious 320 square meters. After the visit, Li Shi personally felt a stronger inclination towards the previous Phoenix Bay apartment. In the evening, he drove Zhang Xiaoxiao back to her company's storefront. Mr. Li, the owner of the Phoenix Bay property, has responded, stating the lowest price is 15 million and cannot go any lower. Before stepping out of the car, Zhang Xiaoxiao received a WeChat message and promptly declared, I will add 500,000, totaling 12.7 million, and can pay in full. Please communicate this effectively. The global economy is not flourishing, and there are few buyers willing to invest in such luxury properties, especially in Tanzhou. It is rare to find someone like me who can offer immediate cash. Li Shi encouraged her to pursue this line of negotiation, though his bottom line was not to exceed 14.5 million. As he had mentioned, the current global economic climate was less than favorable. If the seller was eager to liquidate the property, he might secure it for less than 14.5 million. Very well, Mr. Li, I will continue to negotiate. Zhang Xiaoxiao felt invigorated upon hearing Li Shi had increased his offer by 500,000 and was willing to pay in full. Li Shi smiled. If we cannot reach an agreement on this one, we will have to continue looking at other options. Please keep your efforts steadfast. As dusk approached, Li Shi parked his car steadily in the underground garage. He noticed a marked improvement in his physical coordination and control, feeling quite adept at handling the steering wheel after a full afternoon of practice. At 11:42 p.m., Li Shi closed the 4th volume of Selections of Chinese Literature. Exhaling deeply, he took a photograph of the book's cover with his phone and posted it on social media. Finally, I have completed my studies. 2 months of hard work. And it has not been easy. At this juncture, he had revisited all Chinese textbooks from elementary school through university. He had toiled for 2 months, exerting effort comparable to the final sprint of his senior year in high school, deserving of a social media commemoration. He summoned his study panel. Name, Li Shi. Physical condition, 11. 8 wealth, 0. 888. Redeem. Currently learning. Chinese, proficient. Completed learning inventory. None. He was still a tad short, just on the cusp of elevating his proficiency from proficient to mastery. This final leap required consolidation and summarization. Li Shi retrieved a stack of A4 paper, extracted a black marker from the pen holder, and after a moment of contemplation, began to write, My summary of Chinese learning. Since starting kindergarten at 5 years old, he had officially learned Chinese in a classroom setting. He began outlining his learning journey from elementary school, ultimately summarizing his insights, focusing on the distinctions between classical Chinese and modern Chinese, categorizing them into phonetics, grammar, and semantics. Phonetics differ significantly. 2 characters in modern Chinese that are entirely distinct may share the same pronunciation in classical Chinese. Additionally, modern Chinese has further simplified and weakened aspects of tone and rhyme. Grammar also varies. For instance, in classical Chinese, nouns can precede verbs to serve as adverbials. Semantics differ as well. The same character may have divergent meanings across eras. For example, Jiang in ancient texts specifically referred to the Yangtze River, whereas in modern Chinese, it connotes river in general. The more he wrote, the better he felt, working tirelessly until the early hours of the morning, completing over 10 pages, feeling a sense of exhilaration akin to savoring a fine elixir. After setting down his pen, he immediately sensed a change within himself and promptly accessed the learning panel once more. Name, Li Shi. Physical condition, 11. 81. Merge. Wealth, 1. 888. Redeem. Currently learning. Chinese, mastery, change learning direction. Completed learning inventory, none. Each discipline or skill is divided into 5 levels: beginner, proficient, mastery, expert, and grandmaster. With each advancement, both physical and wealth attributes increase by 1 point. At any given time, only one discipline or skill may be pursued. Once selected, the branch or level must reach mastery before a change can be made. If one opts to continue learning Chinese, achieving grandmaster level is required before another change, with an additional reward of 10 cubic storage units. At last, Li Shi had attained mastery in Chinese, feeling exuberant. However, he was taken aback upon reading the final notification. 10 cubic storage units? Is that akin to a personal spatial storage unit? As this thought crossed his mind, the learning panel immediately provided a wondrous response. He was overwhelmed with joy. It truly was that kind of personal space. 10 cubic units was quite substantial. Yet, as he calmed down and scrutinized the details, he furrowed his brow. Chinese has been the most remarkable subject I have pursued since childhood. Mastering it has proven to be a formidable challenge, and the aspiration to attain the level of a grandmaster seems almost unfathomable. My undergraduate studies barely led me to proficiency, and ascending to a higher tier would require expertise, akin to becoming a scholar of the Chinese language. Beyond that, the pinnacle of mastery is reserved for the grandmasters. The profundity and complexity of Chinese render the quest for mastery a daunting endeavor. Sigh, how should I proceed from here? For a moment, Li Shi found himself ensnared in the dilemma of choice. Opting for a simpler path would necessitate starting anew, yet the pursuit of Chinese mastery offers no clear endpoint. Perhaps it is best to relinquish these thoughts for now. It is late, and I shall first harmonize my physical attributes and take a restful slumber before deciding. Chapter 19. Skills in need of improvement. The following morning, shortly after 10, Li Shi awoke feeling invigorated, his entire being brimming with vitality. He raised his fists, envisioning the strength to vanquish the wild boars of his hometown, Haney de Ridge, with a single blow. Summoning the learning panel, he observed, Name, Li Shi Physique, 12. 8 Wealth, 1. 888, Exchange. Currently learning, Chinese, proficient, change learning direction, completed learning repository, none, should he choose to continue studying Chinese. He must reach the master level before he can change again, simultaneously earning a reward of 10 cubic storage spaces. With a physique of 12. 8. He certainly stood out among his peers, yet, his thoughts drifted toward whether he should change his course of study, causing him to become conflicted. Each time he fused attribute points, a peculiar stickiness clung to him, requiring 2 washes with shower gel to feel lighter. A mere jump could send him soaring. After drying off, Li Shi stood before the mirror, his bare upper body reflecting muscular definition, not overly exaggerated, but possessing a uniquely harmonious aesthetic. Which woman could resist drooling at this? He chuckled. Not one to indulge in vanity, he nonetheless admired his well-proportioned physique, feeling a sudden urge to capture the moment. He picked up his phone and snapped 2 photos, initially contemplating sharing them on social media like those fitness enthusiasts, but his reserved nature held him back. Mornings following the fusion of attribute points often left him particularly hungry. He ventured to his favorite rice noodle shop, ordering 2 bowls of noodles, one with stir-fried beef and another with black fungus and tofu. He devoured the meal, savoring the satisfaction of a slightly distended belly as he ambled back to his community, taking his time to stroll through the landscaped areas. By 11, he found himself alone in the quiet neighborhood, allowing his mind to wander. As he walked, he noticed an unfamiliar yellow flower blooming in a flower bed, its beauty accentuated by the sunlight. Unable to resist, he captured several photos with his phone. Li Shi's interest in photography dated back to his elementary school days. In 2nd grade, a newly graduated teacher from the Normal University arrived at the village school, bringing with him a film camera. The specific model eluded Li Shi's memory, but he recalled the teacher taking numerous photos of the students, including 2 of him standing before the small waterfall in Zhupa Bay, grinning widely with his white teeth on display. It was a moment of pure joy at the age of 7, his first experience of having his picture taken alone. Li Shi took out his phone, logged into QQ, and found the old photos in his album. After acquiring a smartphone, he had captured thousands of images, filling his QQ album with memories. However, as pressures mounted over the years, he lost the desire to take photos. For adults burdened with mortgages, car payments, and family responsibilities often found pursuing hobbies a luxury, especially while managing debts. Yet now, free from financial constraints, Li Shi found himself contemplating a shift in his learning focus. He resolved to temporarily abandon his study of Chinese in favor of pursuing photography, a skill he had long cherished. Nevertheless, his thoughts first turned to subjects he had studied since childhood: mathematics, physics, chemistry, history, geography, and biology. Each of these foundational disciplines, like Chinese, boasted profound depth. After much deliberation, he concluded that he should select a specialized branch or a relatively singular skill to facilitate a quicker attainment of proficiency. Achieving proficiency would allow him to change his learning direction again, necessitating a focus on simpler subjects. After strolling in the shadows of the building and organizing his thoughts, Li Shi returned to his residence, reclining on the sofa as he searched for information related to geography on his phone. Throughout his academic journey, geography had been his strongest subject, surpassing even language studies. The primary branches of geography include physical geography, human geography, and a variety of other subdisciplines. If one were to delve deeper, physical geography could be subdivided into biogeography, climatology, oceanography, geomorphology, and hydrology, while human geography might be divided into cultural geography, development geography, economic geography, historical geography, and military geography, among others. Additional branches encompass cartography, toponymy, applied geography, local chronicles, geographic information systems, landscape ecology, and geospatial information science. Upon thorough examination and research, Leisure realized that proficiency in any branch required a substantial foundation of geographical knowledge. The realization overwhelmed him. He had initially overlooked the necessity of extensive foundational study before pursuing specialized branches. With a sigh, he decided to focus on mastering a singular skill instead, aiming to accumulate more attribute points: photography, driving, calligraphy, computer operations. After some reflection, he summoned the learning panel, contemplating the prospect of shifting his focus to small vehicle driving skills. The prompt response filled him with delight. Driving skills encompassed a wide array of categories: small vehicle driving, large vehicle driving, specialized vehicle driving, aircraft piloting, aircraft carrier navigation, and even spacecraft operation. The main variable lay in the learning panel's restrictions on the breakdown of broader skills. After further contemplation, he tested the waters by inquiring whether he could change his learning direction to Volvo XC90 driving techniques, small off-road vehicle driving techniques, small car driving techniques, or smartphone photography techniques. After receiving numerous negative responses, Leisure gradually discerned the limitations of the learning panel. Half an hour later, he resolved to choose between small vehicle driving and camera photography as the next phase of his studies. The car has already been purchased, and based on his driving skills, he is likely to reach the beginner and proficient level swiftly. After careful consideration, he formally entertained the idea of changing his learning direction, and in the next moment, the learning panel underwent a transformation. Name: Leisure Physique. 12. 8 Wealth. 1. 888. Redeemable. Currently learning. Small vehicle driving, not yet begun. Completed learning repository. Chinese, proficient. Henceforth, his primary focus would be to enhance his driving skills. However, photography, as his next preferred field of study, could also be previewed in advance. Whenever he has free time, he can familiarize himself with various cameras. With his learning direction firmly established, Leisure was restless and immediately began searching online for the question bank for the written examination of the driving license test. Just then, a notification from WeChat chimed. Upon opening it, he was somewhat taken aback to find a message from his former female supervisor, Wei Shulan. Why would she suddenly reach out to me? Chapter 20. The meeting with the female superior. Leisure. It has been a while. May I ask if you have been in touch with Li Guiming recently? It turned out she was seeking Li Guiming. Leisure suddenly recalled that during their last meeting, Li Guiming had mentioned being blocked by Wei Shulan on WeChat. At that time, he had drunkenly expressed some inappropriate thoughts about her. Could it be that something had transpired between them? Leisure opened Li Guiming and Oppo's WeChat, intending to inquire, but hesitated as he began to type. Never mind. Such trivial matters were not worth his concern. He dismissed Wei Shulan's message and turned his focus to studying the question bank for the driving license exam. This theoretical knowledge repository was something he had already gone through when he first obtained his license. The content was exceedingly simple. His recent 2 months of studying Chinese had significantly improved his reading comprehension. He could swiftly and efficiently extract information from the questions, grasping the intent of the examiners, which naturally accelerated his answering speed. In no time, he completed 10 questions, glancing at the clock to find it had been less than 3 minutes. The question bank contained a total of 973 questions. He could finish it all in one afternoon. Calculating the time, Leisure felt invigorated. Half an hour later, while he was engrossed in his studies, his WeChat chimed several times. Setting down his tablet and picking up his phone, he saw it was still messages from Wei Shulan. Leisure, are you there? Regarding your last leave of absence, I was in the wrong. I overreacted, and my attitude on the call was poor. I apologize. To express my regret, I would like to treat you to dinner. Please give me a chance. 3 consecutive messages left Leisure momentarily stunned. The workplace powerhouse, who typically regarded others with disdain, was apologizing to him. He quickly realized that after 2 months, there must be a reason for her sudden contrition, likely related to Li Guiming. Instead of replying to Wei Shulan immediately, he first messaged Li Guiming. Li Guiming promptly sent a contact number along with some personal interests, followed by a voice message delivered in a significant tone. Brother, this is my ex-wife's brother-in-law's private contact. Their family runs a chain of restaurants, and they are the major clients Wei Shulan has been courting. Don't just hand it over to her. Negotiate a bit. Wink, wink, you know what I mean. I'm waiting for your triumphant news. Li Shi was taken aback for a moment, responding with a cheeky emoji. He then asked, is it all right if I give her this personal contact? Li Guiming replied, well, I have no relations with my ex-wife anymore, so it doesn't matter. Just do as you see fit. The tone of Li Guiming's voice reminded Li Shi of their previous conversation, and images of Wei Shulan's alluring figure flickered in his mind. From a man's perspective, her physique was indeed captivating, and her face was quite attractive. Why would he refuse a free meal? It wasn't he, just for any reason. After 2 months of solitude, he felt a yearning to reconnect with old colleagues and acquaintances. He opened Wei Shulan's WeChat again and typed, President Wei. I apologize for the late response. It's nothing serious. It has been so long that I nearly forgot. Where shall we dine? Setting down his phone, Li Shi chuckled to himself. After being exploited by her for 2 years, it wouldn't be unreasonable to enjoy a meal or two, would it? Before long. Wei Shulan sent a location, Lily Fishing Port Restaurant, tonight at 7. I'll be waiting for you. Li Shi did not dwell on the matter. He was young and vigorous, naturally attracted to women, yet through months of study and the growth of his wealth, his perspective and mentality had matured. Not just any woman could captivate him. After completing over 20 more questions, his WeChat chimed again. Frustrated by the interruptions to his studies, he frowned but clicked to open the message, which was from real estate agent Zhang Shexia. Mr. Li, is it convenient to talk? Li Shi promptly initiated a voice call. Mr. Li, after much negotiation on my part, I have been in continuous communication with them since last night, and they have finally agreed to a price reduction. It has dropped by a full 500,000, now at 14,500,000. However, they insist on a full cash payment and a swift transaction. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Shexia joyfully reported the news. Li Shi realized his assumptions had been correct. The homeowner was indeed eager to sell. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he replied, a reduction of 500,000 is commendable, but it still exceeds my ideal price. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, since they are sincere about selling, I am equally earnest in buying. I'll raise my offer by 70,000 to 13,500,000. That is my maximum offer. If they agree, we can proceed with the cash transaction immediately. Though 14,500,000 had reached his upper limit, as a buyer, it was always preferable to spend less. After all, his money was hard-earned through diligent study. After finishing the call with Zhang Shexia, he studied uninterrupted for the next 4 hours, thoroughly reviewing the entire question bank for the first subject. Soon, he would practice driving on the road, and he would be close to mastering the basics. Checking the time, he noted it was nearly 6:30. He tidied himself up, grabbed his car keys, and drove to Lily Fishing Port Restaurant in the Lushan district. Upon exiting the car, he took a moment to glance at his study panel, which still indicated not yet a novice in driving. He had attempted starting, parallel parking, straight driving, and lane changes, but had yet to practice reversing into a parking space or hill parking. It was still early evening, and there was night driving to consider. He calculated that he could likely elevate his driving skills to the novice level tonight, which filled him with delight. Having just received a skill point last night, he would have the opportunity to earn another tonight. How exhilarating. By 6:55, Li Shi composed himself and quickened his pace toward the restaurant. The server led him to a private room, and upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Wei Shulan, whom he had not seen in 2 months. Before his eyes, a glimmer of surprise emerged. Wei Shulan had unexpectedly donned a qipao today, on a woman of her tall and voluptuous stature. The qipao was nothing short of an exquisite advantage. Li Shi, after 2 months of absence, had transformed into an exceptionally handsome figure. Wei Shulan seemed to have forgotten their previous minor discord, approaching him like an old friend, taking his arm to appraise him, and immediately engaging him with her melodious voice. Li Shi, feeling the gentle touch and inhaling the faint fragrance of her perfume, couldn't help but smile. He had a premonition that this evening's meal would indeed be a delightful experience. Chapter 21. Introduction to driving skills. In this moment, Wei Shulan appeared increasingly radiant. Li Shi, not one for pleasantries, found himself appraising her just as she scrutinized him. The woman wore a vintage short-sleeved floral qipao that accentuated her figure, cinched at the waist and revealing a daring slit that nearly reached her upper thighs. Yet, the focal point was not merely her attire. It was the realization that Li Shi had previously underestimated her. Her proportions were undoubtedly impressive, at least a D-cup. Even Li Shi, typically composed, found it difficult to divert his gaze for a full 1.8 seconds before shifting his attention to her delicately made-up face. Li Shi, I must apologize for my past missteps, Wei Shulan began, explaining that she had been embroiled in a tumultuous divorce, which had adversely affected her mood. A sentiment she should not have carried into the workplace. As she spoke, she reached for a chilled bottle of Tsingtao beer, intending to pour him a conciliatory drink. Li Shi raised a hand to stop her. Wei, I have plans for the evening. Let us forego the alcohol and share a cup of tea instead. He was scheduled to practice driving that night and would not allow anything, not even Wei Shulan, to disrupt his plans. Nevertheless, recognizing her humble demeanor and understanding her rationale, he added, it is no great matter. Workplace conflicts are inevitable, and I have already moved past it. Wei Shulan observed Li Shi, noting his sincerity, and smiled, not pressing the issue further. As their teacups clinked, she took the initiative to steer the conversation for a few minutes. Once the dishes arrived, she presented him with a piece of the signature three-color fish, a specialty of the establishment, made with fresh fish from Dongding Lake. You must try this. It is quite exquisite, she encouraged. Li Shi sampled the dish, savoring the tender meat infused with a spicy, sweet flavor, and could not help but praise it. After they had dined for a while, Wei Shulan sensed the atmosphere had shifted positively, and said, let us put our past behind us. I must ask for your assistance today. We have worked together for over 2 years, and I do not wish to beat around the bush. She explained that she was now an entrepreneur seeking a major client, who happened to be the brother-in-law of Li Guiming's ex-wife. She required this individual's personal contact information and insights into his interests. I have approached Li Guiming, but he declined. I am aware of your close relationship and your frequent visits to therapy together. She paused for a moment, choosing her words carefully, before continuing. If you could persuade Li Guiming, I would be willing to offer you a finder's fee of 5,000 yuan. What do you say? Are you attempting to buy my assistance? He queried, though he understood the gravity of her need. I genuinely require this client. Previously, I received a steady salary while working for others, unaware of the pressures of entrepreneurship. Now, I have invested everything into this venture, and I am faced with numerous challenges. So, Li Shi, would you please help me? Wei Shulan, sensing that Li Shi might misconstrue her desperation, quickly elaborated on her plight, her eyes pleading as they met his. He could not help but admire her striking features and expressive eyes, which seemed to possess an enchanting quality, especially considering the allure of her figure. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated making unreasonable demands inspired by Li Guiming's provocations. However, he restrained himself, redirecting his gaze to a piece of spicy fish, savoring the flavor before smiling and responding, very well, transfer the funds to me first, and I will attempt to speak with him, though I cannot guarantee success. Wei Shulan hesitated for a moment before decisively agreeing, excellent. As long as you are willing to assist, I will transfer the money immediately. She retrieved her phone and promptly made the transaction via WeChat. Li Shi smiled as he accepted the funds. Once they had nearly finished their meal, while Wei Shulan went to settle the bill, he transferred the money to Li Guiming through Alipay, which did not require confirmation from the recipient. After completing the transaction, he sent a brief message to Li Guiming outlining the situation. Li Guiming quickly responded, Bro, I was expecting you to deliver some good news. And this is what I get? Li Shi chuckled and replied, You are mistaken. I am a man of integrity. You're just a closet romantic. Integrity, my foot. I have to go now, busy with a game, Li Shi replied, pocketing his phone with a smile. Despite Wei Shulan's lowly posture when seeking his help, he knew that if he were to make any excessive demands, she would likely turn on him without hesitation. After settling the bill and returning to the parking area, Wei Shulan inquired, Where are you headed? I can give you a ride. She drove an orange BMW X2. No need. I recently bought a car, Li Shi replied, producing his car keys from his pocket to demonstrate. Wei Shulan was genuinely surprised. Her colleagues were well aware of Li Shi's financial constraints, as he typically dressed in a few inexpensive outfits from Taobao. Is that a temporary license plate Volvo? Have you come into money? She asked, astonished, recognizing the vehicle's value despite her limited automotive knowledge. Li Shi nodded. Yes, the plates are still being processed. I must take my leave now. He drove toward the river, finding a quiet spot to park after a couple of minutes. He then copied and pasted the information about Li Guiming's ex-wife's brother-in-law to send to Wei Shulan, adding a note. Wei, I have transferred the finder's fee to Li Guiming. Thank you for the meal. At that moment, Wei Shulan remained in her BMW X2, using the photo she had just taken to identify the Volvo on a car app. Upon receiving his message, she was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she suddenly laughed, realizing how interesting Li Shi was, a quality she had previously overlooked. Following the navigation directions, Li Shi drove for a few minutes along Shaoxiang North Road toward Phoenix Bay, entering the riverside scenic area. After a while, uncertain of his whereabouts as the GPS recalibrated, he eventually retraced his path. By the time he returned home, it was already 10:30. He received a message from Wei Shulan during his practice, but he was too engrossed to respond. In the underground parking garage, he deliberately attempted to reverse into a parking space. The moment he parked the car, a sudden awareness surged within him, prompting the manifestation of a learning panel. Name, Li Shi Physique, 12. 81, Fusion status, Wealth, 2. 888, Redemption status, currently learning, Beginner driving small vehicle, learning completed, Chinese, proficient. Indeed, he had made progress in small vehicle driving, achieving a new level. Li Shi beamed at the learning panel, his gaze lingering on the wealth attribute points, reveling for a moment in the figure of 2,888. This amount could be exchanged for 2,888 kilograms of any substance he had once possessed. With this modest reserve of wealth attributes, he felt no immediate pang of regret over redeeming materials. His attention then shifted to the physique attribute. While the wealth attribute was sufficient for his needs, the physique attribute held greater significance for him in the long run. The higher his physique attribute, the healthier he would become. As he basked in these pleasant thoughts, his phone chimed again. Picking it up, he saw it was still Wei Shulan. Li Shi, why haven't you replied? You aren't already asleep, are you? If you're awake, how about coming out for a drink? Chapter 22. A collector like you, is it really appropriate for someone of your stature to call for a night out? Li Shi glanced at the clock. It was nearly 11 at night. Mr. Wei, I was driving and didn't check my phone. If you're busy, just say so, he said as he exited the vehicle and ascended the stairs. He intended to ponder the specifics of enhancing his driving skills for the next phase. In addition to integrating the newly acquired physical attribute points, he was occupied and truly had no time for mere revelry. Upon reaching his apartment, Li Shi completed 100 push-ups and squats. After a refreshing shower, he checked his phone to find a reply from Wei Shulan. Nothing much. Just curious how you suddenly came into wealth. Playful, just as he suspected. Li Shi couldn't help but chuckle, tapping out 8 terse characters. Business secret, no comment. Smiling, he tossed his phone aside, turned on the television, casually switched to a CCTV news channel, and comfortably settled into his sofa. Picking up his tablet to search for ways for beginners to rapidly improve their driving skills. Practice more. Start by following other vehicles. Avoid deliberately steering clear of congested roads. After a while of searching, Li Shi began to synthesize various online suggestions, categorizing them into several key areas. Familiarize oneself with traffic regulations. Understanding what actions are permissible while driving. For him, this meant not only mastering domestic rules, but also international regulations, particularly the unique laws of major countries. Acquaint oneself with vehicles, grasping the fundamental mechanics of several common small cars, which aids in comprehending the principles behind each driving maneuver. Master proper driving techniques and gain hands-on experience with various vehicle types, sedans, SUVs, MPVs, sports cars, pickups, and the increasingly popular electric vehicles. Li Shi organized his learning strategy for the next stage and contemplated whether to seek a professional instructor. He searched online and discovered that the usual route led only to private instructors from driving schools. The mere mention of driving schools triggered memories of his past experiences filled with reprimands while learning to drive. I only need to reach a competent level, he mused. Generally, skilled drivers, with additional knowledge of international regulations and vehicle theory, would suffice. He decided to first try self-study through online tutorials. If the results fell short, he could then find a private tutor. On Bilibili, he entered driving instruction into the search bar. And the first video that appeared was an old driving tutorial featuring an instructor with a distinct broadcasting tone, introducing himself. My name is Ping'an, simply Ping'an, a professional driving instructor. As he watched, he realized that despite its dated presentation, the 2-hour tutorial was packed with valuable content. He promptly saved it. Soon, he found another driving tutorial aired on an official television channel, lasting over 6 hours and equally informative. This is a comprehensive guide, he thought. Bilibili offered not only dance videos but a wealth of other resources. He continued to save various tutorials, then began watching them at 1.5 times the speed. Due to the need to integrate the newly acquired physical attribute points, he did not study too late, retiring at 1 in the morning. The following morning, before 7, he arose feeling remarkably refreshed. His integrated physical attribute of 1387 now surpassed that of most individuals worldwide. In the morning, Li Shi practiced driving for 2 hours, traveling from the southern part of the city to the north, then looping around the second ring road. Upon returning, he continued to watch the tutorial videos on Bilibili at an accelerated pace. Additionally, he gathered knowledge about foreign traffic regulations and driving techniques, alternating between the two. After lunch, he took a brief nap, then went out for another 2 hours of practice, specifically driving on an elevated highway. On his way back, he noted changes on his learning panel. Name, Leisure Physical Attribute, 13. 8 Wealth, 2. 888. Redeem? Currently learning. Small car driving. Beginner. Completed learning library. Chinese. Proficient. The 4 hours of practical driving today, coupled with last night's and this afternoon's theoretical study, had elevated his small car driving from beginner to beginner. The focused study of a singular skill indeed accelerated progress, though attaining master-level rewards would likely diminish correspondingly. Contemplating the master-level reward of a 10-cubic storage space for Chinese proficiency made Li Shi feel a twinge of excitement. Upon returning to his residence, he dedicated another half hour to studying international traffic knowledge. Just then, a call came in from Zhou Yajuan of the auction house. After a brief conversation, he paused his studies to consider what to present at the upcoming autumn auction at the Dijia Auction Company. Should he offer pink diamonds or continue with jadeite? He stood up and moved to the living room window, stretching his limbs. After careful consideration, he resolved to submit jadeite once more. Building on the previous jade bracelet's success, presenting more jade would not seem out of place. It would create a sense of expectation. With over 30 million in his bank account, Li Shi felt no urgency regarding finances. He preferred to extend his vision over the coming years, gradually introducing valuable items without haste. First, he would present jadeite, then perhaps diamonds in the following year or the year after. What style should he choose this time? In the high-end jadeite collecting market, the most sought-after color is invariably green, with the most popular pieces being understated bracelets and bead chains. Having previously sold a bracelet, should he opt for a bead chain this time? Historically, the quality of jadeite bead chains at auctions often surpasses that of bracelets in terms of texture and color, and a strand of beads typically weighs significantly more than a bracelet, commanding higher prices, some even exceeding 100 million. Quality seemed manageable. He could make another trip to Pingzhou or Nanyuan province, spending a bit more to secure authentic, vibrant green glass-grade small pieces. However, weight was another consideration. He opened WeChat and sent a message to Zhou Yajuan. Are there any quality jadeite pieces among the items you've collected for this auction? Zhou Yajuan replied, Mr. Li. Not yet. Our jewelry department is negotiating with a collector like yourself for a top-tier bead chain. If the negotiations succeed, it could become one of the highlights of our autumn auction, but progress has been slow thus far. Zhou Yajuan, Mr. Li. If you still have any exquisite jadeite to part with, this occasion presents a remarkable opportunity. Li Shi pondered for a moment and replied, I possess a bracelet, crafted from a single piece of material of acceptable quality and a circumference of 56 gold. Are you interested? He had made up his mind. This time he would choose the bracelet. It need not necessarily be the pièce d'assistance. Securing a smooth transaction for cash would suffice. Moreover, he could reference the previous bracelet, claiming it was cut from the same material, leaving no room for scrutiny. Zhou Yajuan, Mr. Li. Do you have any visual documentation? Chapter 23. The purchase of a home. As the items had yet to be exchanged, there were naturally no visual materials available. Li Shi pondered for a moment before responding. How about this? In a few days, I will bring the items to your company. He considered his rapidly improving driving skills. After practicing in the city for a couple of days, he felt it was time to venture onto the highway and refine his abilities through long-distance driving. This time, he planned to drive to Hu City. After concluding his conversation with Zhou Yajuan, he immediately opened the Penguin Maps app and searched for the route from Tanzhou to Hu City. The total distance was approximately 100 kilometers, with an estimated travel time of over 12 hours. There were 2 routes available. One route included taking the Hongrui Expressway, then transitioning to the Huyun Expressway, allowing for a detour to Sioux City and a visit to Taihu Lake. The alternative route involved taking the Hanchong Expressway followed by the Changshan Expressway, which would enable him to explore Hang City before heading to Hu City. Li Shi scrutinized both routes, noting numerous opportunities for sightseeing along the way. However, since this trip primarily aimed to practice driving with a side of photography, and given the solitude of traveling alone, he decided to choose a route spontaneously when the time came. He put his phone away and continued studying, watching tutorial videos at 1.5 times the speed. He was diligent in his studies. Whenever he encountered knowledge or techniques he found useful, he would pause to watch and memorize them, intending to practice them when driving. As his physical attributes improved, Li Shi noticed significant enhancements not only in strength, speed, and endurance but also in his memory. Although the improvement in memory was not as pronounced as in other areas, he could certainly feel the difference, especially when it came to reciting information, which he could now do much more swiftly. Initially puzzled by the relationship between improved physical attributes and enhanced memory, he later realized it was quite logical. Considering the brain is indeed part of the body, the Shiguangui driving tutorial proved to be exceedingly practical for him. The specialized exercises for maneuvering in an H-shaped or S-shaped pattern were explained far more effectively than by his previous driving instructor, who had failed to provide such detailed operational insights and potential challenges. After watching a particular video tutorial, Li Shi felt an urge to go downstairs and practice driving. Just as he was about to leave, his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was a local number he did not recognize. Having recently made several online purchases, he assumed it was a delivery call. However, a soft, sweet voice greeted him. "Hello, may I speak to Mr. Li Shi? We are calling regarding insurance." After a brief moment, he hung up, somewhat exasperated. Having just purchased a car, he had received numerous calls from insurance salespeople. The leakage of personal information these days was alarmingly rampant. While he was still lamenting this, his phone rang again, this time from the real estate agent, Zhang Xiaxia, who wished to arrange a meeting to discuss the property. Glancing at the time, which had already passed 5 o'clock, he invited her to dinner. This time, they dined on Hunan cuisine, at a restaurant run by a Yongzhou owner specializing in blood duck. After finding a cozy booth and placing their order, Zhang Xiaxia, dressed in a white blouse and skirt, began to share the outcomes of her negotiations regarding the property price. "Mr. Li, we have had numerous discussions with the homeowner, and after much communication, they have finally agreed to reduce the price by another 200,000, bringing it to 14,300,000. However, they have stated this as their final offer. If it does not work for you, they will not continue negotiations. Based on my understanding of the market conditions, this offer is indeed reasonable. The homeowner appears to be eager to sell for cash. Otherwise, such a significant concession would be unlikely. Mr. Li, from 15,200,000 to 14,300,000 is a reduction of 90,000, which is quite rare in our industry. Perhaps you could consider this?" Li Shi felt pleased at the prospect of an additional reduction of 200,000. After contemplating, he concluded that while the agent might have varying narratives from both sides, it was unlikely they were misleading him. Further concessions from the homeowner seemed improbable. He paused momentarily before inquiring, "You must have conducted a property rights investigation for this apartment, correct?" A glimmer of joy sparkled in Zhang Xiaxia's eyes as she eagerly replied, "Of course, we are the most reputable and capable real estate agency in Tanzhou, and we specialize in this area. The property rights, land status, and other rights certificates for this spacious apartment are all in order, with no mortgages or liens. Here is the investigation report for your review." After perusing the documents, Li Shi reflected on the apartment and Oppo's as condition, the community environment, the size, layout, and beautiful river view, all of which he desired. With the price now nearly settled, he nodded and said, "Let us arrange to proceed with the paperwork." Zhang Xiaxia had been waiting for this affirmation. She sprang from her chair and hurriedly made her way outside, exclaiming, "I will call them right away." Observing her graceful exit from the restaurant, Li Shi mused that sales was not an easy profession. To close a deal, one must blur the lines of work hours, sacrificing personal time to accompany clients for dinner. When the dishes arrived, Zhang Xiaxia had yet to return. Li Shi refrained from starting without her. Although he was technically the client in this situation, he prided himself on being a civilized and cultured individual. Not wishing to merely wait idly, he took out his phone and, for a rare moment, opted not to study, but instead indulged in some leisurely scrolling through Douyin. Today felt like a break from the rigors of study, a time to relax and enjoy the entertainment. With sufficient wealth attribute points, he intentionally slowed his pace of learning, recognizing the importance of a rich and vibrant life alongside diligent study. Striving for knowledge was ultimately to enhance the enjoyment of life. After a while of watching videos, he noticed that beyond the various singing and dancing performers, the algorithm predominantly suggested live streams selling mobile phones and cars. Soon enough, he stumbled upon a particularly eye-catching one featuring a glamorous host in a short skirt selling a Ferrari. "Ah, even the algorithm knows I have come into some wealth," Li Shi thought, surmising that this was likely linked to his recent spending habits and online searches. Moments later, Zhang Xiaxia returned, her face beaming with excitement, and asked, "Mr. Li, would it be convenient for you to finalize the paperwork tomorrow morning?" "Certainly," he replied. After finishing their meal at the restaurant, Zhang Xiaxia intended to return to her company to prepare materials for the following day. Li Shi initially contemplated offering her a ride, only to discover that she had driven herself in a brand new, trendy vehicle, a pink Wuling Hongguang Mini. I just bought it. It's quite inconvenient without a car. What do you think, Mr. Li? This car is rather charming, ISN and Oppos. See it? Li Shi smiled and nodded, bidding her farewell with a wave. He did not rush back. Instead, he drove to Phoenix Bay, took a leisurely tour, and practiced driving in the bustling area before finally returning to his residence after 9 o'clock. The following morning, the paperwork was efficiently handled by the intermediary company. After signing the physical contract and completing the online signing, he paid the taxes for the transfer and learned that in a few days, he would receive the new property certificate. After parting ways with Zhang Xiaxia and her companions, Li Shi sought out a telecommunications office to acquire a new phone card. Subsequently, he visited various banks to update his mobile number with the Bank of China, the Construction Bank, and the Agricultural Bank and Transportation Bank, while continuing to use his previous mobile number for the Industrial and Commercial Bank. Afterward, he also changed his license plate. Having spent the day driving, he noted that his progress on the learning panel had advanced from beginner to novice, with only a slight distance remaining until an upgrade. Chapter 24, Mr. Li, shall we celebrate? Upon returning to his residence, he first retrieved 2 packages from the delivery locker. With his driving skills reaching a level of proficiency, he had decided that his next venture would be photography, thus he commenced some preparatory work, akin to a student's pre-class revision. In addition to scouring the internet for video tutorials, he acquired a plethora of physical textbooks, including The Beauty of Imagery, The Aesthetics of Vision, and a specialized guide for portrait photography titled Portraits in Progress, Practical Cases, and Post-Processing. The 2 packages he received contained books, while the recommended Nikon Z5 beginner kit was yet to arrive. He purchased this mirrorless camera from JD.com at a promotional price of under 9,000 yuan. In the past, Li Shi would have needed to save for 2 months to afford such a luxury, requiring him to forego meals and rent. Yet, within the realm of photography equipment, this was merely an entry-level device, and he had yet to acquire a slightly better lens. After unboxing the packages, he set the books aside and eagerly examined the newly arrived camera. This full-frame mirrorless camera, although an entry-level model, was more than sufficient for a novice learner. After fiddling with it for a while, he casually took a few indoor photographs and noted a distinct quality, seemingly surpassing that of his smartphone. Engaging in activities that genuinely piqued his interest was intoxicating. He lost track of time. And it was not until he received a WeChat message from Zhang Xiaxia that he realized he had intended to watch driving tutorials. Zhang Xiaxia, Mr. Li, are you busy? Today, amidst the flurry of paperwork, I completely forgot to extend my congratulations in person. Here, I formally congratulate you on acquiring your new home. She also included a congratulatory red envelope of 188 yuan. Li Shi was pleasantly surprised and gratefully accepted the red envelope. The amount was of little consequence. It was the sentiment that mattered. Thank you. I didn't expect to receive a congratulatory red envelope. You are the first to congratulate me. How thoughtful. Once I move in, I shall invite you over. He replied with a smile, then put away the camera and picked up the tablet on the coffee table. Opening Bilibili to find his saved tutorial videos, he tossed in 2 coins before continuing to watch at 1.5x speed. He adhered to a principle. Always contribute before enjoying content created by others. Certainly, Mr. Li, do let me know when that time comes. However, with such a grand residence, how is it that you haven't received congratulations from friends and family? Upon reading Zhang Xiaxia's message, Li Shi paused momentarily. Indeed, having purchased such a substantial property, he felt surprisingly composed. He hadn't mentioned it to anyone and had never considered a celebration, seemingly more thrilled about the new camera. After a brief moment of contemplation, he chuckled to himself, realizing 2 reasons for his demeanor. First, the property deed still needed to be finalized, and he had yet to move in, lacking a sense of reality. Second, with his learning panel in hand, he could effortlessly exchange a few grams of jade or diamonds for wealth amounting to tens of millions. To Zhang Xiaxia and her peers, that house might represent an unattainable dream, yet to him, it subconsciously equated to a mere fractional wealth attribute point. He summoned the learning panel and noted, I still have 888 wealth attribute points. Li Shi opened the input box and replied, because I haven't informed them about my house purchase. 3 kilometers away, in the shared apartment of Zhang Xiaxia and her colleagues. She read Li Shi's message and was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a sigh. Indeed, these affluent individuals were unlike the rest. Had it been her purchasing such a splendid residence, she would have announced it across family groups, friend circles, and social media. Yet, Mr. Li had not mentioned a word to anyone. The ability to pay over 10 million in cash for a luxury home was not typical of the wealthy. Most of the wealthy second-generation individuals she knew could hardly muster 500,000 in cash. Moreover, he was rather handsome. Zhang Xiaxia felt a rush of impulse and, after a moment's hesitation, typed, "Mr. Li, would you care to join me for a drink to celebrate?" With her heart racing, she sent the message, uncertain yet hopeful. She did not intend for anything serious. She merely wished to connect with someone of genuine strength and capability, though she would not shy away from any potential developments. However, as she waited, several minutes passed before the WeChat notification chimed. "No need. You've worked hard all day. Please take a good rest." Zhang Xiaxia. A wave of inexplicable indignation surged within her. After Li Shi declined Zhang Xiaxia's invitation, he resumed watching tutorials. A few minutes later, his phone chimed multiple times. He did not rush to check, but instead waited until the tutorial completed a segment before picking up his phone, only to find nothing. Zhang Xiaxia had retracted all 3 messages. What was going on? Li Shi sent a puzzled emoji in response. Zhang Xiaxia replied promptly. Sticking out tongue. I had originally sent a selfie, wanting to show off my outfit, but I felt the photo wasn't quite right, so I retracted it. If you have matters to attend to, please feel free to carry on. We can arrange another time. A photo? Previously, when he engaged in group chats, he enjoyed encouraging everyone to share their pictures, piquing his curiosity. He inquired, "What photo? Perhaps I could help you determine if it truly isn't flattering?" It seemed she had been waiting for this very question, as she responded instantly. Sure. She then sent 3 selfies. In the photos, she donned a thin white t-shirt, rather short, with a netted side strap revealing her slim waist, paired with ultra-short blue shorts and white stockings. At first glance, it was a youthful and vibrant ensemble. But wait, changing to a different angle, he discovered that the fabric around the lower abdomen extended into the trousers, revealing that it was, in fact, a bodysuit. Such a style, is it not rather uncomfortable? Li Shi was taken aback. The young women of today certainly know how to have fun. Moreover, are they truly so unreserved? This photograph could be considered rather private, and yet, it was sent directly for his eyes. Li Shi chuckled to himself, recalling how no girl had ever sent him such images before. He pondered that the allure of wealth is indeed potent. It can transform the unattractive into something appealing, and enhance the charm of those already pleasing to the eye. His stomach growled. After a modest dinner of Lanzhou beef noodles, he found himself hungry once more just hours later. Suddenly, he felt a craving for the grilled beef fat from the late-night eatery Sanmao barbecue. However, dining alone for a midnight snack seemed rather dull, and fortuitously, he had a free companion to join him. He typed a reply, "Quite beautiful indeed. I'm heading out for a late-night snack shortly. Would you care to join me?" Chapter 25. Upgrading driving skills in Tanzhou. Countless late-night eateries bear the name Sanmao barbecue, offering a varied palette of flavors. However, among the quintessential offerings, one is certain to find delectable dishes such as flavored shrimp, snails, and clams, alongside an array of grilled skewers and fish. Li Shi drove to the Sanmao barbecue in Lijiang Night Market, a place he had frequented during company gatherings, where their grilled beef fat and garlic leaf ribs were utterly exquisite, leaving diners yearning for more. Just as he placed his order, Zhang Xiaxiao arrived. Perhaps feeling a touch of embarrassment from her previous outfit, she had changed into a simple white t-shirt devoid of logos, paired with snug blue jeans and a black bag. Unlike the innocent allure captured in the earlier photographs, she now exuded a youthful and capable demeanor, particularly with her long, slender legs accentuated by the jeans. The two engaged in conversation, the mood markedly different from their previous interactions. Whereas they had once occupied the roles of client and salesperson, the atmosphere now resembled that of familiar friends enjoying a meal together, relaxed and cheerful. Upon the arrival of their drinks, Zhang Xiaxia playfully inquired, "Li, why not indulge in some beer to celebrate? Are you not driving?" "Not at all. I took a taxi today. What celebration is complete without a drink?" Li Shi chuckled, prompting the server to bring a few bottles of Tsingtao beer, adding, "I did drive here, but I can always call for a chauffeur." As they dined and conversed, Zhang Xiaxia took the lead in steering the topics, transitioning from housing prices to celebrities who purchased homes in Tanzhou, and then to various entertainment industry gossip, finally landing on travel and cuisine. Li Shi, genuinely hungry, concentrated on devouring the feast before him, his appetite having increased alongside his physical conditioning. Most of the sumptuous dishes found their way into his stomach, while Zhang Xiaxia, having dined earlier, only nibbled on spicy crayfish with gloves. After 2 hours of delightful dining, their relationship had considerably warmed. Zhang Xiaxia began addressing Li Shi as Li Gu instead of Li Zong. As they neared the end of their meal, she casually asked, "By the way, Li Gu, may I inquire about your line of work?" It was the first time anyone had posed such a question, and with a smile. Li Shi replied, I am merely an unemployed drifter. I have no business to speak of. This was an answer Zhang Xiaxia had not anticipated. She paused briefly before responding with a playful compliment, a drifter who can casually spend 15 million on a mansion? I believe people worldwide would be eager to take on that role, though aware of her likely ulterior motives. He could not help but feel flattered by the attention from such a beautiful woman with striking features and long legs. Once their late-night meal concluded, Li Shi noted that it was still early, not yet 11 o'clock. He contemplated where to go next, whether to seek another venue for drinks or engage in some other activity. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Zhang Xiaxiao announced her need to return home, citing an early appointment with a client the following morning. Could it be that this was merely a pure outing to celebrate? Yet, the photos that had been withdrawn and her earlier demeanor suggested otherwise. Li Shi felt a mix of confusion and astonishment, but soon came to a realization. This young woman might be open to a deeper connection, yet her intentions seemed to lean towards something more long-term. After she departed in a taxi, he called for a chauffeur to take him back home, as having consumed alcohol, he deemed it unwise to drive. After a refreshing shower, he settled into bed, only to discover 2 unread voice messages from Zhang Xiaxia. Li Ge, have you arrived home? Li Ge, are you still not home? If you arrive, please send me a message to let me know. I worry about you. Her soft, tender voice resonated with warmth and concern. Indeed, Li Shi chuckled softly, decisively resolving to limit his contact with this young lady, since their acquaintance began. He may have stirred physically, but his heart had remained untouched. She was not the kind of woman to captivate him. He refrained from outright blocking her but chose to ignore her messages, opting instead to watch video tutorials on his tablet before succumbing to rest. Days passed in silence. Li Shi drove extensively throughout the city from dawn until dusk, occasionally venturing out at night, even exploring the outskirts. In 5 days, he covered over 1,300 kilometers, not long-distance travel, but rather a leisurely exploration of urban and suburban landscapes. This intensive practice successfully elevated his driving skills from novice to proficient, leading to an update in his learning panel. Name, Li Shi. Physical condition, 14. 8 wealth, 3. 888 currently learning. Proficient driving skills, completed studies, proficient in Chinese 1 evening. Li Shi deftly maneuvered his vehicle into a parking space and, after stepping out, checked his learning panel. Having driven all day, he felt the proficiency level had been reached. However, advancing further would present a more significant challenge than before. It was time to begin long-distance practice, and once that was completed, he would familiarize himself with various small car models. Li Shi was confident in his training plan, taking each step methodically, with the ambition to elevate his driving skills to an expert level within 2 months. His proficiency in Chinese had been achieved in just 2 months. But this was built on a foundation of years of education, 9 years of compulsory schooling, 3 years of high school, and 4 years of university, culminating in a 16-year academic journey. His strongest subject had always been language. Thus, achieving proficiency in driving, a skill far more straightforward in comparison, would undoubtedly take less time. However, the transformation from a novice, who possesses a driver's license yet has scarcely driven, to a seasoned driver adept at maneuvering various vehicles is no trivial feat. Should he indeed achieve this within a span of merely 2 months, it would be regarded as a remarkable accomplishment. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, his phone rang. It was Zhou Yajuan once more inquiring when he would deliver the photos. I will definitely arrive by tomorrow afternoon. Just ensure everything is ready on your end. In truth, he should have already set off for Hu City, but he had been holding off, awaiting the issuance of the property deed the following day. All right. I shall promptly report this to the general manager. Mr. Li, I eagerly await your presence in Hu City. After ending the call, Li Shi contemplated the impending task of collecting the property deed and, upon returning to his residence, dialed his mother's number. Mom, I have something to share with you. Please remain calm. It's good news, truly splendid news. Chapter 26, Title Deed in Hand. Over the past 2 months, Li Shi has made it a point to converse with his mother weekly, boasting about his recent financial successes and the remarkable advancements in his career. Every fortnight, he transfers 10,000 yuan to her account and has gifted her a high-end smartphone. Additionally, he has arranged for 2 online shopping sprees for daily necessities and clothing, with his cousin assisting in delivering the items back home. During the first 2 transfers, he advised her to keep the money for herself, but by the 3rd transfer, he urged her to spend wisely and save for the future. Gradually, his mother began to accept the reality of his newfound wealth. In subsequent phone calls, Li Shi could discern a marked improvement in his mother's overall demeanor. She seemed far more cheerful and content. even when he mentioned that he had resigned to partner in a business venture. Her only concern was for him to maintain a good relationship with his business partners and not to become overly consumed by financial gain. When she learned of his purchase of a house in Tanzhou, Zhou Xiaozue was overjoyed, eagerly inquiring about the location, size, and price, as well as the mortgage details. Li Shi had prepared a narrative, a blend of truth and embellishment. He claimed to have purchased the house outright from an acquaintance at a remarkably favorable price, boasting exquisite renovations and an area exceeding 300 square meters, with the title deed ready for collection the following day. He refrained from disclosing the exact price, merely stating it was several million. Although she sensed the exaggeration, Zhou Xiaozue trusted her son implicitly and dismissed any notion that his rapid accumulation of wealth stemmed from unethical endeavors. It felt surreal to her. Li Shi briefly described the property, but wished to shift the conversation away from its price. "Mom, I'll come to bring you over before National Day. When the time comes, let us talk about what preparations we need to make," he suggested. This bringing over refers to the traditional housewarming ceremony in their hometown. "All right. I will check the auspicious dates for those days. Once we settle on a date, we will calculate the best time for you to enter the new house. Be sure to turn on all the lights and ignite the kitchen stove. The brighter, the better. After setting the date, invite some colleagues and friends over to celebrate. It would be best to prepare a feast of chicken, duck, and fish to entertain the guests," she explained, her eagerness palpable. While Li Shi was indifferent to these customs, he recognized their significance to his mother and listened attentively. He finally asked, "Should we invite uncle and aunt to come to Tanzhou?" Zhou Xiaozue hesitated before replying, "If we were in our hometown, we would certainly invite them. But Tanzhou is too far. It would be too much trouble. Just send a red envelope in our grandmother's WeChat group after you receive the property deed." Her hesitation made Li Shi realize she was somewhat conflicted. He smiled and reassured her, "It's not a hassle at all. It's just a 2-hour drive. You could stay at the new house, and if it's not feasible, there are plenty of hotels along the streets of Tanzhou. Never mind. Your cousins didn't invite everyone when they bought their homes. You're busy running your own business now. Don't overextend yourself. When you return before National Day, simply visit them," she stated firmly. Li Shi did not press further, as he shared her sentiments about not wanting to invite anyone. His father was an only child, and their relatives were primarily from his grandmother and Appo's side, with whom he had never been particularly close, especially after they failed to assist during the family's financial struggles. While he bore no resentment toward them for not lending money, the emotional distance remained. For his mother's sake, he could pretend. But since she was resolute about not needing to invite anyone, he acquiesced. After chatting with his mother for half an hour, he hung up and revisited the travel guide he had prepared earlier, pondering whether he should heed Li Guiming's advice and find an experienced driver to accompany him in the passenger seat. He recalled that purely novice drivers should have a seasoned driver with at least 3 years of highway experience. Li Shi had obtained his driver's license the year he graduated from university, which theoretically did not classify him as a novice, yet in practice, he had only driven a handful of times in the past 2 years. Without the intensive practice of the past week, he would never have considered driving on the highway. However, now he felt quite confident in his driving abilities, feeling that the presence of a co-driver was unnecessary. Unable to find a suitable companion at that moment, he resolved to embark on the journey alone. He planned to depart the following afternoon, with a tight schedule to collect the certificate in the morning. After making up his mind, he descended to the underground parking garage and drove his car to a nearby auto repair shop for a thorough inspection. The mechanic, in his 40s, initially examined the exterior of the vehicle, focusing on the tires. While inspecting, he jovially remarked, "Boss, you're quite cautious. This is clearly a new car." Li Shi observed the mechanic closely, absorbing his every action. He chuckled in response, "Being cautious is always wise. It's better to be safe than sorry." Indeed, that makes sense, the mechanic thought, knowing he was being compensated for his work and was committed to providing quality service, regardless of the vehicle's condition. He meticulously followed the steps to ensure a thorough inspection. After examining the exterior, he opened the hood to check the overall condition of the engine and oil levels, ensuring there were no signs of deterioration or abnormalities in the engine's belts. He then started the engine to verify its proper functioning. Finally, he checked the windshield wipers and added a bit of washer fluid, completing the vehicle's inspection. After settling the bill, Li Shi drove the car back to his residence's underground garage. Instead of hastily departing, he reflected on the knowledge he had just acquired, circling the vehicle and mentally rehearsing the entire process 3 times. He meticulously reviewed every detail, leaving no aspect overlooked. As he ascended the stairs, he cheerfully mused that if the learning panel had an experience bar, it would surely have increased a notch. Furthermore, knowledge equates to wealth. His expertise in vehicle condition inspections would undoubtedly save him a considerable sum in the future. At 10 o'clock the following morning, Lisher finally obtained the red property certificate. He was filled with excitement and joy, promptly capturing a photograph to share with his mother, eager to convey this happiness. After a moment's thought, he decided to share it in the WeChat group with his grandmother's family as well. Upon sending the photo, the ordinarily quiet group erupted into a flurry of messages, each one cascading in rapid succession, with matters to attend to. Lisher replied briefly and then distributed 2 red envelopes of 200 yuan each as a small gesture of luck before driving to Phoenix Bay. He ascended to the 12th floor and strolled through his new home. Having received the property certificate, viewing the spacious flat offered a sense of fulfillment and happiness previously absent. As he sat in the exceptionally large living room, after a thorough inspection, just as he was about to visit the property management office, his phone rang. It was Li Guiming. Lisher, you're driving to Hu City this afternoon, right? Yes, what and Appos, up. Are you taking the route I recommended? If so, I can introduce you to an experienced driver to accompany you. Li Guiming's enthusiasm was palpable, leaving Lisher feeling somewhat perplexed. Why the excitement over introducing a driver for him? Chapter 27. Inviting a beautiful co-driver for driving practice. Li Guiming, a seasoned long-distance driver, often finds himself sought for advice by Lisher when challenges arise. During the planning of a driving trip to Hu City, Lisher consulted him, and upon learning that Lisher intended to hone his driving skills, Li Guiming recommended a route that passed through his hometown in Behu province. What transpired? Well, my ex-wife has a close friend, and after a brief moment, Lisher hung up the phone, his expression peculiar. The co-driver introduced by Li Guiming happened to be his ex-wife's close friend. Upon hearing this, Lisher promptly declined, finding the situation troublesome. Furthermore, as a divorced man, what business did he have keeping in touch with his ex-wife's friend? Lisher shook his head and rose to leave, heading to the property management office to update his registration details. The property service in this community was quite commendable, with a dedicated property manager assisting him in completing the paperwork and reminding him to update the official records for utilities. Before he could finish, another message from Li Guiming arrived. Let me tell you, typically, a high-quality beauty has an ordinary friend by her side, likely a plump one. Think about it. My ex-wife and Appos' figure is quite comparable to mine, you see? Consider it from a different angle. To be honest, this girl is a bit materialistic. I noticed that when she befriended my ex-wife. However, her character is delightful and easy to get along with, and she truly excels. Her looks and figure are top-notch. Now that you've struck it rich, why not take the opportunity to have some fun? Smirking, her driving skills are quite impressive. She used to drive when out with my ex-wife and their group. Let me show you some photos from her social media. He promptly sent 2 selfies. Lisher clicked to open them. One featured a girl with delicate features, dressed in a tank top, gazing enigmatically at the camera. Her long hair cascaded down, partially veiling her chest, while the other half fell gracefully over her back, her neck and right collarbone exposed, shimmering slightly in the sunlight. The crucial areas were obscured for modesty, revealing a somewhat flat chest, appearing modest in size. She was indeed a striking beauty, and it was no wonder Li Guiming remained in contact with her. Although he rarely engaged in serious relationships, 80% of the girls in his WeChat contacts were stunning. As he typically removed those who were less attractive, Lisher glanced at the photos again and then checked Li Guiming's message, inquiring, "Is her driving truly exceptional? How did you approach the subject with her?" While beauty was one aspect, he prioritized driving skills. After all, it was his first time on the highway, and having a capable co-driver would provide reassurance during the several hours of driving ahead, facilitating conversation to reduce the likelihood of accidents. Safety, after all, is paramount. At that moment, Li Guiming, feeling particularly bored at his grandmother's house in Shijing, responded swiftly. Her driving skills are at least on par with mine. I can assure you of that. She seems to be in need of money lately, having posted on social media seeking job leads. I mentioned you to her, and she happens to be heading to Hu City this weekend, eager to earn some cash along the way. I'll share your WeChat with her, and she should add you shortly. As for whether she accepts your request, that's up to you, my friend. I've done all I can. Winking, Lisher mused that if Li Guiming's driving skills were indeed proficient, then surely they would surpass his own. Checking the time, he noted that his planned departure was at 3 in the afternoon, leaving him with over 3 hours to spare. With that in mind, he decided to engage in conversation. Before long, a friend request arrived, and after accepting it, they chatted for a while. This girl was quite forthright. After introducing herself, she immediately inquired about the timing and compensation. Li Shi researched the market for driving companions and discovered a wide range of prices, ranging from 60 to 80 yuan per hour for the less experienced, and from 100 to 300 yuan for more seasoned instructors, particularly professional coaches. Considering this, he replied, I plan to depart before 3 this afternoon, aiming to arrive in Hu City by tomorrow afternoon. We'll stop for the night in Huangmei County in HS City, then continue our journey the following morning. As for compensation, how does 3,000 yuan sound? Can you accept that? He had calculated a median rate of 125 yuan per hour for a total of 24 hours, summing to precisely 3,000 yuan. If she declined, then so be it. Sounds good. I can depart at any time. Where shall we meet? She replied, please send me your address, and I will come to pick you up. After completing his business at the property management office, Li Shi drove to a supermarket to purchase snacks and drinks, then filled up his tank at a gas station, following the GPS to meet Li Guiming's ex-wife's friend. On the way, he felt a mix of nervousness and excitement, reminiscent of his first day transitioning from village life to high school in the county, where he would meet new classmates and teachers. This unfamiliar yet familiar emotion surprised him, and he reflected on how long it had been since he felt such social anxiety, perhaps since the second semester of his first year when he spoke to girls from other classes without his ears turning red. Since then, he had not experienced it again. He contemplated how, in recent months, he had been cooped up studying, rarely stepping outside, leading to a certain detachment from social interactions. This was not ideal. He needed to venture out more often and meet new friends. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Li Shi met a girl named Yang Xini. She appeared to be around his age, perhaps a year or two younger, in her early 20s, with striking features just as in the photos. She wore light makeup, and her tall figure was impressive, standing at least 1.7 meters, with long, straight legs that drew attention, particularly suited for jeans or stockings. Upon their meeting, she left a lasting impression on Li Shi, though her chest was somewhat flat. Barely reaching a C cup, Li Shi first inquired about her driving license, her driving experience, and whether she had any recent traffic violations. Only after confirming that everything was in order did they set off. Yang Xini's personality proved to be quite amiable. She was confident and approachable, quickly establishing rapport with someone she had just met. Two individuals sought a restaurant for a meal, and within the span of that dining experience, it felt as though they had known each other for an eternity. This compelled Li Shi to marvel at the girl's remarkable social prowess. After their meal, Yang Xini excused herself to the restroom, while Li Shi approached the front desk to settle the bill. At that moment, a message from Li Guiming arrived. Brother, I have exerted considerable effort for you to break your virginity soon. Seize the opportunity, and remember to repay me handsomely in the future, winking emoji. Upon reading these messages, Li Shi was taken aback. Virgin? Who is a virgin? Surely, I haven't mentioned anything about my status to him, have I? Could it be that I appear as someone who has never tasted intimacy? A fleeting memory of his first love in college crossed his mind, though the details had become rather hazy with time. A smile crept onto his face. Li Guiming truly had a way of tarnishing everything. His relationship with Yang Xini was purely a commercial arrangement, at least for the time being. Brother, please refrain from making such remarks. I simply seek a co-driver to practice driving, especially since it's my first time on the highway for such an extended journey. Safety is paramount, however. I'm open to a thorough experience next time we meet. You may choose the location. Alas, I am unwell, burning with fever and suffering from a splitting headache. I must take a leave of absence. Apologies. The fever has rendered me disoriented, weak, and aching all over. I now understand the phrase as tasteless as chewing wax. My temperature has dropped below 38 degrees, yet my sense of taste is severely diminished, accompanied by diarrhea, coughing, and a pervasive sense of lethargy. Henceforth, if anyone dares to compare this to a mere cold, I shall unleash a torrent of indignation. Chapter 28. The comfort of high-speed driving. The journey from Tanzhou to Huangmei County spans over 400 kilometers, with map navigation estimating a travel time exceeding 4 hours. Before setting off, Li Shi meticulously inspected the vehicle's condition. Observing his diligent examination of the tires, Yang Xini displayed a curious expression. As she understood, Li Guiming was a moderately affluent second-generation rich individual, and Li Shi, being his friend, likely shared a similar financial background. The mere presence of the Volvo, valued at around 500,000 to 600,000, allowed her to infer his economic status. Although she was not particularly knowledgeable about cars, her involvement in the social circle of Li Guiming's ex-wife had compelled her, as the younger sister, to frequently drive. With her commendable driving skills, she often took the wheel of larger vehicles during outings, including this particular Volvo, which she had driven several times. Li Shi was a person of considerable meticulousness, perhaps possessing a strong sense of boundaries. Yang Sini was a young woman who knew precisely what she desired. She aspired to a materially affluent lifestyle and would even consider exchanging her body if she encountered a suitable partner. However, her deepest wish was to meet a man whom she could confidently hold on to. After several years navigating the complexities of society, she had developed a keen self-awareness, quickly discerning that the clean-cut man before her would not serve as her long-term source of sustenance. With this realization, she set aside any other thoughts and focused on her role as a supportive passenger. As for a short-term arrangement, it was not within her considerations. Given her looks and social prowess, she saw no need to engage in such laborious part-time work. A simple, leisurely existence could yield more than the arduous kilometers driven for a meager reward. This journey was merely an opportunity for labor and friendship. Li Shi drove steadily onto the North 2nd Ring Road and then diverted onto the Ring Expressway. Yang Sini, seated in the passenger seat, attentively observed his driving. Noticing his skillful and stable handling of the vehicle, she remarked, "Li Gu, your driving skills are impressive. You drive with such steadiness. One would never guess you are a novice." Li Shi chuckled, "I've been driving quite a bit lately." As they approached the Yangzichang interchange, Li Shi, having frequented this route before, was aware of the several sharp turns necessary to transition onto the Jinggang-Ao Expressway, necessitating heightened focus. Although Yang Sini felt that driving on the expressway was a trivial matter, she remained dutifully attentive, refraining from distractions and keeping an eye on Li Shi and Appo's driving state. Li Shi experienced only a slight tension, quickly merging into the flow of traffic. To outsiders, it might seem like a simple endeavor of merging onto the expressway. However, for Li Shi, it was of utmost importance. He endeavored to calm himself, striving to overcome the initial anxiety while being particularly mindful of every detail of the driving experience. He aimed to imprint the sensations of each maneuver into memory, as these would serve as invaluable lessons for his driving proficiency. Through this earnest and analytical approach to practice, he often gleaned more from a single drive than others might in 2 or 3. Once on the Jinggang-Ao Expressway, after a brief period of driving, he suddenly found it more relaxing than navigating the urban landscape. After acclimatizing, he felt comfortable enough to engage in light conversation with Yang Sini. As they continued for several more minutes, he increasingly appreciated the comfort of expressway driving free from traffic lights and the need for frequent adjustments. He could even occasionally steal glances at the profile of the young lady beside him. From the side, while Yang Sini's face was not flawless, it was undeniably attractive. Their conversation flowed easily, and the confined yet intimate atmosphere of the vehicle fostered a sense of closeness, further enhanced by Yang Sini's melodious voice. After more than 2 hours, they felt as if they had known each other for years. "Li Gu, do you need to use the restroom?" she inquired. "I'm fine, you can go ahead," he replied. "You must have a great prostate, haha. Please wait for me." Yang Sini teased with laughter, quickly exiting the vehicle to head towards the restroom in the service area. Li Shi watched her graceful figure retreat and shook his head in amusement. Yang Sini was indeed a unique girl. Dressed in a white t-shirt and denim shorts, her casual shoes complemented her long legs, most of which were exposed to the evening sun, reflecting a brilliant white. As her figure disappeared from view, he accessed his learning panel. Name, Li Shi Physique, 14. 8 Wealth, 3. 888. Redeemable, currently learning. Small vehicle driving, proficient, completed learning library. Chinese, fluent. The experience of over 200 kilometers on the expressway had successfully elevated his small vehicle driving skills from proficient to proficient. A smile graced Li Shi's lips. Everything was proceeding even more smoothly than anticipated. He had initially believed he would need to drive all the way to Huqing for such an advancement. This journey had already proven worthwhile. To further improve to proficient or even expert, he realized he must delve into driving various types of small vehicles and familiarizing himself with common minor fault detection and repair techniques. Li Shi contemplated how to proceed with these 2 areas of focus. Common minor fault detection and repairs were straightforward. He had already watched several tutorial videos and could seek out a repair shop to learn and practice for some time. As long as he could identify issues post-failure and manage simple tasks like changing a tire, he would be well on his way. After all, he was currently focused on driving skills, not repair skills. As for driving different types of small vehicles, he recognized that rental services offered a wide array of options. There was no need to purchase each vehicle. Renting them for practice would suffice. With his thoughts organized, Li Shi felt a surge of happiness and began to ponder the 2 available parking spaces at Phoenix Bay. Was it a waste to leave one empty? Perhaps he could buy another vehicle? The moment this idea took root, Images of sleek sports cars flashed through his mind. Truth be told, many young men harbor a dream of owning a sports car, akin to a childhood wish for a magical staff. During their teenage years, numerous boys fantasize about acquiring a supercar, with some adorning their computer or phone screens with images of these magnificent machines. There is no need to rush. Impulsive consumption is hardly a virtue. It is wiser to pause and wait until one has accrued a bit more cash. Noticing that young Cinny had yet to return, Leisure alighted from the vehicle, stretched his legs, and strolled to a nearby vendor. The enticing aroma of grilled sausages wafted through the air, compelling him to purchase two. He also seized the opportunity to acquire 2 bottles of chilled beverages. Upon his return, he found young Cinny already by the car. With a smile, Leisure handed her a grilled sausage and a bottle of chilled drink, saying, "It appears quite clean. The proprietress wore gloves while serving, and the fragrance is delightful. To give it a try." Young Cinny accepted the offering, took a bite, and was about to speak when a thought struck her. She glanced at the grilled sausage, then at the chilled drink, her expression shifting to one of peculiar intrigue. Chapter 29. An incident on the highway. She recalled some internet jokes, such as "drink my water," "eat my intestines." Subconsciously frowning, she turned her head to glance at Leisure, who was seated in the driver and Apos' seat, poised to set off. He appeared calm, gazing into the rearview mirror, seemingly unaware of her observation. Young Cinny thought to herself that he likely hadn't entertained such trivial thoughts. She was merely a victim of the internet's absurd humor. The vehicle resumed its journey, merging into the highway traffic. Leisure adeptly maneuvered the steering wheel, occasionally adjusting his direction while continuing their conversation. "We set off early today. If we reach Huangmei County by 7:30, we might catch a performance of Huangmei Opera. I saw online that the Huangmei Opera Theater has a show in the evening." "Is it the Huangmei Opera about my uncle, who is countless in number?" "No, that's Peking Opera. Have you heard of the female imperial consort? There's a line that goes, 'To save my beloved, I left home far away. Who knew I would be the top scholar in the imperial edict?'" "Yes, that sounds familiar. I must have heard it on television before." Young Cinny exclaimed, surprised. "Li Gu, I didn't expect you to have an interest in drama. It and Apos. It's rare to meet a young person who studies this." "I and Apos am impressed." Leisure chuckled and shook his head. "What research?" "I don't and Apos study this, at least not now. I just took a few elective courses on appreciating operas in college. I only enjoyed the atmosphere, hardly enough to say I truly understood, let alone researched it." As they continued eastward, the more they conversed and exchanged ideas, the more Yang Cinny felt that Leisure was unlike any affluent youth she had previously known. He possessed an enigmatic quality that she couldn't quite articulate. Having entered the workforce early and with limited education, she struggled to find the right words to describe her feelings. Turning to admire Leisure's profile, she noticed his long, elegant eyelashes. Observing her silence, Leisure assumed she was tired and chose not to engage further. Focusing intently on the evening's highway driving, they had departed shortly after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and by 6:30, Leisure spotted the sign for the Huangmei County exit. He smiled and said, "Once we exit the highway, let's check into the hotel first, book 2 of the best rooms, and then see if there are any tickets available for the theater." Upon hearing Leisure's emphasis on booking 2 rooms, Young Cinny picked up a beverage bottle from earlier, gestured playfully, and said with a smile, "Sure, Li Gu, I'll follow your lead." Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a black sedan flipped over, skidding across the ground. Everything happened too abruptly. Leisure, who was about to speak, had no time to think and immediately pulled over to the emergency lane, activating the hazard lights. He exited the vehicle and assessed the oncoming traffic before rushing toward the wrecked car. Upon reaching the overturned vehicle, he saw the male driver groaning in pain. There was no one in the passenger seat, but a small child was in the back. He knocked on the car's exterior to get the driver's attention, signaling for him to unlock the door, then moved to the right side, leaping onto the door frame, which was just under 6 feet tall. He forcefully opened the door, pulled the driver out, then went to the back, bending down to rescue a terrified 7- or 8-year-old girl. They quickly made their way to the emergency lane. Seeing that the driver appeared to be relatively unharmed with no visible bleeding, Leisure carried the little girl and looked toward the oncoming traffic. Heading back to the emergency lane. "Thank you. Thank you so much," the driver exclaimed, finally regaining his composure as he rushed over to express his gratitude. "Li Gu, are you all right?" Young Cinny, who had also exited the vehicle, asked. "I'm fine," Leisure replied, nodding to her before turning back to the driver. "You should call the police or your insurance now. We have to get going." Without waiting for a response, he returned to his car and resumed their journey. As they merged back into traffic, Leisure exhaled deeply. Everything had transpired so swiftly, He had acted without a second thought, but now, reflecting on it, he felt a twinge of fear. The vehicles on the highway were all substantial, averaging over a ton in weight and traveling at speeds around 100 kilometers per hour. If one were to be struck by such a vehicle, it would be a grave situation. His current physical attribute was only 14.8. Even if it were 148, he might not have to worry too much. With a physique over 100, he would be considered superhuman. Although he might not withstand the onslaught of a speeding vehicle, evading it should pose no significant challenge, right? Li Gu, that was incredibly brave of you. When I saw you rush over, I was in shock. Weren't you even a little scared? Although Li Shi felt a hint of apprehension, he remained composed, his hands firmly gripping the steering wheel. Of course I was scared, but the situation unfolded so quickly that I acted instinctively, without time to dwell on my fears. Impressive, Yang Sini said, giving him a thumbs up, her gaze now tinged with admiration. From the moment she witnessed Li Shi meticulously checking the vehicle's condition, she had known he valued his life. Yet, this cautious individual had taken such a significant risk without a second thought to save others. It was a testament to the noble character that seemed ingrained in his essence. She felt weak in the knees just standing on the emergency lane, watching the vehicle speed by. After this brief incident, Li Shi drove with even greater care. The highway exit to Huangmei County appeared somewhat worn, and as they descended, their first impression was that it resembled many small counties in the central region. Following the navigation, Li Shi drove directly to Chiyuan Hotel, one of the best hotels in Huangmei County. From the outside, it was an impressive standalone building, beautifully adorned. The best executive king-sized rooms were fully booked. So Li Shi opted for 2 distinguished king-sized rooms, reasonably priced at 360 yuan per night. As they headed upstairs, Li Shi inquired with the staff about local dining options, and the attendant recommended yuan, a local specialty worth trying. Li Shi and Yang Sini deliberated and unanimously opted for a sumptuous feast over attending a Huangmei opera performance. They tidied up in their respective rooms, and then drove together to a restaurant named Huanggong Banquet. The fish balls, essentially made from minced fish, were exquisite and succulent, a testament to the restaurant's culinary prowess. A seemingly simple and commonplace dish transformed into a signature delicacy certainly demonstrated its unique charm. Li Shi indulged heartily, while Yang Sini relished her meal with great delight. She even captured some photographs and shared them on her social media. After satisfying their appetites, the two returned to the hotel. After taking a shower, Li Shi was about to reflect on his inaugural experience driving on the highway when an unexpected knock echoed from the door. Chapter 30. Another bracelet. The knock on the door was brief, yet Li Shi's acute hearing caught it immediately. Initially, he thought it was Yang Sini. Upon opening the door and glancing around, he found no one outside, but on the ground lay a few small cards. Curiosity piqued, he picked one up, discovering it featured a photo of a female university student, quite appealing indeed. He chuckled, aware that such cards often utilized stolen images. Just as he was about to return indoors and discard the card, Yang Sini's door across the hall swung open, and she emerged, noticing the item in his hand. Someone knocked just now. Li Shi felt a twinge of embarrassment as he offered a brief explanation. Yang Sini, however, was perfectly at ease, smiling as she replied, I heard some noise too. I never expected someone would distribute such cards. Isn't everything becoming digital these days? As Li Shi turned to walk back inside, he tossed the card into the trash and remarked to the approaching Yang Sini, it's inevitable that the county still clings to old practices. The counties beneath Nanhu province are no different. You're aware of these things? Dressed in white disposable slippers, her alluring black stockings caught the eye. I've been in society since I was barely 20. Of course, I know about such matters, she replied. After exchanging a few more words, she settled onto the sofa, crossing her legs and idly swinging her slipper as she inquired, Li Gu, what time do we set off tomorrow? Li Shi smiled and responded, I have matters to attend to after arriving in Huqing tomorrow afternoon, so we should leave early. Let us aim for 8. Therefore, let us get some rest tonight. All right then. Good night, Li Gu. See you tomorrow. Yang Sini stood, waved cheerfully, and returned to her room. Once the door to her room clicked shut, Li Shi closed his own door, smiling to himself. He had managed to maintain his composure. Yang Sini was indeed an intriguing young woman, but not enough to reduce him to primal instincts. Li Shi found himself unexpectedly admiring his self-control. He had anticipated that encountering such a charming woman would overwhelm him, yet his resolve surpassed his expectations. Approaching the window, he gazed out at the unfamiliar county, a wave of sentiment washing over him. From the act of saving others in his youth to the recent events, was saving lives an innate instinct? Could it be that he had lost his lust? Contemplating this, he shook his head. How could that be? He was self-aware enough to recognize that, and the data didn't lie. Whether on platforms like Douyin or Bilibili, algorithms consistently presented him with beautiful women, affirming that he was indeed like most men. Chuckling to himself, he began to summarize his driving practice from the previous day, mentally retracing the entire process, evaluating his performance, and reflecting on his gains and losses. Aside from an initial nervousness, he surmised that he had performed quite well, just as he intended to open Bilibili for tutorials. A notification from WeChat interrupted him. It was a message from Chen Xiuyue. "What are you busy with?" Li Shi replied with a smile. "I drove to Huqing today and just checked into the hotel after exerting great effort to escort a lovely companion back to her room." With Chen Xiuyue, he regarded her merely as an online acquaintance he might never meet again, so he felt free to express himself openly without reservations. Their occasional chats were quite enjoyable. After a night of silence, Li Shi woke at 7 the next morning and sent a message to Yang Sini. Before he even finished freshening up, she knocked on his door. The two enjoyed breakfast at the hotel, and before long, they were back on the road before 8 o'clock. With the previous day's experience under his belt, Li Shi felt increasingly adept as they re-entered the expressway. After more than 6 hours of travel, they successfully arrived in Huqing just past 2 in the afternoon. "Miss Yang, where are you headed? I can drop you off." "No need, Li Gu. Just pull over to the side," she replied. Yang Sini had her own affairs in Huqing, and Li Shi did not insist. He dropped her off by the roadside and promptly transferred her payment. He then drove directly to the Jinjiang Grand Hotel, where he had stayed previously. In the backseat, he allocated approximately 0.088 points of wealth attributes to exchange for a jade bracelet weighing around 88 grams, still in the 56 circumference size. The last bracelet had required about 0.082 points for a piece weighing less than 82 grams. This new one, but the same size, was approximately 6 grams heavier, appearing more rounded and well-crafted. The color and quality were also enhanced, surpassing those of his previous acquisition. After admiring it for a while, he carefully placed the bracelet into a pre-prepared jewelry box and summoned his learning panel. Name: Li Shi Physique, 14. 8 Wealth, 3. 8. Exchange available, currently learning. Vehicle operation, proficient. Completed learning library. Chinese, fluent, having consumed only 0.088 wealth attribute points. He realized he could exchange for such jade bracelets 30 or 40 more times. While checking into the hotel lobby, he received a call from Zhou Yajuan. After completing the check-in process, he bypassed the lift and headed straight to the Dijia Art Center. With the previous experience still fresh, he navigated with ease this time. An hour later, he found himself once again in the VIP room of the jewelry department, greeted by the same faces as before, aside from Li Shi and Zhou Yajuan. There were General Manager and Senior Expert Gu Yun, and Senior Appraiser He Yiwei. The process remained unchanged. After the appraisal, discussions commenced regarding the starting and reserve prices. Following deliberation, the bracelet was valued at 38 million yuan, with a starting bid set at 32.5 million. Li Shi positioned the reserve price at 32.8 million. As long as the final bid exceeded the starting price by 300,000, it would not go unsold. Having signed the auction contract, Li Shi adhered to his usual decisive manner, graciously declining their invitation to dinner and taking his leave. Upon returning to the hotel, Li Shi let out a sigh of relief. Both objectives of his trip to Huqing had been successfully accomplished. Now, the question lingered. Should he spend a day enjoying Huqing, or head straight back to Tanzhou? Realizing he was fatigued after 2 days of long-distance driving, he decided to explore Huqing for a day and perhaps shop for a few items. Having acquired a learning panel of my own, I have been diligently striving to enhance my knowledge every day. However, it is now time for a well-deserved respite, allowing me to explore the wonders of this international metropolis. Shanghai. During my previous visit, I had mentioned that I would indulge myself during my next trip. Yet, suddenly, I find myself somewhat bewildered, uncertain of where to begin my enjoyment. After much contemplation, the only thing that comes to mind is spending money. But as a grown man, the idea of shopping holds little allure for me. I pondered over it and decided against it. It seemed rather uninteresting, especially since there was nothing in particular that I wished to purchase. Just as I was considering taking a shower, followed by a nap before embarking on a night drive back home, I received a message from Li Guiming. Chapter 31. Car rental and practice. How about renting a car for practice? Should I send you a red envelope to congratulate you? Smirking. A red envelope? What kind of red envelope? Li Shi was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the WeChat message from Li Guiming, quickly realizing he was teasing him about being a virgin, and promptly replied with a rolling eyes emoji. After a while, Li Guiming initiated a video call. They chatted casually, But when Li Guiming learned that Li Shi intended to sleep at the hotel and drive back to Tanzhou that night, he immediately exclaimed, "You're being rather dull. You finally made it to Shanghai. You ought to enjoy yourself. I'm not familiar with Shanghai, and there's not much to do. Besides, I have matters to attend to back home. Not familiar? That's no problem. Just find someone who knows the place to show you around. Hang tight. I'll ask around." After ending the video call, Li Shi felt perplexed. Why did Li Guiming seem more enthusiastic than himself? It felt as if he was seeking a substitute for his own satisfaction. Moreover, how had he not noticed before that Li Guiming had such an extensive network? Did he have acquaintances in Shanghai as well? Shortly after, Li Guiming sent another message. "Get on QQ. I'll add you to a group." A group? Li Shi felt a surge of curiosity. He opened the QQ app and was promptly added to a group named Tanzhou Food and Fun, along with becoming a group admin. And another group for dining and entertainment in Shanghai. There are plenty of high-quality beauties in these groups that you can summon just by spending some money, you know? Raising an eyebrow, send a red envelope, shout out, and I guarantee beauties will parachute in from all over the country. I've tested it personally. They are indeed high quality. Li Shi was taken aback by Li Guiming's message. The acquaintances he referred to were like this? Wasn't this the infamous Parachute Tea group? He had heard of such groups during his time online, but had never encountered one. He never imagined there was one lurking nearby. Li Guiming claimed to have tested it personally, hinting at the considerable sums he must have spent in these groups. Upon entering the group, he was immediately welcomed by others. And the admin reiterated the group rules, which boiled down to 2 points. Men must send red envelopes upon entering, and women must share photos. Initially intending to observe quietly and broaden his horizons, Li Shi found himself urged twice by the admin for not sending a red envelope or engaging in conversation, ultimately leading to his expulsion. Quite strict indeed. Li Shi chuckled softly, tossed his phone aside, and took a nap. He awoke around 6 in the evening, checked out of the hotel, grabbed a bite to eat, and then set off for home. This time, he intended to practice driving at night alone, departing around 7. He drove until just past 1 in the morning, taking a brief rest at a highway service area to experience what it felt like to sleep in the car as a long-distance driver. By 7 the next morning, he bought some buns and corn from the service area supermarket, and after finishing his meal, he continued his journey. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Shi successfully returned to Tanzhou. Although he didn't level up in his driving skills, he distinctly felt a notable improvement. He was noticeably more composed behind the wheel, almost akin to a seasoned driver. Upon reaching his rented apartment, he first savored a bowl of cilantro beef rice noodles downstairs, then showered and slept until after 9 in the evening. He was awakened by hunger, and upon rising, he casually drove to a late-night snack shop, ordering a plate of fried rice noodles. After his meal, he drove to Phoenix Bay. Strolling around his new house, he contemplated possible renovations. No major changes were necessary, but minor adjustments could enhance certain areas. For instance, placing a lounge chair in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows in the master bedroom would allow him to relax while studying and enjoying the night view. The smallest suite could be transformed into a study. The next morning, as Li Shi pondered renting various small cars to continue honing his driving skills. Just after downloading the eHai car rental app and the shipping travel app, his mother called. "Sure too, here's the thing. Your sixth aunt has a distant niece, also 25 years old, who works in Tanzhou." After listening to his mother explain the situation, Li Shi couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. For years, no one had introduced him to a potential partner, and now that news of him buying a house in the city had spread, matchmakers were suddenly knocking on the door. This society is indeed quite pragmatic. "Mom, I'm currently at a crucial stage in my career. There's no need to rush into finding a partner. Since you're both in Tanzhou, how about you meet? You're not getting any younger. I'll send you her picture. She is quite good looking." Your sixth aunt brought it up. Meeting her wouldn't be a loss. After a while, his mother sent the girl's photo and phone number. Li Shi glanced at the photo. The girl had reasonably attractive features, but was not particularly stunning. She seemed somewhat familiar. Relationships in rural areas can be quite sensitive. To avoid putting his mother in a difficult position, he decided to add her as a friend and arrange a meeting, treating it as an opportunity to meet a new friend. It was also a chance for him to step out more and engage with others, as he had recently resolved to do. Using the phone number, Li Shi successfully found her on WeChat and sent a friend request, which was quickly accepted. "Hello, I am." Li Shi introduced himself, and the other party promptly responded. "Are you Li Shi from class 62 of Guangqiang Middle School?" Taken aback by her message, Li Shi thought, could it be? "I am Li Shi from class 62. Who are you?" "I'm Wang Yani." Wang Yani. Li Shi's memory had sharpened recently, and a vivid image of a blonde-haired girl flashed in his mind. She was a classmate from middle school who had sat in front of him for a time, often sporting a high ponytail. What a coincidence to run into a former classmate. Li Shi was surprised, yet after a moment and Appo's thought, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, there were only 2 middle schools in their hometown, making it likely to encounter familiar faces among peers. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing her photo. Since she was an old classmate, Li Shi felt much more enthusiastic about chatting, and they arranged to have dinner together that evening. After ending their conversation, he marveled at how small the world could be before quickly regaining his composure and opening the car rental app. Selecting Tanzhou as his location and picking the car rental point just 200 meters away at Kaide Plaza. The selection of economical vehicles is vast, and Li Shi first opted for a Volkswagen La Vida, which he could rent for a day at a promotional price of merely 108 yuan. After placing the order, he perused other options and found that the choices for luxury sedans and sports cars were considerably limited, with significantly higher prices. For instance, renting a Porsche 718 sports car would cost over 1,200 yuan for a day. At noon, Li Shi strolled to Kaide Plaza to collect his vehicle, subsequently driving around the vicinity. With the rented car, time equates to money, and he was eager to maximize his limited hours for practice. After circling the city twice, he returned home around 3 o'clock, took a shower, rested briefly, and then set off again in the rented Volkswagen La Vida to meet his old classmate, Wang Yanni, at Bubagao Plaza. Chapter 32. Gu Qian. Before long, Li Shi received a WeChat message from Wang Yanni. May I bring a friend along? It was of no concern to him. After all, he had not seen her since they graduated from junior high nearly a decade ago. It seemed quite reasonable for a girl to wish for a companion when meeting someone anew, so he replied, sure, no problem. Upon arriving at the designated location, he found himself with time to spare. Wang Yanni and her friend had yet to arrive, so he wandered over to a promotional event taking place in the square, celebrating the mall and Appo's 10th anniversary. Mr. Li, what a coincidence. Just as he was about to inquire if Wang Yanni had arrived, a familiar voice called from behind. He turned to find the real estate agent, Zhang Xiaxia, standing there. Beside her was another young woman of similar height, possessing a somewhat alluring appearance, with captivating eyes. Both were dressed in t-shirts and very short shorts, though the other girl seemed to be more generously endowed than Zhang Xiaxia. Long time no see. Are you here shopping as well? Li Shi greeted with a smile. Indeed. This is my roommate and close friend, Gu Qian. Qian, this is Mr. Li, whom I mentioned before. Zhang Xiaxia was pleasantly surprised to encounter Li Shi and introduced him to her companion. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they parted ways. Suddenly, Gu Qian seemed to recall something and promptly tugged at Zhang Xiaxia's arm, asking, Xiaxia, could this Mr. Li be the one you mentioned who purchased a 390 square meter mansion in Phoenix Bay? Zhang Xiaxia nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that's him. This man is quite wealthy, but before she could finish, Gu Qian unexpectedly turned and hurried toward Li Shi, leaving Zhang Xiaxia momentarily stunned. Mr. Li, may I add you on WeChat? Li Shi was taken aback by the sudden approach of this seemingly enchanting woman. He smiled and nodded, retrieving his phone. Of course, that would be no trouble at all. Once the two departed, he noticed from a distance that Gu Qian and Zhang Xiaxia appeared to be engaged in a minor quarrel. Just then, Wang Yanni called, informing him of her arrival, prompting Li Shi to dismiss his curiosity. At the entrance of Starbucks, he met his old classmate Wang Yanni, accompanied by a male friend. Though she had changed significantly, looking considerably more attractive and made up, he could still recognize her from his memories. He was surprised to find that the friend she brought along was a male. She explained that he was a colleague and a close friend, emphasizing that they were not in a romantic relationship. Li Shi silently shook his head, even if they were not a couple. Bringing a male friend to such a gathering typically hinted at a so-called male best friend. Nevertheless, he was merely there to catch up with an old classmate. So he said nothing. After exchanging a few words, Wang Yanni suggested they go out for bullfrog dishes. Surrounding the mall were several establishments specializing in bullfrog cuisine, notably a popular chain named Waida, which consistently thrived. When mealtime arrived, they waited 5 minutes before securing a table. They ordered a spicy bullfrog pot along with several side dishes, and their conversation continued. What a coincidence. When the matchmaker mentioned your name, I thought it was a common name, but then she mentioned Xiaoyong Village, and I felt it might be you. I truly did not expect it, Wang Yanni exclaimed, laughing heartily. Indeed, such a coincidence, Li Shi replied, sharing in her amusement. They reminisced about many past events during their meal. As they neared the end, Wang Yanni suddenly remembered, it seems you haven't joined our junior high classmates group yet. Wait a moment, I'll add you. Li Shi was somewhat surprised. Is there still a group for our junior high classmates? He had always been the reserved type, seldom speaking, and aside from a few classmates from his village, he had lost contact with others from that time. They once had a QQ group, and now there was a WeChat group with over 30 members, though very few engaged in conversation. Sure enough, when Wang Yani added him to the WeChat group, there was no reaction at all. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shi paid the bill first. Wang Yani made no comment, but her male colleague insisted on splitting the bill. Li Shi, not wanting to appear ostentatious, agreed. Li Shi, did you drive here? Would you like Zhou Qing to give you a ride? Wang Yani inquired as they exited the restaurant. Li Shi smiled. I live nearby. I'll just walk back. Upon reaching the first floor, Wang Yani's male colleague went to retrieve his car from the underground parking. Initially, she intended to accompany him, but after some thought, she decided to clarify a few things with Li Shi and send him ahead. Once Zhou Qing had departed, Wang Yani turned to Li Shi. It's wonderful to see you again, my old classmate. However, let's just regard this as a reunion, and please don't take the matchmaking matter too seriously. Li Shi nodded with a smile, exactly what I was thinking. Shortly after, Wang Yani received a call from Zhou Qing and bid farewell to Li Shi as she left. On the roadside, Wang Yani entered the BMW X5 driven by Zhou Qing. Once the vehicle started moving, Zhou Qing remarked, your old classmate seems to be struggling. He must have graduated from university several years ago, and yet he hasn't even bought a car. Wang Yani shot him a disapproving glance. What are you saying? The matchmaker mentioned that he has already purchased a house in Tanzhou. He graduated only 3 years ago. Being able to buy a house is quite commendable. That must be thanks to his family helping with the down payment, Zhou Qing retorted. Well, I cannot say for certain, but I heard his family background wasn't particularly favorable back in school, Wang Yani replied. As they discussed Li Shi, he returned to the rented car, reflecting on the encounter. The old classmate had made a good impression, being warm and engaging, whereas her colleague seemed overly serious. Revisiting memories from their school days, Li Shi opened the newly added WeChat group for their junior high classmates, hoping to find someone specific. After searching through the members without success, he eventually gave up. As he was about to drive off, intending to find a place to procure some food to take back, he noticed that his appetite had been growing increasingly robust lately. He had hardly felt satisfied after the last meal. At that moment, a notification from WeChat chimed. This time, it was from Gu Qian, the roommate and close friend of Zhong Xiaxia. Mr. Li, this is Gu Qian, a friend of Zhong Xiaxia. Have you taken a break yet? Li Shi replied, not yet. It's only a little past 8. How could I possibly rest so early? Indeed, it is rather early, smiley face, she responded. Mr. Li, I'm delighted to make your acquaintance. We are planning to go out for a late-night snack around 9. Would you care to join us? Late-night snack? He was already contemplating finding something to eat, and the prospect of dining in the company of 2 lovely ladies was quite appealing. Thus, he replied, sure. Where shall we meet? Please send me the location. Chapter 33. The mountain road opens up. Li Shi, driving a Volkswagen La Vida, returned to his residence. Instead of hurrying back, he commenced a thorough inspection of the vehicle's condition. Earlier that day, when he had picked up the car, the attendant had inquired whether he was a professional. After completing the inspection, Li Shi began to circle around the car, reflecting on the day's training. The most striking difference between this compact sedan and his own Volvo lay in the power output. This vehicle boasted a 1.4T engine, officially rated at 150 horsepower, while the Volvo's engine delivered a robust 299 horsepower. Due to the inherent differences in size and performance, the driving experience varied significantly. One felt akin to riding a docile donkey, while the other was reminiscent of a wild bull. However, the operational differences were not substantial, and given his current driving skills, Li Shi found it quite manageable. Contemplating tomorrow's plans, he resolved to rent an MPV, followed by a pickup truck the day after, and then perhaps a sports car, which would suffice for his purposes. Upon returning to his room, he took a refreshing shower and retrieved a previously purchased book titled Self-Study Guide for Beginner Auto Mechanics. For someone like Li Shi, whose goal was merely to achieve proficiency in vehicle operation rather than repair, a solid understanding of the theory sufficed. After perusing the book for a while, he received a location message from Gu Qian. He drove his Volvo to the entrance of a residential complex, where he spotted a girl clad in a white lace short-sleeved top and blue and white denim shorts. Her legs, adorned with white high heels, shimmered enticingly under the streetlights. As he approached, he realized the most captivating aspect was the allure of her curves beneath the lace. Good evening, Li Zong, Gu Qian greeted him animatedly, her voice warm and melodious. Li Shi responded with a smile, hello. Are you here alone? With a playful wink, Gu Qian replied, yes, Xixia had a last-minute engagement. What? Li Zong, is my company not sufficient for a late-night snack? Of course not. Let's get in the car, Li Shi thought to himself. Considering that this girl seemed to have a higher social standing than Zhong Xixia, yet her skin was remarkably fair. It was rather unusual for a beautiful girl to venture out alone at this hour, especially since she had taken the initiative to invite him. He surmised there must be an underlying motive. As they got into the car, Li Shi pondered this notion but quickly reasoned that it was likely due to his newfound wealth. Although he had not been affluent for long, he had begun to grasp the stark contrast in how society treated the rich versus the poor. Even aesthetically pleasing young women were not exempt from this bias. Where shall we dine? Li Shi inquired as he started the engine. Gu Qian took the passenger seat but refrained from answering, instead asking, Li Zong, do you prefer vegetarian dishes or meat? If you're in the mood for meat, we could go for Korean barbecue. I know a fantastic place. With a grin, Li Shi replied, I am a carnivore at heart. I cannot relish a meal without meat. Please share the address, and I will navigate. The Korean barbecue restaurant Gu Qian recommended was located in Zhongshan Pavilion, somewhat off the beaten path. After a 20-minute drive, they arrived, during which Gu Qian engaged him in lively conversation, fostering a more familiar rapport between them. At one point, she inquired about how his friends typically addressed him. Upon learning that they referred to him as Shirtu or Shige, she promptly changed her form of address from Li Zong to Shige, instantly making their interaction feel much more intimate. This was Li Shi's first experience with Korean barbecue, so he allowed Gu Qian to order. Having frequented the restaurant several times, she navigated the menu with ease, ordering 2 soups, 1 soft tofu soup and 1 kimchi soup. After inquiring about Li Shi's appetite, she proceeded to order an assortment of grilled meats, including pork belly, beef brisket, heart meat, steak, and beef ribs, rounding off the meal with a stone pot bibimbap. As Gu Qian ordered, Li Shi surveyed the restaurant's ambience, which was adorned in a manner reminiscent of a Korean drama. Shige, would you like to try some Korean soju? Gu Qian asked, turning to him for his opinion before placing the drink order. Captivated by the alluring curves of her figure, he smiled and said, consuming meat without alcohol would diminish the experience. Let's indulge a little. I'll arrange for a designated driver later. Once the food arrived, adhering to the modern custom, they first captured the moment with their phones. After Li Shi took a couple of photos of Gu Qian, she expressed her surprise. Shige, I didn't expect you to be such a skilled photographer. Your shots are better than mine. With a chuckle, Li Shi replied, I have a fondness for photography. If the opportunity arises, I would love to capture some pictures of you with my camera. Gu Qian beamed. That sounds delightful. I enjoy photography as well, although I prefer being the subject. As they savored the Korean barbecue, Gu Qian exhibited remarkable skill in grilling the meat, which emerged perfectly charred on the outside yet tender within. After tasting the delectable fare, Li Shi couldn't help but commend her culinary prowess. Don't let my slender frame fool you. I am quite the foodie. There are many excellent eateries in Tanzhou that I have explored. Next time, if you're uncertain about where to dine, feel free to consult me, she offered. Li Shi nodded in agreement. Absolutely, it's a deal. The Korean soju was refreshing, with a relatively low alcohol content of around 20 degrees. The two enjoyed their grilled meat and drinks, losing track of time as they dined for over 2 hours, consuming 2 bottles of soju in the process. Upon parting, they made plans to dine together for Japanese cuisine next time. This late-night excursion delighted Li Shi, who also learned that, although Gu Qian worked in sales, her role differed from Zhong Xixia's as she sold cosmetics at the Guijin Center. Returning home, he noted that it was already past 1 in the morning. After a shower, he settled into bed, and the following morning, he discovered a message from Gu Qian sent in the early hours. Shige, have you made it home? Are you already asleep? Li Shi replied promptly before opening the car rental app to select another vehicle from the same company. This time, he opted for a 5-door, 7-seater Trump GM8, with a rental fee of 825 yuan per day. Although this vehicle was larger, it was still manageable with his C1 driver's license. Continuing from the previous car exchange at Kai Plaza, Li Shi spent an entire day traversing Tanzhou in an MPV before switching to a Great Wall pickup truck the following day. To his surprise, renting the pickup was no less expensive than the MPV, costing 820 yuan per day. To make the most of his expenditure, he dedicated 6 to 7 hours behind the wheel, meticulously experiencing the distinctive handling of the pickup compared to other vehicles. On the final day, he opted for a sports car, a striking blue Porsche 718 Boxster. Although it was merely a 890,000 yuan sports car, the rental fee was set at 200 yuan per day. As Li Shi endeavored to master the driving of various compact cars, his proficiency on the learning panel advanced from proficient to adept. Yet he found himself unable to transcend to the expert level. One afternoon, after returning the rented Porsche, he pondered over the learning panel. Realizing that his practice had been confined to urban roads and highways, without venturing into mountainous terrains. Perhaps this was the missing element. He resolved to seek out a rugged mountain road for further practice. As he organized his thoughts, he began searching online when he received a message from Gu Qian. Brother Shi, would you like to visit Yongzhou? Chapter 34. A good friend. When the name Yongzhou is mentioned, Li Shi and Apos' mind immediately conjures up Lu Zongyuan and Apos' 8 records of Yongzhou, followed closely by the delectable dish of Yongzhou blood duck. Though a native of Nanhu province, he has yet to visit Yongzhou. Yet he possesses a modicum of understanding about the region. Yongzhou, often referred to as the Bamboo City, is flanked by mountains on 3 sides, exhibiting a complex and varied topography that alternates between hills and basins densely populated with forests. One can glean a glimpse of this from Lu Zongyuan's writings. During his university years, Li Shi had classmates from Yongzhou, who recounted tales of their adventures in local attractions and the treacherous mountain roads taken while returning to their rural homes for holidays. Not hurried to respond to Gu Qian, he first sought out information on Yongzhou's attractions online and discovered several spots that would serve his purpose of honing his driving skills on mountain roads. Exiting the default browser on his phone, Li Shi opened Gu Qian's WeChat and inquired what prompted the sudden desire to visit Yongzhou. Recently, they had shared a meal, and through their interactions, he discerned that Gu Qian, unlike her friend Zhong Xiaxia, was not in search of a long-term companion but rather sought enjoyment in the company of affluent individuals. After a brief interlude, Gu Qian replied, "Our company is hosting a promotional event there, and a few of us are being sent from Tanzhou for half a day's advertisement. I'm one of them. But once I finish my tasks the day after tomorrow, I will have free time. I've heard that the scenery is beautiful and the local specialties, like blood duck and dong and chicken, are worth trying. Would you like to join me?" Having already researched the attractions, Li Shi promptly responded, "Sounds great. When do we depart?" Apart from practicing his driving, blood duck and dong and chicken were among his favorite Hunan dishes, especially the blood duck, which held a revered place in his culinary preferences, only surpassed by spicy stir-fried meat and chopped chili fish head. Gu Qian replied, "Then I want to go with my colleagues. How about we set off tomorrow afternoon?" With excitement, Li Shi confirmed, "That works for me. I'll drive." They proceeded to discuss various details of their upcoming excursion until Gu Qian had to tend to work, at which point their conversation concluded. Li Shi spent some time reading, having diligently completed 4/5 of the beginner's guide to automotive repair. Through his studies, though perhaps not significantly improving his hands-on repair abilities, he had greatly enhanced his theoretical knowledge of automotive maintenance, acquiring a more systematic understanding of a vehicle's basic structure and operational principles. This knowledge allowed him to better comprehend how his actions affected the car while driving. In the evening, he casually dined at a restaurant and, upon passing a supermarket, decided to purchase some water and snacks in preparation for their trip. While checking out, he noticed a box of condoms next to the cash register and absent-mindedly picked up the largest size. The prospect of an alluring companion on this trip might lead to unforeseen developments. Despite his discomfort with the notion of relying on such precautions, he recognized the necessity of safeguarding oneself while away from home. He pondered whether, upon reaching a physical attribute surpassing 15 points, exceeding the limits of normal human capability, he might no longer require such protective measures. Returning to his vehicle, he stowed the 2 large shopping bags in the trunk and summoned his learning panel. Name: Li Shi. Physical attribute: 14. 8 wealth: 3. 8. Redeemable: currently learning. Small car driving: proficient. Completed learning library. Chinese: fluent. His current physical attribute stood at 14. 8, placing him on the brink of ordinary human limits. His strength, endurance, and speed were comparable to those of exceptionally gifted athletes, yet still within normal parameters. Upon upgrading his small car driving skill, surpassing 15 points would signify his official entry into the realm of the extraordinary. The anticipation was exhilarating. This thought invigorated Li Shi, filling him with a renewed sense of motivation to acquire new skills. However, he recognized that learning cannot be achieved overnight. He resolved to maintain a calm demeanor and progress steadily. He aimed to successfully elevate his small car driving skills. Upon returning to his residence, Li Shi entered a focused learning state, sitting at his bedroom desk to complete the remaining 5th of the beginner's guide to automotive repair. He then discovered a comprehensive video tutorial on automotive repair techniques on Bilibili, watching it at 1.5 times speed. This tutorial, spanning over 6 hours, was rich in content and suitable for vocational study. As he compared the video content with his previous book studies, he found the viewing experience quite manageable. The following morning, Gu Qian was busy packing her pink suitcase when Zhong Xiaxia approached and asked, "Aren't you only going for half a day? Why are you packing so much?" Without pausing her task, Gu Qian placed a black camisole into her suitcase and replied, "I'm actually planning to spend 2 days in Yongzhou with friends." Zhong Xiaxia, curious, inquired, "Do you have friends in Yongzhou?" She was aware that Gu Qian hailed from Xizjiang province. Gu Qian looked up and smiled, "Just some recent acquaintances." Zhong Xiaxia, noting her expression, suddenly recalled their recent argument, stirring suspicion within her. However, she chose not to voice her thoughts. Once back in her room, she sent a message to Li Shi. "Li Gu, are you busy? Would you like to go out for a drink tonight?" After a brief wait, Li Shi replied, "I'll be heading out of town soon, perhaps another time." Zhong Xiaxia quickly responded, "All right, I suppose it will have to wait. Are you going on a business trip? Wishing you a smooth journey." Reading Zhong Xiaxia's message, Li Shi raised an eyebrow, contemplated briefly, and replied, "Thank you, but it's not a business trip. I'm just going out for some leisure. Once I return to Tanzhou, I'll treat you to a drink." Around noon, Gu Qian set off with her suitcase in tow. Zhong Xiaxia, having taken the day off from work, kept a close watch on the living room from her room and stealthily followed her outside. From a distance, she saw her good friend getting into a Volvo XC90 at the community entrance and felt a surge of resentment, inwardly chastising her for being ungrateful. Today, Gu Qian donned a pair of denim shorts, elegantly paired with a burgundy short-sleeved top that revealed her delicate, fair collarbone. Li Shi glanced appreciatively at the woman seated in the passenger seat and complimented, "You look beautiful today. Please fasten your seatbelt. Let us find a place to eat before we set off." Gu Qian secured the black seatbelt between the contours of her red top and replied with a smile, "Thank you." After dining at a roadside restaurant, Li Shi drove towards the entrance of the Bachelor Road Expressway. Nowadays, he felt no anxiety while driving. Instead, he engaged in a discussion with Gu Qian about their itinerary for the next few days. Upon arrival today, they would stay in the ancient city of the metropolis. I discovered a charming riverside inn online and reserved a quaint courtyard for their stay. Chapter 35, The Night of the Ancient City and the Beauty. Upon hearing about the guest house, Gu Qian immediately expressed her interest and eagerly inquired about its name, promptly searching for it on a travel application. Upon viewing the photographs of the guest house reserved by Li Shi, she exclaimed with delight, "This guest house is quite charming and perfect for photography." Li Shi smiled and replied, "If you wish to take photos, I have brought my camera." The journey from Tanzhou to Yangzhou offered numerous expressway routes. Following the map's navigation, Li Shi opted for the Xiaoguang Expressway, driving for over 3 hours before exiting at the Yongzhou interchange, transitioning onto Yongzhou Avenue to enter the city, ultimately arriving at the ancient city of Lingling in the Lingling district. A river, the Xiao River, flows through Yongzhou, with the scenic area of the ancient city positioned along its banks. The Bamboo Garden Guest House is owned by an entrepreneurial individual born in the 1980s who, after achieving a measure of success in a major city, returned to his hometown to establish this guest house. The proprietor invested considerable thought into the DCOR. And although the establishment does not always reach full capacity, it consistently attracts guests, capitalizing on the allure of the ancient city. However, the most expensive room, the Bamboo Courtyard, priced at 999 yuan per night, occasionally remains vacant, causing the newly established owner some distress. Whenever the Bamboo Courtyard has guests, the owner personally welcomes them. And today is no exception. Dear guests, our courtyard's most distinctive feature is the extensive use of bamboo throughout, including the bamboo-woven flooring within the rooms. Yongzhou, also known as the Bamboo City, is abundant with bamboo, and thus, the courtyard and Oppo's bamboo theme truly embodies the spirit of Yongzhou. Listening to the owner and Oppo's introduction, Li Shi and Gu Qian strolled around the courtyard. The ground was adorned with white pebbles, surrounded by transplanted bamboo, with pathways of bamboo flooring leading to a bamboo-made terrace in the center, furnished with a tea table and cushions, draped with sheer curtains. It was evident that the owner had meticulously curated the courtyard to cultivate a classical and leisurely atmosphere. For Li Shi, who has cherished literature since childhood and studied a related field in university, the influence of traditional culture fostered a deep affection for jade and bamboo. Thus, upon entering the courtyard, he could not help but feel an immediate fondness for the place. Gu Qian also adored it, primarily for its aesthetic design, which was ideal for photography. Once the guest house owner departed, she eagerly pulled out her phone to take selfies. Li Shi sat on a bamboo chair, observing her as she sought the perfect angles for her photos, choosing to simply admire the beauty of the courtyard and its captivating occupant. As the sunset cast a warm glow, everything around seemed to shimmer with an ethereal light, enhancing the allure of both the courtyard and its enchantress. After a while, seeming dissatisfied with her selfies, Gu Qian approached Li Shi, naturally taking his arm and playfully asking, "Brother Shi, didn't you bring your camera? Why not take a few photos for me to post on social media?" Recently, his physical attributes had gradually reached the limits of an ordinary person, and his health had significantly improved, akin to a character in a martial arts novel whose vitality surged to its peak. In such a state, while the intimate contact with the opposite sex would not shatter his resolve, it might easily awaken his primal instincts. Sensing the faint fragrance of Gu Qian's perfume, he stood up promptly to retrieve his camera from his backpack, eager to avoid any awkwardness. He also contemplated that he had accumulated quite a bit of pent-up energy over the years. Perhaps it was time to release it, lest it become overwhelming and detrimental to his health. Although he had primarily focused on enhancing his driving skills, he occasionally revisited the photography books he had purchased, not only out of passion but also to prepare for his next skill acquisition. Particularly, he had self-studied much of the book portrait photography, practical techniques, and post-processing. Feeling he had made notable progress in portrait photography, Li Shi first attempted to compose a few shots of Gu Qian based on his aesthetic sensibilities, presenting the images to her, which elicited an enthusiastic response. "Brother Shi, these photos are incredible. They look professional," she exclaimed. "Wait, I need to change my outfit. You must take a few more photos for me." Seeing how delighted Gu Qian was with the photos, her enthusiasm for photography only intensified. Li Shi gently held her back, smiling as he said, "There's no rush. Aren't you hungry? Let's grab something to eat first, and then we can take as many photos as you like." Glancing at the time, Gu Qian realized it was already past 6 in the evening, and she felt a pang of hunger. With a smile, she replied, "All right. I'll follow your lead, Brother Shi." "Following my lead?" Li Shi chuckled as their eyes met, a silent understanding forming between them. In the world of adults, some matters need not be explicitly stated. The courtyard featured 2 rooms, yet both naturally placed their luggage in the master suite. The guest house provided dining services, and upon check-in, the owner had enthusiastically recommended the chef's specialty, blood duck, emphasizing that they sourced their ingredients from local farmers who raised ling ducks, resulting in a truly authentic dish. Li Shi, too lazy to seek alternatives, decided to dine at the guest house. The dining area, located on the 3rd floor, offered a unique experience where one could savor delicious food while enjoying the scenic view of the Xiao River. The highlight of dinner was the blood duck, a freshly slaughtered and prepared duck weighing 3.5 kilograms, served in a large pot, glistening with a tempting sheen of red and black. The first bite revealed tender meat, spicy and flavorful, prompting Li Shi to exclaim in delight as he devoured 2 generous bowls of rice. Gu Qian, with a smaller appetite, took the opportunity to snap several photos of the river view. After their meal, rather than rushing back to the bamboo courtyard, the 2 ventured out to explore the ancient city. Under the night sky, illuminated by various lights, the ancient city exuded a certain charm. Numerous quaint shops lined the streets, and Li Shi willingly opened his wallet, purchasing any trinket Gu Qian fancied. Women, it seems, possess an inexhaustible energy for shopping. From 7 in the evening until after 9. Li Shi, with his robust physique, began to feel fatigued, while Gu Qian remained full of zest. Despite not having her camera, she eagerly took photos with her phone whenever she encountered a suitable backdrop. If her selfies did not meet her expectations, she would wrap her arms around Li Shi's and coax him to take her picture. At 10:30, laden with a few small souvenirs, the 2 returned to the guest house. Gu Qian first went to take a shower, and after finishing, she changed into a blue spaghetti-strapped denim dress, beneath which she likely wore only delicate undergarments. Her fair arms and beautiful legs exposed, exuding an aura of refreshing allure. As one approached, Li Shi noticed that the front of her dress was adorned with a row of buttons. If unfastened, the entire garment would fall open. The clouds parted, allowing the moonlight to cascade upon the snow-capped peaks, undoubtedly shimmering with a silvery glow. Occasionally, vibrant little flowers blossomed atop the mountains, creating an exquisite sight. This thought ignited a sudden itchiness in his hands, compelling him to rise and walk toward the enchanting beauty who had just emerged from her bath. Chapter 36. It turns out I am this strong. Li Shi halted when he was merely 30 centimeters away, not out of modesty, after all. He was a man and had nothing to be modest about, but rather to ascertain the girl's intentions in such a moment. Observing that Gu Qian did not stop, her graceful figure almost within his embrace, he reached out to encircle her soft waist, beginning to examine the buttons of her blue denim skirt. How long would it take to undo a row of buttons? In the stillness of the late-night bamboo courtyard, silence reigned, with even the outside din having vanished. Li Shi gently covered the slumbering woman with a blanket before retreating to the bathroom for a shower, washing away the sweat from his exertions. He allowed the 40-degree water to cascade over him, reflecting on the recent events. What might have taken mere seconds under normal circumstances, this time, he took over 40 minutes. After fastening the buttons once more, he spent an even longer duration. In this back and forth, 2 hours slipped away, while the serene bamboo courtyard remained enveloped in silence. The outside world still hushed. To his astonishment, with a physique rating of 14.8, he realized he was remarkably strong. He could effortlessly lift over 100 kilograms. A feat he had not previously acknowledged. His speed was astonishingly swift, even while bearing extra weight. Yet, the most surprising aspect was his endurance. Although he had felt his body growing stronger with each point added to his physique, he had been preoccupied with studies and had not delved into the extent of his physical prowess until tonight, when he experienced a visceral understanding of it. He had yet to break the 15-point barrier, and he was already this formidable. What would he become in the future? A smile of anticipation crept across his lips. The following morning, around 7, Li Shi awoke refreshed, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort throughout his body. Instinctively, he rubbed his hands together and noticed Gu Qian still peacefully asleep. He summoned his learning panel. Name, Li Shi Physique. 14. 9 Wealth. 3. 8. Redeem. Currently learning. Driving. Proficient. Completed studies. Chinese. Mastery. To his delight, his physique attribute had risen from 14.8 to 14.9 after a night's rest. Indeed, too much yang without balance was not beneficial. Harmony of yin and yang was advantageous for the body. The weather was splendid that day, with the morning sun spilling through the window onto the floor. He turned to gaze at the woman nestled under the covers beside him, her curves captivating. Impulsive thoughts ignited his blood, and with a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, he scooped her up, heading towards the bathroom amidst her delicate exclamations. It was not until 8:30 that he finally emerged with her. Hurry, hurry. I need to reach the event venue by 9:30. This is all your fault. Gu Qian lay in bed for a few minutes, recovering, before turning to give Li Shi a playful glare. Li Shi chuckled. You can't blame me entirely. You share some responsibility for being so enchanting. Besides, I checked. It's only a 10-minute drive from here to your company's event at Chuntian Plaza. We'll make it. Hearing his reassurance, Gu Qian relaxed, slowing her dressing process while checking her phone for messages. As Li Shi admired her beauty, a sudden WeChat notification interrupted him. Unlocking his phone, his expression turned peculiar. It was Gu Qian's roommate and close friend, Zhang Xiaxia. Li Gu, I saw Qian's social media post. The Shi Gushi mentioned. Could it possibly be you? Curious, upon clicking on the post, he indeed found Gu Qian's latest update, featuring photos he had taken of her. Accompanied by the caption, Night Tour of Lingling Ancient City. Thank you, Shi Gu, for the beautiful photos. Li Shi smiled, liking the post before replying to Zhang Xiaxia. That would indeed be me. She seemed to have been anticipating his response, replying swiftly, Wow, it's really you. You went out without inviting me? Pity. I didn't realize you were such a skilled photographer. The pictures of Qian are stunning. Jealous. Understanding her underlying message, Li Shi chuckled and replied, If the opportunity arises, I would be delighted to take some pictures for you as well. Glancing at Gu Qian, who was now applying her professional makeup, he mused how intriguing the bond between these two friends was. No wonder he had heard that college girls often formed numerous chat groups. All right, it and Oppos. As settled then. When you return to Tanzhou, let's arrange a time. Playful, absolutely. Having dressed, Gu Qian surveyed the disheveled bedroom, recalling the events of the previous night. She hastily tidied up to avoid any misunderstandings with the cleaning staff during checkout. Seeing her in such a flurry, Li Shi pondered for a moment before heading to the bathroom to turn on the exhaust fan for ventilation. After enjoying breakfast in the hostel's dining area, Li Shi drove Gu Qian to the Chuntian Plaza shopping center where she worked. On the way back, he noticed a large supermarket and decided to turn into its parking lot. Upon entering the supermarket, he made a beeline for the grains and oils section, seeking out the rice aisle. Typically, the packaged rice sold in supermarkets came in bags of 10, 15, or 25 kilograms. After browsing, he approached a stack of 25-kilogram bags. Attempting to lift 4 bags, he found his arms too short and settled for 3. At 150 kilograms, he lifted them effortlessly. An elderly couple pushing a shopping cart passed by, casting him a puzzled glance. As they moved a few steps away, the old man remarked in the local dialect, This young lad has quite the strength, rivaling my youth. Dissatisfied with his strength test, Li Shi eyed the mountain of rice bags and contemplated. He placed 2 bags upright, gripping both corners with one hand and effortlessly lifted 100 kilograms with ease. He then attempted to lift 100 kilograms with each hand separately. Though it required some effort, he succeeded. With one hand lifting 100 kilograms, he managed to raise 200 kilograms with both hands simultaneously. This was not even his limit. Returning to his car, he searched for the world record in weightlifting online, weighing over 130 kilograms. He focused on the records for the 69-kilogram weight class. The world record holder at this level is the esteemed Chinese athlete Liao Hui, who accomplished a remarkable clean and jerk of 166 kilograms and a snatch of 198 kilograms. Although I have not practiced professional techniques of exertion, I am capable of lifting a substantial 100 kilograms of rice with ease. While this may lack the subsequent lifting component present in professional snatch techniques, it nonetheless demonstrates that a physique with a rating of 14.9 is indeed formidable. Moreover, unlike these dedicated professional athletes, my strength is multifaceted. Physical attributes encompass the entirety of one's bodily capabilities, including not only strength but also speed, endurance, and more. Although a rating of 14 may not rival the elite athletes in singular aspects, collectively, it certainly reaches the pinnacle of potential for my weight category. Li Shi began to ponder whether he should embark on acquiring skills in sports to effectively harness his physical advantages. Furthermore, it seems prudent to seek a comprehensive assessment of his physical attributes. Chapter 37. Gaining experience on mountain roads. First, the gym was ruled out. All public venues were deemed unsuitable. Although he rarely noticed it in everyday life, he was aware that his physical prowess, rated at 14.9, was formidable. However, testing his limits in a public setting would undoubtedly attract attention. Just like last night, after half an hour, he surprised even himself. During his university days, he could barely last 20 minutes in an optimal state. If he were to effortlessly perform a deep squat with 200 kilograms at the gym, it would certainly be a spectacle, especially given his well-proportioned physique, which might appear unreasonable to the average observer. Li Shi pondered that with the ample space in his new residence, he could invest in some equipment, allowing him to monitor his physical changes and train at his leisure. He aimed for simplicity. Upon returning to the guest house, he took his time checking out the JD app on his phone. For strength training, a barbell would suffice, complemented by a selection of heavy plates. After some deliberation, he settled on a set weighing 430 kilograms. However, just before placing the order, he wondered whether the flooring of his apartment could bear such a weight. He opened a browser and searched online, discovering that according to national regulations, the load-bearing capacity of residential floors should exceed 2.0 kilonewtons per square meter. Estimating that meant each square meter could support approximately 200 kilograms. Typically, floors are constructed from reinforced concrete, spanning more than 1 square meter. After a thorough search, he still could not ascertain whether a room of 10 square meters could withstand the weight of a 500-kilogram individual without collapsing. This dilemma might require consultation with a qualified architect or an assessment of the building's structural integrity. Nonetheless, storing the 430-kilogram barbell set together would be impractical. He would have to separate the plates for storage. Suddenly, Li Shi recalled that the parking lot at Phoenix Bay not only had parking spaces, but also featured garages around the perimeter. The last time he visited the property management, the steward had inquired if he was interested in purchasing one, but he had declined, thinking 2 parking spots were sufficient. The garage, being directly connected to the earth, would be suitable for storing such heavy items. While the floor might buckle, the earth beneath would certainly not. He sent a WeChat message to the property manager inquiring about the garage. He realized that had he opted for a villa, such concerns would have been non-existent. Nevertheless, villas come with their own set of issues. Nothing in this world is flawless. For strength training, a barbell sufficed, and for speed, a high-precision stopwatch would be adequate to measure any velocity. For long jump and vertical leap, a tape measure would suffice. As he was not seeking absolute precision, just a general understanding would do, since the garage purchase was not yet finalized. Li Shi ordered a 180-kilogram barbell set and completed the acquisition of other equipment, choosing to have it sent to Phoenix Bay. Although he did not select the most expensive options, the total came to over 6,000 yuan. Afterward, he began planning his afternoon excursion. Prior to his arrival, he had identified 2 scenic spots as alternatives for practicing driving on mountain roads: Shun Emperor's Mausoleum Scenic Area and Yaoming Mountain Scenic Area. Both were rated as 4A attractions, with Shun Emperor's Mausoleum located on Jiaoyi Mountain and Yaoming Mountain designated as a national nature reserve. Driving to either would require navigating many winding mountain roads. Initially, he intended to visit only one site, but after last night's experience, he found the prospect of traveling quite enjoyable. Since he was already there, he decided to extend his adventure, planning to visit one spot first. If his driving skills improved, he would consider the other location. Ultimately, Lisher's inclination to learn prevailed, and he decided to tackle the more challenging route to Yangming Mountain. While he was contemplating the route to Yangming Mountain, Gu Qian, who was promoting cosmetics at a mall, was chatting with her plastic friend Zhong Xiaxia during a brief lull. Zhong Xiaxia, dish it out. Did you sneakily get close to Li Zong behind my back? Rolling eyes. Gu Qian, did you see my moments? Shyly. Zhong Xiaxia, angrily. That was my long-term ticket. Gu Qian, come on. You gave up on him first. Better for my good sister than for someone else. Sly smile. Zhong Xiaxia, rolling eyes. Seriously, do you really think that's taking advantage? Zhong Xiaxia, something's off. Could it be his deep martial arts skills? Zhong Xiaxia, teasingly, come clean. It was just one night, right? You didn't go all the way, did you? Feeling her legs weaken suddenly, Gu Qian seized the moment with no clients to attend to and texted back, not telling you. Smug smile. Meanwhile, far away in Tanzhou, Zhang Xiaxia, upon reading Gu Qian's shameless message, felt a surge of frustration. That vixen, although my figure may not rival yours, my looks surpass yours. If it weren't for my desire to secure a long-term ticket being thwarted, you wouldn't stand a chance. Lisher watched a video tutorial at 1.5x speed for over an hour. At noon, he checked out from the front desk and drove once more to Spring Plaza Shopping Center. Gu Qian, who had been promoting for over 3 hours, appeared quite fatigued. Remembering her exhaustion since last night, Lisher kindly suggested, "It'll take an hour and a half to reach the scenic area. You should rest a bit." Gu Qian responded softly. The fatigue from last night and this morning weighing heavily on her. She adjusted her seat to a comfortable angle and soon fell asleep. Following the navigation, they exited the city, first taking the Quan'an Expressway, then transitioning to the Liangguang Expressway, before finally heading down Provincial Route 230. Once on the provincial road, they were flanked by undulating mountains, shrouded in mist, creating a picturesque view. At first, Lisher drove with ease, but after crossing the Tianzi Mountain Bridge, the last 20 kilometers to the scenic gate were fraught with steep, winding roads and cliffs, making the journey exhilarating and nerve-wracking. Recently, after several heavy rainfalls, some roads precariously perched on the cliffs have suffered collapses. Although the relevant authorities have undertaken repairs and fortifications, and warning signs have been placed in hazardous areas, the driver, inexperienced with such rugged and steep mountain roads, felt an overwhelming sense of tension, necessitating utmost vigilance. The poor road conditions roused Gu Qian, seated in the passenger seat. From her slumber, she peered out the window at the looming cliff, only to retract in fright, her cherry lips parting slightly as she rhythmically patted her soft chest in alarm. The ascent appeared exceedingly perilous. As Lisher continued driving, he gradually acclimated to the terrain and, with a smile, remarked that the road was, in fact, quite distant from the edge. It merely felt uncomfortably close from within the vehicle. Upon arriving at the ticket office of the Yangmingshan scenic area, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Throughout the journey, he sensed a notable enhancement in his driving prowess. While purchasing tickets, he seized the opportunity to summon the learning panel to check his progress, yet regrettably, he remained at the same proficiency level without any advancement. Consulting the map, he noted that the ascent still held a challenging stretch ahead, and with newfound experience in climbing, descending would undoubtedly present a different set of circumstances. There was no rush. He was confident he would achieve promotion within the next couple of days. After securing the tickets, Lisher made a phone call to confirm the reservation at the guest house, which was located within the scenic area on the mountain. According to their plans, he and Gu Qian would be spending the night there. Chapter 38. Reluctant to part ways after a brief conversation with the innkeeper, Lisher hung up and drove into the scenic area. The road was relatively quiet, with few pedestrians or vehicles, yet the incline was noticeably steeper. Occasionally, a vehicle would descend from the mountain, and during these encounters, Lisher remained particularly vigilant, adhering to the techniques he had learned from the instructional videos. He paid close attention to every turn and oncoming vehicle, striving for a smoother maneuver on the next bend and a more natural flow during the next meeting. Through months of study, he gleaned a profound insight. Regardless of the knowledge or skill being pursued, focusing on the minute details often yields greater rewards and fosters rapid growth. Although Gu Qian had only managed to sleep for about 40 minutes, she awoke considerably rejuvenated, snacking throughout the journey and feeling no hunger. Thus, Lisher did not rush to the inn. Instead, they ambled along, savoring the picturesque scenery. Amidst the splendor of Yangmingshan, Lisher was most eager to explore elements related to Lu Zongyuan. Hence, upon reaching Huangjianjuan, he deliberately paused. Yangmingshan boasts 32 streams, 84 pools, and 18 waterfalls, all of which are the origins of the Huangshi River mentioned in Liu Zongyuan's record of touring Huangshi. The primary advantage of a commercially developed scenic area is its accessibility, while its downside lies in the disruption of the natural landscape, with the addition of man-made structures. The once tranquil streams often appear somewhat discordant. Fortunately, the water was crystal clear, and the pebbles, polished smooth by untold years of erosion, glimmered like mirrors. The mountain air was cool and refreshing, especially by the water's edge, where gentle breezes rustled through the trees and bushes, producing a sound more melodious than the finest music. At each stop, Lisher would capture photographs, not only of the landscape but also of the exquisite Gu Qian, initially dressed in professional attire and high heels. Gu Qian exuded an alluring charm, particularly with her ample figure. After switching into black flats for comfort during their midday drive, she later donned a wine-red long-sleeve top and a form-fitting khaki skirt as they ascended into the cooler mountain air. This new ensemble accentuated her graceful silhouette perfectly. With beauty in both the woman and the scenery, every photograph turned out beautifully. The ideal seasons for visiting Yangmingshan are April and May, when the mountains burst into a riot of rhododendron blooms, covering over 100,000 acres in stunning splendor. Winter, with its snow-capped peaks, offers a unique charm. The benefit of summer's sweltering heat is the respite found in the mountain's comfortable temperatures, and if fortune favors, one may encounter a sea of clouds enveloping the verdant mountains, creating an ethereal paradise. As they descended from Dawanjianjiwen, Lisher intentionally stopped at Wanshou Temple. With evening approaching, he took a brief stroll. Passing the Hall of the Seven Ancestors, he wore a puzzled expression. He was familiar with the sixth patriarch of Zen Buddhism, Huaining. But the seventh patriarch was a new revelation. After reading the description and conducting an online search, he learned that the seven ancestors at Wanshou Temple referred to the eminent monk Shoufeng from the Ming Dynasty, who was honored by Emperor Jiajing with the temple's name and the poetic couplets, "Mountains revered through the ages, living Buddhas venerated by countless families." The local ruler, Fan Nanwei, held him in high esteem, hence the continued reverence. After tasting the sweet water from Wanshou Spring, Lisher and Gu Qian, taking advantage of the remaining daylight, hastily drove further up the mountain, deviating onto a small road leading to their reserved Tian'an. The inn's exterior appeared rather ordinary, resembling a typical farmhouse. Yet the interior boasted charming decor. As it was quite late, Lisher urged the innkeeper to prepare a table of rustic fare. Though simple, the meal was delightful. Particularly the innkeeper's house-smoked bacon sought ed with dried bamboo shoots, which was exceptionally tasty. After satisfying their appetites, they returned to their room. Despite having driven for half a day, Lisher was still brimming with energy and persuaded Gu Qian to enjoy a half-hour bath with him. Upon exiting the bathroom, Gu Qian played music on her phone, changing back into her morning uniform and heels. The two settled onto a bamboo chair by the window, swaying to the rhythm of the music while admiring the enchanting night view of the forest. The weather was particularly splendid that night, with a cloudless sky revealing a tapestry of stars. Under the starlit sky, Yangmingshan appeared dreamlike and surreal. After 40 minutes, Gu Qian, exhausted, sipped 2 glasses of water before donning a light nightgown and drifting into slumber. Lisher, invigorated, took another shower, then returned to the chair by the window to reflect on the day's driving practice. The roads of Yangmingshan perfectly embodied the famous saying, 18 bends in the mountain road, winding and rugged. As he reminisced about the afternoon's drive, he recognized that some of his maneuvers had not been flawless. Summoning the learning panel on his device, he glanced back at the sleeping figure beside him, feeling a lingering desire for more. Contemplating for a moment, he stood up, took the car keys and room card, and stepped outside. As he exited, he double-checked to ensure the door was securely locked. The hour was late. The innkeeper and other guests had long since retired, and the surroundings were enveloped in silence, broken only by the sounds of various insects in the nearby forest. At this hour, even the birds were mostly silent. The parking lot was a mere 80 to 90 meters from the inn, converted from an old vegetable patch into a small square. Lisher entered his Volvo, programmed the navigation to the base of the mountain, and set off. He was eager to augment his experience of driving down the mountain, unable to wait for the dawn's light. Moreover, embarking on this nocturnal drive added another layer to his repertoire of driving skills, promising a rewarding experience in return for his efforts. The night enveloped the mountain in an eerie ambience, yet Lisher felt no fear. As he navigated the winding path, he encountered an oncoming vehicle, prompting him to heighten his focus and reduce his speed, carefully maneuvering closer to the roadside to allow ample space for the other car to pass. For the first 5 to 6 kilometers, he drove cautiously, gradually adapting to the conditions before increasing his speed slightly. The distance from the inn to the entrance of the scenic area spanned approximately 12 to 13 kilometers. Before reaching the ticket booth, Li Shi spotted a side road, executed a U-turn, and drove back up the mountain. Driving alone at night, especially on mountainous terrain, proved to be quite exhilarating. Occasionally, fragments of ghost stories flit through my mind, and I find myself dreading the sight of a white shadow by the roadside. Upon returning to the guest house, I let out a sigh of relief. However, I could not resist the urge to summon the learning panel for a glance. My brow furrowed slightly as I realized I had still not advanced. It felt tantalizingly close, just a hair's breadth away. Reminiscent of the time I nearly completed my Chinese studies, missing just one summary. After a moment and oppose, as contemplation, Li Shi decided to set out once more. Onward. One journey did not yield sufficient experience, so he resolved to undertake another. 50 minutes later, after traversing the mountain and returning, Li Shi parked his vehicle steadily in the guest house lot. The instant the engine fell silent, a sudden intuition struck him, prompting him to call forth the learning panel. Name: Li Shi, physique, 14. 91, fusion status, wealth, 4. 8, exchange status, current study, automobile driving, proficient, change of study direction, completed studies, Chinese, proficient. Each discipline or skill is categorized into 5 levels: novice, competent, proficient, expert, and master. Advancing a level bestows a point each to the physique and wealth attributes. At any given time, only one discipline or skill may be pursued. Once selected, the respective branch or skill level must reach proficient before a change can occur. Should he choose to continue with automobile driving, he must attain the master level to switch again, along with receiving a cubic storage reward. Li Shi was overjoyed. After enduring the toil of 2 late-night journeys, his automobile driving skill had finally ascended. Chapter 39. In reality, I am cultivating observing the changes on the learning panel. Li Shi excitedly raised his fist. However, he soon regained his composure and began to examine the nuances of the panel and oppose alterations following his advancement. The skill of driving a small vehicle, if elevated to the master level, grants an additional storage space, albeit only 1 cubic unit. In contrast, achieving mastery in Chinese affords a generous 10 cubic units. Why such a stark discrepancy? After pondering for a moment, Li Shi surmised that perhaps this difference pertains to the varying degrees of difficulty in mastering knowledge and skills. Compared to small vehicle driving, the profundity and complexity of the Chinese language render its mastery significantly more challenging. Yet, he sensed that this was not the sole factor. Gazing intently at the learning panel, Li Shi harbored an inkling that the disparity in rewards might fundamentally relate to the ultimate learning objectives of the panel. Since acquiring the learning panel over the past few months, he often contemplated its origins and the ultimate educational aspirations it held for him as its master. The panel's genesis inevitably tied to that dream. During a midday nap at his workplace, he dreamt of witnessing a vast nebula suddenly fade away before him. Upon awakening, this learning panel had materialized in his mind. He harbored a vague notion that the vanishing nebula truly existed, and in that moment of obliteration, by a twist of fate, it intertwined with his consciousness, thus evolving into this learning panel. The essence of the learning panel is to assist him in acquiring knowledge and skills. The pursuit of knowledge and skill is ultimately aimed at elevating the divine aspect of his existence. The fusion of physical attributes serves to enhance his essence. Hence, the true aim of the learning panel is to assist him in the evolution of life itself. Startled by this realization, Li Shi, who had been lounging in his chair, straightened up, gazing intently at the learning panel as thought surged forth, leading to various insights. He had indeed touched upon the truth in essence. The obliterated nebula represented death, while his conscious thought symbolized life. It was the innate desire of his soul to evolve, which guided the evolution of the learning panel. After a few moments of contemplation, he exited the vehicle, using the light from his phone to navigate back to his room. Gu Qian was still fast asleep. Her posture quite graceful, the curves of her body forming a perfect shape. Li Shi washed his face in the bathroom and then lay down beside her, suddenly breaking into a silent smile. Everything was indeed for the sake of life's evolution. He was genuinely cultivating. That night had been filled with an overwhelming influx of information, prompting Li Shi to decide against any further actions, opting instead for a restful slumber. The next morning at 7:30, after merely 4 hours of sleep, Li Shi awoke naturally, invigorated and feeling splendid. The soft sensation in his hand prompted an instinctive squeeze. To avoid disturbing Gu Qian, he carefully rose, settling into the bamboo chair where he had battled the previous night, and summoned the learning panel visible only to him. His wealth attribute had reached 4. 8. What a gratifying sensation it was to witness such accumulation. As he gazed at the increment wealth attribute, He felt akin to a greedy dragon from a fantastical tale, deriving satisfaction from each glimmering gold coin amassed. Unlike the dragons of lore, who hoard without spending, Li Shi relished the thrill of both saving and spending. Having finally elevated his small vehicle driving skill to proficiency, he resolved to reward himself with a toy upon returning to Tanzhou. He shifted his focus to his physical attribute points. While away from home, he decided to hold off on fusion, waiting for a stable environment to formally break through the 15-point threshold. The thought of surpassing human physical limits made Li Shi rub his hands together in anticipation. His gaze dropped once more, now observing the option to change his learning direction behind the small vehicle driving skill. Without hesitation, he had long contemplated this decision. With a firm intention, he touched the panel and selected the new learning path, witnessing an immediate transformation of the learning panel. Name: Li Shi. Physical attributes: 14. 91. Fusion available: Wealth: 4. 8. Exchange available: Currently learning. Photography: Beginner. Completed learning library. Chinese: Proficient. Small vehicle driving: Proficient. His photography skills had vastly improved since he had chosen to learn small vehicle driving, and with self-study of advanced materials during this period, he had become quite adept. In comparison to the panel's classifications, he had achieved at least a skilled level. A systematic review of the learning process would soon lead him to the threshold of proficient mastery. For his next learning direction, he could consider sports-related skills, capitalizing on his physical advantages. Through his studies in Chinese and small vehicle driving, Li Shi gained a deeper understanding of the system's hierarchical learning structure. In terms of skills, proficient roughly correlates to the enthusiast level among ordinary individuals. Proficient indicates a budding enthusiast, while advanced proficient represents a qualified enthusiast. And mastery signifies a seasoned aficionado. The distinction between skilled and proficient is not overly vast. The true qualitative leap lies in the transition from proficient to professional. To illustrate with basketball as an example, beginner: someone who has just started playing, understands the rules, and possesses basic dribbling and shooting skills. Skilled: a person who plays reasonably well among the general populace. Proficient: an individual who has played basketball for an extended period, mastering certain techniques, and can manage to participate in various amateur competitions. Advanced proficient: a mainstay in amateur competitions. Mastery: a leading player in high-level amateur competitions. Professional: a professional basketball player. Elite professional: a top-tier professional basketball player. Grandmaster? Of course, each skill and art is unique, and such classifications cannot be universally applied. Moreover, the distinctions between knowledge acquisition and skill learning are even more pronounced. Nevertheless, this represents a general progression through the levels. Without further ado, the allure of the master-level rewards personal space is undeniably tempting. Eventually, one must choose a path of study, striving for mastery. However, before embarking on that journey, Li Shi intends to bide his time and accumulate more attribute points. His proficiency in photography resembles that of an enthusiast who possesses a deeper understanding of theoretical knowledge, akin to an aspiring photographer. With his camera in hand, Li Shi ventured outside, coincidentally encountering the male proprietor who was already awake. "Will you be having breakfast here?" the proprietor inquired. "This morning, we are serving rice noodles with 2 variations, smoked bamboo shoots with cured meat and spicy stir-fried pork." Li Shi nodded in agreement. "Sounds great, but I will eat later, boss. I would like to capture a few photographs. Which nearby locations boast the most picturesque scenery?" The proprietor gestured towards the back of the building, saying, "The back mountain features a bamboo grove and a small stream, which is quite scenic." Chapter 40. Photography. Li Shi held his camera and circled around the main building of the guest house, making his way to the rear. 20 meters away from the backyard flowed a small stream, opposite which lay a verdant bamboo grove. The gentle morning breeze caressed the hills, causing the bamboo leaves to rustle and whisper to each other, while unidentified birds chirped joyfully in the woods, seemingly indulging in a delightful breakfast. The early bird catches the worm, but the early worm meets its demise at the beak of the bird. Li Shi smiled, knowing that with his learning panel, whether he rose early or late, he was destined to remain a carnivore. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, only to vanish like smoke. He raised his camera, searching for angles and composing his shots. Practice is, indeed, the most effective way to solidify theoretical knowledge. After a while, Guqian sent a voice message. "Shige, where are you? I have something to discuss with you." Upon returning to the room, Li Shi discovered she was already up and preparing herself. "What is the matter?" he inquired. Upon seeing Li Shi, Guqian immediately expressed her apologies. "Shige, I just received a notice from the company. I must go to work tomorrow. So I can only spend a day having fun. Li Shi was taken aback and felt a tinge of disappointment. However, he quickly reassured himself that it was for the best. He could return early and merge those one-point attributes. He smiled and suggested, no problem, let's visit Wanjia Lake at the mountaintop this morning. And return to Tanzhou by noon. Didn't you mention a fantastic French restaurant at the Guijin Center? Let us call and make a reservation for tonight. Gu Qian moved closer and planted a sweet kiss on him. Then she found the restaurant's number and called to make a reservation. Unfortunately, the slots for tonight were fully booked, and the earliest she could secure was for tomorrow night. Li Shi mused that indeed, a woman's resolve cannot hinder one's pursuit of knowledge. Fate had conspired this way. He resolved to commence his photography lessons upon returning today and to merge his physical attribute points in the evening. After enjoying rice noodles at the guest house, the two drove to Wanjia Lake at the mountaintop. Just as Li Shi parked the car and had yet to step out, he suddenly heard a loud curse from not far away. What the hell? This is supposed to be a lake. It's just a small reservoir. You tricked me into trudging up this mountain. Shortly after, a man walked back from the lake's edge, got into a neighboring silver Buick, and turned to descend the mountain. Li Shi and Gu Qian exchanged glances. Once they exited the vehicle and strolled around Wanjia Lake, they noted that the lake was indeed modest in size. Yet the scenery was passable, albeit marked by evident human intervention. Such as the common shortcoming of all artificially developed attractions, one cannot expect perfection. Li Shi captured several photographs of Gu Qian, but suddenly felt a chill on his wrist. Looking up, he noticed raindrops cascading from the sky. It's raining. Let us find shelter, he said, grabbing Gu Qian's hand and leading her to a nearby corridor. The sky darkened abruptly, with fine raindrops weaving threads that fell incessantly, enveloping Wanjia Lake in a natural filter, transforming the atmosphere into something profoundly different, somber and deep. Li Shi gazed at the lake's surface, where mist rose, creating an ethereal haze. Feeling inspired, he picked up his camera and snapped a few shots. As the rain intensified, the corridor became their solitary refuge. With nothing to do while waiting for the rain to cease, Li Shi settled on a bench and pulled Gu Qian onto his lap. They planned to head back in the afternoon, efficiently utilizing their time. The heavy rain came swiftly and departed just as quickly, lasting only about 10 minutes before it ceased. The two returned to their vehicle and commenced their descent, officially concluding their excursion to Yangming Mountain. After exiting the Yangming Mountain scenic area and driving for over 4 hours, they arrived back in Tanzhou by evening. Li Shi dropped Gu Qian off at her residence before heading directly to Phoenix Bay. Approaching, he called the property manager. Since the property management was handled by the developer, they were also responsible for the remaining parking spaces and garage sales. The property manager, Ping Gao, a young man in his early 20s, was thrilled to learn of Li Shi's interest in purchasing a garage. Selling one would yield a commission equivalent to an additional month's salary. Li Shi parked in his designated space and, after a few steps, spotted Peng Gao waiting for him at the elevator, clad in a suit. Upon seeing Li Shi, Peng rushed over, warmly introducing himself. Mr. Li, I have found 2 garages closest to your elevator. Let me show you if they meet your satisfaction. Li Shi politely replied, thank you for your assistance. Not at all. Please follow me, Peng replied. After a brief walk, Peng led Li Shi to the far end of the underground garage. The outermost circle consisted of garages formed by merging 3 parking spaces, with the sold ones equipped with electric doors, while the unsold ones remained open, temporarily serving as public parking. Mr. Li, what do you think of these 2 garages? Peng inquired. Li Shi took a glance. There wasn't much to see. He turned and asked, can I modify it after purchase? Also, is there any room for negotiation on the price? Peng quickly responded. As long as you don't dig down, you can modify it as you please. However, the price remains fixed. It's publicly listed. Our community's parking spaces are priced at 200,000 each. Here, it's equivalent to 3 private spaces, so starting from 600,000, there's an additional 150,000, totaling 750,000. The developer also includes an electric smart door valued at 100,000, so in essence, you're only adding 50,000. Li Shi aimed for a swift decision and directly posed the crucial question. You mentioned the garage comes with property rights, correct? Peng affirmed, yes. It has a 50-year property certificate, which has already been processed. This is quite rare. Li Shi nodded and agreed to return the following afternoon to sign the contract. He did not ascend to view the new home, and after their conversation, he drove back to his rental, opened his tablet, and accessed a tutorial video he had saved for some time titled Starting from Scratch, a step-by-step guide to learning photography. The 8-hour course was watched at an average speed of 1.5 times. Some sections allowed for skipping, while others required pausing to practice with the camera. He estimated that he could complete the course in 5 to 6 hours. Let us order takeout and get to work. In reality, he spent more time on the introductory course than anticipated, starting at 7 o'clock and laboring until 1:30 in the morning to finish the entire video tutorial. After the completion of his task, even with Li Shi's constitution rating of 14.9, he felt a slight dizziness, akin to the sensation of mental fatigue. However, the rewards were significant. He took a refreshing shower and laid down on his bed, summoning the learning panel. Name, Li Shi Constitution, 1492, Fusion Status, Wealth, 5. 8. Exchange Status, Currently Learning, Camera Photography, Beginner, Completed Learning Library, Chinese, Mastery, Car Driving Mastery. His proficiency in camera photography advanced directly from novice to beginner. And with just a small step further, he would attain the skilled level. The progress was astonishingly swift, yet entirely within his expectations. As the hour grew late, he shifted his focus to his constitution attributes. It was time for fusion. Li Shi checked his phone, confirmed there were no alarms, and switched it off. At that moment, a wave of nervousness washed over him. He took a dozen deep breaths to calm himself, then focused his thoughts on the panel. Select to fuse 1 point of constitution. As before, the instant he made the selection, a warm sensation enveloped his body. However, it was soon followed by an overwhelming tingling sensation that surged from every part of him, rapidly intensifying. It was unbearable, excruciatingly so. He tried to endure. But after merely 3 seconds, he could not help but cry out in distress. Just then, the learning panel erupted with radiant starry lights, and before he could react, Li Shi fainted. The room was cloaked in darkness, enveloped in a profound silence, save for the sound of his long, drawn-out breaths. Chapter 41. You should go for a massage. 8 hours later, Li Shi awoke, feeling markedly different from his previous experiences of merging attributes. Instead of the refreshment he had anticipated, he was beset by a pervasive ache throughout his body. Every movement of his limbs elicited a sharp pain, as if each muscle had become painfully stiff, making even the slightest motion a formidable challenge. After much exertion, he finally managed to sit upright on his bed. Drenched in sweat. How could this be? He had never imagined that surpassing the threshold of 15 points in his physical attributes would be accompanied by such discomfort. A bitter smile involuntarily crept onto his lips, though this small act only strained his facial muscles further, intensifying his agony. At this moment, he felt akin to a reclusive individual unaccustomed to physical activity, suddenly finding himself having run a marathon. He had not succumbed to a fatal fate, but upon waking the next day, his body was replete with soreness from muscle tears and an accumulation of lactic acid. Leaning against the headboard, he closed his eyes for a brief respite, and after a few minutes, he felt somewhat improved. He summoned his learning panel. Name, Li Shi Physique, 1591, Merge, Wealth, 5, 8, Exchange. Currently learning, Camera Photography, Beginner, Completed Learning Library, Chinese, Proficient, Driving Proficient, from the learning panel. It was evident that the merge had been successful. Thus, his sensations were somewhat consistent, yet his circumstances were undeniably unique. If he were to undergo a medical examination, it would reveal no significant lactic acid buildup, nor any muscular injuries. Everything stemmed from the sheer act of pushing past his limits. Enduring the discomfort, Li Shi trudged to the refrigerator, where he found a bag of leftover red bean toast. He struggled to eat it, washing it down with 2 cups of water. As he chewed, thoughts swirled in his mind. With each additional point of merged physical attributes, he would be breaching his limits anew. Was it inevitable that he would frequently endure this pervasive ache and stiffness? Though he wished to suppress a rueful smile, he could not help but reveal a grin tinged with both pain and pleasure. Indeed, while this soreness was unpleasant, it paled in comparison to the continual enhancement of his physical prowess. The toast, with its faint sweetness, was rather unremarkable in flavor. Yet he optimistically reflected that with this newfound experience, he could prepare a more delectable feast next time he merged his attributes. Finding movement too taxing, Li Shi opted to return to bed. Ironically, despite his physical discomfort, his spirits were remarkably high, and he found himself unable to fall asleep. After lying for 10 minutes, he reluctantly sat up, retrieved his tablet, and opened Bilibili to access his collection of advanced photography tutorials, specifically the art of photography creation, all 54 lectures. This course, presented by Professor Guiyan from Huahua Media University, offered a professional enhancement of photography skills across 5 key modules: composition, angle, styling, color, and lighting. University instructors typically adapt their pace to accommodate dozens, if not hundreds, of students, which often leads to a slower delivery. Thus, Li Shi opted to watch the lectures at 1.5 times the speed. Once immersed in the learning process, he easily lost track of time, only realizing hours had passed when he heard several notifications from WeChat. Glancing at his phone, he discovered it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Unbeknownst to him, he had been studying for over 3 hours. Tentatively stretching his body, he found himself feeling considerably better, waving his arms and lifting his legs. He noted that the muscle soreness had lessened, allowing him to move with a slow but newfound freedom. Checking WeChat, he noticed several messages from Gu Qian. The company had dispatched her and a few colleagues on an urgent business trip to Jiangxing in the neighboring province, necessitating the cancellation of their planned dinner. As soon as he finished reading, Gu Qian called. "I'm so sorry, Shirko. I didn't expect the company to urgently summon me back for a business trip. This assignment is quite significant, and if I perform well, it could lead to a promotion, so I can't take a leave of absence." Li Shi, considering his own physical condition, quickly responded, "No worries at all. We can reschedule for another time." After ending the call with Gu Qian, he recalled that he had also arranged to sign a garage purchase contract that afternoon at Phoenix Bay. Given his current state, he would have to postpone that as well. He located the property manager, Ping Gao, on WeChat and sent a voice message. "Xiaopeng, I apologize, but I have an urgent matter to attend to today. I'll need to postpone signing the contract until tomorrow afternoon." Given his recovery rate, he reasoned that even if he was fully restored by tomorrow, it wouldn't impede the contract signing. "All right, Li Zong, I'll contact you tomorrow morning to confirm," Ping Gao replied. "Thank you, we'll touch base tomorrow." "I appreciate your understanding," Li Shi said. "It's no trouble at all, Li Zong. Our property management is here to serve you esteemed owners." While conversing with the property manager, Li Shi's stomach grumbled several times, signaling his growing hunger. He opened Mate 1 and ordered a dish of green pepper pork casserole rice. As he placed the order, he mused about his financial status. After all, he now possessed several million in his account, and his wealth attribute on the learning panel had accumulated to 5.8. Why was he still relying on takeout? Once he moved to Phoenix Bay, he intended to hire a skilled cook. After all, eating takeout regularly was neither hygienic nor healthy. However, he had to admit that the delivery speed was impressively swift. Within 15 minutes of placing his order, the delivery person arrived at his door. After finishing his meal, Li Shi turned off his tablet and intended to take a nap, hoping that sleep would accelerate his recovery. Yet, as he lay in bed, slumber eluded him. His mind and body seemed to exist in two opposing realms, and no matter how hard he tried to relax, it proved futile. After 20 minutes of tossing and turning, he was still wide awake. Just as he was about to give up, a new WeChat message arrived. Upon opening it, he saw it was from Li Guiming. "Are you there?" Seeing the 3 exclamation marks, Li Shi assumed it was urgent and immediately initiated a video call. "What is going on? I need your help with something. My diploma has gone missing. I've contacted my former advisor, and he said that as long as I provide a written request and my original ID along with copies and photos, someone can assist in obtaining a graduation certificate. However, since my original ID is required, I'm uncomfortable asking someone else to do this for me. I'm currently in Xijing and can't leave, so I was hoping you could help me out." Li Shi inquired, "What do you need me to do?" Li Guiming hurriedly said, "Wait for me to send you the relevant materials. Once you receive them, go to my former advisor at the school. I've already spoken to him, and he will guide you on how to get the stamp and submit the application." Upon hearing this, Li Shi, realizing that there was no immediate need to act, replied, "All right, no problem. It's just a short trip, and since Li Guiming has always treated me well, I must lend a hand." At that moment, Li Guiming noticed something was amiss with Li Shi and Appo's demeanor in the video and inquired, "What and Appo's wrong with you? Are you unwell?" Naturally, Li Shi had no intention of revealing the truth. Instead, he fabricated an excuse, saying, "I overexerted myself while exercising yesterday, and today I feel sore all over." Li Guiming immediately raised his eyebrows, sporting a mischievous grin. "I have experience with this. You should consider getting a massage to relax your muscles and joints. It will undoubtedly speed up your recovery." Li Shi paused for a moment, contemplating the suggestion, realizing it made sense. Typically, athletes who train extensively seek the help of a masseur to alleviate muscle tension. However, although his condition bore resemblance to that of overexertion, it was fundamentally different. Would a massage truly be beneficial? After ending the video call, Li Shi hesitated briefly but ultimately decided that regardless of its efficacy, it was worth a try. Even if massage did not aid in recovery, he believed that simply allowing himself to relax, and enjoy a good night's sleep would facilitate his recuperation. Chapter 42. Spa Relaxation. Tanzhou is renowned among a certain demographic as a haven for wellness. Upon closer observation, one can discern that this city boasts an astonishing plethora of establishments dedicated to foot baths, massages, chiropractic care, and spa treatments. The pervading sensation of soreness is ubiquitous, prompting the consideration of a full-body massage for the day. Li Shi has resolved not to return to the previous establishment. A brief online search revealed a recommendation from a fellow enthusiast on a forum he frequents, highlighting a high-end Thai spa in Tanzhou. The post extolled the venue and Oppo's exquisite ambience, attentive service, and commendable aesthetic appeal of the therapists, with particular emphasis on their exceptional skills that had consistently lulled this insomniac into slumber. The sole drawback mentioned was the steep pricing. Intrigued by the vivid description, Li Shi decided to experience it for himself. Hoping to finally escape his current state of restless wakefulness. Cost was of little concern. He was not short of funds. After acquiring the contact information for the spa, he made a reservation over the phone, having noted the time was already past 3 in the afternoon, and after an hour and a half had elapsed. Li Shi rose to stretch his limbs, feeling a slight alleviation of his discomfort. Changing into fresh attire, he ordered a ride through a ride-sharing app. A mere 6 minutes later, he boarded the vehicle, confirmed the destination, and leaned back to rest his eyes. As he exited his apartment complex, a few steps down the stairs caused a twinge of pain in his thighs, enough to bring a sheen of sweat to his brow. He resolved to pay particular attention to his legs during the massage. After a brief moment of respite, Li Shi retrieved his phone to peruse the news. The trending topics on Weibo were rife with disheartening tales, interspersed with trivial entertainment chatter. He stumbled upon a post praising a certain male star's acting prowess, only to find himself at a loss for words. Was this lifeless gaze truly deserving of such accolades? It was painfully awkward. Disgusted, he exited Weibo and opened WeChat to scroll through his friends' updates, casually liking each one. To his surprise, he came across a post from his mother, which left him astonished. She had never before shared anything on social media. Instinctively, he wondered if her account had been compromised. Upon reading the content, this week's insoles had been sold to great delight. He was further taken aback. The post included a photo of handcrafted insoles adorned with a floral pattern. Though the image was slightly blurred, it nonetheless filled Li Shi with astonishment. He recalled having considered teaching her to use social media when he had upgraded his phone, but she had shown no interest at that time. He promptly called her to inquire about it. Nana has returned. She taught me how to post. Now she organizes us in the village to create embroidery, and she has contacted buyers, offering better prices, his mother explained. Joanna, the daughter of a neighbor from their village, was 6 years his senior. Isn't she in Yanqing? He queried. She divorced. The child stayed with the father. She resigned from her job there and came back. Oh, your 6th aunt has cried several times over this matter. After a brief conversation, Li Shi ended the call, reflecting on the rising divorce rates in today's society. Among the young people he knew, many had separated, including Li Guiming, who had divorced just 2 years into his marriage. He navigated to Joanna's WeChat and sent a message. Nana, have you returned to the hometown? According to village relations, Joanna was the daughter of his distant 6th uncle, thus making her his aunt. After sending the message, he received no immediate reply. Just then, he arrived at the leisure club, paid for his ride, and made a call. The establishment, named Tai Lu, was surprisingly located in a commercial building. After ascending to the 30th floor, he was greeted by a staff member awaiting him at the elevator. Mr. Li, welcome to our spa. Please follow me. The receptionist led him into a lavishly decorated space that bore little resemblance to a massage parlor. Instead, it resembled an upscale art hotel, a type he had yet to experience, having only seen such places in online videos. The lobby appeared as an artistic corridor, adorned in a harmonious palette of gray, white, and blue, exuding simplicity and elegance with a strong design ethos. Taking a seat in the reception area by the floor-to-ceiling windows, he was soon approached by another female receptionist with a tablet, who began to outline the available relaxation packages. Li Shi expressed his desires: a tranquil environment, a skilled therapist, and an extended session that would allow him to drift into slumber. The female receptionist recommended a luxurious 150-minute full-body essential oil spa package for men, priced at 1,588 yuan. The package included a private VIP room, allowing for extension should the guest fall asleep. After gaining a general understanding of the offerings, Li Shi decided to indulge himself and book the treatment. When it came to selecting a therapist, the receptionist presented him with a series of photographs on the tablet. Scrolling through them one by one, after perusing a dozen or so, he chose the one with the most symmetrical features. After completing the payment via QR code, The receptionist guided him deeper into the establishment, eventually arriving at a VIP room named Mulberry Garden. A slender and graceful female therapist awaited him at the entrance. "Good day, sir. I am the sixth therapist, Xiao, here to assist you today." Dressed in a white uniform complemented by a blue gradient skirt, Xiao exuded an air of classical mystery, further enhanced by her veil. Upon entering the room, he noticed that the floors, walls, and ceiling were all adorned with natural wood panels. The therapist informed him that the finest mulberry wood was used for the decor. As he selected his essential oils, he changed into a fresh bathrobe in the dressing area. Xiao then guided him to soak his feet before lying down on the massage table, where she commenced the full-body essential oil massage. With gentle background music playing, Xiao skillfully applied the oil with her soft yet firm hands, meticulously tending to his face, ears, neck, back, and arms, gradually increasing the pressure to knead his muscles. The background music unexpectedly transformed into the soothing sound of rain, occasionally accompanied by distant thunder, which was not at all jarring. Rather, it harmoniously blended with the rain, instilling a profound sense of tranquility. As gentle hands caressed him, he listened to the serene patter of the rain, gradually becoming immersed in its embrace, allowing both body and mind to unwind. Li Shi lay there, surrendering to the skilled manipulation of the female therapist, lazily relishing the moment, doing nothing, thinking of nothing. And before he realized it, sleep began to beckon him. After a brief passage of time, he successfully drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he seemed to witness the vast nebula before him dissipating, followed by a fleeting image of himself asleep at the company, ultimately merging the two into one, indistinguishable from each other. In this deep slumber, Li Shi slept exceptionally soundly, even emitting faint snoring, a rare occurrence for him. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after he fell asleep, the therapist, Xiao, commenced to massage his legs, leading to an awkward incident. Chapter 43. Full of vitality, the guest initially lay prone on the massage table. As the therapist prepared to massage the legs, she gently guided the drowsy client to turn over and lie on his back, leading to an awkward moment. Xiao, a distinguished therapist, typically served female clients, but had also attended to numerous male patrons. She had encountered irritable clients before, yet none had matched the peculiar demeanor of today's guest. After assessing the client's condition and noticing he was sound asleep, Xiao returned to her position and continued with the leg massage. Recalling the guest's prior instructions, she seated herself nearby, quietly waiting for him to awaken. Although her gaze frequently wandered his way, before long, the experienced therapist found her cheeks flushed, a rare occurrence. Truly, life holds endless surprises. When Li Shi awoke, he instinctively sat up and stretched, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloping him. Although his muscles still bore a hint of soreness, the overall sensation was exquisite. This nap seemed to have harmonized his body and spirit, merging them into a state of bliss. "Sir, you have just awakened. There is still half an hour remaining. Would you like me to continue your service?" The female therapist inquired softly. Li Shi, slightly dazed, realized that after a 150-minute session, only half an hour remained, meaning he had actually slept for just over an hour. How could such a brief slumber yield such remarkable rejuvenation, far surpassing the benefits of 6 or 7 hours of rest in bed during the day? "Let us continue," he replied. "Will we be able to complete the remaining services in half an hour? Should I extend the session?" "No need. Let us utilize the remaining half hour," she assured him. As he reclined once more, the therapist approached with a warm towel, gently advising him to close his eyes. She placed the towel over his eyes, and soon he felt her oil-slicked hands expertly kneading various parts of his upper body, alternating between gentle and firm pressure, a truly delightful experience. While indulging in the soothing treatment, Li Shi pondered why such a brief nap alleviated his muscle soreness so effectively. He surmised that the stiffness he felt was not a result of overexertion, but rather a consequence of his physical attributes reaching an unprecedented level after merging his attributes. His muscles and bones might actually be stronger than ever. Thus, this soreness could be a mere illusion or perhaps an adjustment reaction following a breakthrough in physical limits. Undeniably, this was his first experience with an essential oil spa, and it was exceptionally pleasurable. Li Shi felt himself relax completely, gradually slipping back into a light slumber. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, until the therapist softly stirred him awake. Upon sitting up, a staff member presented him with jasmine tea, perfectly warm, and one sip brought him immense comfort. Emerging from the private room, Li Shi took a moment to relax in the lounge area, checking his unread messages on his phone. The attentive staff promptly served him a beautifully arranged platter of pastries, which he eagerly sampled, finding the rose cake quite delightful. There were numerous unread messages, He first opened one from his distant relative, Chiao Na. I've divorced and returned home to start a business, she wrote. I heard from my sister-in-law that you've bought a place in Tanzhou. Impressive. Just a few years after graduation, you've managed to purchase property on your own. Truly commendable. It seems you struck gold. Li Shi felt a twinge of embarrassment had it not been for his learning panel. He would likely have had to wait several years to afford a home and bear the weight of a hefty mortgage. After a moment's reflection, he replied, I heard about your situation from my mother. It's admirable that you're returning to support the development of our hometown. Xiao Na responded quickly, my aspirations aren't that lofty. I simply can't remain idle. I always need something to occupy my time. However, if I can assist the locals in earning more, I'm more than willing to do so. Li Shi replied, that seems mutually beneficial, supporting one another. Sure too. You've certainly become more articulate. You're not the same Stone I knew in childhood. She laughed. By the way, have you found a girlfriend? Li Shi sighed. Ever since graduating from university, whenever family and friends gathered, conversations inevitably veered towards his relationship status. He could foresee that in 2 years, the inquiries about marriage would undoubtedly escalate. While conversing with Chiao Na, he glanced at the other unread messages, which included one from Gu Qian, who had already arrived in Jiangqing, alongside her friend, Zhong Xiaxia. He first replied to Gu Qian and then opened Zhong Xiaxia's message. Li Gu, whatever happened to our drinking date? Are you free tonight? Let us enjoy some drinks at Jiefeng West. Li Shi pondered whether this girl had abandoned her ambitions of solidifying herself as a long-term companion. Her face flashed through his mind, though her features were exquisitely refined. She was, in his view, less appealing than Gu Qian. He decided against responding to Zhong Xiaxia, standing up to gaze out at the bustling nightscape, his thoughts swirling. As he descended the stairs, after a considerable walk, he hardly felt any lingering soreness. He took a taxi back to his residence, where it was once again his time for solitary study. He picked up his tablet and continued with the tutorials. Lesson 51. Photography in Rain and Snow. Rainy and snowy days are, in essence, a particular type of overcast day. However, these unique weather phenomena warrant separate consideration due to their distinctive visual elements. Rain and snow imbue photography with profound significance. Rain and snow possess a compelling emotive quality, often regarded as lyrical elements in photographic creation. When depicted in an image, they frequently harmonize with the theme and atmosphere of the composition. Rain, for instance, can convey themes of sorrow, but it can also evoke joy. Consider this image titled In the Rain. Li Shi studied diligently for a while, glancing at the camera on his desk, his hands itching with anticipation. He mused that if he wished to expedite his progress, he must apply the theoretical knowledge from the tutorials in practical settings. He searched the weather forecast for Tanzhou over the coming days, finding nothing but sunny skies ahead. Forget it. First, I shall complete the theoretical courses, and then I will focus my energies on capturing all the practical photographs. For instance, I will portray the theme of sorrow on rainy days, the theme of joy in snowy weather, and the depiction of a debauched woman amidst the vibrant nightlife, among others. By integrating the theoretical knowledge acquired, I aim to photograph each theme meticulously. Once this endeavor is accomplished, I should be positioned to attain a level of mastery. After toiling until midnight, Li Shi retired to bed, succumbing to slumber swiftly this time. The night passed in silence, and by 6 o'clock the following morning, he awakened naturally, feeling an unprecedented vitality. He rose with the vigor of a fierce tiger, standing bare-bodied, moving freely in the space beside his bed, sensing an inexhaustible strength coursing through every muscle. And with a forceful swing of his fist, he felt as though he could fell a bull with a single blow. Chapter 44. Photography Learning Plan in the Past. Every time he integrated his physical attributes, he was often overwhelmed by the impulse to engage in a barehanded tussle with the wild boars of his hometown, Haneda Ridge. This time, however, the target of his impulse shifted to cattle. Could he truly deliver a single blow that would fell an ox? Such a notion was undoubtedly an illusion. An adult yellow cattle typically weighs between 300 to 500 kilograms, while he himself barely surpassed 70 kilograms. The disparity in magnitude was simply too vast. The average physical attribute of a standard healthy adult male is around 10 points, with the human limit being 15 points. Even when one surpasses this limit to reach 9 points, it merely signifies a modest breach. As he recalled, in the Marvel Universe, Captain America, devoid of his protagonist Halo and various boosts, was initially depicted as having received a serum that quadrupled his physical abilities, likely placing his attributes above 40 points. This character is among the more recognized low-level superhumans in cinematic works. However, the discrepancies between film portrayals and reality are significant. His understanding of Marvel films is limited. Hence his comprehension may be flawed, yet it serves as a slight reference point. If he were to master each technique and piece of knowledge, he could gain 3 points in physical attributes. To elevate his score beyond 40 points, he would need to complete at least 7 or 8 additional learning projects. Alas, 7 or 8 projects would require a considerable amount of time to accomplish. Leisure sprawled on the floor beside his bed, performing 200 standard push-ups in one breath, breaking a light sweat before bouncing back to his feet. As he prepared to shower, he summoned his learning panel. Name, Leisure physical attributes, 15. 91 merge. Wealth, 5. 8. Redeem. Currently learning. Camera photography, beginner, completed learning inventory. Chinese, mastered. Driving, mastered. He still had 1 point in physical attributes yet to be merged, which he decided to postpone for a couple of days. In the morning, Leisure remained home, immersing himself in the theoretical aspects of photography. Drawing from his own understanding and the materials he had researched, he devised a photography learning plan, which he broadly divided into 4 sections: foundational theory accumulation, practical application, enhancement of aesthetic appreciation, and supplementary post-photography techniques. In the foundational theory section, he included not only professional textbooks on photography, but also various specialized tutorials, mastering the basic functions of photography equipment, understanding camera shooting modes, composition techniques, exposure techniques, and so forth. Leisure was presently in the stage of accumulating foundational theoretical knowledge. He continued his studies until noon, then stepped out to find a nearby restaurant for a quick meal before driving to Phoenix Bay. The process of purchasing garage space consumed over an hour. Afterward, he arrived at his new home and contemplated how to transform one of the Riverview suites, aside from the master bedroom, into a study. Given that the study would be frequently utilized, he was particularly attentive to its design. The large bed could be relocated to the maid's room, freeing up space. He envisioned a desk in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, a comfortable sofa in the center, and a bookshelf beside it. A large display screen could adorn the wall, intended for viewing video tutorials. Having considered this plan for some time, he swiftly finalized the renovation scheme. The desk and sofa could be purchased ready-made, but the bookshelf would best be custom-made to fit the actual dimensions, necessitating the assistance of professionals. Leisure searched online for well-reviewed local custom furniture makers and found one named Tycoon. Scheduling an appointment for their designer to come over to take measurements and discuss the customization plan. In the current economic climate, competition is particularly fierce, leading many industries to become increasingly cutthroat. Leisure settled on the sofa in his living room, studying for 40 minutes until the team arrived. 3 individuals came: a designer, a designer's assistant, and a salesperson. The assistant and salesperson took out tools to measure, while Leisure discussed his ideas and needs for the study with the male designer, who appeared to be in his 30s. The designer, surnamed Jiang, attentively listened to Leisure's thoughts, circling the suite twice before pausing thoughtfully by the window. He then spoke. "Mr. Lee, my suggestion is to unify the current decoration style and, on that foundation, make some modifications to meet your needs. Additionally, such a stunning river view should be capitalized upon. For instance, in this position, we could add a small tea bar, allowing you to step over when you tire from reading at the desk, enjoy some tea, and appreciate the scenery. Of course, this is merely my preliminary thought. You mentioned wishing to complete the renovations before National Day. Thus, we must expedite the process. I will work overtime with my colleagues tonight to finalize the design plan by tomorrow for further discussion. Does that sound agreeable?" Leisure found the designer's approach quite reasonable and replied affirmatively. Although following the designer's vision would undoubtedly incur greater expenses, the study would likely be one of the most frequented spaces in his home aside from the bedroom, so spending a little more seemed justified. By 4 in the afternoon, returning to his rental apartment, Leisure completed the video tutorials he had previously watched. He then opened the electronic books he had purchased: large format photography, black and white photography, portrait photography, documentary photography, landscape photography, commercial still life photography, news photography, archaeological photography, photography color, and photography lighting. He first selected black and white photography. This book, authored by the esteemed photographer, Tsinghua professor, and doctoral advisor Feng Jianguo, also serves as a textbook for the photography program at Beijing Film Academy, detailing the fundamental theories and techniques of black and white photography. Leisure utilized his tablet to briefly glance at the table of contents before flipping through the pages. The first chapter introduced the concept of black and white photography and its allure. He summoned the same fervor he had when studying language arts, delving into the material with earnestness. However, Unlike the language arts textbooks he had diligently studied and memorized throughout his schooling, this photography material was entirely new to him, leading to a slower learning pace. Fortunately, the nature of photography study differs from that of language. It is more about comprehension. As long as he could grasp the content and understand the author's intended message, he was on the right track. The entire black and white photography book comprises 10 chapters, not overly lengthy, and is replete with numerous images. Li Shi completed his studies by noon the following day, just as designer Jiang from Tycoon Company sent over the design proposal. The design proposal posed no issues. After a thorough discussion, both parties proceeded to Phoenix Bay, where the designer conducted a second measurement and simultaneously signed the bespoke contract. It must be noted that the current business climate is indeed challenging. That very evening, the counterpart prepared the project quotation. Once Li Shi, the client, confirmed that everything was satisfactory, the factory promptly commenced the production of materials. For the next 2 days, Li Shi remained in seclusion, reverting to his reclusive lifestyle, diligently adhering to his self-imposed study regimen to enhance his theoretical knowledge of photography. It was not until that afternoon, upon receiving a call from the courier service informing him that the set of barbells he had ordered online had finally arrived, that he emerged from his semi-isolated state of study and drove to Phoenix Bay to collect them. Chapter 45, the second time. This is a combination of 180 kilograms of barbells. Due to the weight, it was inconvenient to store in the delivery locker, which is why the courier company contacted Li Shi beforehand to arrange a delivery time. Li Shi instructed them to deliver the items to the underground parking lot of Phoenix Bay. The garage originally had 3 parking spaces, each measuring 6 meters in length and 8 meters in width, totaling an area of 54 square meters. Including the surrounding area, the entire garage spanned 68 square meters. Overall, it appeared quite spacious. The courier's small truck drove directly into the garage, and the delivery person, alone, parked the vehicle and approached Li Shi, saying, "Could you please help me lift this? It's a bit heavy." "Of course, it's my own belongings," Li Shi replied. The items were divided into 4 packages. The delivery person climbed into the truck bed, straining to move the first box to the edge, then descended and remarked, "You bought barbells, right? They may not look large, but they are quite heavy. This one box alone weighs at least over 100 pounds. We need to lift it together." Li Shi glanced at the label on the box, which contained 4 weight plates, 2 weighing 25 kilograms each and 2 weighing 20 kilograms each, totaling indeed 180 pounds. Although he could easily lift the 180 pounds, he preferred not to show off and cooperatively move the box off the truck, placing it on the concrete floor of the garage. The second box was larger but slightly lighter, containing 2 sets each of 15 kilograms, 10 kilograms, 5 kilograms, and 2 5 kilograms plates, along with a pair of 5 kilogram spring clips. The third was a long box, the lightest, containing a 20 kilogram barbell rod. The remaining box held 2 weight-reducing soundproof mats. After the delivery person left, Li Shi closed the garage door. The entire underground parking lot was equipped with a fresh air system, even in such a small garage, so he did not worry about oxygen deficiency. And the air remained fresh for a short time even after closing the door. He began unpacking and assembling the equipment. For the past few days, he had been holding back on merging the remaining 1 point of physical attributes, waiting for the arrival of the barbells to test his current strength data, aiming to record it for future comparison during breakthroughs. Although confident in his current strength, Li Shi started with lighter weights. He first loaded 2 25 kilogram plates onto the barbell rod, totaling 75 kilograms, roughly 20 kilograms more than Gu Qian and Oppo's body weight. Standing firm, he bent down and grasped the barbell rod, lifting it effortlessly. He merely stood upright without raising it overhead like a weightlifter, as that maneuver required technique to avoid muscle strain. After a few minutes of holding the 75 kilograms, feeling no difficulty, he gently lowered the barbell onto the soundproof mat. For the second attempt, he added a 15 kilogram plate on each side, bringing the total weight to 105 kilograms. Li Shi steadily performed a deadlift, this time feeling a bit of strain. After standing for 3 minutes, he began to sweat. He then added another 10 kilogram plate on each side, increasing the total weight to 125 kilograms. With determination, Li Shi successfully lifted it to a standing position, but it required more effort than before. After a minute, he felt a slight ache and tightness in his arm muscles, prompting him to lower the weight. The record for the 69 kilogram weight class is 166 kilograms for the snatch and 198 kilograms for the clean and jerk. Compared to the world record, his current strength might still fall short, as physical attribute points represent overall quality, with strength being just one aspect. Moreover, 15.9 was merely a recent breakthrough past 15. There remained a long journey ahead to strive for improvement. Li Shi waved his hands and suddenly smiled. With my current strength, lifting a girl as heavy as Gu Qian with one hand would be effortless. Lifting her with both hands would be even less of a challenge. As for how long I could hold her, I plan to test that the night after tomorrow. As for determining his absolute strength, he had no intention of attempting it, as it could lead to injury. In the morning, Gu Qian had sent a message saying she would return to Tanshou the day after tomorrow. After returning to his rented room, Li Shi visited a nearby supermarket to purchase some fruits and snacks, and then had a meal at the entrance of his community, deliberately ordering extra dishes to take back home. He then called the leisure club from last time to make an appointment for services the following morning. Upon entering his bedroom, Li Shi plugged in his newly purchased Huawei MateBook X Pro laptop, powered it on, and activated the camera recording function, positioning it on the desk to face the bed closely. This computer, which cost him 9,000 yuan, had a 1 terabyte hard drive, sufficient to record videos for over 8 hours. He was now prepared for the second breakthrough of his physical attribute limit. Li Shi did not turn off the lights. Lying on his bed with his eyes closed, he accessed the learning panel. He chose to merge 1 point of physical attributes. As before, he felt a warm sensation within, quickly followed by a tingling sensation enveloping him from all directions, leading him to faint shortly thereafter. However, this time he managed to suppress any cries. 8 hours later, Li Shi awoke, slightly lifting his right hand, feeling the familiar soreness that stirred complex emotions within him. As he had anticipated, each time he merged physical attributes would inevitably involve enduring this post-exercise soreness. This time he took his time getting up. Lying still as he summoned the learning panel to check, his physical attribute had risen from 15.9 to 16.9, indicating a successful fusion. He closed his eyes to rest, hoping to drift back to sleep, but unfortunately, he failed. 20 minutes later, he reluctantly got up, checked the time, and noted it was 5:09 a.m., still early in the morning. He stopped the video recording on his laptop and saved it, then sluggishly made his way to the kitchen to heat up the food he had packed from the previous night, forcing himself to eat a bit despite the discomfort in his cheeks and throat. Returning to bed, he opened his Bilibili account to watch the complete course on aesthetic principles, beginning to study while lying down. Photography, at its core, is a blend of technique and art, so part of Li Shi's study plan involved enhancing his aesthetic sensibilities. He continued studying until 8:30 a.m., and after more than 3 hours of rest, his condition improved significantly. Rising from his repose, he settled himself at the desk to scrutinize the footage. There appeared to be no anomalies. He had remained quietly ensconced in his bed. Yet, something felt amiss. He seemed to have scarcely moved at all, resembling a. Li Shi manipulated the progress bar, revealing that he had lain in bed for over 8 hours without a single shift, not even a mere turn, nor had he lifted a hand, let alone exhibited the customary convulsions following a fainting spell. From the moment he chose to merge until his awakening, a duration of approximately 8 hours and 12 minutes had elapsed. He retrieved a notebook from the drawer and inscribed a cryptic notation only comprehensible to himself: 2:8:20. 0 movement. Subsequently, he deleted the video. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was nearly 9 o'clock. He reclined once more, attempting to drift into slumber. Yet to no avail. Reluctantly adhering to his original plan, he rose again, ventured downstairs, circumvented the stairs, and upon reaching the entrance of the community, he extracted his phone and summoned a rideshare vehicle. His destination, the Thai Leisure Spa and Recreation Club. Since rest eluded him at home, he resolved to procure the services of skilled practitioners. Chapter 46. The gentleman Li Shi originally presumed that the leisure club would be sparsely populated around 9 in the morning. However, upon his arrival, he realized he had been mistaken. The previous female masseuse was already occupied, compelling him to select another. He adhered to his instinctual method of choosing and opted for number 12, Lily. To his astonishment, Lily's technique surpassed that of the previous attendant, allowing him to drift into a deep slumber. When Li Shi awoke, he discovered that the service time of 150 minutes had extended by an additional 40 minutes, meaning he had enjoyed a restorative nap lasting at least 2.5 hours. Feeling rejuvenated, he descended from the massage table, sensing that all prior discomfort had dissipated. After a few light jumps and stretching his limbs, he experienced no residual unease. At that moment, he couldn't help but ponder whether he should hire a personal masseuse for the future. As he exited the private room, Li Shi had the distinct impression that the female masseuse regarded him with a peculiar gaze, but he dismissed it, attributing her curiosity to his decision to spend money merely to indulge in a lengthy nap. having completely shed any discomfort. He received the materials sent by Li Guiming and took a taxi to Li Guiming's alma mater, Nanhua Agricultural University, that afternoon. Speaking of this university inevitably brings to mind a notable figure, the venerable druid of Huagua. Nanhua Agricultural University lies at the easternmost edge of Tanzhou, while Li Shi's own university is situated at the westernmost point, making the distance between the two considerable. Nevertheless, due to certain circumstances, he frequently visited the former during his university days, though he had not returned much since entering the workforce. His most vivid memories are of the streets adjacent to the resettlement communities across from the East Bus Station, where elderly women would often intercept passers-by, inquiring, "Need a place to stay? Want to have some fun?" There are young ladies, including university students. Had he been halted a couple of times? Twice or thrice? Li Guiming's former counselor, now the office director of their department, was successfully contacted after Li Shi ran back and forth for 2 hours. Exiting the 9th teaching building, he checked his phone for the time and intended to search for the nearest Shunfeng Express delivery service to send the materials back to Li Guiming. But he discovered that his phone battery was critically low, with only 6% remaining. To avoid his phone shutting down, he stopped a passing male student to ask for directions. "Continue straight along this road. Turn left after 2 intersections, then right after 20 meters. You'll see a sign for an old-style Kanto stew restaurant. The nearest Shunfeng point is just there, about a 7 or 8-minute walk." Today, Li Shi appeared even younger than before, resembling someone in their 20s. After studying for a few months, he exuded a scholarly aura, leading the student who provided directions to mistakenly assume he was a new freshman, eagerly guiding him along. Li Shi expressed his gratitude with a smile. As dusk approached, he quickened his pace, but as he passed the 2nd intersection, a girl in traditional Hanfu suddenly dashed out from the left and collided into him. Li Shi's reflexes were remarkably sharp. He swiftly sidestepped her. With a thud, she stumbled forward a few steps, although she ultimately regained her balance. The sports camera she held crashed to the ground, shattering the lens. "I'm so sorry. Are you all right?" she exclaimed, demonstrating her understanding as she turned to apologize before anxiously retrieving her camera. "I'm fine," Li Shi replied, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the exquisite Hanfu she wore, which suited her exceedingly well. Upon hearing that he was unscathed, she picked up her belongings and departed. Li Shi soon located the Shunfeng delivery station and sent the materials back to Li Guiming. The traffic in Tanzhou was exceptionally congested that evening, and he arrived back at his rental apartment shortly after 9. He seized the opportunity to study, persevering until 2 in the morning to complete his work on portrait photography before finally retiring to bed. As he lay there, he suddenly recalled the girl in Hanfu whom he had nearly bumped into earlier that day. He thought to himself that when the practical session for portrait photography arrived, he must capture an ancient costume theme. The night passed without incident. The following morning, around 6, Li Shi awoke feeling invigorated, once again aware of the remarkable state of his body. This breakthrough in limits and the adaptation to recovery was truly intoxicating. It felt splendid. The only downside was that with the increase in his physical attributes, it seemed that the internal heat within him had also surged. After taking a cold shower, he found, to his dismay, that it had little effect. Dressed and seated at his desk, he attempted to divert his attention through study to quell the situation. Initially, his mind was scattered and somewhat agitated, making it difficult to concentrate. After some time, however, he summoned immense willpower and gradually entered a state of focused learning, immersing himself in a sea of knowledge, forgetting everything else. He studied diligently until noon, at which point hunger interrupted his reverie. As he emerged from his scholarly obsession, he couldn't help but reflect on the morning's awkwardness, exclaiming internally how exaggerated it felt. Was this a consequence of transcending his physical limits? It had lasted at least 30 minutes. Had his physique not already registered at 16.9, he might have genuinely worried about developing varicose veins. There had seemingly been a trend of heightened internal heat previously, but never as pronounced as today. It appeared to be most severe upon waking. Li Shi recalled his first intimate conversation with Miss Gu Qian, recalling how his physique had increased by 0.1 after harmonizing yin and yang. Excessive internal heat was detrimental to both body and mind. It seemed imperative to find ways to cool down. He was not seeking excuses for his desires. Everything was for the sake of health and academic advancement. Li Shi chuckled softly, glancing at his phone to find numerous new messages in the auction company's service group. Additionally, Zhou Yajuan had sent him a message, which, upon opening, revealed that their company's autumn auction catalog had been released. He clicked the link, discovering that his bracelet was among the 5 highlighted auction items in the jewelry category. It appeared that this autumn auction was quite significant. Li Shi refrained from commenting in the group, opting instead to send a private message to Zhou Yajuan. Has the specific time for my auction item been confirmed? After sending the message, he stood up, preparing to venture out for a meal. Just as he exited and pressed the elevator button, Zhou Yajuan responded, Mr. Li, we just held a meeting to confirm the details and we're about to inform you. The current plan is to hold the final jewelry auction on October 22nd, at which time your item will be the finale. There was still a month and a half to go. Li Shi replied while typing, all right. Thank you for your hard work. As he descended, he found himself in a quandary over what to eat. He had grown weary of the nearby eateries and was reluctant to drive alone to a distant location for a single meal. By the time he reached the entrance of his community, he was still undecided. In his financially constrained days, such dilemmas were non-existent. He simply consumed whatever was affordable. Ironically, now that he had more choices, he occasionally succumbed to a state of indecision, although uncertain about his meal. One thought had crystallized in Li Shi's mind. Upon moving to Phoenix Bay, he would promptly seek out a talented cook known for her delicious dishes. Perhaps he would simply opt for a bowl of noodles. Just as he contemplated visiting the nameless noodle shop at the community entrance, Gu Qian's call came through. Brother Shi, I'm back in Tanzhou. Have you had lunch yet? Not yet. I'm still pondering what to eat. Why not come over here? A few colleagues from this business trip and I plan to dine at a fantastic hot pot restaurant, which I believe is the best I've ever had in Tanzhou. Li Shi, who had a fondness for hot pot, felt a surge of interest and inquired, are they all your colleagues? Would it be appropriate for me to join? Of course. It's just right, as I have nothing planned for the afternoon. After we eat, we can go shopping. Sounds great. Please remember to reserve a table at that restaurant we missed last time and check if they have availability. After ending the call, Li Shi returned to his car. Halfway there, Gu Qian sent another message. Brother Shi, the restaurant has a table reserved. I'll handle it. Don't forget to book the hotel for tonight. Shy Kiss. Chapter 47. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window following the navigation sent by Gu Qian, Li Shi drove to the vicinity of Furong Road International Plaza, parking his car at the roadside where he encountered a group of her colleagues. In addition to Gu Qian, there were 2 men and 3 women. Previously, Li Shi had thought that there were few male cosmetic salespeople. However, upon getting to know Gu Qian, he realized that while they were indeed fewer than their female counterparts, there were still quite a number, with the notable exception of the internet celebrity sales host, Li Jieqi. Brother Shi. Upon seeing Li Shi emerge from the car, Gu Qian jogged over. As September arrived, the temperature had dropped sharply, and today she wore a powdery purple, high-waisted long-sleeve dress that perfectly complemented her tall and curvaceous figure. As she ran towards him, her lively demeanor inadvertently drew his gaze up and down. Observing Gu Qian's spiritedness, he couldn't help but wonder if she might have a boyfriend. That seemed unlikely, as he had never heard of her being in a relationship. Just yesterday, she mentioned her family had arranged a blind date for her. Nonetheless, the man seemed quite decent, and his car appeared to be quite nice. Was it really that impressive? He couldn't quite see it. What can you discern? You only recognized BMW, Mercedes, and Ferrari. Not far away, her colleagues, observing her animated demeanor, gathered together to gossip softly. One male colleague, knowledgeable about cars, remarked that a Volvo XC90, at least over 500,000. The female colleagues exchanged glances. A young man who could drive a car worth more than 500,000 was likely from a wealthy family. Although they were curious about Li Shi's background and his relationship with Gu Qian, they refrained from prying since it was their first meeting, and they were all in sales. Well-versed in social etiquette. The male colleague who was well-versed in automobiles drove a BMW 1 Series, and the group arrived at the hot pot restaurant in 2 cars. The restaurant, named Spicy and Flavorful Hot Pot, was somewhat difficult to locate, tucked away in a somewhat obscure alley outside the north gate of Martyrs Park. Had it not been for accompanying Gu Qian and her colleagues, Li Shi certainly would never have ventured here alone. The establishment had a rather outdated decor. Yet the dishes were impeccably clean, and the signature spicy beef oil broth was indeed delightful. Li Shi relished the unique beef tripe dish, thoroughly enjoying the meal. At the dining table, they primarily engaged in casual chatter about work or the latest gossip among the women, leaving Li Shi with little opportunity to interject. Nor did he intend to. It wasn't that none of the girls were more attractive than Gu Qian, but rather, he had no interest in such topics and was solely focused on savoring the food, responding politely only when prompted. After finishing their meal, they split the bill, settling it through WeChat transfers. Gu Qian covered 2 portions, including Li Shi's share. Exiting the hot pot restaurant, someone suggested heading to karaoke, but the idea was swiftly dismissed by the others, leading to their dispersal. Li Shi and Gu Qian got into the Volvo, and he smiled, saying, "You treated me to hot pot, now I'll accompany you shopping." They drove to the International Finance Center. As Gu Qian worked in cosmetics sales, she bypassed all the cosmetic shops, focusing instead on handbags and both men's and women's apparel. After an afternoon of shopping, they had quite a haul. Besides purchasing a handbag and 2 dresses for Gu Qian, Li Shi also bought 2 outfits and a pair of shoes for himself. Their shopping concluded. The two headed to the Negro Hotel on the 93rd floor, intending to check in before dinner. Passing a store named Balenciaga, Gu Qian suddenly remembered something. Leaning towards Li Shi, she whispered, "Brother Shi, wait for me at the entrance for a moment." With that, she turned and entered the store. After a while, she emerged with a shopping bag. Li Shi, puzzled, inquired about it, and she teasingly raised an eyebrow, biting her lip, and flashed him a mysterious smile, saying, "You'll see tonight." This ploy piqued his curiosity, stirring a sense of anticipation within him, especially as he recalled a humorous internet meme related to Balenciaga. The luxurious riverside king-size room cost $2,300 per night. Although they merely came to drop off their belongings, upon entering the opulent room, Gu Qian was still quite thrilled. She took a few photos with her phone, then stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the cityscape for a moment before turning to Li Shi with a smile, saying, "I used to tell Xiao Qiao and the others about how we must stay here at least once to experience the most luxurious hotel service in Tanzhou and to see the most beautiful night view of the Xiangjiang River. However, with our meager salaries, we've talked about it for ages, but never dared to come. A place like this has rooms starting at over 1,000 per night." Xiao Qiao was one of her colleagues, the one who had suggested karaoke after their hot pot meal. Li Shi understood her feelings, but said with a smile after checking the time, "Let us go enjoy a dinner that matches that price. We have the whole night ahead of us." The Wisteria Flower Restaurant is one of the few high-end Western dining establishments in Tanzhou. Although Li Shi was not particularly fond of Western cuisine, he was not averse to changing his palate occasionally, especially after having indulged in takeout and street food recently. He ordered a grilled steak, as he preferred land-based meats over seafood. This upscale restaurant, aside from its careful selection of ingredients and the chef's culinary skills, boasted an elegant ambience and exquisite plating, making it particularly appealing for those who love to post on social media. Gu Qian snapped numerous photos and, before finishing her meal, posted an update on her social media. She even shared a photo of the delectable dishes that Li Shi had taken for her with her close friend, Zhong Xiaxia, to share her joy. Li Shi did not take any photos himself, aside from one he captured for Gu Qian with her phone. However, as she was photographing, he contemplated how he might capture a food-themed shot in this setting, considering how to use the dishes on the dining table as props. What angles to choose? Would there be a need for additional lighting in certain areas? Drawing from his recent learnings and personal aesthetic, he quickly devised a simple shooting plan in his mind. Smiling with satisfaction, realizing that his studies had not been in vain. The meal totaled 2,200. When settling the bill, the server inquired whether he would be paying by credit card or scanning a code. Li Shi had never obtained a credit card, so he opted for WeChat Pay as usual. Upon exiting the restaurant, they did not rush back to the hotel but instead took a leisurely stroll around the nearby Taiping Old Street. After a brief exploration, they returned to their room. Li Shi embraced Gu Qian's slender waist, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the enchanting city of Tanzhou at 9 o'clock in the evening. The night was illuminated by countless lights, casting a radiant glow upon both banks, creating a scene of bustling prosperity. At some unknown moment, her skirt fluttered without a breeze, rising and falling like the distant river, akin to delicate lavender blossoms swaying in the wind. The beauty of the previous night's ambience captivated Li Shi, ensnaring him in its allure, rendering him unable to extricate himself for an extended period. It was not until the following morning that he beheld the surprise Gu Qian had mentioned the day prior. As was customary, Li Shi awoke refreshed before 7. Seated on the sofa by the window, engrossed in the color of photography. It was not until 9 that the weary woman arose, attended to her ablutions in the bathroom, and emerged clad in black stockings, the lace trim adorning her thighs exquisitely. She then dashed into his embrace, insisting on sharing the view of the river. As Li Shi savored the scenery outside, he rhythmically tapped his feet to an unspoken beat, producing a melody that only he could perceive, pondering that indeed women could serve as stumbling blocks on his path of learning. Chapter 48. Practical Invitations at Jianing Central Hospital. Zhong Xiaxia felt that she had been exceedingly unfortunate lately. She had initially believed that selling a luxury apartment would mark the pinnacle of her career, yet, despite her relentless efforts over the past month, her performance remained mediocre. After finally securing a small apartment deal yesterday, She was on her way to finalize the contract with her client when she received a call informing her of her father's car accident. Reluctantly, she handed the contract over to a colleague and hastened back to her hometown, Jining City. Fortunately, amidst the misfortune, her father had only suffered a fractured left leg, with no other serious injuries. After a flurry of activity until after 2 in the morning, she entrusted her younger brother to keep her father company and managed to sleep soundly at a hotel near the hospital until 10 the next morning. Upon waking, she quickly powered on her phone, which had automatically shut down while charging the night before, eager to check for any messages from her colleagues regarding the contract. To her dismay, she found a series of photos sent by Gu Qian, showcasing her friend enjoying fine dining at upscale restaurants and hotels. A wave of anger surged within her. That pretentious woman, parading around as if she were some socialite. The thought of Li Shi, who had stopped responding to her messages, made her scowl in disdain at that scoundrel. As she gazed at Gu Qian's beaming face in the photos, her irritation grew. She kicked off the covers to reveal her long, beautiful legs, took a subtly alluring photograph, and opened Li Shi's WeChat. Just as she was about to send it, her rationality returned, and she hastily retracted the message. Why should she let her anger at a superficial friend benefit another insufferable man? She withdrew the message just a few seconds after sending it. Surely he wouldn't have seen it, right? Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. I am a woman he could never possess, no matter how wealthy he is. Li Shi, having exited the ebook, set his phone down and embraced Gu Qian, admiring the view for several minutes. Suddenly, he remembered that he had yet to check his strength and endurance after his physical condition had improved to 16.9. He gently turned her to face him and lifted her into a standing position. As he assessed her, he noted that she felt lighter than before and whispered in her ear, "Have you lost weight?" Gu Qian, taking a moment to respond, replied, "This business trip has been exhausting. Everyone is quite competitive. I've lost 3 to 4 pounds in my efforts to perform well." He nodded, observing, "Indeed. You must weigh less than 55 kilograms now." Gu Qian protested, I haven't shrunk." After carrying her for a while, Li Shi felt no fatigue and decided to set her down. While Gu Qian was indeed curvy, her weight was still too light. With double the effort, it might be more suitable. Returning to the single sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, he extracted one hand to check the time on his phone. Just as he unlocked it with his fingerprint, a WeChat notification appeared. Curiously, he opened it, surprised to see that the sender was indeed Zhang Xiaxia, real estate agent. Was that a like he saw? Just as he was about to enlarge the image, he noticed it had vanished. The sender had retracted it. Li Shi was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Was it a mistake or a ploy? If it was a mistake, who was she intending to send it to? If it was intentional, what was her motive? After waiting for a moment without receiving further messages from Zhang Xiaxia, he distractedly pondered before exiting WeChat and tossing his phone aside, focusing on his own endeavors. Regardless of whether it was a bait, he would simply choose to ignore it. However, those legs did appear rather appealing, and the realization that she was Gu Qian's roommate and confidant stirred an inexplicable excitement within him. Around 10 o'clock, Li Shi placed the soft woman on the bed, allowing her to indulge in a couple more hours of sleep. He took a shower and settled onto the sofa, continuing to read his ebook while reflecting on his earlier impure thoughts. The book, The Color Theory of Photography, was a prescribed textbook for higher education institutions. It comprehensively discussed the interplay between photography and color from 5 different perspectives, and it was thoughtfully accompanied by a plethora of images for illustrative support. The book comprised only 6 chapters, making it a quick read. By the time he reached the first section of the 3rd chapter, about color temperature and color, Gu Qian, after a brief 40-minute nap, awakened once more. Although her slumber had not been lengthy, she was naturally quick to recover, especially at her young age, and having had a restful night. Thus, her brief nap revitalized her energy. They discussed trying the hotel's room service. Li Shi used the room's phone to order food while Gu Qian began tidying up the disarray in the room. As she picked up a pair of stockings she had just purchased the day before, she noticed several holes in them, and memories of the previous night flooded her mind, causing a blush of embarrassment. Though she had been caught up in the moment then, reflecting upon it now felt rather awkward. The hotel boasted its own restaurant, renowned for its chef's exceptional culinary skills. As they dined, Li Shi recalled that he would soon begin practical photography, which would be markedly different from casual snapshots, as he intended to approach it thematically. Observing Gu Qian savoring the food while playing with her phone, he felt that her figure would be perfect for a Cheongsam-themed shoot and extended an invitation to her. Setting down her phone, Gu Qian lifted her glass to hydrate and instinctively licked her slightly parched lips before promptly inquiring, "Brother Shi, when exactly do you plan to shoot?" Li Shi assessed his current learning progress and replied, in about 10 days. Oh, Gu Qian exclaimed, disappointment washing over her as she explained. I performed quite well on this business trip, and the company plans to send me to Yangqing for training and certification. Every counter staff member harbors aspirations beyond their current roles, just as in any profession. In counter sales, there are corresponding career prospects. Those in makeup can become makeup artists, senior makeup artists, or trainers. In the realm of perfumes, one could aspire to be a perfumer, a fragrance trainer, or a fragrance training manager. For skincare, opportunities abound to become a skincare manager, senior skincare manager, or training manager, among others. Gu Qian expressed her aspirations, saying, I have always wanted to obtain a skincare management certification, and this time I must seize the opportunity. She gazed at the man across from her, who was not her boyfriend but had bestowed upon her unprecedented joy, and with a hint of regret, she said, Unfortunately, time is of the essence, as planned. I shall be departing for Yangqing the day after tomorrow. Naturally, Lishur did not insist that she become a model for him. He smiled and replied, That is splendid news. I congratulate you. He raised his cup and clinked it with hers. After checking out, Lishur drove Gu Qian to the entrance of her residential complex. Before exiting the vehicle, Gu Qian leaned towards the driver and Appo's seat, wrapped her arms around his neck, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Then, she gathered the items she had purchased during their shopping excursion yesterday, stepped out of the car, gave a casual wave, and gracefully entered the complex. Lishur then proceeded to Phoenix Bay, driving directly into the newly acquired garage, intending to engage in some weightlifting before inspecting the renovations of his study in the new house. Chapter 49. 9 days. Lishur's weightlifting was merely a test of his newfound physical attributes following his recent enhancements. He had no intention of genuinely engaging in strenuous lifting. Rather, he possessed a learning panel that rendered such efforts unnecessary. The time spent on weightlifting could be far better utilized by dedicating a few more minutes to study. Moreover, he was already preparing to embark on a new phase of learning skills related to sports, which would initiate a systematic process of training and development in whichever athletic discipline he chose. Previously, he had managed to lift 105 kilograms on his penultimate attempt, culminating at 125 kilograms. With an additional point of physicality gained, his attributes now stood at 16.9, prompting him to commence at 105 kilograms once again. He loaded the barbell with two 25-kilogram plates and two 15-kilogram plates, along with the necessary clamps and bar, bringing the total to 105 kilograms. After warming up, he activated the stopwatch on his phone, positioned himself in the center of the barbell, grasped it firmly, and exerted himself. The barbell ascended effortlessly, standing tall. After 4.5 minutes, Lishur felt the onset of perspiration and gently returned the barbell to its resting place. This lift had proven considerably easier, allowing him to persevere for an additional 1.5 minutes before breaking a slight sweat. To further compare his progress, he increased the weight to 125 kilograms. In his previous attempt, he had felt muscle tension after standing for a minute. This time, however, he found it significantly less taxing. It was not until 1 minute and 49 seconds that he began to feel the tightening of his muscles. Setting the barbell down and allowing his arms to relax, he took a brief respite before adding an extra 2.5 kilograms to each end of the bar, raising the total weight to 130 kilograms. Grounded, he grasped the bar and pulled. The third attempt felt notably more strenuous. After 56 seconds, his arms once again entered the familiar state of muscle tension, and sweat began to bead on his back. Lishur promptly lowered the barbell. It was less than a minute, perhaps influenced by his previous experience with 125 kilograms. Otherwise, sustaining it for a full minute without sweating should have been achievable. Thus, it seemed his reaction mirrored that of his earlier attempt with 125 kilograms. With a smile, Lishur gained a clearer understanding of his strength. Exiting the garage, he entered the elevator after inputting the password and ascended to his new residence. The assistant to the designer, Jiang, was responsible for communication and oversight, visiting twice daily to inspect the construction progress and report back to Lishur with photographs. Such a level of service was considered top tier within the industry. Having someone present on site at all times was simply impractical unless one was willing to pay extra. Most often, the site was occupied solely by the laborers. The renovation of his study had a mere 1-week time frame, and when he arrived, the carpenter was busy assembling the main structure of the bookshelf. He surveyed the work closely, engaged the carpenter in conversation for a few moments, and then departed to drive to a nearby supermarket to purchase iced tea and some snacks, which he brought back to offer to the hard-working craftsmen, expressing his gratitude for their efforts. In his rural hometown, it was customary to provide a pack of cigarettes along with payment for labor. Li had considered this, but, prioritizing safety, opted instead for beverages and snacks. Though not extravagant, the workers appreciated their employer's thoughtfulness, happily accepting the offerings and assuring him they would complete the work to a high standard. In the afternoon, Li re-entered a semi-secluded state of study. His days were consumed with reading and exploring photography, occasionally capturing various subjects within his home to test spontaneous ideas. Windows, beds, desks, utensils, stools, everything within the confines of his abode, including the community and sky outside, became his subjects. Simultaneously, he acquired additional photography equipment, including 2 camera lenses, a tripod, a flash trigger, several compact but versatile lights, a collapsible reflector, and light modifiers. He remained engrossed for 9 consecutive days, venturing out only twice, once to inspect the study renovation and another to share a meal with Gu Qian before her departure to Yangqing, followed by 4 hours at a hotel, exchanging countless whispered words. Beyond these excursions, he devoted himself entirely to his studies. Throughout this period, he noticed an improvement in his memory. Once immersed in learning, his efficiency significantly increased. With a physicality score of 16.9, he found that he could thrive on merely 5 to 6 hours of sleep each night, maintaining abundant energy throughout the day, even when fatigue set in. A brief 20-minute rest would rejuvenate him completely. Thus, he dedicated nearly 15 to 16 hours daily to studying and honing his photography knowledge and skills. In the final 2 days, he even began utilizing his new laptop to follow Photoshop tutorials sourced from Bilibili, delving into the intricacies of post-processing in photography. These 9 days proved to be profoundly fulfilling, culminating in significant progress. By the 9th day, his learning panel reflected notable changes. Name, Li physicality, 16.91, fusion status, wealth, 6.8, exchange status, currently learning, camera photography, proficient, completed learning library, Chinese, mastery, vehicle operation, mastery, at last. His proficiency in camera photography had advanced from the introductory level to a proficient status. Truth be told, this advancement occurred later than Li had anticipated. Upon reflection, he realized that while his theoretical knowledge had long been sufficient, practical experience had lagged behind. He was confident that stepping into the realm of real-world photography would swiftly elevate his skills to proficiency. He recalled encountering a post online that categorized photographers into 8 stages. 1. Introduction. The subject of the work is unclear, with improper post-processing, often featuring flowers, landscapes, and portraits, marked by blind exposure and overly vibrant colors. 2. Initiation. A theme exists but lacks depth, characterized by simplistic post-processing, typically showcasing dramatic landscapes, mundane documentation, or soft portraits. 3. Advancement. A clear theme emerges with some depth, featuring complex yet possibly inappropriate post-processing, resulting in harmonious landscapes and emotionally resonant documentation. 4. Advanced. Technical skills mature, with a prominent theme, effective and powerful post-processing, yielding works with depth and emotional impact. 5. Apprentice. Artistic and pictorial photography, with a personal understanding of composition and color, capable of independently managing a photography team. 6. Photography artist. 7. Master. 8. Legend. Li compared the classification of learning levels in his own study panel and found that, specifically in the realm of photography, the panel's beginner level aligns with what the author describes as the initial stage of entry. The proficient level corresponds to the second stage of progression. However, the subsequent levels diverge somewhat. The mastery level should correspond to the 3rd stage of advancement. Expert level aligns with the 4th stage of sophistication. Professional level matches the 5th stage of apprenticeship and the 6th stage of the photographic artist, while Grandmaster level corresponds to the 7th and 8th stages of mastery and legend. Although he has absorbed a wealth of theoretical knowledge and practice, the photographs he has taken barely adhere to the intended themes, placing him firmly in the entry stage, poised to embark on his journey. To draw an analogy from his school days, his language teacher would often comment that his writing was mediocre, yet he finally grasped the essence of maintaining a central theme. In his planned reading list, Li deliberately placed portrait photography as the final book to study. This book, authored by Su Jigang, the director of the Beijing Film Academy's photography department, was published by the Zhujiang Photography Publishing House and is part of the Beijing Film Academy's specialized textbook series. On the 10th morning, after completing the last chapter on various lighting effects and portrait photography, he stood up, stretched, glanced at the time, and smiled, thinking that his intensive study was finally coming to a close, and it was time to take his camera and step outside. However, Before doing so, he picked up his phone, ordered a myriad of takeout, and then called to schedule an evening spa service, intending to first harmonize his physical state. Chapter 50. Insomnia. As the takeout arrived, Li Shi proceeded with his plan to integrate his physical attributes. Awakening at 6 in the evening, he felt the familiar ache in his body. Lying on his bed, he summoned the learning panel. Name, Li Shi. Physical attribute, 17. 9 wealth, 6. 8. Redeem. Currently learning. Photography, proficient. Completed skills, Chinese, fluent, driving fluent, with a physical attribute of 17. 9. He resolved to strive diligently to surpass the threshold of 20 this year. To achieve this, after elevating his photography to proficiency, he would need to select another skill or knowledge area and elevate it to at least a proficient level as well. With September already nearing its end, there were merely 3 months until the solar new year and just over 4 months until the lunar new year, presenting a considerable challenge. His fluency in Chinese stemmed from years of accumulation, while his driving proficiency was due to the relative simplicity of the skill, requiring only a basic understanding of theoretical knowledge to reach the proficient level. Photography, being a passion of his, had some prior exposure, but upon formal study, he recognized its artistic elements, which demanded a higher level of abstraction compared to pure skills. Consequently, the journey towards proficiency would become increasingly arduous. Fortunately, he intended to reach only the proficient level for now. After lying in bed for 20 minutes, Li Shi rose, acutely aware that this time felt better than during his previous 2 breakthroughs. Although the soreness was still quite pronounced, it seemed less severe. After consuming the pre-prepared meal, he opened his tablet to continue with the unfinished complete course on aesthetic principles, studying while reclining for 3 hours. When he finally got up again, he confirmed that his initial assessment was correct. This time, the stress response was indeed less intense than in the previous 2 instances. Gently moving his hands, he gauged the extent of the soreness. Each of the 3 integrations had yielded a 1-point increase in his physical attribute, yet the foundational physicality prior to integration had varied. Li Shi realized that as his physical attribute points increased, the sensation of soreness would gradually diminish. Eventually, when his physical fitness reached a level where a 1-point breakthrough felt trivial, the discomfort would vanish entirely. While reviewing the recordings in his notebook, he noted that from the moment of integration to awakening, his body remained still, though the duration of integration had decreased, previously taking 8 hours and 20 minutes. This time it was only 8 hours and 13 minutes, a reduction of 7 minutes. In his specialized notebook, he continued to record in a manner only he could comprehend. 3, 8, 13, 0 motion. After midnight, Li Shi emerged from the spa, feeling rejuvenated. His soreness had completely dissipated, and his body moved freely once more. As he entered a rideshare vehicle and lowered the window to enjoy the night breeze, his WeChat chimed twice. Curiously, he wondered who could be messaging him at such a late hour. Upon checking, it was Chen Xiuye. Have you slept yet? I'm struggling with insomnia, crying emoji. Li Shi deftly replied, not yet. Why are you sleepless? Is something troubling you? Chen Xiuye responded, it's the matter I mentioned last time. It seems it's south heading to court, frustrated emoji. Li Shi recalled that half a month ago, during their conversation, she had mentioned a falling out with a good friend over business matters. Given that it has escalated to court, it seems there is no room for reconciliation. You should prepare to face the lawsuit and await the court's decision. Try to take it lightly. Yes, that's all I can do, pitiful emoji. I was just feeling a bit overwhelmed and wanted to talk to you. By the way, why are you still awake? You aren't studying, are you? Gazing out at the tranquil cityscape, far quieter than during the day, he replied, no, I went to the spa for a massage and dozed off. I'm just heading back now. Li Shi had always been candid in his conversations with Chen Xiuye. Did the masseuse's techniques work that well? Did she manage to put you to sleep? I suppose she ISN and oppos. See that pretty? Playful emoji. Li Shi was momentarily taken aback by her message. Reflecting on how he initially perceived her as a cold, aloof type, but later discovered her mischievous and playful nature. Was this the contrast that was so popular online? It seemed rather amusing. The technician wore a veil, so I couldn't judge her looks, but her techniques were indeed excellent. Are you feeling less agitated now? Smirking emoji. Chen Xiuye replied, I'm feeling better. If her techniques are that good, when I visit Tanzhou, remember to take me there for a try. Seeing her message, Li Shi took it lightly and chuckled, sure thing. She had been mentioning her intention to visit Tanzhou for 2 months now, and since their acquaintance, she had brought it up repeatedly. He had long ceased to take it seriously, viewing her merely as an online friend with whom he could chat freely. Their conversation flowed until they exchanged goodnights. The following morning, Li Shi awoke and picked up his phone to check the weather in Tanzhou for the upcoming days, hoping to plan for his photography endeavors. The forecast predicted sunny days ahead, which left him somewhat dissatisfied. He preferred weather with more variability. After reviewing the weather, he noticed a notification from an automotive app he had installed while learning to drive. It suggested an article titled 4 Ideal Luxury Sports Cars Every Man Dreams of. Is there one that captivates your heart? This reminded him of a decision he had made on Yangming Mountain to reward himself with a sports car for his previous efforts upon achieving proficiency in driving. However, since returning to Tanzhou, he had been so engrossed in his studies that he had nearly forgotten about it. Upon opening the article, he skimmed through it, which detailed 4 luxury sports cars: Porsche 918, Hennessy Venom GT, Pagani Huayra, and Aston Martin 1-77. The article is written in great detail, not only presenting the performance data of these 4 vehicles but also accompanied by images. After perusing it, Li Shi felt a twinge of desire. To say nothing of the rest, each of these cars boasts an impressive aesthetic, exuding an undeniable charm. However, with each vehicle priced at over 10 million, it is a sobering reality that even with substantial wealth, immediate acquisition may not be feasible. It would be wiser to consider purchasing a vehicle within a reasonable budget that can be readily obtained. Li Shi recalled the recent renovations made to his study, which included new furniture and equipment, resulting in a significant expenditure. He began to log into his various bank accounts: 22 million in China Construction Bank, 39 million in Bank of China, 50,000 in Industrial and Commercial Bank, and a combined 120,000 in WeChat and Alipay, totaling 78 million. Upon calculating the figures, Li Shi felt a slight unease regarding his spending habits. However, the anticipation of a substantial income of no less than 35 million arriving by the end of next month, or at the latest, early next month, calmed his spirits. He summoned the learning panel to glance at his wealth attribute points, 8, a figure that instilled a sense of reassurance and satisfaction. If the previous jade bracelet was valued at approximately 0.082 in attribute points, translating to around 2 million in cash, one could only wonder how much the 8 wealth attribute points could yield. Chapter 51, Level 3 Photographer Calculating the Wealth Attributes. It appears that 1 point could be exchanged for 429 million. With 8 points, that amounts to over 9 billion. As Li Shi gazed at the anticipated figures displayed on his phone's calculator, his breath caught for half a second, followed immediately by an overwhelming surge of confidence. Although he understood that the actual situation could not be calculated in such a straightforward manner, and that he could not convert all his wealth points into top-tier jade, he realized that even if he were to trade only 2 pieces of premium jade each year, it would still yield tens of millions in income annually. Such a substantial amount in cash, many so-called billionaires might struggle to produce. Patience is key. Everything must unfold in due time. Li Shi unconsciously revealed a serene smile, envisioning a future replete with boundless possibilities. Suddenly, he recalled certain matters and mused. It would be wise to explore several jade markets domestically and invest in some stones. Not to mention that he ought to visit Myanmar a few times when the opportunity arises. Speaking of Myanmar, he remembered having seen travel vloggers experience local massages, which seemed rather intriguing. The internet often touts Myanmar's 3 specialties: jade, unique broadcasts, and massages. Given his tumultuous relationship with Dudu, he would certainly avoid the first specialty. But if he were to visit Myanmar, he might as well indulge in the latter too. After all, he would be there. Li Shi perused luxury cars on a vehicle app, contemplating his options. Though he still had 8 wealth attributes left, his cash reserves had dwindled to just over 18 million. He felt that a budget too low for a sports car would be unfulfilling. Yet exceeding it would contradict his principles regarding money. A decent sports car would require a budget of at least 2 to 3 million. And he believed it unnecessary to spend 1/5 to 1/3 of his savings on a mere toy. In his worldview, if it were purely a toy purchase, even if it were a grand toy, the budget should ideally not exceed 1/15 of his total savings. Of course, if there were other purposes or uses, that would be a different matter. For him, a sports car was merely a toy, but a sedan served as a practical mode of transportation, a suitable replacement for his current SUV. After careful consideration, he resolved to first purchase a sedan and, once his savings surpassed 50 million, to contemplate a sports car. After all, that would likely be a matter for the following year. As he searched online for sedans, Li Shi was overwhelmed by the plethora of options, which led to a case of decision paralysis. He knew he must establish a budget first. Considering that he would certainly have some business receptions in the future, He aimed to cultivate an image as a prominent collector. Thus, the vehicle must reflect his capabilities. Having gained a fair understanding of automobiles, he settled on a budget between $1 million to $2 million. This range would grant him access to most luxury sedans available in the market, such as Maserati Quattroporte, Mercedes-Benz S-Class, Maybach S-Class, Lexus LS, and BMW 7 Series, among others. He planned to visit car dealerships when time permitted, testing different models to determine his final choice. Setting aside the car purchase for the moment, Leisure turned his attention to more pressing matters. For him, anything related to learning and earning was of utmost importance, while everything else was secondary or trivial. Having long contemplated practical photography, he had a concrete plan forming in his mind. He intended to commence with portrait photography, although he had not yet determined the specific style. Perhaps starting with the most common and popular fresh and breezy style would be wise. Resolute in his decision, Leisure retrieved a pristine notebook and began drafting a plan. As it was his inaugural shoot, he sought to clarify his thoughts and meticulously consider the details to ensure a smooth execution and the best possible results. Step 1. Determine the shooting style. Fresh and breezy, Japanese style, completed. Step 2. Review. Identify at least one representative photographer in this style for targeted study, incomplete. Step 3. Search for and confirm models, criteria, attractive features. Boys should be healthy and sunny. Girls should exude youthful purity, ideally fitting the shooting style. Pinning. Step 4. Finalize makeup and styling, including clothing and makeup details. Pinning. Step 5. Determine shooting location. Scout the site, taking weather and lighting into account. Incomplete. Step 6. Shooting day. Incomplete. Step 7. Post-production. Incomplete. Having outlined his plan, and with the shooting style firmly established as fresh and breezy, he began implementing steps 2 and 3. He scoured the internet for works by renowned photographer Hideaki Hamada from Neon, eager for targeted appreciation and analysis of his pieces. However, he swiftly moved on to step 3 in search of models. Steps 2 and the subsequent ones could proceed concurrently. Leisure first considered individuals he knew to see if any were suitable. With family absent and only his former colleague Li Guiming remaining in contact, his classmates had scattered far and wide, each engrossed in their own pursuits. The WeChat and QQ groups were now inundated with advertisements and requests for votes. To his dismay, Leisure realized that not only were suitable candidates for the fresh and breezy style scarce, but there seemed to be hardly anyone around him at all. He felt quite solitary. Nevertheless, Leisure took it in stride. If he could not find a suitable model nearby, he would seek one online. He registered a new Weibo account, naming it Level 3 Photographer, where Level 1 signifies a beginner, Level 2 indicates proficiency, and Level 3 denotes mastery, symbolizing his hopeful aspirations. He drafted a model recruitment notice with the following details: requirements, attractive features, boys should be healthy and sunny, girls should embody youthful purity. Compensation, payment upon completion. Specifics to be discussed via private message or WeChat. Preference given to those with prior shooting experience and who can do their own makeup. Since this was a new account, the notice would likely garner little attention. Hence, he also searched for photographers in his local area on the platform. Photographers sometimes feature their models when showcasing their work. While browsing various photography forums, he discovered that many novice photographers often sought models in this manner. After searching extensively, he stumbled upon several local model accounts, 2 of which appeared quite suitable. He attempted to send them private messages, yet received no replies. Continuing his search, he encountered an account belonging to a prominent figure in the photography community, which had recently posted a series of photos featuring models in school uniforms. The models boasted appealing features and exuded a youthful charm. Notably, this account also tagged the models in the posts. After perusing additional photographs shared by the model herself, Leisure decisively sent another private message. Hello, miss. I am a local photographer from Tanzhou. May I arrange a photo shoot with you? It would be a paid opportunity. To his surprise, the recipient was online at that moment and swiftly responded, yes, that sounds good. Chapter 52. Do you have a pure white slip dress? Leisure was pleasantly surprised to discover that the other party was online. Unlike WeChat or QQ, encountering someone on Weibo at the right moment was quite rare. To expedite the conversation, he promptly replied, let us connect on WeChat. It's more convenient for communication. The response came swiftly. Sure, my WeChat ID is M, and the following numbers are also my work QQ number. You can add either. Leisure copied the information and added this female model as a friend. His WeChat account was newly registered, utilizing a phone number he had recently acquired. He now possessed 3 mobile numbers, one for daily use, another specifically for managing his bank accounts, and this new one, serving as a backup alias. This was not intended for any nefarious purposes, rather. He was delving into the world of camera photography. Once he began to produce works, simply admiring them in solitude would inevitably lead to a sense of insularity. Sharing them, regardless of receiving praise or criticism, could evoke emotional responses and sustain his creative fervor. Most individuals in the world are quite ordinary, and creators of literature and art are no exception. Few transcend the mundane. Even if they outwardly profess indifference, deep down, they yearn for their creations to be seen and validated by a broader audience. Photography is a form of creation, and Lee Sher, too, was an ordinary individual. He had come to this realization early on, thus preparing a backup persona by registering not only on Weibo, but also on Douyin and Bilibili. While those platforms primarily focus on video, photographs can also be paired with music to create visual narratives. He intended to share one of his most satisfactory photos from each themed photography session on these accounts to gauge the reactions of netizens. Once the friend request was accepted, Lee Sher inquired about her situation and learned that she was a student working part-time as a model. If they were to collaborate, it would depend on her availability. Lee Sher was straightforward. I have only recently begun studying photography and would like to shoot a series of fresh and vibrant photos with you. Are you able to do this style of makeup? The girl, named Mu Shi, responded equally candidly. I frequently do fresh makeup. It's no problem. When do you plan to shoot? And is the location in Tanzhou? Also, how will the compensation work? Lee Sher appreciated her directness. The shoot would indeed take place in Tanzhou, although the exact time was yet to be determined, likely tomorrow or the day after. As for compensation, he contemplated the market rates he was aware of. For professional models, fees range from 200 to 500 yuan per outfit, or 500 to 1,500 yuan per hour, and 2,000 to 10,000 yuan per day. These rates were exorbitant, often unattainable for amateur photographers. However, for part-time models, the fees were considerably lower, typically ranging from 200 to 600 yuan per day. Before he could quote a price, she messaged again. The time isn't set yet? That might affect my availability. Lee Sher assured her, I will finalize the timing soon, and we can communicate further. I will need you for a full day, and you will need to do your own makeup. Ideally, you should bring 2 or 3 outfits in the fresh style. If we confirm the collaboration, the compensation will be 1,000 yuan plus 100 for transportation, paid on the spot. Mushi replied, all right, I can request time off and adjust my schedule. The makeup and outfits won't be a problem, but I prefer not to shoot in a too enclosed space. Is that acceptable? Of course, Lee Sher responded. He was a serious photographer, aiming to practice his theoretical knowledge, and the fresh style typically favored open locations such as streets, grassy areas, and parks, thus avoiding confined spaces. However, he pondered whether a university student needed to request leave for skipping class. The two continued discussing the specifics of makeup and styling before concluding their chat. The female model was confirmed, yet a male model remained elusive. Lee Sher searched online for a while, only to find it significantly more challenging to locate a male model than a female counterpart. After wasting half an hour without success, he stumbled upon a plethora of unrelated content. Finding a child model was even more daunting. He sighed, conceding to start with the female model. Lee Sher picked up his notebook and marked the 3rd step of finding and confirming the shooting model and the 4th step of confirming makeup as completed. The next step was to secure the shooting location, a task with which he was quite familiar, having nearly traversed the urban area of Tanzhou for driving practice. Several potential sites sprang to mind: Jianshan Lake Park, Songye Lake Park, the Xiang River Scenic Belt, Detua Village, and the area opposite Wanda Plaza by the river. While he had many options, the final choice required a site visit. For the first time, the thought of hiring an assistant crossed his mind. An assistant could scout locations, saving him time and allowing him to learn more in the process. Lee Sher realized he needed to adjust certain perspectives he had never considered before. He couldn't handle everything personally. He ought to learn to leverage money to enhance efficiency in his endeavors and studies, which would ultimately lead to greater financial success. He ventured out at 10:30 in the morning and didn't return until after 4 in the afternoon, having confirmed 3 shooting locations. Upon returning home, his first task was not to arrange a time with Mu Shi, but to register as a member on a platform where he could post personal recruitment information. After posting an assistant recruitment notice, he then scheduled the shoot with the female model for the following day. In the remaining time, he retrieved the previously saved works of a representative photographer known for the fresh style, meticulously studying each piece. This photographer, renowned for capturing the essence of the fresh style, excelled particularly in heartwarming Japanese aesthetics, especially in photographing children, with a penchant for the color blue. Li Shi endeavored to apply his accumulated theoretical knowledge to appreciate each photograph, occasionally noting insights in his learning journal. He worked diligently until midnight, clarifying his vision for the upcoming shoot. He located Mushi's WeChat ID and attempted to send a message, but received no response. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already 26 minutes past midnight. He decided it would be inappropriate to disturb someone at such an hour and resolved to wait until the following morning. The next day, Li Shi awoke at 6:30, only to awkwardly discover that the aftereffects of having surpassed the 15-point threshold in his physical attributes had returned once again. He first checked his WeChat, then placed his phone on the desk, retrieved his laptop, and opened the Photoshop software to continue his studies in photographic post-processing. As he immersed himself in learning, everything gradually calmed down. At 7:12, Miss Mushi finally replied, "Teacher Li, is there something you need?" Upon hearing the notification sound, Li Shi quickly picked up his phone. Seeing that she addressed him as teacher, he momentarily froze, and after 2 seconds, he typed, "I would like to discuss the makeup and styling with you again. Do you have a pure white spaghetti strap dress?" Chapter 53. The photo shoot. Upon learning that the other party possessed pink headphones, a backpack, a white t-shirt, khaki shorts, and orange socks, as well as a pure white sundress, only lacking a straw hat, Li Shi let out a sigh of relief. Initially, he contemplated dismissing the entire endeavor due to the absence of a straw hat. Nevertheless, 10 seconds later, he stood up from his chair, shouldered the equipment bag he had prepared earlier, and took the car keys to venture outside. Following the navigation on his map, he visited 3 accessory stores and ultimately found one selling straw hats, selecting a charming piece adorned with a green bow. In his mind, Li Shi envisioned how the girl would look wearing it, feeling it perfectly matched the ambience he desired. At the checkout, the cashier, taken aback by his choice of a female hat, playfully inquired, "Handsome fellow, are you buying a gift for your girlfriend?" Li Shi awkwardly smiled, offered no explanation, and completed his payment. At 9 in the morning, in the Ho Lake Art District next to the Tianma apartment in Lushan District, Li Shi met the part-time model, Mushi. She arrived with light makeup, and in person, her beauty appeared somewhat diminished. Her skin lacked luster, and her features were not as refined. Yet, she still exuded an aura that was genuinely pleasing to behold. After exchanging pleasantries and becoming slightly acquainted, they commenced their work. They discussed the makeup and styling directly. Li Shi expressed his requirements. "This t-shirt and shorts are perfect as they are. Please change into orange socks and sandals, and hold the straw hat." Mushi, displaying commendable makeup skills, quickly transformed her look. After a brief assessment through the camera lens, Li Shi deemed it satisfactory and began scouting for locations. Having previously surveyed the area, he felt it suitable but needed to determine specific spots and angles on site. A few minutes later, he selected the first location and captured several shots. Reviewing the photos, he gave Mushi a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Excellent. You are quite expressive." The girl truly shone on camera, appearing far more radiant in the photos than in reality. After a brief period, they arrived at a small iron tower, where inspiration struck Li Shi. Climb up and hold the straw hat behind your back with one hand. Stand on your right foot while letting your left foot hover. Yes, be cautious. Maintain a cheerful expression. Smile a little brighter. Imagine you're experiencing something wonderful. Perfect. A breeze is coming. After finishing the shoot, Li Shi refrained from reviewing the photos immediately. Instead, he assisted Mushi in descending before examining the results. He had captured a moment where the wind tousled her hair, complemented by the sunlight gracing her smile against a backdrop of blue sky, evoking a splendid summer essence. The second location was a nameless alley near South Suburb Park. The model, being cautious, opted not to change in the car. Instead, she asked Li Shi to take her to a fast food restaurant, where she utilized the restroom to change outfits. Following the second shoot and a quick meal, they proceeded to the banks of the Luoyang River. After changing into a pure white sundress, Mushi reapplied her makeup as per Li Shi's instructions and braided her hair. Upon seeing her transformation, Li Shi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the artistry of makeup, beauty enhancements, and retouching could yield remarkable differences, especially considering her already favorable features. At the riverbank, Li Shi tested angles for a shot and adjusted the camera settings. Employing his learned knowledge of composition, exposure, and focus, he meticulously captured a series of images. Since he lacked assistance for lighting, his approach relied heavily on the natural sunlight. Suddenly inspired by a patch of grass, he directed, "Tilt your head slightly upward and look this way." He climbed to a better vantage point, positioning the model against the sun. "Yes, perfect. Place your hands in front of you. This angle makes you look stunning." Throughout their communication, he endeavored to apply the shooting techniques he had gathered from various photography tutorials, encouraging the model to exhibit greater expressiveness before the lens. The expression on your face doesn't need to be overly animated. Just a hint of seriousness will do. Yes, that's it. When you adopt a serious demeanor, you appear exceptionally beautiful, you know? Upon concluding the shot, Leisure felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He sensed that this particular photograph would likely be among those he selected for sharing later. Back in the car, he eagerly connected his laptop to review the results. Wow. Mushi, draped in a light jacket, leaned closer to the screen, her eyes wide with surprise. Teacher Lee, your skills are exceptional. You've captured me beautifully. Every girl delights in seeing herself portrayed in a flattering light. Initially, Mushi had approached the shoot with little expectation, purely motivated by financial gain. However, she was pleasantly surprised by the outcome. Li Shi, pleased with the praise, maintained a modest demeanor, smiling gently as he replied, "It's primarily due to your inherent beauty. You photograph remarkably well. Today's collaboration has been delightful. I hope we can work together again in the future. Of course, with your skills, even the unedited versions look fantastic. Next time, just provide me with the negatives, and I'll model for you free of charge." Mushi gazed at the photos on the screen for a while, genuinely appreciating the work of this first-time photographer. Li Shi, buoyed by her compliment, nodded enthusiastically, "Certainly. Let us arrange another shoot soon." The term negatives referred to providing her with copies of the final images, a request he found entirely reasonable. In the realm of portrait photography, the practice of mutual collaboration is quite popular. Photographers receive free modeling services, while models obtain complimentary portraits. However, given the current demand for beautiful models, finding suitable candidates for mutual assistance requires both time and opportunity. Li Shi prioritized efficiency, leaving little room for such deliberations. Transferring payment, Li Shi drove to a nearby Tycoon, while the female model went to the restroom to change her attire, and then he escorted her to a nearby subway station. Upon returning to his residence, it was already past 6 in the evening. He ordered takeout and, while waiting, began to engage in post-production work. It is often said that the birth of a perfect photographic masterpiece necessitates the completion of 3 distinct processes: shooting, post-production, and output. In this digital age, the final output has become a rarity. However, post-production has ascended to a new pinnacle. The process can be quite arduous. During the daytime shoot, Li Shi found immense joy. But it was during post-production that he truly experienced the trials of photography. After several hours seated before the computer, he set down the mouse and gazed at his creation, a profound sense of accomplishment swelling within him. At that moment, inspired, he raised his eyebrows and swiftly summoned the learning panel. Chapter 54: The 3 Essential Elements of Portraits. Name: Li Shi. Physique: 17. 9 Wealth: 6. 8. Exchange status: currently learning. Camera photography: proficient. Completed learning library: Chinese, fluent. Driving fluent, Li Shi was pleasantly surprised. He never anticipated that after successfully completing his first outdoor photography session, he would ascend from proficient to expert. Indeed, I possess a certain flair for photography. He reveled in this realization. Yet he understood that his advancement was attributed to the practical application of the theoretical knowledge he had amassed. Gazing upon the array of beautiful photographs he had captured, Li Shi felt an irresistible urge to showcase his work. How kitsch, how ordinary, he mused. Yet he recognized that this desire to boast served as a source of creative motivation. Thus, he began selecting images from the 15 completed shots. After much deliberation, he found his gaze fixated on a particular photograph, a girl clad in a delicate sundress standing upon verdant grass, her hair styled in 2 thick braids adorned with pink flowers. With hands clasped nervously before her, she raised her chin slightly, her eyes reflecting a blend of determination and defiance. The dress, pure white as snow, did little to conceal the girl's rosy complexion, her skin shimmering under the sunlight. The theme of summer's freshness was unmistakable, yet the essence of portraiture invariably lies in the subject, the human figure. What brought Li Shi the greatest satisfaction was his ability to capture the model's body language, taut with tension, while her gaze, under his guidance, conveyed something uniquely different. As the adage goes, there are 1,000 readers for every Hamlet. The reasons behind the model's demeanor were inconsequential. What truly mattered was the emotions evoked in the audience upon viewing the artwork. A casual observer might exclaim, "Wow, what a beauty! So fair." Meanwhile, a photography professional might scrutinize the composition, exposure, and underlying themes intended by the photographer. Those with a keen sensitivity might focus more intently on the girl's eyes, pondering the narrative behind her expression. After several minutes of admiration, Li Shi noted how the model's beauty had ascended at least 2 levels through the artistry of makeup and photography. He could hardly contain his curiosity about how many likes and comments such a photograph would garner. Initially intending to share it on social media for posterity, he reconsidered upon seeing the model's image, deciding it would be prudent to restrict visibility to family and relatives to avoid unwarranted inquiries. He logged into his Weibo account as a third-tier photographer and crafted a caption: "The summer of my memories is encapsulated in that pure white sundress and the stubbornness of youth. A record of my first portraiture experience." Featuring Mushi. He then attached the photo. Subsequently, he paired the image with a gentle, soothing melody and shared it on Douyin and Bilibili. After posting, he glanced at the clock and realized it was already past midnight. Lying in bed, the excitement in his mind took a while to subside, gradually lulling him into slumber. The next morning, around 6 o'clock, his biological clock roused the well-rested Li Shi. Upon waking, he recalled the photo he had shared the previous night and quickly reached for his phone on the bedside table. Although he was acutely aware that his new account would likely yield poor engagement, he nonetheless felt a flicker of hope. Logging into Weibo, he discovered the post had garnered 69 views, 0 comments, and 0 likes. Li Shi examined the activity on his photo with a complex mix of emotions. Indeed, reality remained cold and harsh. One cannot harbor unrealistic expectations regarding improbable outcomes. He chuckled at himself, adjusted his mindset, and opened the Douyin app. The data on Douyin proved far more favorable, with 629 views, 113 likes, 2 comments, and 115 shares. He felt a surge of encouragement. Wait, 115 shares? Upon closer inspection, it was indeed 115, surpassing the likes by 2. He recalled that when he casually browsed videos, he often wouldn't like them but would save them for future enjoyment, which brought him some relief. Who is she? I seek information about the model. 2 comments read. Li Shi briefly glanced at them before exiting the app and logging into Bilibili. There, he was pleasantly surprised. Although the views were still modest at just over 2,000, the comments exceeded a double-digit count. Eagerly clicking on the comments, he hoped the Bilibili audience would exhibit more sophistication than their Douyin counterparts. Newbie, is this really your first official shoot? The work is impressive. I've shared it in a photography enthusiast group. No need to thank me. Why? Why does your first shoot feature such a stunning model? I have the camera. I have the lens. Where does one find such a beautiful young lady? Dear creator, don't hoard her info. Please share the model and Oppo's details. How can a newcomer secure such a gorgeous model? Is this a wealthy lad entering the scene? Welcome. Perhaps we can share resources if we become friends. Wink. Dog emoji. I envy you for having such a lovely model. The 3 essential elements of portraiture. A beautiful model. A beautiful model. A beautiful model. Li Shi swiftly scanned all the comments, somewhat bewildered. From the first comment, it appeared someone had shared his post in a photography enthusiast group, attracting a flurry of admirers. The enthusiasm was palpable, with many eager to show their support. However, he couldn't help but wonder why they focused solely on the model rather than his technical skills and the merits and demerits of his work. With a smile, he internally critiqued the Bilibili users for their amusing tendencies, much like those on Douyin, a gathering of admirers. At that moment, he noticed that the user who had shared his video, newbie and camera enthusiast, had sent him a private message inquiring whether he would like to join their enthusiast group. Li Shi pondered for a moment but chose not to respond. In his pursuit of photography, he had previously joined numerous enthusiast groups, some of which served merely as chat forums, while others indulged in more vibrant discussions. However, within a few days of joining, he found himself banned from several of these groups without having gained substantial knowledge. A handful of more reputable groups engaged in frequent discussions about photographic techniques and organized various activities. One such group, for instance, hosted a weekly competition for members to showcase their most captivating works. On one occasion, he submitted a photograph of his desk but did not advance past the initial round. Initially, he joined around 7 or 8 groups, but gradually exited all except for the one that genuinely facilitated technical exchange. In the realm of photography, he recognized that achieving mastery was paramount. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to squander excessive time and energy mingling in social circles. Time, he acknowledged, is a constant for all. Each individual is allotted a mere 24 hours in a day. Consequently, should he devote more time to one pursuit, it would inevitably detract from others. His objective was to elevate his proficiency in photography to a level of mastery before embarking on new ventures. As Li Shi summoned his learning panel and cast a glance at it, a mysterious smile graced his lips. Indeed, each day comprises only 24 hours, yet Some individuals depart this world prematurely while others live to a ripe old age. With his learning panel at his disposal, he pondered how long his own journey would last. At 7:30, having completed his morning routine and slung his camera bag over his shoulder, he prepared to venture out for street photography. Aiming to commence his second practical lesson focused on portrait street shooting. At that moment, a message from Chin Shuyue popped up. "What are you up to?" "I'm just about to head out for work." "What's up?" "Hold on before you leave. Find a chair and sit down. I have something to discuss with you." Raising an eyebrow. Chapter 55. Street Photography in the Rain. September 23rd. Clear skies. A perfect day for all. The autumn equinox. Upon receiving a message from Chin Shuyue, Li Shi took it lightly, proceeding with his plans as he entered the elevator. Only then did he respond. "What's the matter? Don't scare me. I'm rather timid." Chin Shuyue did not reply with words or voice, but instead sent a location pin, South Station of Yangqing. A fleeting thought crossed Li Shi's mind. Could it be? After 2 months of conversation, is she finally coming? He did not retract his leg from the elevator, but continued onward, tentatively inquiring, "Are you going far?" Chin Shuyue replied, "Why don't you guess if I'm headed to Tanzhou?" Li Shi envisioned her image. Their recent exchanges had been quite delightful. Meeting in person would indeed be lovely. Yet he believed in fate and did not wish to force anything. "If you truly come to Tanzhou, I would certainly welcome you," he replied. Immediately, she sent a photo of a train ticket, Yangqing to Jiangcheng, departing at 7:22 a.m., arriving at 11:20 a.m. Jiangqing is the capital of a neighboring province. Seeing the ticket, Li Shi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was she teasing him? "Be careful. Next time we meet, I might just spank you." Angrily, Chin Shuyue responded, "Really? Are you sure?" Li Shi affirmed, "I'm certain. Just wait." Chin Shuyue then sent another ticket photo, G1553, Jiacheng to Tanzhou, departing at 6:19 p.m. and arriving at 7:53 p.m. Upon examining the details, a series of question marks floated above Li Shi's head. Was he being manipulated or merely jested with? Even if he felt a twinge of weakness, he would not let his words falter. "All right. I never imagined such a celestial beauty could be so devious, plotting against me. Just wait. When we meet tonight, I shall see if I can give you a thrashing." Proudly, Chin Shuyue seemed to anticipate his reaction and promptly replied, joyfully, "Haha, great. I love your fierce side. Remember to pick me up on time tonight." However, just 3 or 4 seconds later, she retracted her message, only to resend it, joyfully. "Haha, great. I love your tough demeanor. Remember to pick me up on time tonight." Li Shi was speechless. This girl was something else. After such a lengthy interval, she retracted her message as if he wouldn't notice. He feigned ignorance, rest assured. "I'll arrive at the high-speed train station before 7:53 p.m. He pondered for a moment and then asked, "Are you coming alone?" "I'll book a hotel for you. As I mentioned before, I'll ensure you're well taken care of during your stay in Tanzhou." Chin Shuyue replied with a smile, "Thank you, but I've already booked a hotel. Just come pick me up. By the way, shall we first indulge in some spicy crayfish?" Li Shi responded with an okay emoji. Once on the road, he set aside thoughts of Chin Shuyue's visit and contemplated his street photography plans. His approach to street photography differed from what some netizens presumed. He would not simply seek out popular spots or well-dressed individuals. The city itself was the most captivating subject. Urban landscapes are a primary category of photography, and the inhabitants of the city provide excellent portrait opportunities. In Li Shi's view, this photographic style blended urban landscapes, portraits, and documentary photography. Depending on the circumstances, he could adapt his focus, making it an excellent practical approach to enhance his skills. He checked the weather forecast and was pleasantly surprised by the change. Previously, it had indicated several days of sunshine, but now it forecasted rain between 3 and 4 in the afternoon. He could capture the city in the rain. After spending the morning wandering the streets and snapping hundreds of photos, he realized it was already 3 in the afternoon. Li Shi drove to a shopping center near the train station, parked in the first underground garage he found, crossed the overpass, and after a few minutes, arrived at the square in front of the station. Looking up at the clock on the tower, he noticed the words Tanzhou below. The sky was a brilliant blue, showing no signs of impending rain. Li Shi picked up his camera, this time without overthinking photography techniques, and casually took a shot. After exploring the area for a while, he drifted further away from the train station. There was a bustling market nearby. He paused by an advertisement board, observing the pedestrians when suddenly, a woman, radiant as a perfectly ripe peach, strolled past him. Dressed in a form-fitting skirt and high heels, she moved gracefully, drawing attention and turning heads. Seizing the moment, Li Shi snapped a candid shot of a male passerby glancing back at her. Upon review, he found the photo quite impressive. It captured not only the man's expression, but also the alluring sway of the woman's figure as she walked. It was a splendid photo. Yet he decided against sharing it. Firstly, it could tarnish the man's image, and secondly, the woman's pose was somewhat suggestive. It was best kept private. After wandering aimlessly for a while, he discovered an older overpass. After careful consideration, he hurried back to retrieve his car, parking it in a nearby alley to wait for the opportune moment. Good photographs are often the result of patience. 20 minutes later, at 4 o'clock, just as Leisure began to think the anticipated rain might not materialize, the sky suddenly darkened. In just 2 minutes, a torrential downpour commenced, drenching the streets and distant skyscrapers. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. With an umbrella in hand, he retrieved his camera, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He had captured the images he desired. On his way back to the car, he preferred to get wet himself rather than risk his camera bag's exposure to the rain. Once inside, he placed the bag on the passenger seat, wiped off the moisture with a tissue, and checked the time. It was already 4:30. Remembering he needed to pick up Chen Xiuyue from the high-speed train station later, he hastily set off to change his clothes. As he just drove onto the main road, he suddenly spotted an elderly woman in the distance, clad in a red raincoat, laboriously riding a bicycle while struggling to assist a child holding an umbrella, trudging through the rain. This scene profoundly moved him. He swiftly parked his car by the roadside, hastily moved to the passenger seat, and captured a photograph with his camera. The rain had lessened, yet it did not cease. Pedestrians on the road hurried along, weaving past one another. At 7:45 in the evening, Leisure, having purchased a cup of exquisite orchid latte from a tea shop, arrived at the exit of the high-speed railway station. After a brief wait, as 8 o'clock approached, he discerned Chen Xiuyue among the throng of departing travelers. Dressed in a black dress, she stood out in the crowd like a solitary, elegant black snow lotus, blooming with an air of proud solitude. Chapter 56, Chen Xiuyue. Welcome to Tanzhou. Leisure stepped forward, smiling as he offered a still-warm cup of milk tea. Thank you, Chen Xiuyue replied, graciously accepting the drink. You're welcome. Was your journey smooth? Although the two had been chatting on WeChat for over 2 months, they had only video called once. Most of their interactions were text-based, and now, in reality, they felt like familiar strangers, especially since they had just met. Both instinctively adopted a polite demeanor. Chen Xiuyue quickly adjusted, beaming as she said, Leisure, we finally meet. Are you going to make good on your promise? People who usually exude a cool demeanor rarely smile. When they do, it's akin to a snow lotus blooming, ethereal and captivating. Leisure had anticipated her question. Stepping closer with a grin, he extended his arms. It's not good to hit a woman. I'm a civilized person and cannot resort to violence. How about we embrace instead, turning conflict into harmony? Chen Xiuyue paused for 2 seconds, her smile widening, and she stepped forward to give Leisure a brief hug. Sure. To onlookers, this simple embrace appeared ceremonial, yet it instantly dissolved the sense of unfamiliarity between them, allowing their conversation to flow as casually as it had online. After chatting for a while at the exit, they made their way to the parking lot. As they got into the car, Leisure suddenly remembered something and turned to the passenger seat, where Chen Xiuyue was looking at him. I forgot to ask, how many days can you stay in Tanzhou? Chen Xiuyue studied Leisure's profile and replied, I can only stay for 1 day. I must return to Yanqing tomorrow night, as I have an important job the following morning. Yet, she pondered why this young man, though not exceptionally handsome, was so pleasing to her eyes. Their conversation was so comfortable that she felt compelled to make the trip to Tanzhou. It was indeed perplexing. Upon hearing she could only stay for a day, Leisure immediately said, Then we must make the most of our time tomorrow. Tell me, are there any places in Tanzhou you particularly wish to visit? Chen Xiuyue kept her gaze on him as he skillfully navigated the car out of the train station. Yes, given our limited time. Let us skip the walking streets for now and save that for next time. Let us head to the Nanhu Provincial Museum. I want to see the renowned Lady Xinjue. Also, how about that spa you mentioned? Perhaps you could take me there for an experience? Leisure, unable to resist glancing at her as he drove, found their eyes locked and teased, Don't keep staring at me. It distracts me from driving. Chen Xiuyue laughed and asked, Why not? Leisure replied with a straight face, Being stared at by a beautiful woman makes me nervous. Although Chen Xiuyue had anticipated his answer, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. The barbecue shop in Tanzhou was located near Leisure's former rental apartment. Although it was called a barbecue shop, the grilling was merely adequate. However, their crayfish was exceptionally delicious, in Leisure's opinion. By the time they arrived, the restaurant was already packed, forcing them to sit at an additional table outside. The proprietress, a plump woman in her 40s, approached with a warm smile and asked, What would you two like to eat? Li Shi didn't need to glance at the menu, confidently ordering 2 skewers of chicken wings, 2 skewers of squid, 1 serving of beef, 1 serving of pork belly, add a plate of stir-fried chives and preserved ribs, and a large portion of konjac crayfish, plus 2 bottles of iced red tea. Chen Shouyue added, last time, you mentioned that eating late-night snacks without beer felt incomplete, so let us get some beer. I'll drive later. Li Shi, remembering that Chen Shouyue had mentioned she didn't drink beer while they were chatting, initially refrained from ordering it. Surprised by her suggestion, he thought how considerate this seemingly aloof yet playful young woman was. He then told the proprietress, let us have 1 bottle of iced red tea and 1 bottle of beer. After placing their order, they continued their conversation, discussing the provincial museums they had not finished talking about in the car. They concluded that every museum had its own unique essence and noteworthy collections, all worth visiting. When the dishes arrived, the proprietress came over with a complimentary fruit platter of ice cream, saying, a small gift for you too. I hope you come often. Li Shi thanked her, and Chen Shouyue followed suit with a smile. The proprietress couldn't help but glance at Chen Shouyue a few more times, thinking how beautiful she was and how impressive her aura was. As they dined and chatted, they also reserved tickets for tomorrow's visit to the provincial museum via a public account, perhaps due to their 2-month-long conversations on WeChat or their serendipitous connection. Their chemistry was palpable. Despite it being their second meeting, their interaction felt natural, as if they were longtime friends. An hour slipped by unnoticed, and they had nearly finished their meal. Li Shi stood up to settle the bill when his phone buzzed. It was a call from his mother, Zhou Xiaotsue. He gestured to Chen Shouyue and sat back down to answer. Sure too. Are you still awake? Not yet, Mom. What's up? I wanted to ask about your last blind date. What happened? Your 6th aunt came by this afternoon, saying if it didn't work out, she'd introduce you to someone else. Li Shi felt a headache coming on upon hearing this. After conversing with his mother and expressing his disinterest in blind dates, he noticed Chen Shouyue standing and moving towards the restaurant, assuming she was heading to the restroom, so he thought little of it. He continued chatting with his mother, mentioning he would return in a few days to take her to see his new apartment in Tanzhou. After ending the call, Li Shi glanced at the health attribute on his learning panel, 17:9. Noticing Chen Shouyue had not yet returned, he stood and looked inside the restaurant, only to see her at the cash register, scanning the payment code with her phone. Just as he was about to walk over, a tall, handsome young man from a nearby table approached her, likely a student from the business school, and attempted to flirt, asking for her WeChat. Chen Shouyue remained expressionless, not even glancing at him as she politely but coldly replied, sorry, I never add strangers on WeChat. The young man, rejected, felt awkward but didn't persist. Upon returning to his table, the atmosphere grew boisterous, likely due to his friends teasing him. Li Shi approached, saying, how could you have made the purchase without me? We agreed I would handle it. Chen Shouyue, upon noticing Li Shi's arrival, immediately raised an eyebrow and smiled at him. What does it matter? By the way, I believe I just heard that your family is urging you to go on a blind date. Is that true? The teasing tone in her voice was unmistakable. Li Shi replied, somewhat speechless, my mother constantly worries that I won't find a wife. Speaking of which, you are a year older than I am. Hasn't your family pressured you to go on dates? Chen Shouyue suddenly fell silent for a couple of seconds and sighed. My parents have been gone for several years now. Later, around 11 o'clock at night, after dropping Chen Shouyue off at the Huatian Hotel, Li Shi left the car there and took a taxi back to his residence. Knowing he had to rise early the next day, he refrained from editing the photos taken that day. After taking a shower, he lay on his bed, contemplating the photos he had posted online the previous day. He logged into several platforms using his phone. The data across the 3 platforms showed little change. However, when he opened the comments section on Bilibili, a newly added comment instantly prompted him to sit up in bed. Chapter 57. 2 comments upon encountering the newly added comment. Li Shi read it thrice, left utterly speechless. How could one find such a beautiful model on the first shoot? Did it cost a few $1,000s or a few billion? The industry has been tarnished by people like you, who, with wealth in hand, masquerade under the guise of photography, merely seeking thrills with young women. Ugh, the world has decayed, and humanity has lost its integrity. Navigating to the profile of the user named Rabbit Understands Love, but Not Life, he noted it was a secondary account with 3 followers and no subscriptions, featuring a solitary post from a year ago about registering for an exam. It seemed to be a dedicated account for issuing disparaging reviews. Despite repeatedly reminding himself that such trolls often vent their emotions without regard for reality and that his work deserved acknowledgement, the absence of any praise stung deeply. The disparaging review extinguished his drowsiness entirely. Resigned to the fact he decided against sleep, rising instead to organize the street photographs he had taken earlier that day. He aimed to select just 3 images for post-processing. After swiftly sifting through over 100 photos, he settled on 15 that he found somewhat satisfactory, some meticulously composed, others candid. After further deliberation, he narrowed it down to his top 3 favorites. By the time he completed the post-processing, it was already 1:30 in the morning. Stretching. He admired his selections. One was a thoughtfully captured image of a rain-drenched overpass. Another was a candid shot of an elderly cyclist in the rain. And the last one, a shot of a mature woman that he deemed unshareable, excluding the latter. He pondered for a few minutes before deciding to share the image of the elderly cyclist. Logging into several platforms, he published his work. Additionally, he accessed QQ and found a photography enthusiast group, sharing his images along with a request for feedback. Once he finished, he logged out of QQ, shut down his computer, and returned to bed. Indeed, immersing himself in study and work helped him mitigate his negative emotions, and with a calm mind, he fell asleep within 2 minutes. The following morning, Li Shi awoke around 6, feeling refreshed despite having only 5 hours of sleep. He checked QQ and found a few night owls exchanging polite compliments in the group, though he deemed them lacking in substance. He opened several platform apps and logged into his amateur photographer account, only to grimace at the disappointing statistics. Dozens of views on Weibo with no likes or comments. Over 200 views on Douyin with 3 likes and no comments, and a mere 80 views on Bilibili with 2 likes and 1 comment. The response was almost non-existent. He sighed but clicked on the solitary comment, pleasantly surprised to find it was a lengthy review. Upon reading, he realized it was far from frivolous. The author had clearly put thought into it. Li Shi quickly absorbed the words. Having watched your previous video, I understand you are a newcomer to photography. However, the portrait you captured indicates a solid foundation. My assessment of your work is this. The model is lovely, and the effort is evident. The photographs evoke both joy and disappointment. The joy lies in the photographer and Oppo's keen observation, capturing vivid moments, especially the expression on the elderly cyclist and Oppo's face, which was quite striking. This suggests that the photographer has a talent for composition and possesses a discerning eye, both of which are crucial in photography. However, the overall impression of the photos lacks a certain photographic finesse. The techniques to highlight the subject and clarify the theme were not fully utilized. In my view, the integration of focus and blur could be improved, not merely in terms of depth of field. To illustrate, a slightly longer exposure could have conveyed motion with the surrounding vehicles. Admittedly, this might be challenging given the spontaneous nature of the shot. A 1/32 exposure would suffice to capture a sense of movement. Additionally, the exposure on the child and Oppo's face in the background appears problematic. Apologies for my lengthy critique. As a teacher, I cannot help but offer insights when encountering a diligent newcomer to photography, especially one with potential. If you find my comments unhelpful or incorrect, feel free to disregard or delete them. Li Shi read the review word for word, appreciating how incisively the reviewer pinpointed the flaws in his photographs. Although the critique was predominantly negative, he felt elated, as these targeted insights would aid his growth. Unexpectedly, while he had not received useful feedback in the enthusiast group, this singular comment proved to be a gem. Curious, he clicked on the reviewer's profile, discovering that this individual, known as Teacher Photography Wong, had posted numerous photography tutorial videos. His bio read, 20 years of professional photography experience, 15 years of teaching experience. Enthusiasts are welcome to engage in discussion. With over 2,000 followers and an IP address from a major city, Li Shi watched several of his videos, which included explanations of photography techniques and real-time street photography, capturing the vibrancy of everyday scenes in a compelling manner. After absorbing the content, Li Shi felt a sense of humility, recognizing the reviewer's professional caliber. Data can be manipulated and accolades can be fabricated, but the integrity of one's work remains unassailable. He promptly expressed his gratitude in response to the lengthy review and sent 2 private messages, hoping to connect with him for further guidance on photography. Noticing the time had surpassed 7:20, he proceeded with his morning routine. After confirming that Chen Shiyue was awake, he hailed a taxi to the Huatian Hotel on Furong Middle Road. Upon arrival, he found Chen Shiyue waiting in the hotel lobby. Today, she wore a light gray dress with a vintage flair, adorned with exquisite embroidery of pale purple leaves, which softened her demeanor, adding an air of elegance. Let us go. We must make the most of our time, she urged. As soon as Chen Shiyue spotted Li Shi, she sprang up from her seat with palpable excitement. Eagerly tugging at his arm to lead him outside, evidently looking forward to the day's itinerary. The duo first visited a nearby Hingyang fish noodle shop for breakfast before heading directly to the Provincial Museum. The Nanhu Provincial Museum, a national first-class museum, showcased remarkable artifacts such as the bronze bell adorned with beast motifs, the pig-shaped bronze vessel, and the human-faced square ding, each unveiling a glimpse into the ancient Shang dynasty. However, what captivated Qin Xiuye the most was Han culture. Upon entering the second-floor exhibition hall of the Mwangwi Han tomb, her pace noticeably slowed. As she lingered before each display, absorbing their beauty for an extended period, Li Shi whispered to her, "I never knew you had such a fondness for cultural relics." Qin Xiuye turned slightly, responding softly near his ear, "In truth, I don't know much. I simply adore the aesthetics of the Han dynasty." She spent the longest time in front of a plain silk dress, ultimately leaning closer to Li Shi's ear to remark, "If this plain silk dress were presented today, it would surely be regarded as a top-tier luxury item. It's remarkable that our country was creating garments of such exquisite craftsmanship over a millennium ago." Li Shi felt a tickling sensation from her breath, pondering to himself how truly unique this young woman was. After their museum visit at noon, Li Shi logged on to Bilibili to check for updates, discovering that the esteemed photographer, Wang, had replied to his message. Chapter 58. Do you accept private photography assignments? The other party was quite direct, simply responding with a yes and promptly sending over a WeChat ID. Li Shi copied the ID and applied to add the other party as a friend using his pseudonym, Level 3 Photographer. He found it somewhat peculiar that the individual, who appeared to be a middle-aged man in the video, had a female gender displayed on WeChat. The friend request was quickly accepted, and the other party immediately sent 3 messages. Are you interested in enrolling in Teacher Wang's photography workshop? Our offline classes are small, with no more than 15 people per class, and Teacher Wang provides personalized instruction. The tuition fee is 12,000 yuan. If you're considering online training, you can choose between the beginner and advanced classes. The beginner class consists of 25 lessons for 680 yuan, while the advanced class has 18 lessons for 980 yuan. Additionally, you can purchase our complete premium course for just 698 yuan. However, since you have a certain level of photography knowledge, I recommend enrolling in a class, as only enrolled students can consult Teacher Wang online with any questions. Li Shi was taken aback and thought, what is going on? How did it suddenly turn into a recruitment pitch? He had expected to engage with fellow photography enthusiasts, not to encounter this abrupt transition from a mentor-like persona to a sales pitch. While the concept of paid knowledge is quite common, this shift felt exceedingly abrupt. He stood there, staring at his phone screen, wearing a perplexed expression. Beside him, Qin Xiuye inquired with curiosity, "What's wrong?" Snapping out of his thoughts, Li Shi walked on while briefly explaining the situation. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiuye couldn't help but smile. Yet she refrained from commenting or asking about Li Shi's online pseudonym. Instead, she pulled his arm, urging him to hasten their pace for dinner, as she was hungry. They enjoyed Hunan cuisine for lunch. Qin Xiuye could handle spicy food but preferred it mild, so Li Shi made sure to inform the waiter to relay this to the kitchen. In the afternoon, the pair ultimately decided against visiting the spa and instead ventured to Orange Island Lushan Academy. Standing at the entrance of Lushan Academy, Li Shi asked her if she wanted to take a commemorative photo. Qin Xiuye, seemingly not fond of being in front of the camera, hesitated for a couple of seconds before agreeing. Suddenly, she suggested with a hint of excitement, "Let us take a group photo here." Upon seeing Li Shi smile and nod, she immediately sought assistance from a passerby. The day passed swiftly, and Qin Xiuye had a high-speed train to catch back to Yangcheng at 7:37 p.m. Li Shi escorted her to the station before 7 p.m. After they parted ways, just as he reached the parking lot to retrieve his car, a WeChat message from Qin Xiuye arrived. "Li Shi, will you welcome me to Tanzhou again next time?" Seeing the message brought a smile to his lips. After a brief moment of silence, he simply replied, "You are very welcome." Back at his residence, Li Shi recalled the matter concerning Teacher Wang's photography class and reread the 3 recruitment messages. He noticed a potential trap. The first 2 messages explicitly stated that the offline classes were personally taught by Teacher Wang, yet there was no such assurance for the online classes, likely indicating that someone else would conduct the lessons. It felt like a mere wordplay. The scheme possibly began with that substantial comment, leveraging professional critiques to gain the trust of novices. Li Shi decisively blocked and deleted the contact, then logged on to Bilibili to remove that comment and unfollow. Nowadays, the internet is rife with various schemes and deceivers, which he took little heed of. He then turned his thoughts towards finding a competent professional photographer to serve as a mentor, thus enhancing his learning efficiency. Logging into QQ, he discovered hundreds of messages in the hobby group. After scrolling to the top, he noted some group members had commented on his photographs, but their feedback was rather casual, lacking substantial content. Li Shi replied to each, expressing his gratitude. Then, he clicked on the avatar of one of the group administrators. Xiaoduqi, a well-known photography expert in the group with over 2,000 members, was a recognized freelancer who occasionally taught at a fringe training institution. Some group members had attended his classes and reported high teaching quality. Not to mention, Li Shi had seen the portfolio he shared in the group, which demonstrated a professional level of skill. His goal was to achieve mastery. His theoretical foundation was sufficient, but he needed one-on-one guidance. Li Shi sent a private message, Master, do you accept one-on-one tutoring assignments? It seemed that in various circles, when communicating online, individuals often referred to each other as masters or giants, while in person, the term teacher was more common. Xiaoduqi was quite active in the hobby group and almost instantly replied, of course, but my rates are quite high. Li Shi chuckled. Price was not an issue as long as the value justified it. He first applied to add Xiaoduqi as a QQ friend, and once accepted, he inquired, how high is it? Xiaoduqi responded, wait a moment. I'll send you the recruitment advertisement from when I was a private tutor at the training institution. You can take a look. Shortly, he sent an image titled One-on-One VIP Advanced Photography Training. Course nature, one-on-one private tutoring. Location, you can choose a nearby teaching location or arrange for the teacher to come to you. Course duration, 12 sessions. 2 hours each, must be booked at least 1 day in advance. Online classes are also available. Target audience, photography enthusiasts with high demands for the teaching environment, instructor quality, and overall class quality limited to 1 enrollment per month. Teaching objectives, content, and duration, customized as needed. Value-added services, feedback on works, and one-on-one consultation services. Cost, 22,980 yuan. Li Shi carefully reviewed the advertisement. 12 sessions priced at over 22,000 yuan amounted to more than 1,900 yuan per session. However, considering each session lasted 2 hours, it seemed comparable to a massage at that spa. With this thought, he felt it was reasonable, given the expertise of the instructor providing tailored lessons. He messaged back, are there any discounts? Xiaoduqi replied, are you sure you need this? If confirmed, considering we are all friends in the group, I can waive the small change and settle on 20,000. By the way, may I inquire about your surname? Li Shi pondered for a couple of seconds and replied, my surname is Li. I do require your services, but I am located in Tanzhou, so I may need online lessons. Xiaoduqi, whose real name is Xiao Yuan, a slender man in his 30s, responded, Mr. Li, online instruction is absolutely feasible. After engaging in a video call to thoroughly understand Li Shi's current level of study and his learning objectives, and after requesting some of his recent works, he continued, Mr. Li, your foundation is actually quite commendable. I have just taken a cursory glance, and your portraits are already quite evocative. I will swiftly prepare a tailored syllabus based on your situation and aspirations. If you find it satisfactory, we can schedule the formal lessons according to your availability. Li Shi thought to himself, indeed, it is a customized teaching approach, and he smiled, replying, all right, I appreciate your assistance, Teacher Xiao. After ending the video call, he glanced at the clock and noticed it was already past 10:30. Recalling the matter of recruiting an assistant, he was about to log onto the platform to check how many resumes had been submitted when a new message arrived on WeChat. Opening it, he was astonished to find it was from Mushi, the part-time model he had collaborated with a few days prior. Teacher Li, I apologize for the intrusion, but may I inquire if you accept private photo shoot commissions? Upon reading her message, Li Shi's eyes widened in surprise. Private photo shoots? This. Chapter 59. How to Capture Alluring Portraits. Private photography, often referred to as boudoir photography, has garnered a rather unfavorable reputation in society, a sentiment widely understood. This genre of photography typically embodies intimate and sensual qualities, encapsulated in the saying that there is no boudoir without sensuality. Many boudoir shoots even venture into semi-nude or nude territory. Some individuals, motivated solely by the allure of capturing such images, pursue photography with this focus in mind. Truth be told, Li Shi had contemplated delving into this style of photography in the future, yet he held a fundamental principle, respect for women, ensuring that everything is predicated on mutual consent and devoid of any legal repercussions. He sent a message inquiring, what's the situation? Mushi replied, I know an older sister who saw the photo you took of me and absolutely adored it. She recently had a birthday and wishes to have a set of boudoir photos taken to commemorate the occasion. So it was tea for yourself? Li Shi mused. Before posing another question, Have you mentioned to her that I am still a novice, technically speaking? He was self-aware, recognizing that his skills were currently rudimentary, and the quality of his recent works varied significantly. To produce consistently acceptable results, one must achieve a level of mastery. Mushi responded, I haven't mentioned it yet. She simply loves the photo you took of me and asked me to inquire. Li Shi was reluctant to forego the opportunity for practical experience in this new style. After a moment of reflection, he replied, my technique is still not very stable. If I happen upon a model with whom I have a connection, the results may be satisfying, much like our previous collaboration. However, if the chemistry is lacking, the photos might not be as gratifying. Therefore, I need to see her images, preferably full-body lifestyle shots. Mushi acknowledged this with an understanding message. Shortly after, she sent 2 photos along with a video. Li Shi clicked on the video first. It featured a woman in her 30s, possessing striking features, fair skin, and an attractive figure, slender waist and curvy hips. At first glance, her blend of maturity and sweetness sparked inspiration within him. He thought, this is perfect. Such a wonderful model presented to me should not be missed. Having previously photographed the youthful and innocent Mushi, capturing an elegant and mature woman would undoubtedly enrich his experience in female portraiture. Before he could respond, Mushi messaged again. Li, what do you think? Li Shi replied with an affirmative emoji. Great. I'll pass on her WeChat to you. You can chat directly. Before long, Mushi sent over a WeChat contact card for a person named the Smiling Bun. Li Shi promptly added her as a friend. Pondering, among the various photography genres, portrait, landscape, news, cultural, ecological, and special, his practical experience was predominantly in portraiture. To elevate his skills from proficient to expert, he needed to explore all categories to gain experiential knowledge. But to progress from proficiency to mastery, he would need to specialize in at least one area. As Xiao Yuan had mentioned, he indeed had a natural aptitude for portrait photography. The friend request was accepted. Hello, are you the photographer who took Mushi's photo? The Smiling Bun inquired, sending over the picture in question. Li Shi, eager to be direct, responded, yes. I hear you're interested in having me shoot a set of boudoir photos? The Smiling Bun replied, yes, but I'm not looking for nude shots. I desire something that is not overly revealing yet still exudes a sense of allure. Is that possible? Li Shi was indifferent to the level of exposure. His goal was to gain practical experience and enhance his skills. He understood that with improved technical prowess, he could acquire both wealth and personal attributes. With these 2 elements, his physical well-being would improve, and his real-world finances would flourish. Of course, he affirmed, it is not always the case that more exposure equates to greater sensuality. Sometimes, the allure of subtlety can be far more impactful. He elaborated according to his aesthetic understanding. However, the understated sensuality can manifest in various forms, there and oppos, as the mysterious allure, the innocent charm, and the dignified elegance, among others. Which direction are you inclined towards? Each will require different attire and styling. After conversing for a while with the Smiling Bun, they tentatively arranged to meet for the boudoir shoot in a few days. Concluding their chat, Li Shi quickly contacted Xiao Yuan via QQ. Typing, Teacher Xiao, are you there? I have a question regarding how to photograph understated sensuality. Though it was late, Xiao Yuan responded almost instantly. Li, have you got another model lined up for a practical session? Indeed, Li Shi replied. Today, a model approached me for a shoot, and I find her quite photogenic, so I agreed. Xiao Yuan remarked. Capturing understated sensuality is simpler than one might think. But achieving allure without being vulgar is the real challenge. Let me tell you, after over 30 minutes of discussion, Li Shi felt that hiring Xiao Yuan as a mentor was a wise investment. Xiao Yuan didn't merely instruct him on techniques. He elucidated the significance of elements such as framing, exposure, depth of field, and composition, reinforcing foundational skills through practical examples. In terms of female portraiture, your sense of photographic aesthetics is commendable. The key lies in mastering the technical aspects to manifest your envisioned images. After ending the video call, Li Shi noted in his journal, remember that framing dictates what appears in the shot and how it is presented. Composition determines the placement of elements. Exposure controls the brightness of various sections, and depth of field clarifies which areas are sharp and which are blurred. The following day, Li Shi was scheduled to visit the villa of the Smiling Bun for a location scout, but upon waking, he decided not to rush. Instead, he retrieved his previous self-study materials on framing, composition, exposure, and depth of field to review them once more. After a period of growth, revisiting these concepts offered him new insights. Many things have been comprehended more profoundly. From 6:30 in the morning until 9:30, Li Shi reluctantly rose from his desk, clutching the car keys as he made his way outside. Upon reaching the parking lot, he suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to check the status of the resumes received for the assistant position due to being distracted by Mu Shi the previous night. He swiftly took out his phone and logged into the platform where the job posting was made. If he had an assistant, he could remain at home today and thoroughly review his textbooks. With a single tap, he accessed the back end. To his astonishment, Li Shi discovered that the number of resumes received was displayed as 0. Chapter 60. Maturity. The recruitment information had been posted for several days. Despite it being a personal endeavor, Li Shi never anticipated that he would receive no resumes at all. He entered his car and settled in, delaying his departure momentarily as he browsed online, where he discovered 2 reasons for the lack of responses. Firstly, personal recruitment is challenging. Secondly, he had not purchased promotional traffic. He fell into deep contemplation. While it was not difficult to spend money on a membership to buy traffic, he pondered whether he should start a company. In truth, this thought had lingered in his mind for quite some time, ever since he sold his first jade bracelet. He had been contemplating establishing a persona as a collector involved in the investment of jade and gemstones. He decided to start with a studio to solidify his persona. It could not merely be a fade. It had to involve practical operations. There must be a flow of both income and expenses. Given his current situation, there was no need to expand too quickly. Commencing with a studio would provide a business entity through which he could recruit talented female assistants. Li Shi was not in a rush to execute his plans. One must take life one bite at a time and proceed step by step. He drove to the Wayne Villa community on Xingsha Avenue. This neighborhood was an established villa area with lush greenery and a large pond, once used by the developer to promote its lake view. The overall environment was quite pleasant. During their conversation the previous night, the cheerful Baozi introduced herself as Miss Wu and mentioned that she owned a long vacant villa in the area, which could serve as a filming location. Upon arriving at the entrance, Li Shi contacted Miss Wu via WeChat. Shortly thereafter, a woman in her 50s emerged to greet him, the caretaker assisting with the property viewing. The villa featured a luxurious European-style decor. Although unoccupied, it was well-maintained and spotless. Li Shi had a clear vision for the shoot, having already formulated preliminary ideas in his mind. The villa had white gauzy curtains, a daybed by the window, a bed, a bathtub, everything he needed. In less than half an hour, he exited the villa complex and sat in his car, sending Miss Wu a message. Ms. Wu, the filming location is perfect. The props and costumes you need to prepare include milk, flower petals, white lingerie, preferably pure white cotton, a red silk nightgown, and a white shirt. The rest can be improvised using the items available on site. After sending the message, he added a note. Additionally, if you have any specific outfits you wish to feature, please let me know in advance. Upon returning home and unlocking his phone, he checked Ms. Wu and Oppo's previous reply. Sounds good, Mr. Li. I have a cherished piece of clothing. I wonder if it could be included. Attached was an image of a black suit. It appears to be a men's suit. Curiosity piqued. He wondered why a woman would treasure a men's suit. There must be a story behind it. May I inquire about the significance of this garment? His intent was not mere curiosity, but rather to seek inspiration. Ms. Wu responded candidly. I had originally intended to gift it to my first love, but I never went through with it. It has been precisely 10 years now. Capturing a photograph with it feels like a tribute to my lost youth. If possible, I hope to look a bit younger in the pictures. Li Shi mused that there was indeed a story, likely tinged with nostalgia. No problem. Ascending to his residence, Li Shi ordered takeout, simultaneously lamenting the monotony of his meals while searching online for local agency registration services in Tanzhou City. He found a seemingly reliable company, which had been in operation for 19 years, and contacted them to express his needs. In this era, as long as one has the means, even the most mundane tasks, such as hiring someone to conduct funerary rites, can be outsourced. Thus, registering an agency or studio is a commonplace affair. When it came to naming his studio, he thought of the dreamlike Nebula and wrote down Nebula Collection Studio as his first choice, followed by Dream Nebula Studio. The scope of business included the retail of arts and crafts and collectibles, excluding ivory and its products, jade jewelry, raw jade, finished jade products, precious metal items, and the production and sale of artistic gifts, as well as exhibitions and promotional activities for art and collectibles. Projects requiring approval must be conducted only after receiving the necessary permits from relevant departments. Li Shi prepared the necessary materials and entrusted the agency to handle the paperwork while he continued to prepare for his first private photography session. He approached the task with diligence, fully aware of the significance of learning through practice. He opened his computer, created a new document, and began recording his thoughts. Subsequently, he searched for private portrait photography, analyzing various works from other photographers, carefully studying their techniques and themes to extract valuable insights for his own work. After reviewing more than 100 photographs, he turned his attention to revisiting his previous learning materials, continuing his studies late into the night. The next morning, he awoke with renewed vigor. Li Shi had become accustomed to this routine, naturally sitting at his desk to study for half an hour before resuming his daily rituals. While in the restroom, a sudden thought struck him. What if he experienced a lapse during the shoot? Would he suffer social embarrassment? Judging by the photos and videos, Ms. Wu possessed both beauty and poise. Such situations were indeed unpredictable. He reminded himself to maintain a professional demeanor, focusing on his craft and reminding himself that he was there to learn and work, concentrating on the art of photography itself. Men must be a little harder on themselves. In the time leading up to the official shoot, Li Shi reviewed his previous educational materials, filling more than 20 pages in his notebook with insights on photography. Xiao Yuan also prepared a teaching syllabus, tailored to Li Shi's learning level and objectives, with a focus on practical photography techniques. That evening, he attended his first portrait photography practical class, a 2-hour session filled with invaluable insights on capturing human subjects. After the lesson, Li Shi felt a sense of clarity as the previously scattered knowledge in his mind began to coalesce into a coherent framework. Upon the conclusion of the online course, he sat at his desk in a moment of contemplation before taking up his pen to inscribe upon the blank page of his notebook the significance of systematic learning. The knowledge tree, the importance of fundamentals. This lesson, aside from delineating the knowledge framework of portrait photography through practical application, profoundly stirred within Li Shi a deep appreciation for the act of learning itself. Gazing at the few keywords he had penned, he fell into a reverie. The following day marked a shooting day. To capture the morning and Appo's natural light, Li Shi drove to the Waney Villa community on Xingsha Avenue at 6:00 and Appo's clock, where he met Ms. Wu, who had stayed there the previous night. Upon seeing her in person, 2 phrases immediately surfaced in his mind: mature elegance and exquisite beauty, favorites among certain online connoisseurs. Chapter 61. He recalled the creative ideas and images he had envisioned, realizing that today's challenge was indeed considerable. However, if executed smoothly, the likelihood of producing a remarkable piece was significantly high. The prerequisite was that Ms. Wu could respond to his guidance and exhibit vivacity before the camera. Teacher Li, I appreciate your effort in coming here so early. Please, step inside and enjoy some breakfast. Ms. Wu warmly ushered Li Shi into the dining area, where the property viewing lady had brought in a sumptuous breakfast. It was a delightful spread, featuring steamed buns and rice noodles. Li Shi sat down with ease, seizing the opportunity to engage in conversation with Ms. Wu, the subject of today's shoot. 1,000 viewers interpret Hamlet in 1,000 ways, just as 1,000 creators can embody 1,000 Shakespeares. Li Shi was uncertain how other photographers approached their models, but he believed that the more one understood a model, the better one could capture the unique traits they possessed and weave them into the desired thematic narrative, resulting in exquisite works. Naturally, most of the time, interactions between photographers and models are fleeting, making it challenging to delve deeply into understanding them. Thus, one often gathers essential creative elements from their outward appearances and mannerisms. He began by observing Ms. Wu's facial features, paying particular attention to her eyes, and scrutinizing the condition of her skin, all while discreetly assessing the advantages and disadvantages of her physique, contemplating how to communicate with the makeup artist regarding her look. After a while, the property viewing lady exited the dining room, leaving only the 2 of them. Li Shi shifted the topic. Ms. Wu, I would like to discuss the shoot with you. Ms. Wu was also sizing up Li Shi. As a formidable businesswoman with a decade of experience in the marketplace and a fortune in the tens of millions, she prided herself on her keen judgment of character. In her eyes, this clean-cut young man radiated a rare tranquility, possibly due to his devotion to the arts. Accustomed to seasoned individuals, she felt an unexpected fondness for him. She picked up a napkin, dabbed her lips, and faced Li Shi, saying, "Go ahead." Li Shi spoke earnestly. Given that our theme for this shoot revolves around sensuality, I want to inform you that we have pre-discussed the attire. During the shoot, I will guide your movements and expressions, which may inevitably involve some physical contact. I hope you can understand. Upon hearing this, Ms. Wu smiled. I understand what you mean. I have also consulted with Mu Shi. Rest assured, I will cooperate. Li Shi nodded, smiling as well. Excellent. I will strive to capture your sensual allure today, Ms. Wu. After finishing breakfast, they continued their conversation. primarily with Li Shi outlining his shooting concept. If the model comprehends the photographer's vision, her performance during the shoot will be more effective. After about 10 minutes, the makeup artist arrived. They concluded their discussion, and Ms. Wu went to change outfits while Li Shi approached the makeup artist for communication. The first set involved lingerie, floral-patterned undergarments, and pure white panties. The makeup artist Ms. Wu had hired was exceptionally skilled, applying a youthful makeup style. Coupled with Ms. Wu's well-maintained appearance, certain angles indeed rendered her with a youthful essence through the lens. The theme of this series of photographs depicted a young woman newly entered into society, unrelentingly battered by its harsh realities. In a first-floor bedroom, Li Shi instructed Ms. Wu, clad only in her undergarments, to recline on a cool mat by the window. Ms. Wu had requested that the final images convey subtlety rather than overt exposure. However, during the shooting process, some exposure was unavoidable. Nevertheless, faced with her mature and alluring physique, Li Shi, having mentally prepared himself, maintained complete composure, diligently guiding her actions. I aim to utilize the soft morning light, as natural illumination yields the most aesthetically pleasing results. The shooting duration will be brief, so efficiency is paramount. Li Shi positioned himself before the camera, awaiting the perfect moment. Soon, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the mat and Ms. Wu's face and body. He promptly called the makeup artist to apply some eye drops for Ms. Wu. Action. Just lie there. Raise your chin slightly. Yes, just like that. Part your lips a tad, and most importantly, the gaze, a blend of numbness and bewilderment. No, that is not quite right. Have you seen those films with strong narratives of coercion? Yes, that's it. Embody that state of being after such an encounter. Click. A successful capture. After the first makeup set was completed, Li Shi reviewed the images and was pleased. In the gentle morning light, he had managed to portray Ms. Wu as a young woman confronted with the brutalities of life, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Her features were well-defined, her complexion radiant, and her allure vividly captured. Even without post-processing, it was a commendable photograph. Li Shi then called Ms. Wu, now draped in a black suit, to view the photos. He employed his communication skills. Your expressiveness in front of the camera is outstanding, rivaling that of professional models, and your expressions are far more natural. Look at the outcome. Even unedited, it is remarkably good. Ms. Wu leaned closer to the camera, examining the image intently. She felt that the photograph indeed conveyed the essence the photographer described. What delighted her most was her own beauty, exuding a long-lost youthful charm. Although the Ms. Wu in the photo appeared to have encountered misfortune, the more she gazed at it, the more she cherished it, unable to resist inching closer. As her soft form leaned in, Li Shi, initially in a work mindset, paid little heed. However, as she drew nearer, he hastily created some space, catching her off guard. Ms. Wu looked up in surprise, then laughed, saying, "It's truly well done, but credit goes to your skill and guidance, teacher Li. I possess no experience whatsoever." Li Shi chuckled softly, thinking to himself that he, too, lacked extensive experience. Yet, he prided himself on his habit of thorough preparation. To gain practical photography experience, he was willing to put in the effort. Next came the second outfit. The scene shifted to a third-floor room adorned with a pure white background. Once the lighting was arranged, Ms. Wu was positioned against the white wall, creating a striking visual contrast of black and white. However, gazing at her graceful form beneath the black suit, Li Shi felt that something was amiss. After pondering for half a minute, he noticed that Ms. Wu was becoming increasingly uncomfortable under his scrutiny, prompting him to finally ask, "Ms. Wu, do you have black stockings?" The combination of the black suit with a black strapless top and black shorts, coupled with her deliberately crafted makeup, perfectly encapsulated the facade of a strong, new professional in the workplace. Yet, today's overarching theme still leaned towards sensuality, which seemed to be lacking somewhat. Ms. Wu contemplated for a moment before responding, "I believe there are some in the master bedroom downstairs. I will retrieve them myself." After a short while, Ms. Wu returned from downstairs, having already donned the stockings on her legs. "Mr. Li, I don't stay here often, so this is the only pair I have. Is that all right?" Li Shi, however, found himself momentarily dazed. The stockings adorned with letters on her legs seemed oddly familiar. It dawned on him. Balenciaga. He had torn a similar pair belonging to Gu Qian during his last hotel stay. My first alliance in life. Thanks to the esteemed leader of the Xiaofeng Can Yuexin alliance. I never anticipated that my first alliance would manifest in such a manner. Congratulations and gratitude to the esteemed leader of Xiaofeng Can Yuexin for becoming the inaugural leader of this narrative, as well as the first leader in my writing journey. I am truly exhilarated. Leaving aside other matters, I am committed to a minimum of 10 updates upon publication. I must see this through. Furthermore, I will continue to dedicate myself to writing, expressing my gratitude to the esteemed leader and other friends for their support. I shall maintain my composure and proceed to pen more drafts. Lastly, let me reiterate the importance of this matter 3 times. The esteemed leader of Xiaofeng Qinyuexin is remarkable. The esteemed leader of Xiaofeng Qinyuexin is remarkable. The esteemed leader of Xiaofeng Qinyuexin is remarkable. Chapter 62. The flourish of play visions, ineffable even in tens of thousands of words, flickered momentarily in Li Shi's mind. He admonished himself to maintain a proper work ethic, and then scrutinized Ms. Wu's legs, clad in black stockings. They were relatively proportionate, although slightly fuller at the thighs. While this might enhance tactile appeal in everyday life, it could pose a flaw in photographs. Nevertheless, it was manageable. Angles could be adjusted accordingly. You look splendid. Your figure is admirable, and your long legs make any pair of stockings look exquisite, Li Shi remarked, hoping to instill confidence in the model for her performance later. Ms. Wu, feeling a twinge of pride, responded, "A few years ago, I gained some weight due to frequent social engagements, but I worked hard to slim down again. For the past 2 years, I have been practicing yoga to maintain my figure." Li Shi smiled subtly, nodding in acknowledgement, choosing not to comment further. Practitioners of yoga can often execute more complex poses, though such skills were unnecessary for today's shoot. The session progressed with Ms. Wu donning an oversized men's suit, which proved to be quite photogenic when paired with the right angles and light. The challenge lay in capturing the milk bath scene. Once the suit shots were completed, the group moved to the master bathroom. Li Shi inspected the props, finding everything in order, before turning to Ms. Wu. "Your face 1TB in the frame, so there's no need for retouching. We can begin right away." Ms. Wu hesitated, gazing at the bathtub before turning to the female makeup artist. "Xiao, could you step out for a moment?" She was required to remove her top, and the presence of a stranger made her uneasy, an unavoidable situation for the photographer. Once the makeup artist left, only Li Shi, Ms. Wu, and the real estate agent remained in the room. Ms. Wu slowly disrobed, trembling slightly as she cautiously stepped into the bathtub. Li Shi, maintaining a professional demeanor, guided her on how to pose. When her hands failed to find the right position, he approached to assist directly. The real estate agent watched in stunned silence, her eyes wide. With her right hand resting on her ample bosom and her left hand slightly raised, fingers poised delicately on her fair thigh, the surrounding liquid shimmered softly. Petals were scattered about, and a budding white rose was placed at the thigh's base for embellishment and symbolism. Li Shi gazed down, appreciating the ethereal quality of the scene, nodding in satisfaction. This was precisely the subtlety he sought. Subsequently, they captured images of a red silk nightgown post-bath and a white shirt basking in the afternoon sun. By 1:40 p.m., the entire shoot was successfully completed. The real estate agent escorted the makeup artist out, and Li Shi packed up his equipment, bidding farewell to Ms. Wu. "I will send the photos to you as soon as possible. For now, I shall take my leave. The images will be directly forwarded to your email." Having changed back into her everyday attire, Ms. Wu resumed her persona as a sophisticated woman of experience. She scrutinized Li Shi once more and inquired, "Mr. Li, with your exceptional photography skills and handsome looks, you must have a girlfriend, right?" Li Shi, taken aback, wondered about the relevance of her question. He politely replied, "Not at the moment." Ms. Wu feigned surprise. "Really? The young women these days lack discernment, allowing a fine young man like you to slip by unnoticed." With a smile, she added, "Shall I introduce you to someone? I have a friend whose daughter is about your age." Li Shi was momentarily taken aback and quickly declined the offer. A look of regret crossed Ms. Wu's face. Once outside the villa, Li Shi sat in his car, exhaling deeply. After a couple of seconds, he broke into a smile, feeling an immense sense of accomplishment. Today, through sheer willpower and unwavering professional ethics, he had overcome the physical limitations and successfully completed the shoot, without faltering at any point. "I am indeed formidable," he mused, taking 5 deep breaths before driving off. By the time he returned home, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. With the National Day holiday approaching, he was eager to finalize his work so he could return to his hometown to bring his mother to their new residence in Tanzhou. He promptly retrieved his computer and began selecting photos. From 5 thematic sets, he had captured over 200 images, ultimately choosing 4 from each theme to process. In photography, every step must revolve around the theme, consistently serving its purpose. Li Shi's post-processing skills were still immature, rendering the task somewhat slow, compounded by the frequent need for contemplation. He worked diligently until the early hours of the morning, finally completing the post-processing for 20 images. After admiring his work twice, he felt a profound satisfaction. Indeed, Despite the challenges, each photograph turned out commendable. He felt his work surpassed the baseline of quality. Regrettably, he could not share these images with Xiao Yuan for critique, as they had previously agreed that he could not disclose the photos without permission. He packaged the images and sent them to Ms. Wu via email, leaving a message on WeChat. As the night deepened, Li Shi took a shower and lay in bed, reflecting on the day's achievements. After much contemplation, he distilled his thoughts into a simple phrase: aesthetic judgment determines the upper limits, while foundational skills establish the lower limits. He accessed his learning panel to review his progress in camera photography, still marked as proficient. Yet, he had made significant strides recently, with broader practical application. Achieving mastery was within reach. However, to ascend to true expertise, he must focus more on enhancing his foundational techniques in future practice. The following morning, Li Shi woke and checked WeChat, anticipating Ms. Wu's reply. Confirmation of the satisfactory submission of the final photos would mark the successful conclusion of the shoot. However, it was still too early. After studying until after 10 o'clock, he finally received a message from Ms. Wu. Mr. Li, I have received the photos and am extremely pleased. Your work is exceptional. I adore every single one. I will transfer the remaining payment to you now. As soon as Li Shi opened her message, she sent over 1,500 yuan. The agreed service fee was 3,500, with an initial 2,000 already paid. Li Shi felt elated. Although this amount was not substantial for him now, it marked his first earnings from photography, giving it a unique significance. He replied with gratitude before accepting the payment. Rising to his feet, he made his way to the living room and called his mother, informing her that he would return home in a couple of days. After hanging up, he pondered over what items to bring back when a new message from his WeChat account appeared, yet again from Ms. Wu. Teacher Li, I have a friend who wishes to have her portrait taken. I understand your guidelines. Here is her candid photo for your consideration. Li Shi glanced at the image, which featured a rather plump woman resembling a meme of a wire ball, and thought to himself that he had accrued ample experience in portrait photography, deeming it unnecessary to squander more time on this. He replied, I apologize, but my schedule is fully booked at the moment, and I truly have no time. Ms. Wu responded, Teacher Li, could you spare just one day? The remuneration is negotiable, and she is the very friend I mentioned to you, the one with a stunningly beautiful daughter. Li Shi, upon reading this message, found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 63. Making friends apologies, I truly have no time. Li Shi shook his head with a smile, momentarily disregarding the other party's subsequent replies. He promptly exited the WeChat account of the level 3 photographer and set off in his Volvo to the nearby Cade Plaza. First, he selected 2 autumn outfits for his mother at the mall. As he passed a skincare shop, he recalled how the cold weather could cause his mother's hands to become chapped, prompting him to enter for some advice. The sales assistant recommended a moisturizing hand cream and also cautioned Li Shi that during winter, hands and feet are prone to cracking, potentially indicating a deficiency in certain vitamins. It would be wise to undergo a health check at a hospital to receive proper supplementation under medical guidance. Li Shi was aware of this. After his mother's significant surgery, she had undergone a checkup a year later, leading him to schedule a blood test for trace elements. Since then, he had been purchasing vitamins for her annually. Grateful for the young sales assistant's reminder, he purchased 2 sets of the recommended hand cream. The assistant expressed a desire to add him on WeChat, suggesting he could recommend good products in the future, but Li Shi politely declined. After buying clothing and hand cream, he visited a supermarket to procure various items. Upon returning to his rented apartment, he powered on his computer and, after a while, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, commenced his online class. Today, Xiao Yuan was discussing practical techniques in natural landscape photography. He provided detailed insights, particularly tailoring his examples to Li Shi's needs, utilizing actual shooting scenarios to elucidate fundamental techniques, such as capturing waterfalls, streams, seascapes, and the horizons of grasslands. At 5 o'clock, the online class concluded. Li Shi ended the video call but did not rush away from his desk. Instead, he reviewed the content of the lesson, summarizing his notes to bring the session to a comprehensive close. He then glanced at Weibo, Douyin, and Bilibili, noting little change in data or new comments. If he did not post new content, it would remain stagnant. Shaking his head, he set aside his phone and began pondering his next photography project. For this upcoming venture into natural landscapes, he decided on 2 objectives, the forest and the starry sky. Where to shoot? Since he was returning home, his hometown, known for its picturesque forests, would serve as an excellent subject. The remaining task was to find the ideal location for stargazing. Li Shi searched online for the best stargazing spots across the country. The results were varied, with numerous locations suggested. Yet most shared a common trait: high altitude and proximity to the sky. After reviewing posts from around 30 different websites, he settled on a location not only ideal for capturing the night sky, but also suitable for photographing lakes and practicing ecological photography. Yunnan, the land of colorful clouds. He planned to set off after the National Day holiday. Once his practical plans were confirmed, Li Shi communicated with Xiao Yuan on QQ, requesting an adjustment to the class schedule for the next day. Of course, no problem. Let us add an extra class for tomorrow morning. But enough about that. I'm currently engaged in a gaming session. Xiao Yuan readily agreed. Gaming? Li Shi felt a moment of realization. It had been years since he had played games with anyone. Once he upgraded his photography skills to proficiency, he could afford to slow his pace and carve out more time to enjoy life. Xiao Yuan served merely as a supplementary resource for learning and resolving queries. Exiting QQ, Li Shi began to organize the ecological photography knowledge he had acquired. He remained engrossed until after 9 in the evening when a thought suddenly struck him. There was no need to adhere strictly to classifications. Instead, one should approach various subjects as distinct themes. The same model could yield diverse styles of photographs depending on the theme. The same landscape could also produce vastly different expressions based on the established narrative. Even the same news event could be portrayed in contrasting ways, with some journalists presenting it as a celebration while others depicted it as a tragedy. All classifications stem from the application of fundamental techniques. Transferring the meticulousness he employed in capturing women's portraits to other categories or themes would suffice. As long as the foundational techniques improved, the final distinction would lie in aesthetics and imagination. With this epiphany, Li Shi felt a significant enhancement in his overall photographic theoretical understanding, brimming with confidence about achieving proficiency soon. It was time to upgrade some equipment. First and foremost, he needed to acquire several lenses. After watching a few reviews of photography gear on various video platforms, Li Shi recalled his earlier rejection of Ms. Wu. He logged into the Level 3 Photographer WeChat account and noticed she had sent 2 additional messages. How about doubling the service fee? If you're truly pressed for time, then forget it. This was the first message she had sent at the start of their conversation. Over an hour later, she followed up with, by the way, Teacher Li, my birthday is next month, and I would like to have a few lifestyle photos taken. May I hire you again? Li Shi pondered for a moment before typing a response. I've been busy and just saw your message. Apologies, Ms. Wu. But I won't have time next month either. After a brief pause, she replied, it's rare for young people to go hours without checking their phones. This can't be your personal WeChat, can it? Li Shi responded, not quite. It's my work account. Ms. Wu inquired, may I add your personal WeChat? You seem like a nice person. It would be good to make friends. Li Shi blinked in surprise at the prospect of making friends. The scene from yesterday's milk bath shoot flashed through his mind, the large tub filled with pristine milk. Ms. Wu appeared to be quite warm-hearted, eager to assist him in finding a girlfriend and introducing business opportunities. Making friends could indeed be beneficial. He sent his WeChat ID, and shortly after, a female account named Wu Yuan sent a friend request. Upon seeing the note, he realized it was the same Ms. Wu he had guided in posing for photographs. This? Li Shi chuckled softly, realizing that the cheerful Baozi was indeed her alternate account. It seemed that nowadays, everyone had a few aliases. The friend request was accepted. Wu Yuan, didn't he expect that, did you? That was also my alternate account, haha. Li Shi responded with a playful emoji, then clicked on her moments. Casually scrolling through and discovering a plethora of advertisements for a chain of Hunan restaurants. Wu Yuan, let us pause our conversation. It is time for my evening yoga practice. Li Shi, who had already been disinterested in the discussion, replied succinctly, all right, we shall converse another time. Exiting WeChat, he continued to watch evaluation videos, gradually formulating a procurement list in his mind, and promptly placed an order through the JD app. One cannot deny the exorbitant cost of learning photography. Purchasing a few items can easily deplete tens of thousands. The following morning, while Li Shi was attending an online course, Ms. Wu Yuan sent him 2 messages on WeChat. Immersed in the study of practical ecological photography, he neglected to check his phone until noon when the course concluded. Following his usual routine of reviewing and summarizing his studies, he finally unlocked his device. Teacher Li, may I inquire about a photography-related issue? When taking full-body selfies, how can I avoid making my thighs appear so thick? A matter of great significance. Do come and take a look. Fellow practitioners, this book has a promising chance for recommendation on Wednesday next week. However, it hinges on the readership over the next few days. Therefore, I earnestly beseech each of you to diligently follow along from today. 2 updates daily from 8 to 10 in the evening, 2 updates daily from 8 to 10 in the evening, 2 updates daily from 8 to 10 in the evening. This is profoundly important for me and for this book. If readership falters over these days, the chances for a favorable recommendation diminish, and failure could ensue, which I fervently wish to avoid. If you find this book to your liking and desire to see more content, please ensure to follow along in the coming days, at least today, tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that. This truly matters, so much so that I am even contemplating heeding the advice of esteemed individuals and donning female attire to solicit readership. I extend my heartfelt request to all. Chapter 64. Moving to a new home, Li Shi reminisced about Wu Yuan's long and voluptuous legs. While others may not be privy to the truth about her thighs, he certainly was. Preferring to avoid typing, he replied via voice message, "Your thighs are indeed quite ample. However, your height mitigates the overall perception of their fullness. You are not required to model professionally, and such leg shapes are generally quite appealing in reality. If you wish to photograph them in a more slender light, I suggest researching poses suitable for pear-shaped figures online. There are numerous tutorials available that cannot be succinctly summarized in just a few sentences." After sending the message, he proceeded to unload the prepared items from the lower floor into the trunk of his Volvo. With his hands now free, he glanced at Wu Yuan's response. "The main issue lies with my poor selfie skills, which make my rear appear larger and my legs bulkier. I am embarrassed to share them on WeChat." Attached was a photo of her in yoga pants. Upon inspection, Li Shi noted her slim waist, curvaceous hips, and long legs. A closer look revealed that the image indeed exaggerated the fullness of her hips and thighs, rendering them particularly plump and luscious. In truth, her relatively understated pear-shaped figure would be a formidable asset in portrait photography, capable of producing striking Western-style images with ease. Perhaps in the future, he could enlist her to experiment with his concepts for international photographic styles. After some contemplation, he responded, "I am about to embark on a long drive and truly lack the time. I will teach you when I am free." Wu Yuan replied, "Then I shall not disturb you. We can chat when you have time." Li Shi glanced at her message but chose not to respond. Driving to his new residence in Phoenix Bay, after surveying the space, he noted that all the bedding was in place, the kitchen stocked with essentials, including rice, flour, and condiments. Since returning from his hometown, he had managed to gather everything necessary for his mother's arrival. His mother had expressed her desire to continue living in the village, and while Li Shi respected her wishes, he was determined to bring her to the new house for a brief stay during this visit. Additionally, he intended to take her for a checkup and comprehensive health examination. Departing from Tanzhou, he exited the highway after a little over 2 hours and drove for a while until he arrived at a small town. Lowering the car window, he was greeted by the faint scent of traditional Chinese medicine. The town's former largest market had been the cattle market to the west, but after its decline, it was transformed into a medicinal herb market. Rumor had it that those who first opened shops there after 2002 had prospered significantly. Li Shi navigated through the town center's vegetable market, drove about 60 to 70 meters forward, and turned right onto a side street, finally stopping in front of a rice noodle shop. As evening approached and business was slow, his cousin Li Chang and cousin-in-law Wang Jiao were seated outside, engrossed in a game of Honor of Kings. Upon noticing Li Shi stepping out of the car, they were taken aback, dropping their phones in astonishment. "Wow, sure too. You've truly struck it rich. That car looks imposing. It must cost over 200,000 or 300,000. Li Chang, who stood just around 1.7 meters and was somewhat portly, contrasted sharply with his slender wife, Wang Jiao, who resembled a paper-thin figure. Li Shi refrained from discussing the car, greeting them warmly. And after a brief chat, he retrieved a cardboard box from the trunk containing 2 bottles of Moutai liquor and several fine cigarettes. "It's getting late. I'll head back to the village now and come back to visit you tomorrow." After leaving his cousin's house, Li Shi parked on the main road, briefly stopping by the vegetable market to purchase some fresh meats and vegetables. He then called his mother to inform her of his imminent arrival home. Departing the town, he drove southward for over 10 miles, winding around a mountain until he reached a relatively secluded village. With most young people having migrated elsewhere, the village felt quite desolate. He parked his car in an open space close to his home and spotted his mother, Zhou Xiaozue, standing on the steps, gazing in his direction. Months had passed, and with life's circumstances having shifted, seeing his beloved mother again stirred emotions within Li Shi. Overcome, he leaped in place, waving his hand and calling out heartily, "Inmu," the local dialect for mother. His powerful voice not only caught the attention of a few villagers working in the fields, but also startled some nearby chicks pecking for insects, sending them scurrying in all directions, as if a wild beast had appeared. As he approached and set down his belongings, Zhou Xiaozie, looking several years younger and beaming with joy, playfully slapped his arm, saying, "Why are you shouting so loudly? You startled me." Li Shi could not help but grin. Judging by her appearance and the strength of her playful slap, it was evident that his mother was in good health. Their home consisted of 2 red brick bungalows built by his father during his lifetime, which now ranked among the more modest dwellings in the village. In recent years, many families had constructed 2-story homes, some even adorned with Roman columns and tiled exteriors, appearing quite resplendent. Of course, there were still those residing in adobe houses and wooden shacks. After dinner that evening, while the sky was still dimly lit, Leisure strolled around the house and suggested to his mother, "Mother, let us renovate the house." Zhou Xiaocui chuckled, "Didn't you just purchase a house in Tanzhou? There's no rush. This house is still livable. We can discuss it in a couple of years." Leisure spent 2.5 days at his hometown. On the second day, he visited all the relatives he needed to see, and on the third day, he dedicated the entire day to capturing the village's scenic beauty with his camera. He not only photographed the picturesque surroundings, but also took numerous candid and portrait shots of his mother and the aunties with whom she often chatted and worked. That evening, he selected a few of his favorite images for editing and sent them via his phone's hotspot to Xiao Yuan for feedback. As for the remaining scenic photographs, Li Shi meticulously reviewed each one, identifying areas for improvement, and ultimately saved them all in a dedicated folder. He planned to finish editing the candid and portrait shots once he returned to Tanzhou, print them out, and have his mother bring them back with her. On the day of his journey to Tanzhou, he departed early at 5 o'clock and arrived at the hospital for his health examination by 8:40. After completing the full-body checkup in the morning, he proceeded to Xiangya Hospital in the afternoon for a follow-up examination. The medical examination involved numerous items, yet the process was remarkably swift. However, there were only 2 blood tests for the follow-up, yet we endured a lengthy wait. The sheer number of patients at the large hospital was overwhelming. That evening, we spent the night at a hotel. The following day marked the first day of National Day, a propitious occasion as my mother sought auspicious calculations. Rising early once more, Li Shi drove his mother to Phoenix Bay, arriving at the building just after 6:30. After a brief wait at the entrance, as the clock struck 6:45, Li Shi promptly pushed open the grand door. He first illuminated every light, ignited all the burners in the kitchen, and then guided his mother on a tour of their new home. As they completed the circuit, his mother's eyes glistened with tears, seemingly appearing from nowhere. She suddenly exclaimed, "This journey was indeed worthwhile. Seeing you, Stone, purchase such a splendid house in the city fills me with joy. I shall sleep with a smile from now on. It is a testament to your flourishing career. Alas, if only your father were here to witness his son's success, how delighted he would be." Li Shi stood frozen for a moment, then approached his mother, gently resting his hand on her arm. Softly, he replied, "Mom, before we share a meal in our new home, let us pour a glass of wine and pay tribute to my father." Chapter 65. What if your husband misunderstands? On the third day after moving into the new house, Li Shi received his mother's health check report on his mobile phone. Aside from slightly elevated blood sugar levels, everything else appeared normal. Once the report was confirmed, and with no issues upon re-examination, Zhou Xiaocui promptly suggested returning home the following day. Although the house was spacious and splendid, she found it uncomfortable to live in. It was far more pleasant residing in the village. Moreover, it was not feasible for him to constantly accompany her. He had his own matters to attend to, and upon returning, he had a myriad of tasks awaiting him. Nana had already inquired via WeChat about his return that morning. At present, Xiao Na was considered the matriarch among the village women. When Li Shi returned, she happened to be visiting her son in the south, thus they did not meet. Li Shi understood that his mother genuinely wished to return to the village and smiled as he said, "Mother, as you can see, your son is indeed thriving now. Therefore, please do not hesitate to use the money I send you. Additionally, I plan to renovate the old house before the new year, ensuring your comfort and allowing me to feel more at ease while I am away." Zhou Xiaocui's face lit up with joy. "All right, mother will heed your words." That afternoon, Li Shi visited a shop and printed out the beautifully edited photographs for his mother to take home. The next day, he drove her back to Xiao City. However, they encountered heavy traffic on the return journey, transforming what should have been a tower drive into over 5 hours. By the time they arrived back in Tanzhou, night had already fallen. Feeling bored during the wait, he noticed the picturesque scenery outside the window and snapped a photo. Upon reviewing it, he grimaced. The camera's automatic settings were far too mundane. He switched the camera mode to professional, adjusted the parameters to suit his own aesthetic, and took another shot using the same composition. Upon seeing the newly captured photograph, Li Shi felt an urge to share it and promptly posted it on his social media. Once back in Tanzhou, he entered the expansive 390 square meter room alone and felt a fleeting sense of loneliness. shaking his head to dispel the feeling. He transferred 50,000 yuan to his mother and Appo's bank account and sent her a message on WeChat. After a refreshing shower and changing into clean pajamas, he settled at his new desk in the study and began drafting a practical plan for astrophotography. The subjects for such photography could include star trails, the Milky Way, and other celestial phenomena. Li Shi's primary desire was to capture the Milky Way. He first researched the upcoming weather conditions in Nanyang province and checked the moon phases for October. After installing a stargazing app on his phone and dedicating over an hour to studying, he devised a simple shooting plan. He picked up his phone and booked a flight to Chun City for October 7th. Stretching, he wandered to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the Siang River under the night sky, lost in thought. Suddenly, he remembered the post he made that afternoon. Upon checking, he found that it had garnered over 50 likes, with numerous comments from relatives, former classmates, colleagues, and professionals from auction houses and banks with whom he had previously interacted. He replied to each one. Then, he received 7 or 8 new WeChat messages. Seeing the influx of unread notifications, Li Shi instantly regretted not having responded sooner. He rose and moved to the living room, turned on the television to the Central China Television Variety channel, and sat down on the sofa to reply to the messages. Just as he was finishing, a new message arrived from a recently acquainted attractive woman, Ms. Wu Yuanyuan. Mr. Li, have you returned to Tanzhou? Yes. I just got back today. I wanted to ask you about the food photography assignment. Are you available to take it? Food photography is a form of still life photography, akin to photographing furniture. Li Shi had accumulated ample experience in this genre. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Ms. Wu, thank you for thinking of me for this opportunity, but I must apologize. I am not a professional photographer and am no longer accepting photography commissions. Wu Yuanyu, and typed rapidly, responding in mere seconds with a lengthy message. I see, no problem. I'll have my staff reach out to a photography studio instead. By the way, you mentioned teaching me how to photograph legs last time. Is now a good time? I found a few online guides, but they didn't seem very helpful. Li Shi recalled her repeated kindness towards him. Since he was currently free, he began explaining various aspects of photography, such as angles, composition, lighting, and model poses, to help her capture long legs effectively. The more he discussed the subject, the more engrossed he became, finding text and voice chat inconvenient. He opted to initiate a video call for more effective communication. This conversation lasted around 20 minutes. He was unsure how much Wu Yuanyuan understood, but he thoroughly enjoyed the discussion, which also served as a means of revisiting his own knowledge on the topic. That's about it. If you follow my instructions, you are sure to capture some stunning photos, he concluded. Wu Yuanyuan, gazing at the refined Li Shi on the video call, smiled and said, Thank you, Mr. Li. I will try out what you taught me, and if I encounter any problems, I hope you won't mind me asking for your advice. Li Shi chuckled softly, saying nothing further, and ended the video call. In the following 2 days, Li Shi concentrated on completing the remaining 6 online classes while also exploring the new photography equipment that had arrived. On the evening of October 6th, after finishing the last lesson, Xiao Yuan remarked with a hint of admiration, This is the first time I've encountered a wealthy individual who studies so diligently. It's hard not to admire you. We'll conclude the course here, but feel free to reach out anytime with photography-related questions. I'll be online and ready to assist you promptly. Li Shi politely replied, I appreciate your efforts, Teacher Xiao. I will surely trouble you again in the future. Of course, Xiao Yuan responded. After ending the video call, Li Shi summarized his notes and checked the time on his phone. It was already 11 o'clock. He unlocked his phone and opened WeChat, where, unsurprisingly, new messages awaited him from Wu Yuanyuan. Mr. Li, I'm quite satisfied with this selfie I took today. I feel it makes me look slim. Could you take a look? Accompanying her message was a photograph. She stood before a large mirror in a short-sleeved top and yoga pants, taking a selfie with her phone. The fitted clothing accentuated her graceful figure, making her appear noticeably slimmer. Wait a minute, Li Shi thought, examining the image closely, and was left speechless. He sent 2 voice messages in response. Sister Wu, while your photo editing skills have improved remarkably, deceiving me is not so effortless. That photograph from yesterday was already splendid. Many women envy your pear-shaped figure with its exquisite waist-to-hip ratio. There is truly no need for retouching, as it detracts from your natural beauty. After saying this, he could not refrain from typing another message. But Sister Wu, do you not spend time with your husband after your nightly yoga sessions before chatting with me about selfies? What if he misconstrues the situation? After a brief moment, the WeChat notification chimed. He was doomed. Chapter 66. I can do without. But cannot be without. Li Shi gazed at the 3 characters on the screen, momentarily at a loss for words. She appeared to be no older than 35. Losing a spouse at such a young age is indeed a tragedy of human existence. My condolences, he ultimately replied with those two words. Wang Yuan's typing speed was remarkably swift, and she promptly responded, "Condolences, my foot. I genuinely wish you were dead, but alas. That cursed soul seems to have a long life. It's true what they say, good people don't live long, while evildoers endure for 1,000 years. After sending that, perhaps feeling her reaction was overly intense, she followed up with another message. Forget him. After all, we're already divorced. Li Shi mused that she was not a widow, but rather a divorced woman. After some consideration, he replied, "Then I congratulate Sister Wang on returning to singlehood." As they chatted, Li Shi took the opportunity to research marriage statistics online. Last year, there were 8.26 million marriages and 3.75 million divorces nationwide. Upon seeing these figures, he couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. It was no wonder he felt surrounded by so many divorced individuals. This was not merely an illusion. After concluding the conversation, the mention of death led Li Shi to contemplate various matters. He pondered whether to change his mode of transportation for his trip to Spring City tomorrow. Air travel has an exceedingly low accident rate and is, in fact, quite safe. However, one should never underestimate the unexpected. At 10,000 meters in the air, should anything go awry, he would be utterly powerless. No, it wouldn't be entirely accurate to say he was completely helpless. He had access to a learning panel. Wealth attribute points could be exchanged at any time for items that could reduce his descent speed. Li Shi took out his phone and searched for the weight of parachutes. Professional parachutes weigh over 20 kilograms, while even the lighter ones weigh around 7 to 8 kilograms. The meager wealth attributes he had accumulated were insufficient. Moreover, using a parachute requires professional training. If he were to exchange for a lightweight material to increase air resistance, the operational complexity would be even greater. Furthermore, accidents involving aircraft often do not afford passengers the chance to survive a high-altitude fall. More often than not, the aircraft disintegrates, and lives are lost. However, if he were on solid ground, the situation would differ. With his current physique rating of 17.9, combined with the wealth attribute points he could redeem at will, he would be far better equipped to handle any situation. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively canceled his flight ticket and purchased a high-speed train ticket to Spring City for 10 o'clock in the morning, opting for a business seat. The journey would take just over 5 hours, costing him 1,580 yuan. He then searched online for collision avoidance materials, such as all-encompassing airbags and pedestrian protection devices. As he perused the information, he found himself yearning for the infinite space offered by the master-level reward. The cost of exchanging for such items would consume an enormous amount of wealth attribute points. If he had a personal space, he could simply purchase ready-made items and store them for future use. Moreover, he intended to make a brief stop at the border city of Ruili, which lies opposite Myanmar. While domestic safety was manageable, if he were to travel abroad in the future, he needed to consider safety from another perspective. Li Shi contemplated further and conducted an online search. Which gases could induce rapid unconsciousness? What substances are toxic? How are unexpected fainting or deaths portrayed in films? After gathering a wealth of information, he suddenly shook his head and chuckled, realizing that some of his thoughts were becoming increasingly morbid. He stood up and went to the kitchen to ignite the stove. Natural gas burned, transforming into a plasma flame. Solid, liquid, gas, and plasma states are all forms of matter. Gazing at the blue and yellow flames, Li Shi felt that the world was extraordinarily warm. He suddenly smiled, thinking to himself that as long as others did not provoke him, he would focus on studying diligently and enjoy life, avoiding trouble. After extinguishing the flame, he returned to the living room, settled onto the sofa, and spent a considerable amount of time on his phone until he found the data he sought. Sebastian Declou, the research director at France's EM2C laboratory, had calculated that the weight of a 1 centimeter high flame ignited by natural gas is approximately 0.1 micrograms. Next, he searched how to create plasma in real life. Eating 2 grapes in a microwave? That seemed too dangerous. He needed to inform his mother promptly. Recently, she had acquired several new appliances, including a microwave. Li Shi quickly searched for a video explaining which foods should not be heated in a microwave and sent it to his mother via WeChat, leaving a note for her to be cautious. After completing these tasks, he opened the JD app and purchased an arc lighter. The merchant's description stated that the plasma arc produced by this lighter could reach temperatures of up to 700 degrees Celsius, providing exceptional wind resistance, an excellent choice for lighting cigarettes or incense. Li Shi contemplated that such high temperatures would surely cook any cut of meat quickly. While some materials might never be needed, it was prudent to keep them on hand. as a mere thought could lead to an exchange when necessary. I can do without, but cannot be without. On October 7th, the final day of the National Day holiday, the high-speed train station was still bustling with crowds. Li Shi arrived at the station at 9:30, found a seat in the business waiting area, and took out an old book translated and published by the Great Wall Publishing House, The Art of Photography Composition, recommended by Xiao Yuan. His understanding of composition was somewhat lacking, and he needed to improve. He had already read it once, and this time he intended to revisit it during his journey. Additionally, he had another book in his bag, Behind the Lens, Practical Analysis of Landscape Photography by Wang Yongwei. He had barely read for 5 minutes when a message from Wang Yuan arrived. Teacher Li, the day after tomorrow is my birthday, and I'm planning a small gathering. I formally invite you to attend. You wouldn't refuse me this time, would you? Upon reading the message, Li Shi recalled that Mushi had mentioned Wang Yuan wanted to take a set of private photos because her birthday was approaching. Through their previous interactions and conversations, they had become somewhat acquainted. If he were still in Tanzhou, attending would not be an issue. However, they were merely acquaintances, and Li Shi was not inclined to alter his plans simply because it was her birthday. He snapped a photo of the waiting area and sent it. I'm truly sorry, but I'm currently at the high-speed train station and will soon be heading to Spring City. Wang Yuan replied with a disappointed emoji and asked, Are you going for field work? Li Shi replied, Indeed, I would like to wish you an early happy birthday, Sister Wu. After half a minute, Wu Yuan responded, Thank you, and I wish you a fruitful journey and pleasant travels. Li Shi chuckled and sent a grateful emoji. He set his phone aside and continued to read for a while. At 9:50, he boarded the train. The business class seat on the high-speed train was quite comfortable, and the young attendant in uniform was quite lovely. Her polite smile a joy to behold. He adjusted his seat to find a cozy position and resumed his reading. After some time, Chen Qiuyue messaged him. Have you set off yet? Li Shi replied, Just boarded the train. Chen Qiuyue responded with a hint of melancholy. I would love to visit the colorful clouds of Yunnan, but I've been too busy lately. However, once this hectic period is over, I will definitely drag you along for another trip, she added with a mischievous smile. Li Shi couldn't help but smile back. Sure, when you find some free time, we shall embark on another adventure. There are numerous attractions in Nanyan province that cannot be fully appreciated in just one visit. The train commenced its journey, heading southwest. Li Shi became engrossed in his studies, and it was only after a couple of hours had slipped by, interrupted by the vibration of his phone, that he realized they had entered the territory of Qiangui province. He glanced up at the swiftly retreating scenery outside the window and unlocked his phone. A new message from Wu Yuan appeared. I suddenly feel that having birthday parties every year is rather uninteresting. Chapter 67. A night of shooting your birthday party is rather dull. What do you mean by that? Li Shi's study was interrupted, leaving him slightly irritated. He couldn't help but grumble internally and replied, Then let's celebrate in a different manner, or perhaps not celebrate at all, treating it as just another day. That could be a unique form of celebration as well. Wu Yuan, who seldom used emojis in their chats, sent a flurry of eye rolls in response. Li Shi chuckled and said, Regardless, it is your birthday. You should celebrate it in whatever way you desire. In an office in Tanzhou, Wu Yuan sat in the boss's chair, glancing at the messages sent by Li Shi on her phone. She quickly typed, So I can fly over and travel with you. Right? She yearned for excitement, wishing to let loose like her ex-husband did, yet she hesitated. After hesitating for several seconds, she ultimately lacked the courage to take that leap and deleted her message, rephrasing it. You have a point. It's my birthday. Why should I care about whether others are happy or not? After chatting for about 7 or 8 minutes, Li Shi suddenly noticed that there were hundreds of unread messages in their middle school classmates group chat, which he had set to do not disturb. Curious, he opened the chat, discovering they were discussing a classmate, Peng Haoming, who had suffered severe injuries while rescuing people from a fire during his delivery. Li Shi remembered Peng Haoming, a slender fellow nicknamed Monkey in class. One classmate mentioned visiting Peng Haoming and seeing his grave injuries, noting he would require multiple surgeries. They suggested that, given their shared history, perhaps they could donate some money to help him, as his family was struggling. Li Shi looked at the photo shared in the group. The person in the hospital bed was completely wrapped in bandages, making it difficult to discern his features. However, he vaguely recognized another classmate standing beside the bed, who seemed to be Lu Wan, once tall and thin, but now much heavier. Almost no one in the group responded to the call for donations, with two questioning the authenticity of the situation. Li Shi sensed something was amiss, so he refrained from commenting, focusing instead on the photo. After a while, a message from Wang Yani came through. Li Shi, are you there? Yes. What's up? He replied. Don't take what Lu Wan said in the middle school group too seriously. I'm from the same village as him, and his reputation has been great these past few years. I think he might have been involved in some scams and faced repercussions for it. Understanding dawned on Li Shi, and he promptly thanked her for the warning. Just as their conversation concluded, he returned to the group chat to find the situation had escalated. Someone had added Peng Haoming to the group, and upon entering, he immediately began a heated argument with Lu Wan. You fool, trying to deceive old classmates. I've already reported you to the police. Just wait to be caught. Stupid. I and Apos am in Myanmar. Do you think I'm afraid of your police? Go ahead and summon them to catch me here. The classmates, all in their 20s, could hardly tolerate such arrogance, and they rallied to support Peng Haoming. Li Shi joined in the fray, exchanging insults for a while until Lu Wan, overwhelmed by the collective outcry, abruptly exited the chat. Myanmar? Beyond jade and massage, it is notorious for its lawlessness. One can only imagine the state of security there. Li Shi set his phone down, gazing thoughtfully out the window at the passing scenery. As the train approached Spring City South Station, Li Shi packed up his books and checked the chat records. Following the earlier incident, the camaraderie among classmates seemed to have deepened significantly, and conversations were lively, with suggestions for a gathering during the upcoming new year already in the works. Many had begun to sign up. Li Shi chose to remain silent in the group for now, deciding to see how things unfold later. At around 4:15 p.m., the train arrived in Spring City. Li Shi did not exit the station but stayed inside to grab a quick bite before switching to another train bound for Dali. After 4 hours of studying on the road, he opted not to read during the remaining 2 hours, instead playing on his phone while contemplating his learning progress. Once this picturesque ecological photography journey concluded, he intended to practice a documentary photography theme, which would surely elevate his skills to proficiency. Afterward, he planned to delve deeper into portrait photography, aspiring to attain mastery without significant difficulty. The pathway to expertise had become increasingly clear, prompting a pleasant sense of anticipation for the journey ahead. At 7 p.m., Li Shi emerged from Dali railway station. He first called the pre-booked guest house to inform them of his delayed arrival, then contacted the car rental company. After some searching, he successfully picked up a blue Wrangler. He had stumbled upon this rental service while drafting his itinerary and had confirmed that it was possible to pick up and return the vehicle at the train station between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. With the car in hand, Li Shi headed straight for Jizu Mountain. Upon arriving in Yunnan, his priority was not traditional sightseeing, but rather capturing the starry sky at Jizu Mountain that very night. Renowned as a sacred Buddhist site, Jizu Mountain, also known as Jiuchu Mountain, is celebrated in various publications as an exceptional stargazing location. The journey from Dali spanned over 60 kilometers, and Li Shi, now well-versed in night driving, arrived at the pre-booked Wudong Resort guest house in just over an hour, precisely at 9 p.m. The guest house, located atop Jizu Mountain, was spacious and exquisitely decorated. Upon checking in, the owner escorted him to his room on the upper floor, and before entering, he cheerfully remarked, "You are in the right place to shoot the stars. Just look up. You want to find such a starry sky in a big city." Li Shi glanced upward. And indeed, the sky was adorned with countless stars. On summer nights back home, one could also witness such a breathtaking spectacle, though perhaps not as vividly. Checking the time, which was already 9:30 p.m., he preferred not to engage in idle chatter with the owner. After washing his face in his room, he drove down the mountain. Having researched numerous guides for photographing stars at Jizu Mountain online and even conversing with a photographer who had previously captured images there, he knew precisely where to set up. The suggested location was a terrace established by the scenic area, easily identifiable. Upon arriving at the site, he stood at the edge of the terrace, leaning against the railing, quietly observing his surroundings. Conclusively, he determined this was indeed an ideal shooting spot, with temples and pagodas visible on the nearby mountain and a glimpse of the county town in the distance. Merely gazing at the nocturnal scenery is quite delightful. After pondering for a while, inspiration struck him. He meticulously retrieved his camera, lens, equatorial mount, and other equipment, setting up and focusing. To minimize the light pollution from the town below, Li Shi waited until after 3 in the morning to conclude his shooting. Upon returning to the guest house, it was already 4 o'clock. He hurriedly took a shower and promptly turned off his phone to sleep. The following day, he awoke at 10 in the morning, the latest he had risen in recent times. Despite having only slept for a little over 5 hours, he felt invigorated and brimming with energy. Glancing down, Li Shi felt a mix of pride and bemusement. He initially intended to stay indoors and review the footage from the previous night. However, upon powering on his phone, he discovered a voice message from Wu Yuan sent shortly before 5 in the morning. "Hey there, I've decided not to hold a birthday party. How about I come to Nanyuan to visit you? Her voice was sweet and playful, reminiscent of the high-pitched tones often described online, capable of silencing even the most bothersome of mosquitoes. Li Shi discerned that she had likely been drinking. To his surprise, this affluent lady also possessed a penchant for alcohol. Reflecting on the pristine white of the milk bath at the villa, he typed back, "Feel free to come." Suddenly, he found himself craving pure milk. Chapter 68. Inspiration strikes tonight. Li Shi initially presumed that Wu Yuan, having indulged in libations, would still be asleep around 5 in the morning. To his surprise, within a mere 15 minutes of sending a WeChat message, he received a reply. Accompanying her message was a photograph, a silver suitcase, opened and resting on the ground, neatly packed with clothing, high heels, and cosmetics. "Is the luggage all set? What is the specific address?" Li Shi inquired, while relishing a bowl of rice noodles prepared by the innkeeper. Upon receiving Wu Yuan's message, he paused his meal to type with his left hand, "Currently at Jizu Mountain near Dali, planning to visit the ancient city of Dali tonight." Wu Yuan responded, "Then I'll fly directly to Dali. By the way, I would like you to take some more photos of me when I arrive. What styles of clothing do you think I should bring?" Li Shi perused the earlier photograph she sent and replied, "I see you have red clothing in your suitcase. Perhaps you should also pack some black outfits and stockings." After a brief interval, Wu Yuan replied, "I understand what you mean now." She added a winking emoji, which momentarily puzzled Li Shi. "What do you mean by that?" he thought. The combination of red and black is a timeless classic. He dismissed the thought and continued to savor his meal. Li Shi possessed eclectic tastes, relishing both bold and subtle flavors. He enjoyed a bowl of chilled rice noodles adorned with some raw pigskin, which many tourists hesitated to try, yet he found it delightful. The pigskin was not truly raw, having been roasted to a delicate tenderness, enhanced by homemade chili oil and sesame oil, a truly aromatic experience. After finishing one bowl, he felt it insufficient and ordered another. As a renowned Buddhist mountain, Jizu Mountain boasts 8 major temples, 34 minor temples, 65 hermitages, and over 100 meditation rooms, making it a sacred site for Buddhists from South and Southeast Asia, drawing many visitors each year. As Li Shi ascended the mountain with his camera, he encountered numerous travelers and worshippers along the way. He did not partake in the rituals. Instead, he focused on appreciating the natural beauty and Buddhist architectural culture. Whenever he felt inspired by a scene, he would draw out his camera to practice and revisit his compositional knowledge. The rugged beauty of Jizu Mountain captivated him, and he contemplated whether to emphasize the grandeur, the mystical tranquility, or the perilous allure of the landscape in his photography. If he chose grandeur as the theme, he would then consider how to compose the shot to genuinely convey that magnificence while also providing an aesthetic experience. Li Shi and Appo's purpose was not mere sightseeing. It was an academic endeavor. At times, to capture a single photograph, he would pause to ponder, even consulting books or searching for information on his phone, resulting in a leisurely pace of exploration. The vegetation on Jizu Mountain was lush, yet he paid little attention to the ripened rice and weeds in the fields during the National Day holiday. He photographed the various vegetables and herbs in the fields, as well as the shrubs, pines, and phoenix trees on the mountain. In addition to the flora, Jizu Mountain teemed with wildlife. He even captured images of wild macaques and pheasants. From 11 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon, he had yet to explore all the attractions, but he had diligently taken over 50 photographs. According to his plan, 2 temples remained unphotographed. He messaged Wu Yuan, "Do you need me to pick you up from the airport? If so, I can head to the ancient city early." Wu Yuan, already at the airport, quickly replied, "No need. I've been to Dali once before and know a nice inn. I've already booked a room and arranged for them to pick me up." Li Shi responded, "All right," continuing his exploration. He had barely taken a few steps when he received another message. "Oh, you don't need to book a room anymore. I'll send you my location once I arrive, and you can come straight to Dali in the evening." Li Shi chuckled to himself. Such good fortune of free lodging was rare indeed. He anticipated needing to invest some energy in teaching her later. By 5 o'clock, Li Shi completed his practical photography plan and descended the mountain, mentally calculating. Once he finished editing the photographs and the starry night shots from the previous evening, his practical experience in landscape and ecological photography would be nearly complete. In just 2 days, he felt a profound sense of progress and a hint of anticipation. It was not imperative to cover every category. What mattered most was mastering the fundamentals, his control over the equipment, understanding of framing, exposure, depth of field, and composition. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, he retrieved his vehicle and checked the time. It was nearly 6 o'clock. Wu Yuan had yet to share her location, indicating she and T arrived. There was only one direct flight from Tanzhou to Dali, originally scheduled to land at 5:50 p.m. However, Wu Yuan had informed him earlier that her flight was delayed, with an estimated arrival at 6:30 p.m. Li Shi set the navigation to the ancient city's train station and set off. After half an hour, he received a message from Wu Yuan, stating she had just landed. Li Shi chose not to reply immediately, waiting a few more minutes until she sent her in's location. Only then did he pull over, respond, and adjust his route accordingly. By 7:30 p.m., he arrived at the Oriental Colorful Seascape Inn, perched upon a cliff by Arai Lake, offering breathtaking views of the lake and Songshan Mountain. The night fell later in Yunnan province than in his home province, and upon his arrival, he was greeted by the golden glow of sunset against Songshan, a scene truly picturesque. The innkeeper escorted him to the hot spring Seaview suite, rang the doorbell, and shortly after, the door opened to reveal Wu Yuan, clad in a purple V-neck dress. Once the innkeeper departed, she smiled and said, "Teacherly, we meet again." Having engaged in WeChat conversations and video calls 4 times, they were quite familiar with one another, and this encounter felt less formal than the last. She appeared slimmer than before. Her fitted dress accentuated her S-shaped silhouette beautifully, exuding sensuality. The deep purple of her dress harmonized impeccably with her well-groomed long hair, lending her an elegant aura. This fair-skinned, alluring woman now appeared utterly captivating. Li Shi smiled and teasingly asked, "Wu Jia, does this suite have 2 bedrooms?" They both understood the implications of her presence and what might ensue. Wu Yuan, seemingly mentally prepared, shook her head with a smile. "There's only 1 bedroom. But the sofa is large and quite comfortable. You can take the bed tonight, and I'll sleep on the sofa." Li Shi entered the room, set down his backpack, and took a glance around, marveling at the opulence of the space. The room was spacious, adorned with tasteful decor, featuring a terrace and a bathtub that offered a breathtaking view of the enchanting Arai Lake and the majestic Songshan Mountain. Remarkably, it even boasted a scenic hot spring pool, allowing one to soak while admiring the stunning landscape. Turning to his companion with curiosity, he inquired, "How much does it cost to stay in this room for a night?" Wu Yuan, who had been quietly following him, remained silent, feeling a mix of nervousness and anticipation now that they were alone together in the same room. It was a peculiar blend of worry and subtle expectation. Responding to Li Shi's question, she finally spoke, 3,800 for one night. It's rare to come out and enjoy ourselves, and one should indulge a bit." Li Shi did not press her on the latter part of her statement, but smiled and said, "I'm hungry. Let us go out and grab something to eat. Then explore Dali." Wu Yuan secretly exhaled in relief and replied, "Sure, I'm hungry too." When discussing domestic travel, one cannot overlook Nanyang province. And when Nanyang province is mentioned, Dali and Lijiang inevitably come to mind. According to official statistics, Dali welcomes tens of millions of tourists each year, with some years surpassing 40 million. The two enjoyed a meal of Bai cuisine and then meandered through the bustling streets filled with visitors, engaging in light conversation while taking in the local night scenery. After strolling for about 20 minutes, Li Shi noticed a particularly charming bar on the roadside. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt his left arm growing weak. Turning his head, he saw that Wu Yuan had pressed close to him to avoid the crowd. He blinked and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "Sister Wu, this bar seems delightful. Let us step in for a moment before heading back to the guest house. Don't you want to take a few more photos? I feel particularly inspired tonight." Chapter 69. Mr. Li's proficiency in photography. Much like Dali, Lijiang boasts an array of distinctive bars. The establishment they entered, with its intriguing name, exuded a unique charm. From the exterior, it appeared to be a quaint Chinese tavern, yet upon stepping inside, one was greeted by a decor that was entirely Western in style. Dim lighting and shelves brimming with foreign spirits revealed the true essence of the establishment. Li Shi requested the waiter to recommend a cocktail. As they settled into their seats, he smiled at Wu Yuan, who had relaxed and was now sitting across from him. "I don't often indulge in alcohol, nor have I frequented bars like this. Today, however, I shall indulge and savor the taste of cocktails." Wu Yuan, momentarily dazed, eventually roused from her reverie brought on by Li Shi's words. In her mind, she channeled her inner boss and thought, "Why should I fear this young man?" The live band performed beautifully, and the ambience, enhanced by the carefully designed dim lighting, enveloped them. Li Shi, seemingly absorbed in the atmosphere and allure of the alcohol, was actually contemplating the thematic possibilities for photography within such an environment. Meanwhile, Wu Yuan unknowingly finished her cocktail in a single gulp and waved for another. After she polished off her second drink, Li Shi stood to settle the bill, and together they strolled back to their lodging. Once inside the room, an unspoken silence enveloped them. Wu Yuan took her nightgown into the bathroom, while Li Shi placed his camera on the tea table. then sat at the desk to begin organizing the materials he had captured over the past 2 days. After a while, Wu Yuan emerged from the bathroom, now donned in a flowing purple camisole that perfectly accentuated her voluptuous figure. Li Shi closed his laptop and took a seat nearby, appreciating her as she styled her hair. He mused to himself that her form was perfectly balanced. Any excess weight would detract from her allure, while a loss would diminish the appetizing charm she possessed. A model of such caliber deserved to have her beauty immortalized in photographs. He moved closer, taking a seat on the sofa beside her just as his Apple phone erupted with a ring. Wu Yuan glanced at the caller ID, turned to Li Shi, and remarked, "It's my ex-husband," before answering the call. Their conversation revolved around property matters, seemingly punctuated by a dispute, which did not pique Li Shi's interest in the slightest. He leaned closer to Wu Yuan's ear and whispered, "Ms. Wu, why not strike a yoga pose on the sofa? I shall find the perfect angle to capture your essence." The call lasted merely 7 or 8 minutes. Yet the process of capturing 7 or 8 exquisite photographs, from preparation to shooting and post-processing, consumed over 2 hours. The sofa, the hot spring, the terrace, and other areas of the suite transformed into picturesque settings. Several images even featured the ethereal beauty of Songshan and Arai Lake under the cloak of night. Undoubtedly, Arai Lake possessed a stunning allure, even in the depths of night, casting a hazy beauty that lulled Wu Yuan into a peaceful slumber. Observing her cocooned in blankets, a visage of contentment and happiness, Li Shi found it amusing and took another photograph. Afterward, he returned to the desk to continue processing the photographs from the past few days. The post-processing proved laborious. He first tackled the Milky Way shot taken at Jizushan, spending considerable time adjusting the color temperature alone. Following that, he fine-tuned exposure, shadows, and saturation, working diligently until 3 in the morning before finally completing his edits. Gazing at the finished piece, Li Shi felt a surge of satisfaction. The vastness of the galaxy above the Jizushan temple rendered a serene yet profound image, steeped in mystery. At that moment, an unexpected thrill coursed through him as he accessed his learning panel. Name, Li Shi Physique, 17. 9 Wealth, 6. 8. Exchange. Currently learning. Photography, proficient. Completed studies. Chinese, fluent. Driving, fluent. He had finally advanced from proficient to proficient, a commendable achievement. Unable to contain his excitement, he rose and stepped onto the terrace, laughing heartily. Although it was not a significant leap, moving from proficient to proficient marked a considerable breakthrough. Each area of study held its own nuances, and the learning panel's expectations differed from common societal perceptions. Achieving proficient signified a comprehensive acknowledgement of his foundational knowledge and skills in photography, particularly highlighting his enhanced compositional abilities during the past 2 days. The subsequent ascent to fluent appeared simpler. He merely needed to amplify his strengths and elevate his thematic expressions beyond conventional benchmarks. Li Shi rubbed his hands together, contemplating that among all photography genres, portraiture was his forte. Returning to the room, he observed the woman on the bed, momentarily softened by his presence, and was inspired by the last photo he had taken of her in blissful repose. What a splendid model lies before me. Why not continue capturing her essence? He mused, deciding to center the theme around her satisfaction. Li Shi resumed his place at the desk, awakened his laptop, created a new document, and titled it, The Contentment of Maturity Subheading 1, The Beauty of Contentment, Capturing the Most Aesthetically Pleasing Moment. Subheading 2, Culinary and Scenic Pleasures. Subheading 3, 33 times, Celebrating her 33rd birthday. Having sketched a preliminary plan for his photographic ascent, he closed the laptop, climbed into bed, and embraced her, allowing his thoughts to drift away as he found a comfortable position and succumbed to slumber. Upon waking at 7:30, he discovered that Wu Yuan was already awake, lying on her side, her full figure seemingly entranced by some wondrous sight. Following her gaze, Li Shi felt a fleeting moment of embarrassment before resolving to transform that discomfort into action as he lifted her into his arms and carried her toward the hot spring. After all, what awkwardness could not be dissolved in the warmth of shared relaxation? If any remained, a full hour of soaking would surely remedy it. An hour and a half later, the resilience of women is indeed remarkable, especially for someone as mature as Wu Yuan. After merely half an hour of rest, she swiftly regained her composure. Observing Li Shi, who was engrossed in his work at the computer, she stood up and approached him from behind, gently massaging his shoulders while watching him edit photos. "What are our plans for today?" she inquired. Li Shi responded with a light pat on the back. "Oh." The reaction is quite evident. "This afternoon, let us embark on a tour around Arai Lake. However, before that, I wish to discuss something with you." At that moment, Xiao Yuan sent him feedback on his astrophotography of the Milky Way. It is an outstanding piece. If I were to point out a flaw, it would be the significant light pollution from the nearby town. If that aspect were addressed more effectively, the photograph could ascend to a whole new level. Chapter 70. Another pair tattered? Xiao Yuan's critique was anticipated by Li Shi. In his self-analysis, he recognized that the primary shortcoming of the photograph lay in this aspect. After conversing with Xiao Yuan for a while, he shifted the woman's ample hips onto his thigh. Given his physique, managing Wu Yuan's weight of over 110 pounds was effortless. After all, he could stand for 5 to 6 minutes under a barbell weighing 105 kilograms without breaking a sweat. His thighs were undeniably stronger than his arms. Thus, Li Shi shared the first two-thirds of his photography plan with her. Wu Yuan agreed with delight, even exclaiming, "I shall consider this a birthday gift from you." Birthday? Li Shi chuckled, and then whispered the remaining third of his plan into her ear. "This is your true birthday gift." Wu Yuan's lips parted slightly, her eyes gleaming with astonishment, leaving her momentarily speechless. After all, she was celebrating her 33rd birthday. "Isn't this a bit much for you?" She hesitated. "Not at all," Li Shi replied calmly, bolstered by his impressive physique with an attribute score of 17.9. Harai Lake, one of Dali's 4 scenic wonders. Regrettably, despite spending a considerable time on the outdoor terrace the previous night, the weather was uncooperative, leaving Wu Yuan too fatigued to speak. And they missed the moment when the clouds parted to reveal the moon. Circumnavigating Harai Lake is one of the most common and popular activities for tourists in Dali. Before embarking on the journey, Li Shi and Wu Yuan discussed with meticulous care what attire she should wear. Choose entirely based on your aesthetic. "If you haven't brought anything suitable, we can go shopping now," he suggested. Wu Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, "A woman's sense of fashion is ever-changing. I am uncertain of what I truly prefer to wear. Perhaps I should don something that holds special meaning for me." Li Shi's heart stirred as he thought. Could it be? After a short while, he observed her searching through her suitcase, her curvaceous figure enticing, and indeed she retrieved a black suit. He could not help but place a hand on his forehead. "You actually brought that outfit?" He began, but before he could finish, Wu Yuan produced a pair of black stockings and winked at him, with letters on them. "Regrettably, they aren't the ones from that day. I live a bit far in the Lushan area, so I couldn't retrieve them. This pair is new." After a while, she changed into her attire. The black suit, paired with black stockings and heels, complemented her black lace undergarments, rendering her youthful appearance even more striking and exuding an air of competence. She possessed an undeniable allure. "What do you think?" Li Shi remained silent, approaching her to express his approval through action. Soon, Wu Yuan stood before the mirror, adjusting her makeup and smoothing her slightly disheveled outfit, feeling quite pleased with herself. Clad in black, adorned in lace, her figure enchanting, her cheeks flushed like peach blossoms, her eyes sparkling with vitality, her face radiated satisfaction and contentment. Li Shi had long been discreetly composing a shot, seizing the moment to capture her image. The click of the camera prompted Wu Yuan to glance over, which was precisely the moment Li Shi had awaited, and he promptly snapped another shot, preserving her animated expression. He offered her a gentle smile before eagerly reviewing the 2 photographs. Moments later, a satisfied expression emerged on his face. He felt as though he had progressed 1/10 of the way from proficiency to mastery. After engaging in rigorous physical activity, a nourishing meal was in order. Conveniently, Li Shi's itinerary included gastronomic delights. When discussing Dali's culinary offerings, Wu Yuan immediately suggested, "Let us indulge in steamed pot chicken and clay pot eel. I recall a restaurant from my last visit that was highly recommended for its delightful flavors, and I find myself reminiscing about it." Li Shi, aware that Wu Yuan, a wealthy woman, was in the restaurant business, understood that a restaurant capable of eliciting such nostalgia must either excel in flavor or cater perfectly to her palate. The restaurant was somewhat distant from their lodging. After checking out, they loaded their belongings into the rented vehicle and drove for several minutes along the eastern route of the lake, eventually turning into a somewhat secluded eatery. The restaurant's decor was modest, lacking the charm of many establishments in the area, resembling an ordinary roadside diner from Tanjizu. Upon entering, they found 8 neatly arranged long tables in a small space, and since it was still early, the place was nearly empty. They ordered their dishes and settled down. The restaurant was impeccably clean, with surfaces devoid of grease. The steam pot chicken is a classic dish from Nanyang province, and this establishment used a purple clay steam pot, featuring black chicken as the main ingredient, accompanied by lean meat, honey dates, lion's mane mushrooms, fish maw, longan, slices of ham, bamboo fungus, and various fungi that Li Shi could not name, all exuding freshness and fragrance. "Ah, I have been yearning for this soup." Wu Yuan said as she sipped a small bowl. Just as she finished her sentence, the server presented a bowl of clay pot eel, prompting her to quickly use her chopsticks to place a piece of succulent skin soaked in broth into Li Shi's bowl, before hurriedly serving herself another piece. Relishing the dish with evident delight, Li Shi took his time, capturing her current state with his camera. After examining the captured images, he finally set the camera down to savor the dish. The texture of the skin was unique, tangy and spicy, undeniably delicious. After finishing one piece, he found himself wanting a second. This is a delightful by cuisine dish, perfect for pairing with drinks, and it is my favorite here. Alas, the ingredients, climate, and water quality differ from place to place. Even with the same recipe, the resulting dish always varies slightly. When I have our restaurant and Oppos, as chefs prepare this dish, it never quite matches up. After they had their fill, they exited the restaurant and stopped at a roadside plum shop to purchase various flavored plums. Although Li Shi was not particularly fond of sour flavors, he was determined to indulge Wu Yuan today. After relishing the delectable food and taking a couple more photos, they were ready to embrace the scenic beauty. The pair drove clockwise around Arai Lake, visiting Shizhou Ancient Town, Haijiao Park, Butterfly Spring, and the Flower Park of Shangguan. Culminating their day at Shuanglong Ancient Town, they parked in the lot but did not rush to check into their accommodation. Instead, they first took a leisurely stroll along the main street. However, they quickly felt a sense of disappointment as the commercial atmosphere of the main street was too pervasive, resembling a template for ancient towns across the nation. After meandering for a while, the two turned back. As they passed a narrow alley, Li Shi cast a glance towards the end, where a glimpse of the azure sky and equally blue lake peeked through. Intrigued by the prospect of discovery, he tugged at Wu Yuan's hand, urging her to venture inside. After traversing several paces through the alley, they were greeted by a breathtaking vista, the expansive, crystal-clear lake, the profound, deep blue sky, and the enigmatic Songshan concealed within the white clouds, all harmoniously intertwined, creating an exquisite tableau. How beautiful it is, Teacher Li. Please take a picture of me here, Wu Yuan exclaimed, equally captivated. Such spontaneous moments of beauty often resonate more deeply. Certainly, Li Shi replied, raising his camera, only to lower it a few seconds later. He approached her, guiding her on how to pose, and tenderly smoothed out the creases on her black stockings, which had mysteriously appeared. Every photo taken today was crucial for his promotion, and he was determined to ensure each one was perfect. This exemplified a diligent attitude towards learning and work. Wu Yuan allowed him to arrange her, subconsciously biting her lip. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she whispered, I remember that day at the villa. When I descended the stairs wearing these stockings, I felt as if your gaze was rather peculiar. Was it merely my imagination? Li Shi and Oppos' lips curled into a subtle, meaningful smile, revealing no pretense. It was not your imagination. I had previously torn a pair identical to yours, which surprised me at the time. Wu Yuan blinked, remaining silent. After capturing their photograph and savoring the scenery for a while longer, they returned to the main road, leisurely making their way to the parking lot. As they neared their destination, Wu Yuan suddenly glanced around, noticing that the nearest passerby was several meters away. Leaning closer to Li Shi, she whispered softly, that young man. Would you like to tear another pair? Chapter 71. Promotion. There are certain women whose mere words can compel a man to commit unspeakable acts. Perhaps those chilling online narratives are not mere fabrications? Li Shi paused for 8 seconds, tilting his head to untangle a few strands of hair adorned with small braids crafted by a local vendor during their outing. The green threads had loosened somewhat, and upon closer inspection, he counted 9 delicate strands. 9, a pleasing number indeed. Today 9, tomorrow 9, totaling 18, leaving just 15 to reach 33. Perhaps he too could ascend sooner. Yet, promotion ultimately rests upon the quality of one's practical work. However, a trip to Rayleigh would be delightful. Mr. Li, what are you pondering? Indeed, what was I contemplating? Li Shi had reserved this inn, and with the 11th day now past, the influx of tourists had diminished slightly. He had spotted a charming guest house on the app, its views breathtaking, and thus booked the luxurious sea view room with a terrace for 2,288 yuan per night. Initially, he had only intended to stay for one night, but now he was considering inquiring about extending their stay, as Ms. Wu might require some additional rest tomorrow. Upon returning to the parking lot, he made a call, and soon a young male manager in his 20s arrived on an electric scooter to greet them. Upon learning that they were first-time visitors to Shuanglong Ancient Town, he enthusiastically shared recommendations for local attractions. While other sites might be overlooked, the Sun Palace was a must-see. You must know, Teacher Yang, it is well worth the trip. Grateful, Li Shi asked if they could extend their stay by another night. Only to receive a polite refusal. Business was thriving, and the following days were already fully booked. After checking in, they entered their room. And it became evident why this guest house had gained popularity. In layman's terms, it possessed an excellent location, tasteful design, and stunning scenery, making it ideal for photography. A casual snapshot could yield a visually captivating masterpiece. As dusk approached, they chose not to venture out but instead relished the delectable cuisine provided by the guest house while basking in the sunset's glow over Songshan Mountain and Darai Lake. Li Shi contemplated. Only one final set of photographs remained. This particular set was challenging, not for him as a photographer, but for Wu Yuan as a model. Preparation was essential. After enjoying a glass of red wine, the night fully enveloped them. A gentle breeze caressed the lake's surface, and the remnants of the sunset painted the sky. The exquisite wine dazzled the eyes, and the enchanting scenery touched the soul. With the surroundings tranquil, if not now, when should they begin? Ms. Wu, could you come here for a moment? Li Shi spoke softly, his tone calm. Wu Yuan shuddered slightly, for Li Shi had addressed her as Ms. Wu, not Sister Wu. This was a signal. She understood it was time to capture those 33 photographs. For Li Shi, the labor was not physically demanding, yet mentally exhausting. The final theme of practical photography was crucial for his promotion, and he devoted himself entirely, expending considerable energy over a short period. After enhancing his physical attributes, he was now experiencing a hint of fatigue for the first time. Fortunately, the rewards were substantial. From 9 o'clock until 1 in the morning, he had created 11 stunning photographs. Each one was a masterpiece, perfectly aligned with the theme of capturing the female model and Oppo's essence. This was evident from the model's demeanor in the images. In the final 2 shots, Wu Yuan was utterly captivating. Her performance before the lens exuding the prowess of an award-winning actress. Her expressions of fulfillment were palpable, from her voice to her dialogue, posture, and even subtle facial expressions, each detail seamlessly woven together, leaving onlookers in awe. Light and shadow, composition, and the precise timing of the captures all required meticulous attention to detail. Li Shi lay on his bed, reflecting upon the insights gained from the recent days of practice. He recalled those last 2 photographs, undoubtedly worthy of preservation. The finest portraits forever encapsulate the genuine emotions of the subjects, and a photographer can artfully enhance those moments through the manipulation of light and shadow. His thoughts wandered. Inspiration surged forth, and sleep eluded him. He rose, opened his laptop, selected the final 2 photographs, and began the post-processing work. He toiled until 2 in the morning. And at the moment the last photograph was completed, a sudden spark of realization ignited within him. Li Shi's heart swelled with joy. For he knew a promotion was imminent, a delightful surprise, yet upon reflection, entirely expected. His accumulation of experience was already sufficient. He merely needed to execute an outstanding practical project in portrait photography. It was not necessary to capture all 33 photographs. Achieving the level of mastery with even one would suffice to reach the threshold for promotion. This time, Li Shi refrained from immediately accessing the learning panel to check his progress. Instead, he savored the sight of his proud creations on the screen. Could such expressions of satisfaction captivate the hearts of enthusiasts if shared online? He mused, but of course, he would not publish them. These 2 works would remain his private treasures. Perhaps it was time to acquire a new computer. He decided the current laptop would remain offline, serving solely as a storage device for his collection. He meticulously deleted all internet connection records from the computer, even erasing the network driver. Just as he finished, he pondered the possibility of a technical failure. He would need to procure additional external hard drives for backup. Finally lying in bed, he could no longer contain his excitement and summoned the learning panel. Name, Li Shi. Physical attributes, 17. 91. Integration status, wealth, 7. 8. Exchange status, currently learning. Camera photography, mastery level. Change learning direction, completed learning library, Chinese, mastery level. Driving, mastery level. Each discipline or skill is categorized into 5 levels: beginner, proficient, mastery, professional, and grandmaster. Each advancement grants 1 point in physical attributes and 1 point in wealth attributes. At any given time, only one discipline or skill may be pursued. Once selected, the branch or level must reach mastery before a change is permitted. Continuing in camera photography requires achieving grandmaster level before another change, alongside a reward of 2 cubic meters of storage space. This time the grandmaster reward is 2 cubic meters of personal space. Mastery in Chinese grants 10 cubic meters. The mastery of driving a small vehicle, 1 cubic. The mastery of photography, 2 cubic. This aligns perfectly with the ultimate purpose of utilizing a learning panel to assist oneself in acquiring knowledge and skills. Any enhancement to the essence and spirit is met with ample rewards. Particularly, improvements to the spirit receive the most bountiful rewards. After all, the elevation of essence primarily relies on the integration of physical attributes. It is now 2:30 in the morning, in the darkness. Leisure and Apo's eyes gleam with intensity as numerous thoughts flood his mind. Finally, he smirks. Mastery in knowledge and artistic skills is most beneficial for the spirit. Yet these areas of study are also the most challenging to elevate to master level. As my physical condition continues to improve, it is wise to play to my strengths and avoid my weaknesses. For the next step, I shall still prioritize athletic skills, and once I have accumulated more attribute points, I will decide further. Having come to this realization, Leisure and Apo's mind calms, and he resolves to sleep first. As for which athletic skill to pursue next, he will deliberate carefully. No rush, no rush. He turns to embrace the soft form of the woman beside him, a smile breaking across his face. Although his photography has ascended, the journey tomorrow shall continue. The remaining 22 photographs will serve as a reward for his advancement. He shifts slightly to find a comfortable position and drifts into slumber. Chapter 72. 3 days and 2 nights. Leisure awoke at 8 in the morning, stretching languidly as he extricated himself from the warmth of his bed. After completing his morning ablutions, he did not rush to depart. Instead, he retrieved his notebook from his backpack and, clad in his pajamas, stepped onto the terrace to bask in the morning light reflecting off Arai Lake. He began to summarize the previous phase of his journey. After filling 5 pages of the thick notebook, he paused, gazing vacantly at the crystalline lake surface. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, and upon glancing down, he saw a message from Chen Xiuyue. Is Dali enjoyable? It's quite lovely, though I primarily focused on gathering inspiration. Sightseeing is merely a secondary pursuit, he replied. I've heard that many women travel there. ISNT there is saying online about finding romantic encounters in Lijiang and Dali. Have you encountered any captivating beauties? Winks. Leisure turned to glance back at the interior of the room, where the mature woman remained deep in slumber. After a moment's reflection, he decided to maintain the candid rapport he shared with Chen Xiuyue, opting for honesty, regardless of how the future unfolded. Some things should not be concealed. He typed back, Indeed, I have. Chen Xiuyue quickly responded with a smirk. After a brief pause, she added, I envy you. Next time, I must also venture to Nanyan to encounter beauties from all corners of the country and select the most stunning one to accompany me. Raises eyebrows, smirks, Leisure replied. In that case, include me in your plans. My driving and photography skills are commendable, and I would be delighted to serve as your chauffeur and photographer. He couldn't help but ponder that in this open society, a woman of her aloof and ethereal beauty must surely be admired by many. They chatted for a while longer before he set his phone aside and returned to his reflections. Photography, at its core, is a form of fine art, nestled within the realm of aesthetics. This learning experience has enriched his understanding and provided a solid foundation for other artistic endeavors he may pursue in the future. He chuckled softly, considering that if he were to choose painting, his experience in capturing intimate portraits would no longer render him a novice. After much contemplation, he finally penned, the entire learning process has broadened my horizons, enriched my unique experiences in photography, and enhanced my aesthetic sensibilities, all of which are beneficial to the spirit. Wu Yuan did not awaken until past 10 o'clock. Upon rising, she gulped down a bottle of water before casting a reproachful glance at Leisure, who was entering from the terrace with his notebook. In a somewhat hoarse voice, she asked, Mr. Li, are you a wild bull? At 11:30, they checked out of the hotel and headed to the pier to board a boat to Nanjiao Ethnic Island. Within 5 or 6 minutes, they arrived on the island, which, though small, offered little of interest aside from the towering 6-story statue of Guanyin and the hotel-like Nanjiao Palace. However, the view of Arai Lake from the island was splendid, revealing its beauty from various angles. In the afternoon, they did not linger long in the ancient town of Shuanglong, but instead drove along the coastal road to the ruins of Luoishan. Though the site appeared unremarkable, it proved to be an ideal backdrop for photography, with broken windows, crumbling walls, and cliffs, complemented by the lake and blue sky, creating a natural setting for breathtaking portraits. They continued their exploration at Wei's Pier and Xiao Putao, where they fed seagulls, completing their circuit around the lake. They then drove to the ancient city and checked in at a boutique hotel, Qingshan Seaview, located on the west side of Arai Lake. The luxurious ocean view room they had booked allowed them to enjoy stunning vistas. The hotel boasted tasteful decor and attentive service, offering authentic cuisine from Nanyan Province. They spent 3 days and 2 nights in this establishment, only venturing into the ancient city occasionally, while the majority of their time was spent in the room, admiring the scenery and completing the remaining 22 photographs. On the first night, they finished 5 photos. During the second day, they completed 9 more, followed by 3 that evening, and 5 on the final day. Li Shi, brimming with energy and gradually honing his skills, captured 22 exquisite photographs of Wu Yuan with merely 6 uses of his camera. On the evening of the third day, as he drove her to the airport, she sat in the passenger seat, her cheeks still flushed, gazing dreamily out the window at the passing scenery, feeling languorous and reluctant to move a finger. After capturing the last photograph, they spent half an hour organizing their luggage at the hotel before departing for the airport, which took another half hour. The lingering euphoria of their time together remained. During their days in Dali, events initially unfolded as she had anticipated. However, she never imagined that what she had unleashed from her metaphorical Pandora's box would not be a demon, but rather an indulgent feast that left her feeling satiated. After a moment's respite, she turned to the young man driving and suddenly inquired, "Mr. Li, may I still seek your guidance in the future?" Li Shi quickly glanced at her before returning his gaze to the road, feigning seriousness as he asked, "Sister Wu, should I find a place to pull over for half an hour?" Wu Yuan instinctively shivered, quickly responding, "No, no. The flight won't wait for us. It's already 4:30. There was only one flight daily from Dali to Tanzhou, departing at 6:30 in the evening. With a multitude of tourists around, she would need to check in her luggage and really had to arrive at the airport early." Li Shi smiled knowingly. This morning, he had discovered a delightful change. The residual effects of his enhanced physical attributes had vanished. Upon arriving at the airport, he embraced her before their parting, whispering in her ear, "Sister Wu, make sure to rest well on the flight and try to get some sleep." As he observed the seemingly obedient wealthy woman before him, Li Shi smiled serenely. In the past, he had harbored feelings of pride and superiority, yet lacked the familial background or corresponding capabilities to match that pride, leading him to retreat into himself. In the presence of beautiful women, he had felt a certain restraint, even if it did not manifest outwardly. However, the months spent gaining knowledge and acquiring wealth attributes, coupled with his burgeoning physical prowess, had liberated him from any lingering doubts or anxieties. The burdens of his past had dissipated, leaving him with a newfound confidence to seize his destiny and confront the world with unwavering resolve. After bidding farewell to Wu Yuan, Li Shi drove back to the hotel. He would be staying there for one more night before embarking on an early journey to Rueli the following day. Just as he finalized the arrangements with the car rental company regarding the time and location for picking up the vehicle, he received a farewell message from Wu Yuan. "Dear Teacher Li, thank you. This has been the most unforgettable trip for me, and also the most memorable birthday I've ever had. I have felt truly fulfilled these past few days," smirking. "Remember to send me all the photos when you return to Tanzhou, including those 33 pictures. Perhaps I will need them to reminisce in the future," shyly, awkwardly. Li Shi chuckled and shook his head at the message. It seems that regardless of gender or wealth, once a barrier of distance is established through the internet, people tend to become bolder, expressing sentiments they might shy away from in face-to-face encounters. Just as he was about to respond, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a somewhat portly middle-aged man. "Hello, handsome. I hope I'm not intruding. My name is Wei Ming, and I have been staying in the room next to yours these past few days." Wei Ming, upon seeing Li Shi, quickly pointed to the adjacent room and introduced himself with a friendly smile. Li Shi's gaze was immediately drawn to the jade guanine pendant adorning Wei Ming's neck, which boasted an icy texture and a hint of vibrant green, a piece that, based on his accumulated knowledge over the months, must be worth at least 6 figures. "Hello, is there something you need?" Chapter 73. The jade merchant traveling with his female assistant. Upon encountering such a situation, anyone would instinctively become cautious, and Li Shi was no exception. He refrained from stepping outside, positioning his body at the doorway, ready to retreat swiftly should any trouble arise, utilizing the door as a barrier. I've been staying next door these past few days and wanted to introduce myself, to make a friend." The man, Wei Ming, reiterated his proximity with an air of awkwardness. Li Shi mused to himself, "Your presence next door is of no concern to me." Wait. Suddenly, a thought struck him, causing him to pause. Could it be that the soundproofing in this hotel is inadequate? Yet, something felt amiss. With a physique attribute of 17.9, his auditory capabilities surpassed those of the average person, and he had never discerned any deficiency in the wall's sound insulation. Thus, the wall should be fine. He fixed his gaze on Wei Ming and asked earnestly, "Though we are strangers, if you have something to discuss, please be direct. I have matters to attend to. Upon hearing that Li Shi was busy, the middle-aged man, Wei Ming, glanced curiously into the room, seemingly searching for something, not finding what he hoped for. He appeared somewhat disappointed. He could sense Li Shi's growing impatience. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to be forthright, reasoning that since they were both men, there was no harm in being candid. Just as he was about to speak, a young woman emerged from the adjacent room. Old Wei, why are you still standing out here? The lady was clad in a flowing inkwash chi pao, her tall figure accentuated by the garment, particularly her long, fair legs, which were strikingly beautiful. Li Shi admired her physique, but lamented her somewhat manufactured beauty. She possessed the features of a social media star, appearing appealing at first glance but revealing an artificial quality upon closer inspection. She seemed to be in her early 20s. Was it a case of an older man with a younger wife? Handsome, may we exchange WeChat? I genuinely have a matter I wish to consult you about. Wei Ming exclaimed upon seeing the woman, promptly retrieving his phone in hopes of adding Li Shi as a contact. Li Shi glanced at the jade guanine pendant adorning Wei Ming, then took out his phone, using a secondary account to scan the QR code for adding friends. Once back in his solitary room, he stepped onto the terrace and surveyed the surroundings. Water bordered him on both sides. The adjacent room faced a different direction, ensuring that his terrace remained undiscovered. At that moment, the newly added Wei Ming sent a message. Hello, handsome. I realize it was rather impudent to ring your doorbell earlier, but I genuinely have something to ask you. Li Shi replied, what is it? Speak plainly. Wei Ming responded, all right, I shall be straightforward. I wanted to inquire whether you possess any secret techniques or potions regarding matters concerning men. A friend of mine is in dire need of such assistance and is willing to pay. Li Shi's eyes widened. After a brief pause, he typed a questioning mark in response. Wei Ming replied with a knowing smile. Well, the soundproofing of the hotel room might not be the best. I inadvertently witnessed your impressive prowess multiple times while passing by your door. Quite remarkable. He continued. I, too, have experienced many extraordinary individuals during my younger days in the realm of romance, yet none could rival your capabilities. If you have any secret formulas, might you consider selling them to me? I wish to procure them for my friend. Li Shi rubbed his forehead, realizing he had only contemplated the walls and forgotten about the door. He returned indoors, glanced at the wooden door, and chuckled. After a moment's thought, he typed back. You are overthinking it. There are no secret potions or formulas, just youth and regular exercise. Wei Ming replied, surely, no amount of exercise could lead to such exaggeration. To be candid, I grew curious when I noticed your door was open from the afternoon until evening after you returned from outside. Your activities are even more extravagant than those of a typical romantic escapade. Li Shi was left speechless. Here was a grown man, accompanied by an alluring female companion on vacation, yet he resorted to eavesdropping. Before he could respond, another message arrived. Moreover, this has little to do with exercise. Some muscular men can finish in just a few minutes. Li Shi shook his head, unwilling to delve into such discussions, and replied, there truly is nothing special. Perhaps it's just a natural gift I've possessed since childhood. After a silence of 2 minutes, Wei Ming finally typed, all right, my apologies. I did not intend to pry into your privacy. That's fine, Li Shi replied, and seeing that the other man had ceased probing, he continued the conversation. Li Shi was researching extensive knowledge on athletic skills, and his ongoing dialogue with Wei Ming was largely motivated by the jade pendant he wore. If Wei Ming were a jade enthusiast, he could potentially become a customer. If he engaged in the jade business, he might serve as a valuable source of information. After chatting for a while, Li Shi gleaned the information he sought. Wei Ming hailed from JY City in Dongguan Province and was involved in the jade trade. Li Shi's interest surged, and he engaged him in a half-hour discussion about the jade market, posing questions and addressing his accumulated curiosities. After 30 minutes, Wei Ming felt overwhelmed by the barrage of inquiries. Li, if you are genuinely interested in jade, you might want to check out the videos I post online. I'm quite fatigued today, so let us pause our conversation for now. He then sent a link to one of his Bilibili videos. Surprised, Li Shi clicked on it, discovering that Wei Ming was indeed a Bilibili content creator, and a well-known one at that, boasting an impressive following of 560,000 fans. For a niche creator, such a number was considerable. Previously, Li Shi had primarily viewed similar content on Douyin, yet he had not come across Wei Ming's videos. Opening the most recent update, Li Shi was taken aback to see a familiar figure, the woman in the chi pao who had exited the adjacent room. As she appeared on screen, the barrage of comments flooded in, exclaiming about her legs and expressing desires to embrace the female assistant. Upon perusing the comment section, The top-rated remark read, "This episode features the unattainable fair legs of the female assistant and the jade that is out of reach. Everything is perfect. But so what? My currency, dear host, is still unattainable. Look, everyone has desires that remain unfulfilled." Her identity is that of Wei Ming and Appo's video assistant. Li Shi chuckled softly and continued to watch the video. Wei Ming's footage primarily showcases the transformation of jadeite from its raw state to a finished product, occasionally capturing his expeditions to various jadeite markets or his participation in jadeite auctions. Li Shi attempted to search for Rueli on the homepage and indeed found the exploration series that Wei Ming filmed in Rueli 2 years prior. The series consists of 5 episodes, all detailing the Rueli jewelry market and jadeite auction scenarios. After watching the first episode, Li Shi was impressed by the thoroughness and professionalism of the presentation. After finishing all 5 episodes, he developed a comprehensive preliminary understanding of Rueli's jadeite market, significantly boosting his confidence for the upcoming trip to Rueli. Ah, what an unexpected delight. The videos were quite well made. Generously, Li Shi bestowed 2 coins upon each video. After a while, the doorbell rang again. It was Wei Ming once more. "Presently, I can see that you are genuinely interested in jadeite, and I would truly like to befriend you. Here is a small, inexpensive gift for you to appreciate. I hope you do not find it lacking." As soon as the door opened, he presented a small dark red satin box. Chapter 74. Allow me to introduce a beautiful yoga instructor, Mr. Wei. You are being overly courteous. One does not accept rewards without merit. We have only just met, and I have not rendered you any assistance. It feels inappropriate to accept the gift. At this thought, Li Shi could not help but scrutinize Wei Ming, pondering that his so-called friend was most likely a figment of his own imagination. He appeared to be in his 40s, after all. A trinket of little value shall henceforth serve as an apology for my earlier indiscretion. Wei Ming smiled as he opened the box, revealing a jadeite charm, plump and resplendent, adorned with flecks of green. "Mr. Li, you are also well acquainted with the jade market. This is merely a trinket valued at a few thousand yuan. Let us forge a friendship, and should you wish to procure jade in the future, you may seek my assistance." In certain specialized circles, the term few thousand refers to a range of 1 to 3,000, while 4 to 6,000 is categorized as medium and 7 to 9,000 is large. Similarly, hundreds and thousands follow suit, with amounts exceeding 10,000 often replaced with numerical codes. For instance, small 6 refers to sums in the vicinity of 100,000. While I have no objections to forming a friendship, I truly must insist that you do not feel obliged. Li Shi continued to decline. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Wei Ming returned to his room. The female assistant, who had been listening quietly by the door, questioned him with curiosity. "Old Wei, does a stranger of such youth truly warrant your initiative in befriending him?" She had only just arrived from Kunming in the evening. Wei Ming, having not achieved his desired outcome, was in a less than jovial mood and muttered under his breath, "What do you know?" He thought to himself that he typically indulged in discreet pleasures, which she was blissfully unaware of. In the presence of the formidable matriarch at home, Wei Ming felt considerably more constrained, yet with the female assistant, he felt liberated. As long as she ensured the monthly bonuses were adequate, nothing else mattered. He contemplated that the young man in the adjacent room, despite lacking secret techniques, might possess extraordinary innate talent. Thus, a seemingly trivial gift could yield unforeseen benefits in the future. Furthermore, he observed that the individual exhibited genuine interest in jade, perhaps indicating a potential client. The female assistant, slightly miffed by his retort, shot him a glare and scoffed, "Indeed, I know nothing. Why don't you take the clothes from the bed home for your beloved hefty wife to wear?" Wei Ming glanced at the meticulously chosen uniform on the bed, his eyes sparkling with mischief as he approached with a grin. "Men must on a thick skin when necessary. A thin skin merely leads to mediocrity, while a thick skin allows one to savor the sumptuous feast of life." With this resilience, he had transitioned from a life of poverty to his current status. Li Shi returned to his own quarters, shaking his head with a smile, yet a sense of vigilance crept into his heart. In this modern society, an individual exhibiting extraordinary talents could easily attract attention when showcased publicly. He resolved to pursue athletics as a field of study, considering his present physical condition. He summoned the learning panel. Name, Li Shi Physique, 17. 91, Fusion status, Wealth, 7. 8, Redemption status, Current study, Photography, Proficient, Change study direction, Completed learning, Chinese, Proficient. Driving, Proficient. The 1 point in physique gained from his photography studies was initially intended for fusion upon returning to Tanzhou. Should he perhaps delay this? He retrieved a notebook and contemplated, jotting down 2 questions on a pristine page. 1. If physique attribute points increase, does physical prowess enhance? Along with the innate talent for various sports? 2. With enhanced physical condition, does the learning panel's demand for proficiency in athletic skills similarly escalate? Reflecting on past experiences, he mulled over the first question, distinguishing between two scenarios. 1. Talents related to physicality would undoubtedly improve. 2. However, talents linked to tactics and techniques might not necessarily follow suit. As for the second question, he believed most would see a corresponding increase, though the extent would vary based on the specific sport. 1. The more reliant a sport is on physicality, the greater the demand for proficiency. For instance, in sprinting, a requirement of 15 points for proficiency in completing the 100 meters in under 2 seconds might escalate to 20 points requiring completion in under 8 seconds. 2. Conversely, sports with lesser physical dependency, such as curling or shooting, may not see significant changes in learning panel requirements, even with physique points exceeding 20. Moreover, during training, he could hardly avoid human interaction. There would be a need for coaches and sparring partners. After much contemplation, Li Shi decided to delay the fusion of physique attribute points, opting instead to pursue sports skills that demanded greater physical aptitude. He resolved to accumulate more attribute points before fusing and subsequently studying sports that are less reliant on physical attributes. Numerous sports await exploration, including athletics, ball games, martial arts, boxing, swimming, diving, gymnastics, skating, skiing, archery, weightlifting, and shooting, as well as modern pentathlon, triathlons, and esports. After considerable deliberation, Li Shi compiled a plan addressing the potential challenges of future studies, noting on paper: first phase, athletics, weightlifting, swimming, etc. Second phase, ball games, archery, shooting, skating, skiing, etc. Third phase, martial arts. Martial arts were placed in the final phase due to his limited understanding, as he perceived most sports as skill-oriented. While martial arts entailed a complex blend of aesthetic principles, competitive practice, and philosophical thought, an intricate fusion of skill and artistry, thus the most challenging to master. Having completed his analysis, Li Shi focused intently on the first phase and fell into deep contemplation. The selection within this initial phase was still vast. What to study first? As the railway from Dali to Rueli remained under construction, rendering train travel impossible, he opted for a bus. The following morning, Li Shi departed early, checked out of his room, and arrived at the new passenger terminal, where he spent 240 yuan to purchase a bus ticket for the 9 o'clock journey to Rueli. Though he had secured the fastest route, the 400-kilometer journey would still require 5 to 6 hours on the road. Throughout the journey, aside from admiring the scenery outside the window, Li Shi devoted most of his time to studying the intricacies of jade through his mobile device. Ever since he exchanged jade and reaped his first financial rewards, he recognized that his future would likely involve frequent dealings with this exquisite gemstone. Consequently, he has been intermittently engaged in learning ever since. His educational pursuits can be categorized into 3 areas: self-media exploration related to jade, hands-on experimentation with physical specimens, and scholarly reading. Initially, he focused primarily on the first 2 avenues, watching videos and procuring various mid-range jade samples and rough stones online, embarking on a journey of self-discovery. Recently, he acquired several specialized texts, intending to establish a systematic understanding of jade and its value system to cultivate an identity as an astute collector. To solidify and stabilize this persona, it is essential to be grounded in genuine knowledge and expertise. Moreover, once he has mastered the fundamentals, should he feel he has reached a proficient level, he can seize the opportunity to swiftly revisit jade appraisal skills through intensive study, thereby enhancing his attributes significantly, a truly advantageous endeavor. As these delightful thoughts crossed his mind, a smile spontaneously graced his face, and he became increasingly engrossed in the content of his mobile app, Mastering Jade. At 3 in the afternoon, as they approached their destination, he was quietly memorizing the characteristics of jade skin and its unique qualities when a message from Wu Yuan arrived. "Teacher Li, didn't you mention wanting to learn a sport? How about yoga? I can introduce you to a very beautiful yoga instructor." With a playful eyebrow raise, Li Shi couldn't help but blink in surprise. He glanced at the profile picture and name. It was indeed Wu Yuan. He almost mistook it for Li Guiming. At that moment, the driver ahead announced their impending arrival, reminding passengers to gather their belongings. He gazed out the window, noting that most rooftops of the buildings were adorned in red, embellished with golden edges, exuding a unique charm. Returning to his phone, he quickly typed, "How beautiful could she be?" Chapter 75. The owner, Lu Tsongwei. "Wait a moment. I will ask her for a photo," Li Shi said with a smile. He scratched the tip of his nose, somewhat perplexed by Wu Yuan's demeanor. During a break in their photo shoot, he had felt a surge of energy and decided to simultaneously search for information on sports. Wu Yuan, while draping her arms around his neck, had noticed this and casually inquired how he could be so distracted while working. Li Shi had replied that he intended to choose a sport to study, aiming not only to enhance his physical fitness, but also to cultivate his artistic sensibilities. To his surprise, the somewhat dazed Wu Yuan had managed to remember this. At 33, she possessed a certain prowess. Li Shi chose not to dwell on her and took a taxi to the Anhao Hot Spring Hotel, one of the finest in Ruili. After checking in and meticulously inspecting every corner of his room, Wu Yuan's message arrived. All right, okay, yoga video. MP4. Li Shi paused in his quest for food. Standing at the door he had yet to fully open, and clicked on the video. The footage displayed a woman with her hair tied back, clad in a red long-sleeved shirt and gray yoga pants, supporting herself on a yoga mat. In rhythm with the music, she gracefully lifted her slender left leg, performing a pose reminiscent of a lying split. The camera was positioned at a distance, rendering her features somewhat indistinct. However, it was evident that this yoga instructor possessed remarkable flexibility and an excellent body proportion. Her legs, while not excessively long, were perfectly straight and balanced. Unlike many fitness enthusiasts or dancers, her curves were notably generous, likely above a C cup. After watching, Li Shi remained noncommittal. He was not the type to be easily swayed by a woman's appearance. His horizons had broadened considerably, making him somewhat discerning in matters of attraction. His learning plan had already taken shape and would not be altered lightly. I do not intend to study yoga for the time being, perhaps in the future. He replied via WeChat, preparing to sample the local Thai cuisine. Wu Yuan's delicate fingers were adept as she typed her response with her usual swiftness, and within 5 seconds, her message arrived. Wu Yuan, the video doesn't reveal her face clearly. I'll ask her for a photo. You will definitely like it. Li Shi, not considering it in the short term, it has nothing to do with looks. He ended the conversation. He sought out a restaurant recommended on a review app. The locals in Ruili favored sour and spicy dishes, among which a dish of sour papaya and fish left a lasting impression on Li Shi. It was his first encounter with such a culinary pairing. Additionally, Thai cuisine prominently featured banana leaves, with most dishes served upon them, providing a distinctive presentation. While savoring the lemongrass grilled fish, another message from Wu Yuan arrived. This time, there were no words, only a photograph. It was a selfie of a woman post-exercise, possibly just after dancing, her face adorned with delicate makeup. Her features were striking, almond-shaped eyes, elegant brows, and cherry lips against a refined nose, exuding a hint of classical beauty. Wu Yuan was not mistaken. The image was indeed pleasing to the eye. Yoga? It seems to be a commendable skill to acquire, Li Shi pondered. If I could learn from a beautiful yoga instructor, my motivation for study would undoubtedly be heightened, and my efficiency might improve. After considering this, he returned to the hotel and retrieved his notebook from his bag, adding yoga to the third stage of his learning plan, placing it after martial arts. In the days that followed, Li Shi explored every corner of Ruili, particularly the jade markets, where he met a merchant. In the jade industry, the term merchant is frequently used, referring to those who hold ownership of jade in the market. Many individuals selling from stalls are merely vendors, while some are merchants. Consignment sales are quite common. Lu So-wei, a middle-aged man with dark skin and white teeth, spoke with a rapid and somewhat gruff manner. Although he appeared stern, he was, in fact, quite amiable. He had long been involved in the jade trade between Myanmar and Ruili. Their paths crossed in a small restaurant while Li Shi was dining and engrossed in a book he had purchased earlier that day, The Complete Guide to Jade, authored by the prominent figure in the jade industry, Ouyang Xiaomei. The professional tone piqued Lu So-wei and Appo's interest, prompting him to strike up a conversation. Their rapport flourished. Initially, Li Shi presumed Lu So-wei to be a small-time trader, but as they conversed further, he discovered that this seemingly unkempt man was, in fact, a significant merchant with an unpredictable fortune. Over the next 5 or 6 days, Li Shi accompanied him to explore the jade markets anew, gaining insights into many exquisite items previously unseen. Most of the time, he merely observed without making purchases, but gradually he acquired 7 pieces, spending several $100,000. All these stones were shipped to Tanzhou before Li Shi's return journey. During this period, Lu So-wei encouraged him to try cutting a couple of stones for luck. But Li Shi firmly declined. As the saying goes, even divine beings cannot discern the value of a piece of jade until it is cut. And he understood that as long as the original stone remained uncut, its true nature would remain a mystery. Li Shi departed for Dali on October 7th. and upon returning to Tanzhou on October 21st, he found the weather had turned considerably cooler. The first thing he did upon his return was to finalize the paperwork for his studio and register on various job recruitment websites such as Jillian, Qianqing, and Lipan, opening memberships and posting an assistant job listing. The content was straightforward. Position: Studio Office Director, Owner's Assistant. Responsibilities: oversee daily office operations and effectively complete tasks assigned by leadership. Requirements: 1. Must have a driver's license. 2. Well-proportioned features, gender not restricted. 3. Neat handwriting and excellent writing skills preferred. 4. Preference for those with artistic talents. 5. No educational restrictions, ages 18 to 40. Compensation: 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, starting monthly salary of 10,000. Once the recruitment information was published, Li Shi contemplated that the current registration of the studio was still under a temporary lease. Upon hiring an assistant, the first task would be to rent an office space. Additionally, he needed a location to set up equipment for stone cutting. Seated in his new home, which he had not visited for 2 weeks, Li Shi surveyed the spacious living room. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to turn on the television. Although he had no intention of watching, the sound would lend an air of liveliness to the surroundings. He then summoned the learning panel. During this time, he had pondered repeatedly and ultimately resolved to commence his studies with sprinting, starting with the short distance. Gazing at the learning panel, he attempted to conceive the notion of changing his focus to 100-meter sprinting skills. Soon, Li Shi's expression faltered as he received a negative response. However, he remained unperturbed. Such an outcome was anticipated. He once again endeavored to think of altering his learning direction to sprinting skills. This time, his demeanor relaxed as he received an affirmative reply. Indeed, the 100-meter sprint pertains solely to that event, whereas sprinting encompasses all forms of short-distance running, extending beyond mere competitive arenas. He proceeded with his plan to propose a shift in focus to competitive sprinting skills. In the next moment, Li Shi's expression softened again, receiving yet another positive response. Fortunately, everything was proceeding smoothly. He decided to rest for a few more days and officially embark on his new learning project after hiring an assistant. Once he commenced, he would surely be busy. Fully relaxed, he reclined on the sofa, tuned to Channel 5, and idly watched for a while. Time slipped by unnoticed for over 20 minutes. And just as he began to relish this idleness, his phone chimed. It was a message from his middle school classmate, Wang Yani. Li Shi, a few of our middle school classmates from Tanzhou are gathering at my place for a meal. We mentioned you during our conversation, and everyone asked me to check if you would join us. Tanzhou, being the provincial capital, had many of his old classmates, not just from middle school but also from high school, who had developed their careers there. Li Shi was well aware of this fact but had not kept in touch previously, having just returned from out of town. He was not inclined to venture out again that day, so he declined. It's fine. I've just returned to Tanzhou, and I'm too tired. Perhaps next time. After a while, Wang Yani replied, Are you sure you won't come? Zhou Qingqing will be there too, with a mischievous smile. To all the friends, I wish a happy new year. With the arrival of the new spring, may fortune abound. In the past 20 days, the performance of this book has exceeded my expectations. Thanks to the affection of all my dear friends. In the coming year, I will continue to strive to craft an engaging narrative and provide more updates. The competition for recommendations is still ongoing, and I hope to continue receiving everyone's support and fondness. Herein, I extend my New Year's greetings to all friends, wishing you all health, prosperity, and success in the new year, with your heart's desires fulfilled. May the year of the rabbit bring you great fortune and abundance. Chapter 76. Visiting you. Warm residents duck. Upon hearing the name of Zhou Qingqing, Li Shi paused for a few moments before recalling whom Wang Yani was referring to. She was a girl from the neighboring class in middle school, and their connection was limited to the solitary love letter she had once penned to him, the only love letter he had ever received in his life, and the sole confession from the opposite sex during his school years. He remembered the letter being quite lengthy, although the specific contents eluded him. The only detail that lingered in his memory was her mention of an old song, Qixinju Dui by Li Shengjia, suggesting that if he were to reject her, she would listen to that song 99 times. He often wondered if she had indeed listened to it that many times. Adolescents are easily moved by their own sentiments. Li Shi chuckled softly, feeling a sudden wave of nostalgia for his youth, despite it being rather unremarkable and ordinary. He typed a response, maybe next time. After all, everyone is in Tanzhou. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. After sending the message, Li Shi stood up and moved to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the ceaseless flow of the river, and pondered that with his current academic pursuits and setting aside wealth, his physical attributes would only improve over time. Given the long expanse of years ahead, he mused, as long as his mindset remained positive, why couldn't he relive his youth year after year? He couldn't help but laugh at the thought that the essence of youth seemed inextricably linked to learning. A WeChat notification chimed, and Wang Yanni replied, "Let me tell you. Qingqing has changed tremendously. She has truly transformed into a stunning beauty. She even expressed a desire to meet you. Are you sure you won't come?" Li Shi replied, "I won't be going. Have fun, and please convey my regards to her." He planned to take a nap and then visit the car market in the afternoon to see if any cars caught his fancy. After a while, Wang Yanni sent an OK sticker, just as he was about to rest in his 270-degree Riverview master bedroom for half an hour. He received a call that his new phone had arrived. Before deciding to head back, he had ordered a plethora of electronic products online, considering them as backups. And this time he had procured quite a few. He purchased 2 phones, one Huawei Mate 50 Pro and one Xiaomi 12S Pro, both 12GB, 512GB versions. Additionally, he ordered a laptop, a tablet, for 1TB portable USB drives, and 6 5TB external hard drives. They had gradually arrived and were stored in the delivery locker, which he had forgotten to retrieve. For when his afternoon nap, he went out to collect all the packages and, after testing each one, drove out, heading straight to the southern part of the city. Nowadays, even the pricier cars at the 4S stores require reservations, with some models having a waiting period of over a year. Thus, he intended to explore the auto trade shops. After an afternoon of browsing and examining numerous vehicles, he found himself particularly interested in the Maybach S-Class and 2 models from Bentley. However, the Maybach S-Class posed a dilemma as a daily driver. Its businesslike demeanor made it feel more suited for a chauffeur. Once he hired an assistant, he could have them drive for business occasions, but for everyday use, he still preferred to drive himself. In the evening, upon returning to Phoenix Bay, Li Shi focused on researching Bentley cars online. Purchasing a Bentley would certainly exceed his previous budget of $2 million, but having been preoccupied with studies and practical experiences, he had yet to finalize his car purchase. And time had slipped away. Only one day remained until his second piece of jade would be auctioned. On October 22nd, tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. The last session of the Dijia Autumn Auction for jewelry would take place in Hangzhou. Zhou Yajuan had been keeping him updated on the auction's progress, which was one reason he had not immediately transitioned to the next phase of his studies and chose to rest for a few more days. If all went well, he would soon welcome a substantial income of tens of millions. After researching for a short while, Wang Yanni, whom he had contacted at noon, messaged him again. "Li Shi, are you there? I remember you lived near Kide Plaza, right? We're heading there to watch a movie." "Yes, I used to live there, but I recently moved to the Lushan district near the Fuyuan Road Bridge." After replying, he reflected on how considerate Wang Yanni had been. She had previously warned him against scams in their class group and was now inviting him out to have fun. He was about to text her that he would drive over when her message arrived first. "That's quite far. Never mind. I'll let you know ahead of time for the next gathering." Seeing her message, Li Shi smiled and typed back, "All right, I'll definitely come next time. I'll treat you then." He continued browsing automotive forums. Both Bentley models seemed appealing. The Flying Spur was less businesslike yet still suitable for professional use, and driving it personally was no issue. The Continental, that black convertible, was indeed quite striking. During his forum perusal, he often encountered mentions of the Porsche Panamera, so he searched for it as well. He had made an immediate decision on which model to purchase, not out of indecision, but rather a desire to test drive them further and await his second significant income to secure his finances. He put away his tablet, reclined on the sofa to watch some television, and casually chatted with Chen Xiuyue. After 9 o'clock, stretching his limbs and standing up, he prepared to organize all the photographs from his recent travels in his study, as well as back up Wu Yuan's pictures onto a USB drive to return to her at a later time. While walking, he opened his moments on WeChat and happened to see a recent post from Wang Yanni, a selfie of 5 middle school classmates, 3 girls and 2 boys. At the cinema, the movie has ended. Old friends reunited. Happy ending. Li Shi scrutinized the photo and noticed how much everyone had changed. Wang Yanni had lied. Shou Qingqing, once a slender girl, had transformed into a plump young lady weighing at least 130 to 140 pounds. Had he not known they were together beforehand, he would hardly have recognized her. He shook his head and chuckled, casually clicking a like. Upon entering his study, Wang Yanni sent another message. "We just finished the movie. Are you busy?" Li Shi sensed she was about to say something. "No, not busy. What's up?" Wang Yanni continued. "I wanted to ask if you've moved into your new house that you bought?" Li Shi replied, "Yes, I moved in during the National Day holiday. A few moments later, a red envelope of 200 yuan arrived, accompanied by a note, "Congratulations, dear classmate, on your new abode." Subsequently, Wang Yanni sent a string of auspicious phrases. She concluded with, "Though these blessings come belatedly, they are heartfelt." Li Shi was quite pleased, joyfully accepted the red envelope, expressed his gratitude, and promptly returned a gift of 188 yuan. This gesture was a reciprocal token, according to customs from his hometown. He still owed her a meal, and he added, "Whenever you wish to indulge in a feast, just let me know." Wang Yanni replied with a playful tone, "Hee hee. My old classmate is so generous." She accepted the red envelope and sent a voice message. "By the way, what is the style of your new home? Did you decorate it yourself or hire a renovation company? My boyfriend and I have also purchased a house and are currently preparing for renovations." It turned out she was inquiring about renovation matters for herself. Li Shi responded candidly, "I bought a fully renovated property and had a custom company modify a study. Overall, it could be classified as modern style." She then asked, "How is the outcome of the company you hired?" "My boyfriend insists on full house customization, but I worry about spending money without achieving satisfactory results." Faced with her question, Li Shi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "By the way, where exactly is your new house? May I visit? I'd love to see your lovely home." Grinning. Chapter 77. A warm bed? A cozy home? Li Shi sent a location pin. After a span of 5 to 6 minutes, Wang Yanni finally responded with a voice message. "Li Shi, do you truly reside in the Binjiang Phoenix Bay? My boyfriend says that place is filled with super luxurious apartments. You must have struck it rich." Her tone conveyed a hint of excitement. Li Shi had no intention of putting on airs in front of an old classmate. He replied with a voice message, "I indeed live here. When are you and your boyfriend free to visit? As promised, I'll treat you to a lavish meal." After sending the invitation, he suddenly recalled that their reconnection had been facilitated by mutual acquaintances for a blind date. The last time they met, she was still single, and now she was discussing marriage. Could her boyfriend be the man who accompanied her to their last meeting? WeChat notifications chimed in succession. "My boyfriend says that in that community, no apartment is priced below 5 or 6 million. We are in Tanzhou, one of the cities with the lowest housing prices in the nation. My old classmate is a tycoon. Come, let me cling to your leg." Li Shi noticed her incessant references to my boyfriend and inquired, "Is he the same person from our last meeting?" Wang Yanni replied, "No, that was a colleague. My boyfriend is a university classmate. We've rekindled our old flame. But let us not dwell on that. Are you free tomorrow? Let's meet up." She continued, "I've never seen such luxurious homes. How spacious is yours? Do you have a maid's room?" After some conversation, they arranged for her to visit in 2 days. Li Shi put down his phone, reflecting that although Wang Yanni was chatty and gossipy, she was also quite considerate in her dealings. As he had yet to find a chef, he would have to order food from a restaurant or perhaps indulge in hot pot. Setting that aside for the moment, he began to organize his photos. He had taken an abundance of pictures during this outing, starting with those taken with Wu Yuan. He packaged and compressed the 33 completed edits, copied them onto a USB drive, and set a password, 33 Samanzu. Once the task was accomplished, he continued sorting through other photographs. He worked diligently for over an hour before finally retreating to his bedroom for rest. The next morning at 6:30, his biological clock awakened him, and feeling refreshed, Li Shi reclined on the chaise lounge by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the river view. He devoted half an hour to studying the complete guide to Jade before heading to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. On the third day following Wu Yuan's return to Tanzhou, which also marked the second morning since Li Shi's arrival in Ruili, the after-effects began to resurface. It was no significant concern. As long as he distracted himself with other activities, it would dissipate in due time. Emerging from the bathroom, he idly watched the sports channel when a WeChat message from Wang Yanni arrived. "Li Shi, I need to tell you something. My boyfriend has work and cannot make it to your place tomorrow. May I bring a close friend along instead? She is a good person." Li Shi quickly replied, "Of course, she is most welcome to visit." Wang Yanni responded with a smiley face, and he reciprocated with one of his own. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yanni was currently in a cold war with her boyfriend. Setting aside his phone, Li Shi picked up the laptop from the coffee table, logged into a recruitment website, and discovered he had received over 90 resumes. It had only been a short time, and even though he was merely using one platform, investing money indeed made a difference. Nowadays, internet companies had adopted this model. He swiftly reviewed all the resumes, keeping those that caught his eye, particularly those with diverse skills. Eventually, he narrowed the 97 resumes down to 6, then switched to another platform to continue his search. After reviewing all platforms, He selected 12 resumes and sent out video interview invitations. The interviews were scheduled for 5 days later. Among the resumes he had examined that day, none particularly dazzled him. So he decided to wait and see what the following days would bring. He was hiring an assistant who would be by his side for an extended period. So he needed to be meticulous in his selection. The morning passed in a dull manner. At noon, after reading for a while, Zhou Yajuan sent him a link to the auction live stream, reminding him, "Mr. Li, the auction will begin shortly." Li Shi responded with an OK emoji. Although this was the second time, he could not suppress his excitement and anxiety. He found it difficult to concentrate on the book in his hands. After a few moments of adjustment, he regained his composure and continued delving into the complete guide to jade. His bracelet was the highlight auction item, set to go under the hammer only after 3:30 p.m., so worrying was futile. By 2:30 p.m., he moved to the living room, simultaneously consulting Chun Xiuyue on how to conduct interviews while keeping an eye on the auction live stream on his tablet. During the broadcast, a ruby sold for a staggering 28 million, piquing Li Shi's interest. He quickly researched the ruby's details. This cushion-shaped ruby weighed 8.08 carats, adorned with 2 triangular diamonds totaling 1.05 carats and 12 rectangular diamonds weighing 0.82 carats. It came with SCF-G Bellin certificates, as well as GRS certification and a platinum award, along with a Cartier brand certificate. Such rare gemstones were highly coveted in the elite jewelry collecting market, especially in the West, yet selling them could be quite troublesome, particularly in China where operations were cumbersome. If he ever traveled abroad, he could explore potential avenues for acquisition. For now, he needed to tread carefully within domestic confines. After half an hour of waiting idly, Li Shi snapped a photo of the USB drive containing the images and sent it to Wu Yuan with a note. "Sister Wu, everything is ready. How shall I deliver it to you?" Wu Yuan, likely preoccupied, did not reply, and Li Shi chose not to dwell on it. At 3:55 p.m., a graceful woman dressed in a qipao ascended the auction stage. With an intellectual and gentle tone, she began introducing item number 1288, a full green round bangle with a 56mm circumference. Li Shi was utterly captivated, fixating on the auctioneer who, in another era, could have been a powerful matron of noble lineage. The praises that flowed from her cherry-red lips were simply enchanting. "Experts, you surely understand the rarity of this exquisite bangle. Now, we officially commence the bidding with an opening price of 32.5 million renminbi. You may begin to place your bids." As soon as her voice fell, a bid was made. 35 million. Upon hearing the figure of 35, Li Shi felt the tension within him ease instantaneously, and a radiant smile blossomed upon his face. It was secured. He took a breath, still riveted to the screen. This was the second time, and the thrill remained exhilarating. It was the allure formed by the confluence of wealth and ambience. With each bid raised, his income increased slightly. 39,600,000, once. Is there a higher bid? 39,600,000, twice. The bid from phone number 106 is 40 million. 40,900,000. Third and final call, sold. As the auctioneer's gavel struck down with authority, Li Shi, who had already risen from the sofa, sank back down with a grin. 40,900,000, though slightly lower than the last transaction, had entirely met his expectations. The notifications on his phone chimed incessantly, without glancing. He knew they were congratulatory messages from the auction house. He rubbed his hands together, composed himself, sat up straight, and picked up his phone. Oh. Besides the messages from the auction house, Wu Yuan had also replied 10 minutes earlier. At that moment, he had been wholly absorbed in the auction. "Where are you staying? I'll come by to pick it up. After all, Teacher Li, you don't have a girlfriend at the moment. I'll do you a favor and warm your bed tonight. The weather forecast says it will drop in temperature, and we wouldn't want you, the artist, to catch a chill." Chapter 78. Waiting, Li Shi returned to his phone's home screen to check the local weather in Tanzhou. It was indeed forecasted to drop in temperature tonight, with a cold front expected to bring the mercury below 15 degrees overnight. As he contemplated the upcoming sprint training, he realized that finding indoor venues was quite a challenge, and most of the training would need to be conducted outdoors, necessitating greater attention to weather changes. His thoughts turned to the next phase of his studies, followed by a reflection on what Wu Yuan had mentioned about warming the bed. While the idea of a warm bed was appealing, he pondered the reality of his relationship with Ms. Wu and concluded that their connection lacked the promise of longevity. He then reopened WeChat and replied, "I'll just bring it over myself." After a while, Wu Yuan responded, "Is Mr. Li feeling particularly free today?" Upon seeing her emoji, Li Shi understood she had grasped the situation. "I just returned to Tanzhou." After waiting about 3 minutes while sending red envelopes in the auction company's WeChat group, Wu Yuan replied, "All right, I've thought it through. When will you come?" The address is Building 9, Room 1208, Ziming Central Apartment, Yinshan Road, Lushan District. Li Shi was invigorated by the auction and Oppo's closing price of 40 million, and he felt a compelling urge to share his joy, even if he wouldn't disclose specifics. Just as he was about to text her that he would head over immediately, he received a call from Zhou Yajuan, the liaison at the auction company. Her heartfelt congratulations were genuine, as this was also her achievement, benefiting her directly. Despite the customary pleasantries, Li Shi felt elated, enjoying their conversation for about 5 or 6 minutes. After hanging up, he took a moment to regain his composure. Instead of responding to Wu Yuan right away, he transferred 50,000 yuan to his mother's account. Currently, he sent his mother 20,000 each month, but during holidays or after significant earnings, he would send extra funds. He was aware of his mother's ingrained frugality, which led him to frequently shop online for her. After completing the transfer, he called her as usual. While conversing, just as he was about to end the call, she suddenly said, "Sure too, if anyone from your grandmother's side asks to borrow money, just do as you see fit. Don't worry about me." Li Shi was taken aback, sensing that his mother wouldn't bring this up without reason, and promptly inquired, "Mom, is something going on?" "It was your second uncle, who approached me the day before yesterday. I refused him outright," she replied matter-of-factly. "The money you send me is kept here for you. I won't lend it to anyone. You're out there building your career, and I know it's not easy. Consider this money as a safety net. If you ever need it, just come to me for the passbook." As he listened, Li Shi felt a lump in his throat, his eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. He quickly reassured her, "Mom, don't keep it all saved up. Make sure to spend on your needs. I'm doing very well in my career, and you know I'm always prudent, having set aside several fallback options." "All right, I understand. I trust you. Just take care of your health. As long as you're earning enough, your well-being is what matters most." "Yes, don't worry, I'm in great health," he assured her, thinking that no one was in better shape than he was. After chatting a bit longer, he hung up, sitting on the sofa in deep thought. Despite losing his father before reaching adulthood, he felt fortunate to have a wise and caring mother who always prioritized his well-being. Though she had battled a serious illness, she had made a remarkable recovery and was currently in good health. His phone chimed, and initially thinking it was Wu Yuan, he picked it up only to find it was Zhou Yajuan. "Mr. Li, good news. The auction just concluded, and the buyer is eager to make an immediate payment and collect the goods. I believe this buyer is particularly interested in your bracelet." Li Shi recalled that the last buyer for a similar bracelet had taken 3 days to finalize payment, which Zhou Yajuan had remarked was relatively swift. "Please let me know once the payment is completed," he replied, feeling pleased at the prospect of an early settlement. Setting his phone down, he paced around the living room, exhilarated by the closing price of 40 million, which after taxes and auction fees would net him 35 million. Just under half a minute later, his phone buzzed again, causing his heart to race. Hurrying to answer, he found it was Wu Yuan. "Mr. Li, why haven't you replied? Are you busy?" A flicker of disappointment crossed his face, but he quickly smiled, typing back, "I suddenly have some work to attend to, so I may be a bit late bringing it to you, probably before 9 o'clock. For him, studying was work, and earning money was also work. The affluent lady waiting alone would not run away, and based on his previous experience in Dali, whether he arrived 2 hours earlier or later, their time together would ultimately be the same over the course of a long night. All right, he read Wu Yuan's response, setting it aside for now. After a while, a new message came in from Zhou Yajuan. "Mr. Li, we've arranged for the buyer to make the payment tomorrow at 9:10. You can await the good news." Upon reading her text, Li Shi instinctively noted her misuse of an idiom. Awaiting good news typically referred to waiting quietly for favorable responses, often used when seeking assistance. He shook his head, amused at himself for being pedantic at such a moment. After a moment's thought, he typed back, "Please let me know again tomorrow, and also, when the buyer's payment arrives, when can I expect you to transfer it to me?" Zhou Yajuan replied, "Please hold on. I'll find out right away." And so he waited. Zhou Yajuan said, "Mr. Li, once the buyer's payment is received, our finance department will promptly initiate the necessary procedures. However, since tomorrow is Friday, followed by the weekend, the earliest we can process it will be next Monday, and at the latest by Wednesday. After deducting taxes and fees, the funds will be transferred to the bank account specified in your contract." She then added with caution, "Of course, this is contingent upon the buyer's payment being received as agreed upon tomorrow." Li Shi responded, "Thank you for your efforts." He understood that some matters cannot be rushed, and that this level of efficiency was already commendable. He settled back onto the sofa, taking a moment to calm his emotions. He turned on the television and waited in silence for a while, then lowered the volume and picked up a copy of the comprehensive guide to jade, reading a few pages. As 6 o'clock approached, he felt his mindset gradually becoming more tranquil. At that moment, Wu Yuan sent a message ahead of time. Teacherly. Do you think my outfit looks good? Can you come over early to help me take a picture? Raising an eyebrow following this, she sent a photo. She was seated sideways on a low, cozy sofa, taking a picture of herself in the mirror. The white spaghetti strap top fitted tightly, giving her a fierce appearance, while beneath the fitted skirt, her long, beautiful legs seemed to be clad in white stockings. The photo was quite blurry. Li Shi shook his head, thinking to himself that it seemed he would need to spend extra time tonight teaching her how to focus the camera properly. Just wait. Chapter 79. The deposit must exceed 50 million. He grasped the car keys and stepped outside. Upon emerging, he realized that the weather had indeed turned significantly cooler. The distance from Phoenix Bay to the apartment where Wu Yuan resided was not far, merely 5 kilometers, a drive of just over 10 minutes. Upon arriving downstairs, he made a phone call, and Wu Yuan activated the smart access control from above. After entering, Li Shi took the elevator to the 15th floor. As the elevator doors opened, he beheld Wu Yuan standing outside, clad in a coat and sleep pants, awaiting his arrival. Teacherly, how did you get here so quickly? She arched her brows, her eyes sparkling with a knowing smile. Li Shi maintained an air of calm. Sister Wu, it shouldn't be so surprising. After all, I've taught you for so long. How is it that you still can't take a clear photo? The two entered Wu Yuan's apartment, number 1208. As soon as they stepped inside, the warmth enveloped them. Wu Yuan, shedding her coat, revealed the outfit she had worn for the photographs. The vigorous movement had caused her top and skirt to become somewhat disheveled. Li Shi paid her little mind and glanced around the apartment's layout. It was a simple 2-bedroom unit, yet each room was spacious, particularly the 2 bedrooms, each measuring at least 35 to 36 square meters. The decor was lovely, clearly crafted with care. The bedrooms featured a white base accented with pink, creating an inviting warmth that was hard to resist. Before he could thoroughly examine the living room, Wu Yuan approached him, her long skirt swaying gracefully, her white stockings contrasting beautifully against her fair skin, illuminated by the surrounding light, making the entire living room seem even brighter. Madam Wu, let me teach you once more. When taking photos, it is essential to focus correctly. Of course, this varies depending on the situation, whether you are taking a selfie or being photographed by someone else. If it's a selfie using your phone, a lively lesson often leads both teacher and student to lose track of time. When Li Shi awoke, it was already 7:10 the following morning. The rain fell steadily outside, and as he remembered he needed to host an old classmate in his new home, he lingered little. He gently covered the still sleeping Wu Yuan with a blanket, left a USB drive on the coffee table, and stepped outside, running through the rain to his car. He used a tissue to wipe away the moisture and sent a message with the USB password to her WeChat. On his way back, he noticed a Metro supermarket and parked the car before heading inside to purchase an array of ingredients for hot pot. Carrying the supplies back to Phoenix Bay, he found it was still before 9 o'clock. After placing the ingredients in the kitchen, Li Shi settled into the living room, turned on the television, tuned into the sports channel, lowered the volume, and resumed reading the complete guide to jade. This book was akin to an encyclopedia on jade, and the more he read, the more he appreciated its comprehensive and systematic excellence. It not only provided professional narratives, but also featured an abundance of illustrations that greatly aided learners in grasping knowledge intuitively. After 10 minutes past 9, Li Shi set the book down and quietly watched television. However, he found himself unable to resist checking his phone every few minutes. After doing so 4 or 5 times, he chuckled at the absurdity of it and returned to his studies. This time, he refrained from checking his phone again, even turning off the television to immerse himself in a sea of knowledge. He only reached for his phone to communicate with Lu Tso-wei when he encountered questions during his studies. When discussing jade markets, Lu Tso-wei recommended, I believe after you finish this book, you should delve into Yuan Xinjiang as applied jadeology. It contains detailed introductions to jade varieties, jade deposits, and comprehensive explanations of raw stone characteristics and distinctions, all substantial content. I thoroughly read both of these books back in the day. Li Shi replied with a smile. I've already purchased it and will study it diligently. I'll consult you with any questions I may have. Just after he finished replying to Lu Tso-wei, several WeChat messages came in from Zhou Yajuan of the auction company. Mr. Li, congratulations. The buyer's funds have been confirmed. Our finance department is already proceeding with the subsequent processes. It is expected that by next Wednesday at the latest, the funds will be transferred to your account. Upon reading her message, Li Shi, who had been immersed in his studies, felt a surge of excitement. His brows lifted, and a smile crept onto his lips as he replied, "Thank you for your hard work. Let us celebrate this together. And congratulations to Manager Zhou on another significant increase in your performance this year." He set down his phone, grinning foolishly for a while. By next Wednesday, the total funds in all accounts would exceed 50 million. This was cash readily available for use, although the money had yet to arrive. Li Shi set aside his joy and continued to study jade knowledge, taking breaks to prepare the ingredients for the evening's hot pot. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, as he lay back playing with his phone and browsing videos, Wang Yanni messaged him, "Old classmate, we're on our way." "All right. I'll head downstairs to meet you shortly," he replied. After 20 minutes, Li Shi went downstairs early and, after a brief wait, welcomed Wang Yanni and her university classmate Han Jia. Han Jia was a petite girl with a slender frame, exuding an air of vivaciousness and cheer. Li Shi led them upstairs, and along the way, the two girls expressed their sentiments, lamenting how poverty had limited their imaginations. Upon entering, especially upon seeing the Riverview master bedroom, Wang Yanni could not help but jest. "Old classmate, where's your maid's room? Take me there. I want to come serve as your maid. Just don't pay me too much. 10,000 a month will suffice. As long as I can come here daily to enjoy the view." Li Shi chuckled, "I would gladly accept, but I fear your boyfriend might come knocking. And with my thin arms and legs, I wouldn't stand a chance, perhaps due to the allure of the luxurious residence." This rather unhumorous quip sent the two girls into fits of laughter. Han Jia laughed like a goose, finally pointing at Li Shi's arm. "Your arms don't look thin at all. They're at least thicker than Yanni's boyfriend's." Wang Yanni playfully smacked her arm in response. They continued to tour the other rooms, and during this time, Wang Yanni received a phone call. After a brief conversation, she hung up and asked Li Shi, "Old classmate, my boyfriend has finished work and wants to come by to meet you. Is that all right?" Li Shi thought having another guy around would be pleasant, and he smiled. "Sure. The more the merrier." After touring all the rooms, they returned to the living room for a conversation. In the interim, Li Shi went to the kitchen to fetch some beverages. Han Jia quietly remarked to Wang Yanni, "Your old classmate is quite opulent, isn't she? I can't believe she can afford such a luxurious residence. Why didn't you seize the opportunity last time? Wasn't it when you hadn't reconciled with Ding Mian yet?" Wang Yanni glanced towards the kitchen, rolled her eyes at Han Jia, and whispered, "What are you saying? Although my Ding Mian isn't as wealthy, he is still quite decent." Han Jia shook her head. "Alas, if it weren't for my self-awareness, understanding that my looks are rather mediocre, I could have." Before she could finish, she noticed Li Shi returning from the kitchen with drinks and quickly stopped. Seeing her good friend nearly choke on her words, Wang Yanni couldn't and Appos, help but chuckle. Li Shi, curious about their conversation, was about to inquire when a call came through on his phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, he was surprised to find it was Chen Xiuyue. Chapter 80. A little something between Chen Xiuyue and Li Shi. Communication primarily occurred via WeChat, with occasional video calls. Despite knowing each other and Appos as phone numbers, they had never spoken over the phone. "Apologies, I must take this call," Li Shi said as he handed a drink to Wang Yanni and walked towards his study. "What prompted the sudden call?" he inquired with curiosity. Previously, they had been discussing recruitment matters through WeChat. Chen Xiuyue, who majored in human resource management at university, had worked for 2 years in a large company in Yancheng after graduation. Following that, she ventured into entrepreneurship with her partners, gaining extensive experience in hiring employees. Thus, Li Shi was not surprised by her call, but rather by her choice of communication method. "Today, I am negotiating an important project outdoors. There are many people around, making video calls inconvenient. Let me get straight to the point." Chen Xiuyue succinctly outlined several key considerations for recruiting employees over the phone. If the candidate meets your requirements in all aspects, the most crucial factor to consider is their stability. Nowadays, young people, especially recent graduates, often have high expectations due to the overwhelming amount of information they receive in school. Once officially hired, the recruitment registration must be completed within 30 days at the relevant department. Many places now allow for online registration, so please check the situation in Tanzhou. After discussing for 6 or 7 minutes, a knock on the door interrupted them. Li Shi expressed his gratitude to Chen Xiuyue and ended the call before walking over to open the door. "Li Shi, I hope I'm not interrupting you. My boyfriend has arrived," Wang Yanni announced at the door. Li Shi waved his phone, saying, "No, I just finished. Let us go down to greet him." Wang Yanni's boyfriend, Ding Mian, stood at the entrance, tall and exceedingly slender, to the extent that he could have been nicknamed Stick or Monkey back in school. Observing Ding Mian's slight discomfort, Li Shi took the initiative to greet him with a smile. "Hello, I'm Li Shi. Welcome to my home." Ding Mian, Sensing that his girlfriend's affluent classmate was approachable, smiled back, replying, "Sorry to intrude." He then produced a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Li Shi. "Congratulations on your new residence. This is just a small token of our appreciation. We didn't buy any other gifts. Wishing you a prosperous future." Li Shi was taken aback by the gesture and thanked him. Turning to Wang Yanni with a smile, he asked, "Old classmate, didn't you already send a red envelope via WeChat?" Wang Yanni chuckled, "We're not married yet. He is he, and I am I. The envelope I sent was just between me and Georgia. Since Ding Mian is also from Shao City, according to our local customs, it's only right to bring a gift when visiting a new home. Please accept it." With her words, Li Shi happily accepted the red envelope, smiling broadly as he responded, "How very thoughtful of you. Thank you." The amount of money was inconsequential. Receiving a red envelope was always a delightful matter. Upon returning upstairs, they all joined in preparing for a hot pot meal. During the preparation, Li Shi took the opportunity to ready a return envelope. Ding Mian had gifted 1,088 yuan. And initially, Li Shi thought that as peers, a larger sum might imply a desire to avoid an obligation. However, he also wished to maintain a sense of balance in their social exchange. After some consideration, he added 600, thus preparing a return envelope of 1,688 yuan, along with 2 smaller envelopes of 200 yuan each for Wang Yanni and Han Jia, which he brought to the dining table. As the 4 young individuals enjoyed their hot pot, they grew increasingly familiar with one another. Ding Mian, being a playful person, suggested going to KTV for singing after their meal, and even took the initiative to book a private room on his phone. Li Shi, not wishing for him to bear the expense, swiftly placed an order through an app, and they all proceeded downstairs to the underground parking lot. Once they entered Ding Mian's Volvo, Han Jia curiously asked, "Li Shi, how much did this car cost? I thought people of your stature would usually drive a Mercedes, BMW, or Porsche for errands." Ding Mian, being a male, had a better understanding of cars, and, feeling comfortable with his classmates, teased her. "You girls only know about Mercedes and BMW. This Volvo is not cheaper than the BMW X5 that Yang Shauna in your dormitory drives, at least over 500,000 yuan. And how could a wealthy person like Li Shi have just one car?" While driving, Li Shi chuckled, "I bought it for 590,000 yuan, and for now, this is my only car, but I do plan to purchase another." Ding Mian, intrigued by cars, eagerly asked, "What kind of car are you thinking of getting? A sports car?" "No, I'm considering a sedan. I haven't decided yet, but I'm contemplating the Bentley Flying Spur, Continental GT, or Porsche Panamera." Ding Mian suddenly became animated, exclaiming, "Of course, you should choose the Panamera." Li Shi inquired with a smile, "Do you particularly like that model?" Ding Mian dreamily replied, "Once I have enough money, the first thing I will do is buy a Panamera." The 2 girls had been listening to their conversation from the back seat, and Wang Yanni interjected, "You won't be able to afford that. Besides, at your workplace, you can't drive a car that stands out too much." She had initially intended to tease her boyfriend, but held back upon remembering Li Shi was present. Ding Mian worked at a government institution. Upon arriving at KTV, Li Shi soon discovered that the 2 girls, along with Ding Mian, were all avid singers. Over the course of several hours, he managed to sing A Sky Wide and Boundless while they took turns performing. Of course, he was content to play the role of a supportive audience, also taking the opportunity to engage in casual chats with Chun Shuyue through his phone. During the evening, he added Ding Mian and Han Jia as friends on WeChat. At 11 o'clock, after the trio had sung their hearts out, Li Shi hailed a taxi for them before driving back to Phoenix Bay himself. After taking a shower, he lay in bed and sent a message to Chen Shuyue. "We've wrapped up too, just got home." Chen Shuyue quickly replied, "Have you cleaned up yet?" Winking face, Li Shi responded, "Your aloof persona has crumbled. Chen Shuyue, in the presence of true friends, there is no need for facades. So, has it been thoroughly cleaned?" Li Shi shook his head with a smile and typed, "Why not come over and check for yourself?" Chen Shuyue, "I can't fly over. How about you take a picture and show me?" Li Shi, "No pictures." Chen Shuyue, "Just one. Come on, if you send me one, I'll send you one in return. My pajamas today are a tad alluring," playfully gestures. Li Shi, not one to fall for her witty banter, replied, "Let us save the inspection for our next meeting. It's getting late, and I must retire for the night. Shuyue, you may take your leave." Rolls eyes. It is uncertain when this trend began, but every evening, their conversations often veered into a more frivolous territory. Li Shi chuckled, set aside his phone, and opened his computer, logging into the Jillian recruitment platform. This time, the backend had received a total of 106 resumes, which he meticulously began to sift through. When he reached the 63rd resume, he paused. Ah, this candidate possesses some intriguing qualities. Chapter 81. Ready to run. Li Shi regarded the job seeker named Zhang Huijing with a newfound respect, not merely because her resume featured a strikingly composed photograph. His usual practice was to first examine the professional experience and self-assessment for notable strengths before delving into the basic details and images. Zhang Huijing, a 23-year-old female graduate of a vocational institution specializing in biomechatronics, held an associate degree in English. With a year of work experience as an office clerk at Chiangmai Cultural Company, her credentials appeared rather unremarkable. However, she possessed an elementary English teaching certificate, certificates for English proficiency at levels 4 and 6, a first-class Mandarin certificate, a driver's license, a computer certification, a Korean language proficiency certificate, and an electrician's certificate. An electrician's certificate? Furthermore, in her self-evaluation, she claimed proficiency in dance, photography, Photoshop, and makeup, among other skills. Was her ID photo perhaps digitally altered? Upon closer inspection of Zhang Huijing's photograph, Li Shi discerned subtle traces of photo editing, prompting an amused shake of his head. This, however, was quite typical. 90% of female applicants tend to enhance their ID photos to some extent, and hers was merely a minor adjustment. Without hesitation, Li Shi proceeded to send her a video interview invitation, curious to see what a girl with an electrician's certificate might be like. Moving on. He meticulously reviewed all the resumes before switching platforms. With benefits and a monthly salary exceeding 10,000 yuan. Such an offer might not be particularly enticing in major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou, but in Tanzhou, it held significant allure. Each platform yielded more resumes than he had anticipated, just as he was about to send an interview invitation to a promising 27-year-old male applicant. Notable for his expertise in Sanzhou, his phone buzzed. Are you awake? It was Qin Shouyue. Not yet. I'm reviewing applicants' resumes. What's up? Li Shi replied via voice message while simultaneously sending a video interview invitation to the candidate. After some time, having sifted through 5 more resumes, he received a response from Qin Shouyue. Regarding that lawsuit we discussed last time, there has been a turn of events. The other party wishes to settle and is offering cash for my shares. I initially intended to decline, but their offer is simply too generous. Prolonging this won't resolve anything. As long as the price is right, it's time for a fresh start. What do you think? Li Shi pondered the phrase too generous. He began typing. Since the offer is substantial, there is no harm in accepting. Suddenly, he paused, reconsidered, and deleted his message. He retyped, just follow your instincts. Whatever decision you make, as a friend, I will support you. Qin Shouyue replied, if it were you, how would you choose? Li Shi contemplated her question seriously before responding. If it were me, I would first consider whether there are any irreconcilable grievances. I understand. You and I are on the same page. Since there are no lingering grievances, I suppose I can sell it to her, and we can part ways as mere strangers. After concluding his conversation with Qin Shouyue, Li Shi dedicated another half-hour to filtering through the remaining resumes before returning to bed to rest. The night passed without incident. The following morning, he awoke naturally at 6:30, feeling invigorated. Li Shi quietly arose, washed up, and settled at his desk to formally gather all available information on competitive sprinting. Though he intended to relax for a few more days until the auction company transferred the funds next Wednesday, he found it worthwhile to collect materials to distract himself in preparation for his upcoming endeavors. He began by searching for records in the 100-meter dash, both human and Asian. He recalled watching the live broadcast when these records were set. Yet, before embarking on his formal studies of competitive sprinting, he felt it prudent to revisit the videos of these 2 records for a more profound understanding of human limits in sprinting. The Asian 100-meter sprint record, held by Su Bingtian, stands at an astonishing 9.83 seconds. The world record, established by Usain Bolt, is an incredible 9.58 seconds. He first watched Su Bingtian's video. Even though it was not a live stream, the exhilarating commentary and the athlete's fervent sprinting stirred his blood. Particularly thrilling was the moment when Su Bingtian secured first place in his heat, shattering the Asian record and advancing to the finals. Li Shi felt his heart race in tandem with the excitement. What was his own physical attribute? Observing the jubilant athlete in the video, a question arose in Li Shi's mind. The physical attribute points on his learning panel represented his overall physical fitness, which required comprehensive assessment. His physical attributes were naturally 10 points above average, yet according to the learning panel's evaluation standards, determining his overall fitness was less straightforward. Next, he finished watching the video of Bolt setting the world record, experiencing the same surge of adrenaline, notably heightened by the commentator's exceptional skill in engaging the audience's emotions. What was Bolt's physical prowess? While sprinters are generally recognized for their superior physical attributes among athletes, it remains a complex consideration. Both athletes had approached the brink of human speed limits. At their peak, did they possess around 14 points? Or perhaps between 13.5 and 14.5? He summoned the learning panel to take a glance. The accumulated 1 attribute point had yet to be integrated. 17.9. Suddenly, he stood up from his chair, a sense of eagerness compelling him to stretch his limbs. How fast could he run at full capacity, having never formally trained in sprinting? Could he manage to run under 11 seconds with a current attribute score of 17.9? Li Shi was ignited with a fervent interest sparked by the videos he had just watched, feeling an itch to begin. However, as a 100-meter sprint requires a proper track, he suppressed his impulse and returned to his research. In the interim, he also ordered sprinting gear, including a tire and spikes, from JD.com. Collecting information proved to be a time-consuming endeavor, and after several hours of diligent work, he set aside his tasks to leisurely enjoy his holiday. By noon, he chose to watch a couple of episodes of a television drama, The Story of Ming Lan, which he found quite enjoyable. Just then, he received a WeChat message from Ding Mian, whom he had met the previous day. Li, didn't you mention yesterday that you were interested in purchasing a luxury car that was in stock? I have a relative who sells luxury cars in Jiangcheng. I inquired with him about the 3 models you were considering, and he informed me that his company has brand new stock readily available. If you pay in full, you can take the car home immediately. Li Shi suddenly became intrigued and asked, what is the name of their company? Is it reliable? The company is called Zihua Luxury Car Exchange, and my cousin Ding Chong works there. If you are interested, I can share your WeChat with him. However, it is ultimately up to you to determine their credibility, as I am not very knowledgeable about it. Without hesitation, Li Shi searched online and then said to Ding Mian, please send me his WeChat so I can add him. Thank you. No, let him add you instead. If you purchase a car from him, you will be his client. After a while, a WeChat account sent a friend request, with the note indicating it was Ding Mian's cousin. Once the friendship was accepted, the other party immediately messaged, hello, Mr. Li. I am Ding Chong, Ding Mian's cousin and a sales representative at Zihua Luxury Car Exchange. We have all 3 models you are considering in stock. Li Shi inquired about the specifications and prices of the available vehicles. After chatting with Ding Chang for a while, they arranged for Li Shi to visit Jiangcheng in a few days to see the cars in person. Subsequently, Li Shi spent a tranquil day watching television and browsing his phone. The next morning at 9:30, he opened his computer and began a video interview. When he reached the 11th candidate, he suddenly recalled that he had previously met the 6th applicant. Chapter 82. Is this the dance you excel in? The 6th candidate, Zhang Huijing, was the young woman with a diploma in English who had worked as a clerk for a year after graduation. Was she not the one in traditional Hanfu whom he nearly collided with at the agricultural university? With his improved memory, Li Shi remembered her well, especially since she possessed a certain charm. After completing the interviews for the 11th candidate, who was the last on this recruitment platform, he did not exit immediately, but revisited Zhang Huijing's resume, focusing on her alma mater, South Lake Bioengineering and Electromechanical College. A quick online search revealed that this institution had a Donghu campus adjacent to the agricultural university. He then reviewed her responses during the interview. Her adaptability to high-intensity work and willingness to travel frequently were noted, alongside her salary expectations of 6K to 10K. When asked why she was applying for this position, she candidly stated that with only a diploma, she wanted to try her hand at a job starting at 10K, with a previous salary of 4K. Her career aspirations included achieving a salary exceeding 20K in the near future, while she humorously admitted her weakness for snacks. Regarding her emotional history, she disclosed a brief relationship status of 0.5 times and that she was unmarried. This young lady displayed a refreshing honesty, clearly stating her desire to earn more. From the video, she appeared even more poised and natural than her resume photo suggested. Li Shi then perused the interview records of the other 10 candidates, ultimately narrowing his choices down to Zhang Huijing and another male candidate with skills in basketball and badminton. Continuing on, Li Shi sent out video interview invitations to 42 individuals, and ultimately, 30 showed up on time. Among these, he was particularly interested in Zhang Huijing and 2 others, including a man named Fang Peng, age 27, married, and a self-taught graduate. His strengths included good physical fitness and knowledge of Sanda Chinese kickboxing, and he had been a ride-hailing driver in Tanzhou for 2 years. Well acquainted with the local traffic conditions, Li Shi contacted all 3 candidates inviting them for in-person interviews on the upcoming Monday at a co-working space provided by the agency. On Monday morning, he arrived around 8 to familiarize himself with the environment. After a brief wait, the candidate skilled in basketball and badminton arrived first. After discussing directions over the phone, Lisher waited a while longer, but when he did not arrive, he called to check. "I'm sorry, but your company might not be suitable for me. Let us not waste time. I have other matters to attend to," the candidate abruptly stated before hanging up. Lisher was taken aback for a moment, shaking his head in bemusement. He speculated that the shared office environment might have led the candidate to doubt the company's strength, or perhaps he simply did not wish to be a pioneer. Which was understandable. After all, recruitment is a two-way selection process. If it were him, he would have at least entered to politely greet before departing. The second and third candidates arrived in quick succession. Lisher asked the third candidate to wait while he had a conversation with Fong Pong, the ride-hailing driver. After discussing several questions, he inquired about his skill level in Sonda. "I trained for 2 years previously, but I and Oppos become a bit rusty now, though the foundation remains." "Do you have any videos showcasing your skills?" Lisher asked. "Yes, I do," Fong Ping replied, and after watching the footage of him sparring, Lisher remarked, "We are a newly established studio with various roles to fill. If you feel you may not be suitable for the assistant position, would you consider other roles, such as a dedicated driver?" Fong Ping promptly shook his head. "I apologize, but my reason for seeking new employment is precisely to move away from being a driver. Driving for ride-hailing services, while demanding, is quite rewarding." Lisher nodded, asked a few more questions, and then allowed him to return home while awaiting further notification. The final candidate, Zhang Huijing, had observed the preceding interviews closely and likely had prepared her responses, answering swiftly and fluently. When asked about her special skills, she stated, "I do not have a video of my dancing, but I can perform a piece live for you, if that is acceptable." Lisher couldn't and amp, Oppos, help but smile. "Certainly. Please go ahead, though I wonder if this space is too cramped." The office was small, filled with desks and plants. Zhang Huijing glanced around, removed her jacket, and moved to an open area by the wall. "This will do," she declared, then played a song titled Change Yourself on her phone, moving rhythmically to the music. Lisher was taken aback by her spontaneity. She seamlessly transitioned from conversation to performance. He mused that her initiative made her an excellent candidate for an assistant role. She wore a fitted white t-shirt that was quite short, revealing her midriff and slim waist, showcasing a figure that was both curvaceous and youthful, radiating vitality. However, as she swayed her arms and twisted her waist, her feet remained rooted to the ground, rendering her movements somewhat static. He thought to himself, "Is this truly the dance you excel in? A youthful, vibrant interpretation of social dance?" Lisher couldn't suppress a chuckle. He then took out a pen and paper, asking her to transcribe a poem, Quiet Night Thoughts. This was not merely a test of her memory or poetic knowledge, but rather an assessment of her penmanship. After the interview concluded, Zhang Huijing exited the building and made her way to a nearby bus stop while calling her college classmate and current roommate, Gan Yun. "Xiao Yun, I've just finished my interview. How did it go with the company today? Was it smooth?" Zhang Huijing recounted the details and then added, "Although it's a new company with only the boss thus far, I sense he possesses significant potential, and the offered salary is incredibly enticing. Do tell, what are the specifics? If hired, the probation salary is 6,000 for 1 month, and upon confirmation, it rises to 10,000. There are also 5 insurances and a housing fund, plus bonuses during holidays and at year-end. Additionally, the annual salary increment is at least 10%. And if performance is commendable, it can rise to 20%. Well, if you secure this position and receive a 20% raise next year, wouldn't that mean your salary would double? Incredible. It remains uncertain whether he will secure the position, as they have promised a response within 24 hours. After Lisher and the others departed, they utilized tablets to log into several recruitment websites, examining the influx of resumes submitted over the past period. Half an hour later, having exited the final platform, he gathered his belongings and drove back to Phoenix Bay. After taking a sip of water and settling onto the sofa in the living room, he retrieved the resumes of Fong Peng and Zhang Huijing, scrutinizing them carefully. The merits of both candidates were readily apparent. If Fong Peng were to be hired, it would be akin to onboarding a semi-professional driver. Moreover, should he pursue training in combat sports, he could serve as a sparring partner. Additionally, his composed demeanor and ability to self-study for a bachelor's degree indicated ambition and a capacity for learning. As for Zhang Huijing, she possessed a commendable personality and a strong drive. Should she delve into language studies, Her proficiency in English and Korean would undoubtedly be advantageous. Not to mention her undeniable attractiveness. Whom to choose? After contemplating for 5 or 6 minutes, he picked up his phone and dialed the number of one of the candidates. Chapter 83. Another deposit. Li Shi dialed Fong Peng's number, first expressing gratitude for his interview, then conveying his regrets, and finally mentioning that if he ever considered becoming a full-time driver, he could reach out at any time. Although Li Shi was not currently in need of a dedicated driver, he contemplated the future requirements of his studio. Next, he called Zhang Huijing to inform her to report to the small shared office, where she was interviewed at 9 o'clock the following morning. Li Shi had temporarily rented the space for a week. The days without study were leisurely and passed swiftly, despite spending his time watching videos, reading novels, and indulging in television dramas and variety shows, occasionally chatting with Chen Xiuyue. He felt a tinge of aimlessness, yet he relished this carefree existence. He even composed a light-hearted poem reflecting his state. With plenty of money in my pocket, time is rather idle. Life free of worries, joy akin to that of immortals. There was only one concern. The first half hour after waking, he often sought distractions to soften the remnants of his past burdens, yet deep down, he felt a sense of pride. After all, he had connections with Wei Ming, a friend of General Manager Wei, which money could not buy. He still communicated with Wei Ming occasionally to discuss the jade market trends in the south. On Tuesday morning, Li Shi arrived at the office first. At 8:52, Zhang Huijing hurriedly entered, bouncing in like a lively rabbit. Upon seeing Li Shi, she rushed over to greet him. Boss. Li Shi was aware she had likely forgotten their near collision at the agricultural university, and he chose not to bring it up. He directed Zhang Huijing to the common area to photocopy her ID and bank card, then filled out the prepared onboarding form and signed a labor contract. Once the formalities were complete, Li Shi smiled and said, "If you successfully complete a month of probation, you will become my assistant." We discussed the responsibilities during the interview. Do you have any thoughts on this? Feel free to share. Zhang Huijing appeared somewhat nervous and promptly replied, "Boss, I understand. As an assistant, my role is to diligently complete the tasks you assign, to run errands when necessary, and to step back when required. I will work hard." Li Shi initially intended for them to become familiar with one another, but upon noticing her tension, he proceeded to assign her tasks. He opened the map application on his tablet and set it to Binjiang Phoenix Bay. Your first task is to quickly find us a long-term office space, ideally close to this community, as long as other conditions are satisfactory. He outlined his general requirements. Zhang Huijing looked around for paper and a pen to take notes, but the desks were spotless and devoid of supplies. So she retrieved a pen and a notepad from her bag to jot down the boss's criteria, an area of about 100 square meters. A good location, ideally close to Phoenix Bay, and convenient parking, among others. After discussing the office rental, Zhang Huijing demonstrated her initiative, immediately moving to the adjacent desk to search for rental listings on her phone. Li Shi provided her with the temporary office's access code and added her as a WeChat friend before departing to return to Phoenix Bay. On his way back, he reflected on how advantageous it was to have an assistant, as it freed up a considerable amount of time. Having just watched 2 episodes of Knowing Weather, Zhang Huijing messaged him, "Boss, I found several rental listings that meet our criteria. I've contacted the agents and am en route to the first office." She attached information regarding 4 properties. Li Shi opened each listing in turn and found them quite satisfactory, responding, "Thank you for your efforts. Remember to keep the taxi receipts for reimbursement." Zhang Huijing replied, "Boss, I called a ride-hailing service. Can I submit the screenshot for reimbursement?" Li Shi, having dealt with reimbursements for ride-hailing services before, assured her that such invoices could be generated directly from the app. As for work-related expenses, we will reimburse all legitimate costs. Just focus on your tasks. Understood. In the morning, Zhang Huijing viewed 2 locations but had yet to finalize anything. Li Shi instructed her to take a break for lunch and continue in the afternoon. Knowing Weather was a well-produced drama. The costumes and sets were thoughtfully crafted. The actors performed commendably, and the female characters were striking and distinct, rather than mere decorative figures. However, the plot was lengthy, spanning over 70 episodes, and Li Shi lost his motivation to continue after episode 18. He decided to set it aside for later, recognizing that such lengthy series were best enjoyed in a group, allowing for exploration of the storyline at intervals. Instead of turning off the television, he cast a warm-up instructional video from Bilibili and began to follow along. Warm-up exercises are the essential prelude to any physical activity. Although he possessed a robust physique, he was not immune to the risk of injury. Thus, it was vital to learn this crucial first step, which would benefit him in all future physical endeavors. In the afternoon, Zhang Huijing visited a second office located in Qixing Building near AUX Square, conveniently situated about a kilometer from Phoenix Bay, with the T-Mountain station of Subway Line 4 nearby. After reviewing the office through video, Li Shi promptly drove over to inspect it in person. This office was on the 26th floor of Qixing Building, measuring 82 square meters with a 21 layout, complete with a full set of office furniture, ready for immediate use upon signing the lease. The rent was also reasonable at 3,800 yuan per month. After surveying the office, Li Shi stood by the window, gazing out at the distant river, and decisively concluded, this is the one. After signing the contract, he instructed Zhang Huijing to finish for the day and to report directly to this office the following morning. He returned to Phoenix Bay, ready to continue his studies of the complete jade collection. When his phone rang, it was Zhou Yajuan from the auction company. After exchanging pleasantries, he hung up with a smile, setting aside his book to wait patiently. Soon enough, he received a text notification from the Industrial and Commercial Bank, confirming a deposit. He hastily opened the Industrial and Commercial Bank app. 95,588 Your bank card ending in 2588 has received a transfer of 35,171,100.00 yuan on October 25th at 1612. Your balance is now 35,211,645.33 yuan. Payee, Dijia Auction Company, account ending 7065. Taking a deep breath, Li Shi extended his right index finger, beginning to count the transferred amount one digit at a time, starting from the left of the decimal. Units, tens, hundreds, millions, tens of millions. Indeed, it was over 35 million. His breath quickened slightly, yet this being the second time, his hand remained steady, devoid of tremors. He navigated back to the main screen of his phone, opened the ICBC app, logged in, and checked his balance. The numbers displayed began with a 3, stretching in a long sequence, prompting a grin from Li Shi, who felt a surge of assurance. Naturally, he counted the amount twice more, then proceeded to transfer 50,000 yuan each to his Alipay and WeChat wallets. Watching the series of incoming transfer notifications, he could no longer contain his excitement. Leaping up from the sofa with a silly grin, another 35 million had arrived. Blissful. Chapter 84. The joy of a scholar begins. Subsequently, Li Shi received several phone calls. One from the CEO of an auction company and another from Zhou Yajuan, as well as from a representative of the Industrial and Commercial Bank. After exchanging a few words, he concluded the calls and proceeded to check the balances of his various bank accounts, as well as his Alipay and WeChat wallet. He found that he had 10,220,000 in the Construction Bank, 9,280,000 in the Bank of China, 35,210,000 in the Industrial and Commercial Bank, 80,000 in WeChat, and 120,000 in Alipay. In total, this amounted to a staggering 54,910,000. Gazing at the figure displayed on his phone's calculator, Li Shi felt a profound sense of accomplishment wash over him. With over 50 million at his disposal, he mused that even the wealthiest billionaires might not have such liquid assets. As night fell, the initial excitement of his recent financial influx began to subside, and he suddenly felt a gnawing hunger. Just as he was about to order takeout through his phone, he recalled the considerable sum resting in his accounts and promptly closed the delivery app. He was quite fatigued with takeout. Li Shi chuckled to himself, thinking he must find a skilled cook soon. While he entertained this thought, he was nonetheless cautious about hiring someone, especially someone to work in his home. And he approached the matter with even more diligence than he would when hiring an assistant. Remembering his newly hired female assistant, he suddenly realized that, as her employer, he should welcome her with a meal. Perhaps it was better to postpone this until tomorrow. Having once been an employee himself, he understood well the feeling of being sought out by a superior after hours. Grabbing his car keys, he ventured out to a lamb barbecue restaurant, where he indulged in skewers of grilled lamb and 2 lamb chops, followed by a bowl of spicy oil-drenched wide noodles. Satisfied, he returned to Phoenix Bay. Instead of rushing upstairs, he parked his car and strolled to a small park by the river, wandering along the scenic promenade. After a while, he noticed many people engaging in leisure and exercise, with fashionable young men and women occasionally jogging by. With his funds securely deposited, it was time for him to embark on new learning endeavors. After enjoying the river breeze for half an hour, Li Shi returned home, showered, and reclined on the sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of his bedroom. He gazed out at the stunning 270-degree view of the river, where the lights from both banks sparkled brilliantly. Retrieving his focus, he summoned his study panel. Name, Li Shi Physique. 17. 91. Fusion status, wealth, 7. 8. Redemption status, current study, camera photography, proficient, change study direction, completed studies, Chinese. Driving Li Shi concentrated on his current studies and entertained the notion of changing his study direction. Instantly, the study panel transformed. Name, Li Shi physique, 17. 91. Fusion status, wealth, 7. 8. Redemption status, current study, competitive sprinting, beginner, completed studies, Chinese, driving, camera photography, let us get started. Until he officially switched his study focus. Li Shi could still leisurely engage with his phone or watch television. However, once he made the change, he felt an immediate urge to be productive. He headed to his study, grabbed his tablet, and sifted through the materials he had gathered over the past few days. The resources were numerous and varied, including videos posted by domestic sprinters, coaches, and enthusiasts on Bilibili, as well as training and instructional videos featuring renowned foreign sprinters and elite athletes. Additionally, he had collected many articles and posts about sprinting. Events covering distances of 400 meters and below are categorized as sprints, representing the pinnacle of high-speed running under conditions of substantial oxygen deprivation. Sprinting technique demands the coordination of the entire body, with a high degree of responsiveness, agility, and intensity. Running is a skill that any able-bodied adult can perform. Yet, when distilled into a competitive athletic skill, achieving speed and proficiency is no simple feat. Having grown up in a small town, Li Shi had not attended any specialized physical education classes during his school years. He recalled that if physical education classes were not turned into study periods by his homeroom teacher, they usually revolved around 3 types of balls: the small ping pong, the large basketball, and volleyball. At that time, his physical fitness and innate talent were quite average, and he merely kept pace with his classmates in those sports. As for running, he remembered the physical education teacher demonstrating starting stances before allowing the students to practice freely. It seemed that schools today placed greater emphasis on physical education, but unfortunately, he had graduated too early to experience the shift. Li Shi intended to first establish a foundational understanding of competitive sprinting through the materials he had collected. Recognizing the importance of systematic learning from his previous studies, diving in without a structured approach might yield results. Yet it would certainly not match the efficiency of a well-organized learning strategy from the outset. Ultimately, sprint training can be encapsulated within 3 frameworks: musculoskeletal strength training, energy supply capacity training, and the effectiveness of technical movement training. As Li Shi contemplated this, he absent-mindedly stroked his chin. With his physique attribute of 17.9, he anticipated that the first 2 areas would be relatively easy, but the challenge lay in mastering the technical aspects of sprinting, commonly referred to as the techniques for starting, accelerating, maintaining speed, navigating curves, and finishing strong. The following day, upon rising, Li Shi first watched some instructional videos on Bilibili, then made his way to the living room, where he cast a warm-up instructional video by Olympic race walking champion and national-level coach Wang Liping onto the television. After completing the suggested 5 sets of exercises, he felt as though his body had not sufficiently warmed up. He chuckled and repeated the exercises twice more, noticing a significant improvement in his flexibility. Next, he projected the specialized warm-up exercises for sprinting that he had saved onto the television. However, this time he did not follow along with the athletes in the video. Instead, he carefully observed their movements for details. These dynamic warm-up exercises were not suitable for indoor practice, so he planned to familiarize himself and then take his skills outdoors. At 8:30, he sent a message to his new assistant, requesting her assistance in gathering information about sports training institutions in Tanzhou City that featured professional track and field coaches. After sending the message, Li Shi packed his phone, tablet, and water bottle into a specially purchased small bag, descended the stairs, and headed to the park along the riverbank outside his community. He began with 5 sets of standard warm-up exercises before opening his tablet to follow the instructional video on dynamic warm-ups for running. For Li Shi, the warm-up poses no challenge at all. He effortlessly executes the movements deemed difficult by others in the comments section with remarkable precision. With his physical prowess, it appears he is entering a rapid phase of skill acquisition in athletics, chuckling to himself. After completing his warm-up, he delves into the fundamental movements and strength training specific to track and field. The first exercise is a gentle jog, followed by high-knee running, and then the 5th exercise, the A-style jump. As Li Shi follows along with the instructional video, the large amplitude of these movements quickly draws the attention of passers-by. He remains undeterred by their gazes, focusing solely on his own practice as long as he does not disturb anyone. Even if he is perceived as a performer, it matters little to him. After all, which jester accumulates wealth and enhances their physical attributes. The entire set of instructional videos comprises 30 specialized movements, and after completing them all, even with his impressive physical condition, he finds himself drenched in sweat. However, the thought of mastering some of the more challenging movements brings him a thrill reminiscent of the joy experienced by high-achieving students in his school days. After taking a small sip of water and glancing at his phone, he realizes that 2.5 hours have already elapsed. He casts a glance at his learning panel, noting that his competitive sprinting skill remains at the beginner level. Li Shi understands that he must master the techniques of starting, accelerating, maintaining speed, and finishing before he can progress. Time is of the essence. He needs to find an introductory coach without delay. Checking his assistant Zhang Huijing's WeChat for updates, he finds none and decides to give her a call. How is the search for a track and field coach going? He inquires. On the other end, Zhang Huijing's voice is tinged with anxiety. Boss, I've reached out to several training institutions, but none of their coaches seem to meet the level of professionalism you specified. Then I remembered that my roommate's brother used to train in athletics at the Provincial Sports Academy, so I asked her to inquire. However, I haven't received any news from them yet, so I haven't reported back to you. Just as Li Shi is about to respond, a sharp bark erupts from behind him. Watch out, handsome. Get out of the way. Chapter 85, Private Exercise Space. Li Shi swiftly sidestepped and turned his head back, only to see a small, snow-white dog dart past the spot where he had just stood, trailing a long leash behind it. He was momentarily taken aback, initially expecting a large dog, but it turned out to be a mere pup, likely less than 28 centimeters in length. He thought to himself how fortunate he was not to have stepped on it, otherwise, its owner would surely have been distraught. The dog's bark, however, was quite loud. At that moment, a woman clad in a blue, long-sleeved, form-fitting quick-dry shirt and black yoga pants came running after it. Li Shi instinctively cast his gaze toward her chest and hips, not out of lewdness, but because the prominence of those features was undeniably striking, especially with their alluring curves. After she dashed past him in pursuit of her dog, Li Shi resumed his phone conversation, stating, "You handled that remarkably well. However, when I refer to professionalism, I mean in the context of coaching novice sprinters. Finding a training institution with qualified coaches should suffice." I understand now. I will organize the materials I previously gathered and send them to you shortly. Thank you for your efforts. By the way, let us celebrate your new position with dinner tonight. Sure. Thank you, boss. After ending the call, Li Shi contemplated his upcoming competitive sprinting training regimen. He had already formulated a plan. His current physical attribute score was 17.9, which was 179 times that of an average healthy adult male and 193 times the maximum of 15 points. The reason he had refrained from merging his attribute points was to accumulate more points with a relatively ordinary physique. It was imperative to establish that his ambitions must be elevated. His objective was to enhance his wealth and physical attributes, not to become a record-breaking athlete. Breaking records held little significance for someone like him with a learning panel. In the future, by merging more physical attribute points, he could easily surpass human records in the 100 meters without needing to master sprinting techniques. Therefore, for someone like him, who merely needed to achieve proficiency, mastering the foundational techniques of the entire sprint would suffice. Finding a suitable coach was essential, primarily to refine his basic techniques for rapid advancement and to prepare for subsequent skills. Suddenly, he thought it might be beneficial to purchase high-speed filming equipment to assist with his self-study. Li Shi placed his tablet into his bag, took a small sip of water, and began to walk back. After a few steps, the striking woman, still clutching her dog, caught up with him. The dog pressed against her chest, which made Li Shi a bit anxious. "I hope it won't end amp, oppos, t explode. Sorry about earlier. When my dog took off, I panicked and shouted. I didn't end amp, oppos, t frighten you, did I?" The woman was decent looking, but Li Shi, preoccupied with his studies, felt little inclination to engage in conversation. He politely replied, "No, not at all." She continued walking alongside him and inquired, "Do you live around here? I often walk my dog in this area, and I believe this is the first time I've seen you. I noticed you seem to be practicing running." "Yes, I just moved here recently." She smiled and said, "You seem to enjoy sports as well. I usually work out at the round gym over there. Would you like to join me? I know the owner, and if I introduce you, you could get a 30% discount on a membership." Li Shi was taken aback. He had thought his day would be uneventful. Yet here she was, trying to sell him a gym membership. "I'm sorry, but I have other commitments. I must take my leave." With that, He quickened his pace toward his apartment complex. The woman, still holding her small dog, seemed unfazed. She had approached him with the mindset of taking a shot in the dark. After walking a few steps, she glanced back and noticed Li Shi heading toward the entrance of Phoenix Bay, her eyes widening in surprise. He lives in Phoenix Bay? Upon returning home, Li Shi took a shower and discovered that his assistant had already sent him the organized materials. He skimmed through them but did not rush to make a decision. Instead, he retrieved videos from his Bilibili favorites, projected them onto his living room television, and began to study. The video was a comprehensive tutorial on the foundational techniques of sprinting, filled with valuable insights. At the start, your hands should be parallel to the starting line, arms straight, feet firmly planted on the starting blocks, with your back knee bent. Maintain a relaxed posture with your head and neck, avoiding unnecessary movement. During the preparation phase, I typically take a deep breath, shifting my center of gravity forward. Upon hearing the starting gun, both hands should push off the ground immediately. Observe the slow-motion replay. The spaciousness of the living room allowed Li Shi to practice the fragmented movements as he followed the video's instructions. He mimicked each segment from the starting positions to the preparation and the gunshot, envisioning himself in motion. As he practiced acceleration, he gradually increased his stride length and running frequency, quickening his leg movements while keeping his upper body inclined forward, his arms moving vigorously with a wide range of motion. During the sprint phase, with his upper body, specifically his head and shoulders, leaning forward rapidly, he meticulously imitated each movement to avoid disturbing his downstairs neighbors. He stood on the carpet while practicing. This form of segmented imitation was merely a way to grasp the essence of the techniques. As a novice, it was essential to learn by imitation. The 16-minute video took him over 40 minutes to complete his first round of practice. He then attempted a second round, this time finishing in 26 minutes. Afterward, he closed his eyes and envisioned himself running with the techniques he had just learned, contemplating how many steps he would take in a 100-meter dash based on his height and leg length. He felt the urge to find a place to test his speed. The reason he hadn't rushed to find a coach earlier in the day was that he was considering his impressive physical attribute score of 17.9. Li Shi opened his eyes and searched for locations in the Tanshe urban area that would allow him to test his speed. After a lengthy search, he found no places that entirely met his criteria. After a moment of contemplation, he opened the 85 Tongqing app on his phone and began searching for warehouse rentals, factory leases, courtyard rentals, and rural homestays for transfer. While technical skills may be acquired from professionals, training necessitates a private space. Since a ready-made solution was not available, he decided to invest in crafting a unique and personal exercise space. Li Shi thought calmly, considering that he still had over 50 million in his account. Moreover, the subsequent learning and training endeavors would also require such a space. He perused the rental listings and found an overwhelming abundance of information. Rising from his seat, he made his way to the study, took up a pen and paper, and began to plan at least a 50-meter straight track, half a basketball court, a badminton court, and a table tennis training room. Some areas could be utilized for multiple disciplines. The location need not be within the city center. It could be in the suburbs, provided that transportation and basic facilities were adequate, with proximity to Phoenix Bay being preferable. Phoenix Bay was already relatively close to the second ring road, and venturing a bit further would lead to the suburbs, where a suitable space should be found. As he pondered this, a message arrived on WeChat from his newly hired female assistant. "Boss, where are we dining tonight?" Chapter 86, A Swift Entrance. Li Shi glanced at the clock. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Recalling that his new assistant had seemed somewhat anxious during their earlier communication, he refrained from asking her culinary preferences and directly suggested, "Let us dine at this quaint private restaurant, Xiao Huang, at 6:30. He promptly sent her the address. This establishment had been recommended by Gu Qian and specialized in the authentic cuisine of Baoqing, a delightful representation of Hunan cuisine. He had visited twice and found the flavors reminiscent of home. Considering the restaurant's location was somewhat distant, situated in the eastern part of the city, he added, "Please take a cab to Phoenix Bay by 6 o'clock, and we shall proceed together from there." He then proceeded to assign her a task to research companies involved in the construction of sports facilities and the sale of sporting goods, seeking information regarding tracks, courts, and tables. After concluding his conversation with the assistant, he resumed his search for a suitable location for his private studio. In addition to a space for physical activities, he also required an area for the processing of jade and various gemstones and precious metals in the future. Li Shi harbored a long-term vision for the development of his workshop. He perused the listings on 85 Tongqing Encountering a plethora of information regarding the rental and sale of factories and warehouses, yet none appeared suitable. Switching to a browser search, he ultimately discovered a land transfer website. Focusing on Tanzhou in Nanhu province, he quickly located two promising transfer listings. Upon further exploration, he clicked on a listing for an abandoned primary school in the suburbs. One glance at the accompanying image illuminated his interest. Two parallel decrepit teaching buildings stood before a spacious rectangular playground, which had evidently been delineated into a track encircling two cement basketball courts. The length of the basketball courts was 28 meters, and combined, even with non-standard dimensions, the abandoned track straightaway should exceed 50 meters. Eagerly, Leisure scrutinized the land description on the page. The entire area spans 6 acres. With independent access and complete utilities including water, electricity, and fiber optics. It featured a dedicated security booth and 2 buildings. The left structure comprised 8 rooms over 2 floors, totaling 500 square meters. The remainder consisted of the neglected playground, vacant land, and landscaped areas, all securely enclosed by a sturdy wall. In 2017, over $100,000 had been invested in renovations, rendering the interiors nearly brand new. It was suitable for educational ventures, wellness facilities, small-scale manufacturing, and office spaces. Upon reviewing the precise location, he noted it was adjacent to Uelu Avenue, a short drive away. A quick search on the map revealed the distance was slightly over 15 kilometers, primarily along a straight road, with an estimated travel time of around 22 minutes from Phoenix Bay. Without hesitation, he dialed the Lushan Land Transfer Service Center, where he had previously left his contact information, to inquire further. Mr. Lee, the maximum transfer period for this land is 15 years, with a minimum contract of 2 years at $15,000 per year. If you're interested, let us schedule a time for an on-site visit, the consultant, Mr. Wang, informed him. Li Shi inquired specifically about the dimensions of the rectangular playground in front of the abandoned teaching buildings. I apologize, Mr. Li. I will need to verify that information. How about we connect on WeChat to discuss further? Wang suggested. Sounds good, Li Shi replied. After the call, they exchanged WeChat contacts, and shortly thereafter, Wang sent a message. Mr. Li, I've checked the survey data. That length is approximately 58 meters. At 6:25 after receiving the call, Li Shi descended to meet his female assistant and drove to the Xiaohuang private restaurant, located by the banks of the Luyang River. This area boasted a riverside commercial street and a large shopping mall, drawing significant foot traffic. He first inquired if Zhang Huijing had any dietary restrictions before ordering a table full of hometown delicacies: green pepper sand turtle, stewed pork belly with green peppers, stir-fried pig's blood balls, steamed egg dumplings in bamboo cages, and shi tian xiao tofu, among other delights. The young assistant, dining with her boss for the first time, appeared somewhat apprehensive, delicately maneuvering her chopsticks and eating cautiously, seemingly concerned about making a negative impression. Li Shi relished the meal, feeling quite satisfied. With little else to converse about at the table, he briefly outlined the upcoming work schedule, mentioning that he would take her to view the site the following day. If the lease were secured, it would be transformed into the Nebula Dream Studios activity base, necessitating her assistance. As the meal concluded, both became more familiar with each other, and Zhang Huijing's initial nervousness began to dissipate. Upon exiting the restaurant, she expressed, "Thank you for treating me to dinner, boss. I live nearby in the Yongfan community, so I can walk back." Li Shi, aware of the large community and its famed night market in Tanzhou, replied, "No need for formality, I'll drive you home. This time, you can take the wheel, and I wish to see your driving skills." He handed her the car keys. Zhang Huijing was taken aback but quickly accepted. To his pleasant surprise, she drove with remarkable steadiness, observing her composed handling of the steering wheel. He mused that he might not need to hire a dedicated driver in the future and could comfortably assume the role of a boss. "You're quite the skilled driver," he complimented as they arrived at her destination. Her face illuminated with a smile at the praise, and after the Volvo departed, she was about to return to her rental when someone suddenly called out, "Xiao Jing." Turning her head, she spotted a cheerful-looking girl waving at her, accompanied by her boyfriend. Approaching from the bus stop, it was her roommate, Gan Yun. After her boyfriend dropped her off, he departed swiftly, and Gan Yun, revealing her true self, leaped over and locked her arms around Zhang Huijing's neck, demanding, "Spill the beans. Who is that handsome gentleman who just dropped you off? Have you been secretly dating someone?" Understanding her friend's misunderstanding, Zhang Huijing seized the moment to playfully retaliate against her ample bosom before pleading, "Goddess Yun, spare me. That was my new boss." Later that evening, Li Shi returned to Phoenix Bay at around 9:30. He entered his study and retrieved a book titled Running. How to Run, diving into its pages with earnest attention. This recommended introductory text on running was authored by a doctor from the United States, detailing research findings on human movement and the development of running techniques. The recommendation provided by this user from Bihu was that after mastering the techniques described in this book, he indeed felt that running became considerably easier and less strenuous, with a noticeable reduction in post-run soreness. Li Shi dedicated an hour to reading, but found it somewhat challenging to absorb the material. He mused that athletic skills ultimately require practical experience. Much like relationships, one cannot truly understand compatibility without engaging in them. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, he glanced at the park by the river below, where the dim lighting revealed no signs of life. He decided to practice the full-distance running technique he had learned during the day, focusing on maintaining a controlled pace without exerting himself fully. Li Shi retrieved 3 sports cameras from his digital gearbox and took his phone and tablet downstairs to the riverside park. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and the park was eerily quiet. After warming up, he swiftly reviewed the full-distance running technique on his tablet, then closed his eyes to mentally rehearse the movements. Selecting a stretch of distance, he positioned the cameras and relaxed his shoulders. With his hands parallel to the ground, he envisioned himself participating in a running competition. Ready, set, go. Following the technical movements demonstrated in the video, Li Shi pushed off, his legs propelling him forward with the grace of a cheetah, like an arrow released from a bow. With each powerful stride, he felt the exhilaration of acceleration. It was at this moment that Li Shi recognized the extraordinary physical response capabilities, coordination, and strength that his fitness level of 17.9 afforded him, enabling him to replicate the imagined running process with an astonishing accuracy exceeding 95%. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. He still had energy to spare. However, maintaining clarity of mind, he chose not to increase his speed further, but rather transitioned into the practical application of the running technique. With his body upright and head slightly inclined forward, he rhythmically propelled his legs backward, generating force from his hips while his arms swung like scythes cutting through the air. 15 meters, 20 meters, 25 meters. As he approached the designated long bench, he leaned forward with determination, surging ahead, simultaneously driving his shoulders and chest against the imagined finish line. With a final exhale, he completed the full-distance run, momentum carrying him forward for a brief distance. Just as he came to a halt, an epiphany struck him, and his eyes widened in astonishment. He had truly entered the realm of running. Chapter 87. Night Running Group. Li Shi swiftly summoned the learning panel. Name: Li Shi Physique, 17. 92. Fusion status: Wealth, 8. 8. Redemption status: Currently learning. Competitive sprinting: Beginner. Completed learning library: Chinese, driving, photography. Indeed, he had advanced. Li Shi was elated to see the results displayed on the learning panel, pondering whether the beginner level was perhaps too simplistic. However, after reviewing the footage from his initial run captured by several sports cameras, he found it entirely reasonable. Although it was his first attempt following the tutorial, he appeared quite adept. His start, acceleration, mid-run, and final sprint were all commendable. Comparing his performance with the coach's demonstrations in the tutorial, apart from differences in physique, speed, starting posture, power exertion rhythm, leg drive technique, and arm swing style, they were remarkably similar at a glance. A smile spread across his face. Was this the sensation of genius? In an instant, he was reminded of a high school classmate, Ping Yangong, the sole academic prodigy from their cohort to gain admission to Tsinghua University. Peng, a day student, was known for his diligent attendance in class, but otherwise spent his time indulging in leisure activities, never reading during naps, and occasionally dozing off or perusing novels during study sessions. After school, he would head to the basketball court, often playing until the boarding students were called back for evening study sessions, only returning home when teachers came to clear the area. In contrast to classmates who remained diligently seated at their desks after class, he seemed rather unmotivated. Yet, he consistently topped the exams. Gradually, rumors circulated that he feigned disinterest at school, actually studying late into the night until 1 or 2 in the morning. Li Shi mused that Peng's experience of mastering high school knowledge resembled his current endeavor in learning to run. Given his present physical attributes, he certainly belonged to the realm of athletic prodigies. Overwhelmed with emotion, he retrieved his phone, logged into his former QQ account, and posed a query in the high school group. Does anyone know what the genius Ping Yangong from class 136 is up to these days? They were from class 137. Having been neighbors for 3 years, often playing basketball together, the QQ group seldom buzzed with activity, and after sending his message, there was no response. Unfazed, Li Shi returned the sports cameras to their place and resumed watching the tutorial videos, focusing intently on the coach's detailed explanation of the leg drive technique. He then returned to the track for another run, repeating the process multiple times. After completing his fifth run, he noted a marked improvement in fluidity. Checking the learning panel revealed no changes. After tidying up, he returned home, uploaded the footage from the sports camera to his computer, and replayed it repeatedly, particularly comparing the fifth run to the first. By the fifth iteration, his leg drive was significantly closer to the tutorial standards. Having only practiced a handful of times, he could swiftly correct his form's imperfections. It was rather extraordinary. Should he advance to proficiency, he could easily continue self-study, seeking professional guidance only when encountering obstacles. After a shower, he lay in bed, scrolling through the news on his phone. Remembering his earlier message in the high school group, he logged back into QQ. A classmate, who frequently played basketball with Ping, had replied. This fellow had gone abroad to study in the United States a few years prior, reportedly marrying a Caucasian woman and settling there. Li Shi stared at the message for a couple of seconds, opening the input box to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he decided against replying. Exiting QQ, he wrapped himself in a thin blanket, gazing at the hazy riverscape outside as he drifted into slumber. A lingering thought remained. What was it like to have a Caucasian wife? In recent years, many foreign students and tourists had come to the country. Surely, he would need to learn a foreign language eventually. The following morning, he began his day as usual with half an hour of reading before heading out to the Riverside Park downstairs for exercise. His primary focus was on warm-up routines and foundational athletic movements. Following the tutorial once more, he set up the sports camera to record the entire process, intending to review the footage later for detailed analysis of his movements. Once the setup was complete, he immediately commenced his high-speed recording. He encountered the assertive woman from yesterday's dog walk, now clad in athletic gear for her morning run, who greeted him first. Li Shi politely acknowledged her, stealing a few glances before returning to his training. Upon returning home, he reviewed the training video. His movements had become remarkably standardized and fluid, demonstrating a commendable rhythm. He felt ready to practice freely. Li Shi was thoroughly satisfied, relishing the joy of a diligent learner. This athletic training comprised 30 distinct movements. The challenge lay not in memorizing these motions, but in executing them correctly. With his physical aptitude, learning sports felt akin to wielding a cheat code. He could scarcely contain his amusement. In the morning, Li Shi took his female assistant to inspect the abandoned elementary school, confirming the location and Oppos' accessibility, surrounded by walls. He measured the playground's length and width using a laser rangefinder and checked the availability of water, electricity, and internet connections. After deciding to rent the space, he took his time, allowing consultant Wang to introduce them to various individuals involved in the process. By afternoon, after 2 hours of negotiation, the rental fee was settled from 150,000 to 140,000 per year, and they officially signed a 15-year lease agreement. On the return journey to the city, Li Shi calculated the time taken from the Future Nebula Dream activity base to Phoenix Bay, which amounted to 21 minutes. The traffic lights cooperated well. Had he encountered more red lights, it might have taken over 25 minutes. On the morning of the third day, Li Shi arrived at the Riverside Park, warmed up, and began practicing his athletic movements. The voluptuous woman clad in a pink sports outfit jogged towards him once more. What a coincidence, they met again. Li Shi courteously remarked. Are you here to run as well? Indeed. I used to prefer running in the gym, but I have a friend who is particularly fond of outdoor running. Recently, she has encouraged me to step out of the gym, she replied. Li Shi responded, outdoor running is quite delightful. It allows one to enjoy the scenery. Yes, it is indeed more enjoyable than running indoors. By the way, my friend has a night running group consisting of local running enthusiasts from Tanzhou. I noticed you seem to have a passion for running, practicing here every day. Would you like me to invite you to join the group? She suggested, as she retrieved her phone from the bag on her arm. Chapter 88. The Frightened Fawn when she took out her phone. Li Shi's first reaction was that this woman was unrelenting in her pursuit, perhaps intent on selling him a gym membership or harboring some ulterior motive. He was self-aware enough to recognize that while he was not unpleasant in appearance, he was hardly handsome enough to warrant such enthusiastic attention from a stranger. One must always be cautious in the outside world. Politely, Li Shi declined, saying, I'm afraid I have no interest in such hobby groups. The woman looked surprised, perhaps not expecting such a direct rejection, as she had often found success with this approach, particularly with men. Remembering that this young man was engrossed in a video about running, she smiled and suggested, How about we add each other on WeChat? I can introduce you to my friend, who is a professional athletics coach and has even earned a second-level athlete title. She thought to herself, surely, this will pique your interest. If that did not work, then she would simply move on. There were countless potential clients in the world, and losing one would not be detrimental. Gao Li sold everything, but her primary occupation was selling high-value insurance. Living nearby, she had recently transitioned to morning runs, and thought if she could engage Li Shi while exercising, it would be a delightful bonus to acquire a new client. Li Shi scrutinized her for a moment. Her figure was indeed alluring, and her looks were decent, although her features bore a hint of artificiality. With his previous identity as a third-level photographer, now under a running alias, he scanned the QR code displayed on her phone. He decided to add her first, to discern her true intentions, and could always delete her later. Once the woman had jogged away, Li Shi put away his phone and resumed his practice. After half an hour, he concluded his workout, sipped a small mouthful of water, packed his belongings, and unlocked his phone to check the time. He discovered several messages on his WeChat account. Hello, handsome. My name is Gao Li. What's yours? Here is my friend's WeChat. If you have any questions about running, feel free to add her. Her name is Zhou Meilin, a premier coach at Hongxing Sports Club, specializing in running, yoga, aerobics, and nutrition. Following this was a WeChat business card, displaying the name Zhou Meilin. Hongxing Sports Club? Li Shi did not rush to respond. He searched for the club on his phone and found it to be a comprehensive chain sports facility catering to the general public. He also looked up the local branch on Meituan and Jinping and indeed found a coach named Zhou Meilin. The profile boasted not only her second-level athlete title, but also her qualifications as a physical education teacher and a D-level athletics coach. The photos indicated she was quite attractive, with pleasing features. He suddenly pondered how he had been frequently encountering beautiful women lately. Upon further reflection, however, it did not seem quite right. Among the many individuals he had met in recent months, most women were rather ordinary in appearance. It was merely that he now possessed greater options. Just like when he was hiring an assistant, he had selected Zhang Huijing from a multitude of candidates. Furthermore, there was the natural allure of wealth, often. It was not he who sought out companionship, but rather the affluence he possessed that attracted others. Such is the reality of society, especially in the adult world. Dismissing these thoughts, Li Shi returned home and contemplated the renovation of his base while showering. Once he had self-studied sufficiently and anticipated reaching a proficient level, he knew he would need to focus on the stability of technical movements under high-speed conditions. This would require high-speed cameras and electronic timing equipment. Even if he no longer pursued athletics, these tools could still serve to test the speed resulting from the fusion of physical attributes. He recalled the nebulous scene he had dreamt of, lingering for a moment in thought. Setting aside such contemplations, the priority was to master each project selection and simultaneously savor the increasingly abundant life he was leading. Emerging from the shower, Li Shi promptly called his assistant, Zhang Huijing. She had contacted 2 local construction companies in Tanzhou, and after comparing them, Li Shi decided to further engage with the Pingyang Rubber Track Construction Company. Upon understanding the local conditions and requirements, they promptly agreed to send someone for an on-site inspection that very afternoon. Around 2 in the afternoon, 3 individuals from the construction company arrived, led by a man named Yan, whom Li Shi referred to as Engineer Yan. The 2 parties drove their vehicles straight to the abandoned school on the outskirts of town. The comprehensive renovation would take considerable time, so Li Shi planned to first address the urgent need for a playground, redesigning and refurbishing the running track, converting 2 cement basketball courts into 1 new basketball court and 1 tennis court, and expanding a weedy area into a badminton court and an additional vacant space. The construction team conducted their exploration with meticulous attention, and by the time they completed their work, it was nearly dark. The over 40 engineer Yin informed Li Shi, Mr. Li, your site can accommodate our equipment, and based on your specifications, the project will take approximately 30 days. Li Shi inquired, is there any possibility of completing it sooner? Engineer Yin checked the projected weather conditions on his phone before responding, that depends on the weather. We can only contract for 30 days, but we will strive to finish ahead of schedule. Li Shi asked about the construction process and stipulated that if they were to collaborate, the track renovation needed to be prioritized. Engineer Yin quickly assured him that is certainly not a problem. At this moment, one of the younger team members, seemingly in his 20s and perhaps Engineer Yan's apprentice, suddenly muttered, this place feels so eerie. As soon as the words left his mouth, Engineer Yin reprimanded him sharply. Xiaopeng, what nonsense are you spouting? This is the outskirts, with open spaces and many trees, which naturally makes it cooler than the city. Besides, it hasn't been sunny today, and it's around 5 or 6 o'clock now. If you can't speak properly, then refrain from talking. No one considers you a mute." After scolding his apprentice, he quickly apologized to Li Shi. Li Shi was not particularly bothered by it. He had heard that when schools are deserted, they can carry a heavy atmospheric energy. Moreover, schools are often the quintessential setting for horror films, especially in Thai cinema, which he had frequently encountered on Douyin. After the engineering personnel completed their data assessment, they departed. At the entrance, after bidding farewell to the departing guests, Li Shi noticed the rusted lock hanging on the gate. He initially contemplated asking Zhang Huijing to drive a kilometer away to the small market to purchase a new one, intending to take the opportunity to stretch his legs on the abandoned runway. However, he turned around to find his female assistant lost in thought. Today, she donned a loose blue and white striped sweatshirt, which concealed the curvaceous figure she had displayed during their previous dance. Her softly curled, voluminous hairstyle emanated a sense of youthful innocence. "What's wrong? Why are you daydreaming?" Li Shi inquired. Zhang Huijing snapped back to reality, hastily replying, "It's nothing, boss. I just feel this place is rather desolate." Li Shi understood that she was affected by the remarks of a previous apprentice, likely recalling some eerie tales. The sky had grown dim, and the nearby roads were surrounded by rice paddies, devoid of any households, contributing to an undeniably chilling atmosphere. He mused to himself that it would be better to come back alone tomorrow. For today, it was best to return home. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Huijing suddenly let out a shrill scream, akin to a startled fawn, leaping to his side and gripping his arm tightly. A gray shadow had darted silently from the nearby thicket, a gray cat. Realizing her mistake, Zhang Huijing quickly released her hold on Li Shi and Appo's arm, her face flushing with embarrassment. Li Shi watched the cat disappear into the distance, feeling the soft pressure on his arm dissipate. The lively dance from their interview day resurfaced in his mind, and he reflected on the timid nature of his new assistant, startled by nothing more than a small feline. It seemed he would need to invest more effort into nurturing her confidence in the future. Chapter 89. How did you meet that vixen? Upon returning to Phoenix Bay from the activity base, Li Shi casually dined at a nearby restaurant and instructed Zhang Huijing to take a taxi back home. Such outings, where she accompanies him, are eligible for reimbursement, but must adhere to a strict accounting policy. Once home, he took a refreshing shower, changed into his pajamas, and turned on the television, only to be met with a series of idle dramas cloaked in a fantasy theme, none of which piqued his interest. He nearly drifted off to sleep. Deciding against further futile viewing, he retreated to his study, retrieved his pen and paper, and arranged them neatly on his desk. Sitting still in his chair with eyes closed, he reflected on his recent studies in competitive sprinting before finally picking up the pen to draft his competitive sprint training plan. Step 1. Establish an understanding of sprinting. Completed. Step 2. Learn the fundamental actions of athletics and master basic techniques for sprinting. In progress. Practice sprinting techniques over various distances, beginner to proficient. Step 3. Enhance all technical actions for sprinting. Targeted training of stride frequency and length pending completion, proficient to proficient. Mastery. Additional. Participate in at least one formal competition to test techniques, pending completion. Previously, Li Shi had refrained from formulating a study plan, as he was still uncertain about the requirements for mastering competitive sprinting. However, following his advancement from beginner status, along with his preliminary studies and research, he now possessed a clearer understanding. Given the nature of competitive sports, he could draw parallels to his earlier contemplations regarding the hierarchy of basketball players. Setting down his pen, he revisited the training videos from earlier that day. The technical movements appeared to have improved significantly, especially in the final segment, which mirrored the instructional videos impeccably. Li Shi felt a surge of satisfaction, yet being a novice, he acknowledged his limited understanding of the subject and the possibility of misjudging his progress. Just as he had sought critiques from professionals when learning photography from Xiao Yuan, he recognized the importance of obtaining feedback from an expert in sprinting to validate his self-assessment. He picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to his assistant, requesting her to continue reaching out to her roommate's brother to see if he could introduce a professional sprinter. Meanwhile, upon returning to her residence, Zhang Huijing hurriedly dashed to her room without greeting her roommate, Gan Yun. After shedding her outerwear, she bowed her head to inspect a small bruise on her right arm, embarrassment flushing her cheeks. It was a result of her instinctively gripping her boss's arm too tightly out of fear. Upon receiving Li Shi's WeChat message, she quickly changed into her pajamas and joined Gan Yun in the living room for a lengthy chat before replying, "Boss, my roommate's brother mentioned he graduated many years ago and has lost contact with most of his former teachers and classmates. He only occasionally communicates with one classmate who specializes in sprinting, but like him, that individual has returned to his hometown to work as a physical education teacher and is no longer in Tanjo. However, her brother stated that this sprinter is quite remarkable, having achieved near first-class athlete times during training, specifically in the 100 meters, though I'm not entirely knowledgeable about the specifics. Li Shi raised an eyebrow upon reading Zhang Huijing and Appo's message. The standard for a second-class athlete in the men's 100 meters is 11.74 seconds. For a first-class athlete, it is 10.93 seconds, and for an elite athlete, it is 10.5 seconds. He recalled data indicating that fewer than 200 first-class athletes are currently registered nationwide. Achieving times close to that of a first-class athlete is indeed impressive. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Please inquire if you can obtain the contact information of that sprinting classmate." He closed his computer and returned to the living room, where he watched television for a while. His phone buzzed, but it was not a message from Zhang Huijing. Rather, it was from his secondary WeChat account. "Gali, hey handsome, have you added my sister?" Li Shi pondered for a moment, clicked on the WeChat name in the chat history, sent a friend request, and replied, "Apologies, I've been busy with work and just saw your message. Thank you for the recommendation. I've just sent her a friend request." At the same time, Gali, sitting on her sofa in Ani Community, a kilometer away from Phoenix Bay, was preparing to apply a facial mask while watching television. Upon receiving Li Shi's message, she couldn't help but smirk. With a quick thought, she composed two replies. "No worries. Someone like you, a career elite, is contributing to society by working hard. But remember, health is the foundation of your career. Exercising is essential, and running is a fantastic way to stay fit. I'll let my sister know to accept your request. You wouldn't believe how many people try to add her. She usually ignores them." After sending her message, Gali scrolled through her contacts, searching for her friend. After a moment of fruitless searching, she finally typed Zhou Jiaran into the search bar and located her friend Zhoumalin's WeChat account among her over 4,000 contacts. She promptly sent Li Shi's WeChat card, followed by a voice message. "Sister Zhou, I've introduced you to a very promising client. He is a young, affluent individual currently learning to run. I heard you're considering going freelance. If you manage to secure him as a client, you'll certainly sell your most expensive personal training package." After a brief wait, Zhoumalin replied, "Lily, thank you. If I close this deal, I won't forget your commission." Gao Li, applying her mask, smiled upon reading the message. She certainly wouldn't work for free. She sent a smiling face with an OK sticker, then turned her attention away from the television to engage in conversation with Mr. Li, who had finally initiated a dialogue. She was not content with merely a commission from personal training sessions. Her primary occupation was selling high-value insurance policies. Li Shi cast the complete record of Usain Bolt's 19 gold, 2 silver, and 1 bronze medal performances from Bilibili onto the television screen, watching intently while exchanging casual banter with Gao Li. This woman was quite articulate, her voice always laced with a hint of charm. However, he sensed a certain opportunism in her demeanor, prompting him to maintain a degree of distance. Having watched a third of the 90-minute video, he received a response from Zhang Huijing, who called to provide an update on the situation. Her roommate's brother mentioned that a classmate recently injured himself while playing basketball. One hand is fractured and the other is cracked. After being discharged from the hospital, he neglected proper recovery and constantly yearned to use his injured hand to play on his phone, which infuriated his wife, leading her to confiscate the device. Now, he can only lie down and watch television. The roommate and Appo's brother had just called and learned all this. Furthermore, this classmate comes from a well-off family and had never considered taking a part-time job. Upon hearing this, Li Shi was somewhat taken aback. Ultimately, he instructed his assistant to express his gratitude to her roommate and her brother. "Next time, let us invite your roommate to dine together. She can choose what she wishes to eat, and I shall treat." After concluding his conversation with Zhang Huijing, a moment later, he received a notification from his WeChat secondary account indicating that Zhoumalin had accepted his friend request. He swiftly picked up his phone and initiated communication. He got straight to the point, articulating his purpose. Zhoumalin responded, "You wish to seek professional guidance on your sprinting techniques, am I correct?" Li Shi affirmed, "Yes. I wonder if you, Coach Zhou, would be able to assist?" After a pause of 20 seconds, she replied, "Do you have training videos of yourself? I need to assess your level first." Li Shi responded, "Please hold on." He retreated to his study, opened his computer, logged into WeChat, and sent her a compressed video of his 30 movements from his final training session that morning. The wait felt slightly prolonged, but after several minutes, Zhoumalin messaged back, Your movements are quite standard. You've been practicing for a long time, haven't you? They then conversed about sprinting techniques for a considerable time. Eventually, Zomailin remarked, in the past 2 years, I have primarily focused on yoga and aerobics, and there are distinctions and techniques for males. I may not be able to offer you extensive guidance. Li Shi reflected on their earlier dialogue and replied, no worries, this conversation has already been immensely beneficial. He recognized that a systematically trained professional indeed differs from a self-taught enthusiast. By the way, how did you come to know that scoundrel? He inquired. Huh? Li Shi thought he had misread, blinked in disbelief, only to realize the message had been retracted. In less than a few seconds, another message arrived. Chapter 90. Next time together, by the way, are you a client of Gali? Li Shi pondered. The superficial relationships among women often seemed excessive. Client? He replied. Not really. We met a couple of days ago while exercising in the park. What does Gali do for a living? Zomailin responded. Oh, I see. Lily is truly impressive, always finding various ways to meet outstanding men like you, Mr. Li. By the way, she specializes in high-value insurance sales. If you have any needs in that regard, you can consult her. She's very professional. Understanding dawned upon him. The earlier comment felt like an attempt to pry into Gao Li's background, but it mattered little as they were merely two strangers who had just met. In contrast, he found his impression of Zomailin, with whom he had just discussed sprinting techniques, to be slightly more favorable. Li Shi smiled and replied, sure. If the need arises, I'll definitely reach out to her. After exchanging a few more words, Zomailin stated directly, when it comes to running, strength training is crucial. From the video, I can see your physique is quite well proportioned, but for running, you might be a bit too slender. Why not take my personal training sessions to strengthen your lower body? I can offer you a discount. She added, moreover, if you have any technical questions, feel free to consult me anytime. Li Shi was taken aback and looked down at his thighs. The integration of physical attribute points had enhanced his overall fitness. Though his physique appeared relatively unchanged, he looked well proportioned, but if stripped bare, one might not deem him particularly muscular. However, to suggest that his lower body strength was lacking? Ancient Qian and Wu Yuan would vehemently disagree, especially Wu Yuan, who had endured strenuous training. All the improvements were the result of the attribute point integration from the learning panel. He had no intention of transforming his physique into an excessively muscular one. He believed his balanced form was quite satisfactory. Thus, he replied, although I may not look like a bodybuilder, my strength is quite formidable. If the opportunity arises, Coach Zhou, you could always test it out. How about this? I'll sign up for a yoga personal training session with you. He thought it was a perfect chance to lay the groundwork for the yoga skills he intended to learn in the future, serving two purposes at once. Zomailin replied, that sounds good. More and more men are practicing yoga in the country these days. They chatted for a while longer and agreed to meet the day after tomorrow in the morning. After exiting WeChat, Li Shi replayed his practice videos several times. The movements he had previously deemed flawless, upon reflection after conversing with Zomailin, revealed some details that indeed required refinement. The angle between his upper and lower arms was somewhat excessive. In Zomailin's words, it extended the resistance arm. Identifying issues marks the beginning of progress. Rubbing his hands together, he stood up, eager to run and rectify the technical flaws he had just discovered. However, he first sat back down to watch the video one more time before proceeding. After finishing the video, he contemplated and compared it with the tutorial, a look of realization crossing his face. The foreign athlete in the tutorial executed the techniques with remarkable fluidity, while his own movements appeared rather stiff, revealing that he was still a novice with insufficient practice. Li Shi glanced at his phone to check the time, 11:49. Without hesitation, he changed into his sportswear and running shoes and headed downstairs. As he walked, he warmed up until he reached the riverside park, stretched his legs, and immediately began practicing the 30 sets of movements. The evening breeze by the river was brisk. He could faintly hear the flow of the water and the distant sound of cars on the road. Immersed in his practice, he lost track of time, increasingly enjoying the rewarding learning process that came with effort. Nothing could be more delightful than reaping the rewards of hard work, especially when those rewards were substantial, fueling his motivation to learn. After completing the 30 sets from start to finish, he proceeded to practice the few sets he had identified as problematic. By the time he had worked up a sweat, he finally packed up to head home. After a refreshing shower, he lay in bed, habitually checking his phone one last time before sleep, and was surprised to find an unread message. It was from Chen Qiuyi, sent 3 minutes ago. Little man, are you asleep? I and Oppos, VE been sleepless again, crying face. Li Shi replied, I told you not to use that little nickname. Chen Qiuyi responded quickly, I Haven and Oppos. T touched you. So how would I know how big you are? Sly smiled, shocked. Also, it's already 1:30, and you still haven't T slept? To borrow a phrase from you, staying up this late. Are you off to steal a cow? Laughing, Li Shi face-bombed. He had inadvertently mentioned that childhood joke he had overheard in his hometown, and now this seemingly reserved yet mischievous Chen Xiao Yi kept bringing it up. Since her last visit to Tandho, her choice of words had become increasingly daring, even a bit liberated. As Li Shi read the message, he imagined her cool, serene face. If she were to say those 2 lines to him in person, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face as he typed back. What is the reason for your sleeplessness this time? Chen Xiaoyi replied, I have to go sign a settlement tomorrow. The thought of a longtime friend becoming a stranger makes it hard for me to sleep. Also, the anticipation of a significant sum of money arriving is keeping me awake. Though curious about the considerable wealth she mentioned, he refrained from asking and instead inquired, which of those is making it harder for you to sleep? After a minute, Chen Xiaoyi responded, the former. I've hardly had any friends growing up, and she was my only friend from high school, with many cherished memories together. Seeing this message, Li Shi felt a wave of sentimentality wash over him and was contemplating how to comfort her when another message arrived. You know, the first time I watched that kind of video, it was because of her. We secretly went to an internet CAF to download it, raising eyebrows, smirking. That kind of video? Li Shi and Appo's spirits lifted, and he sat up straight. What kind of video are you referring to? It can and Appo's. Be what I'm thinking, can it? Chen Xiaoyi replied. Hee, don't doubt it. You're not thinking too far. I was led astray by that woman, but many girls watch such videos too. It's quite normal to imagine. Don't tell me you haven't watched any. In Li Shi's mind, a fleeting image of several young men in a university dormitory, fixated on a computer screen, flashed before him. He recognized the scene, yet he had not anticipated that she had witnessed it as well. Chen Xiaoyi inquired, what genre do you prefer? I currently have a plethora of options downloaded on my phone, with a sly smile. How about we watch together next time? Adorably cute. Li Shi fell into silence for 10 seconds, struggling to envision the demeanor of this seemingly aloof woman while watching videos. His curiosity piqued, he promptly replied, sure. If we don't watch together next time, it would be a missed opportunity. At that moment, his thoughts were thoroughly consumed by Chen Xiaoyi. A puppy? He pondered. If they were indeed to watch together, which genre would they choose? Li Shi lifted his gaze to the window, feeling as though the night had been tainted by his impure thoughts. Chapter 91. Can you come pick me up? After conversing with Chen Xiaoyi until the early hours, Li Shi awoke the following day to find the aftermath of last night and Appo's discussions particularly severe. Typically, he would require around 30 minutes to gather himself, but today, it took a full class period. After completing his morning routine, he set out in his car, pausing momentarily at the entrance of his community to savor a generous bowl of tangent beef noodles before heading directly to the activity base in the outskirts. As he passed through a small market, he made another stop to purchase a hefty iron lock and some shovels from a hardware store. Upon arriving at the activity base, Li Shi did not rush inside. Instead, he circled the perimeter to inspect the surrounding wall. The wall stood over 2 meters high, coated in cement with shards of glass affixed to the top. Years of exposure to the elements had rendered it quite aged. He occasionally approached to push against it, discovering it to be remarkably sturdy. After completing his circuit, he unlocked the gate, drove his car into the base, and secured the heavy iron door from within. Today, he intended to relish the solitude of an empty campus. Glancing around, he noted the eerie stillness. A person of lesser courage might have hesitated to remain alone in such a desolate place. Li Shi shed his outerwear, picked up the newly acquired shovel, and prepared to commence his tasks. The track, long neglected since the school and Appo's closure, was in a state of disrepair, riddled with gaps and cracks that exposed the underlying concrete. Bending down, he grasped a piece of the peeling plastic, and with minimal effort, it came away from the ground as if being skinned. The sound of his labor echoed across the empty playground, as Li Shi worked deftly, tearing away the delaminate sections with his hands and using the shovel where necessary. With sheer determination, he cleared the straight path in front of the teaching building in less than half an hour, revealing a relatively smooth concrete surface. During his surveying the previous day, he had marked a 50-meter line on the exposed concrete with a marker. Now, he wiped his brow and surveyed the area. Noting the clearly visible markings, he deliberately sought out stones and wooden sticks to place alongside the track, aligning them with the designated line. After hydrating, he began his training regimen, starting with a standard warm-up followed by 30 sets of specialized athletic exercises to enhance his preparation. This combination was quite intense. For those who often spent their days in offices or lounging at home, the standard warm-up alone would likely feel like ample exertion. The 30 sets of specialized training were a challenge even for regular athletes, let alone those striving for perfection in their form. Professional track athletes typically select only a few movements during their warm-up. Yet, Leisure completed all 30 sets, feeling invigorated and adequately warmed up. Following his warm-up, he reached for the oversized 2.5-liter water bottle he had purchased online, taking a modest sip of plain water while also preparing a sports drink. Aware that extended physical activity necessitated timely replenishment of sugars and electrolytes. Grasping his stopwatch in his right hand, he approached the starting line on the left, ready for his first full-speed run since enhancing his physical attributes to a score of 17.9. Standing still, he counted down, 3, 2, 1, go. As he pressed the timer, he propelled himself forward with powerful strides, his body accelerating. The sound of his feet striking the concrete echoed sharply around him. The wind rushed past his ears as he focused on the techniques he had learned, pushing himself to accelerate further. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters. He felt like a swift cheetah, racing with fervor. 20 meters, 30 meters, 35 meters. The 50-meter mark approached in the blink of an eye. Catching sight of the stones and branches nearby, he simultaneously pressed the stopwatch, decelerating after a few meters to catch his breath. Glancing at the timer, he noted a time of 6.2 seconds. A smile spread across his face. This was a manual timing, typically estimated to be 0.3 seconds slower than electronic timing. And since he was self-timing, he figured he should add at least another 0.1 seconds, estimating his time to be around 6.32 seconds. For college students, an excellent 50-meter time for males is between 6.86 and 6.6 seconds, while the world record stands at 5.56 seconds and the national record at 5.74 seconds. He chuckled to himself and proceeded to test his speed several more times, each attempt yielding marginal improvements. After several runs, Leisure gained a clearer understanding of his current speed limits. Next, he focused on refining his acceleration techniques. In the abandoned campus, he toiled alone, drenched in sweat. The silence enveloping him, punctuated only by the distant chirping of birds and the sound of his running shoes against the ground. 2 hours later, with the sun overhead, he consumed some sports drink, completed a set of stretches, secured the large gate, and drove back to Phoenix Bay. On the way home, he pondered his recent endeavors. He had only just begun his journey of learning and training, his skills still in their infancy. He believed that in due time, as his techniques improved, and with the addition of electronic timing and spiked shoes, breaking the 5-second barrier should not be an insurmountable challenge. His current physical attributes stood at 17.9, which was 193 times the extreme limit of 15. To break world records, one must possess sprinting capabilities close to the 15-point mark, but such individuals also exhibit top-tier techniques. Leisure was merely at the threshold of his potential. To shave off another 0.1 seconds would require meticulous attention to technique. Mastery takes time, and to refine his skills, he would need to invest that time. Gripping the steering wheel, Leisure suddenly smiled, recalling the rallying cry of many classmates during his school days. Long live the 60 points. Now, he found himself in pursuit of mastery, sufficient for his current learning phase. Yet, he wondered how fast he could truly unleash his 17.9 physical attribute with proficient sprinting techniques. How swift could he run the 100 meters? Upon returning to Phoenix Bay, Leisure took a shower and immediately reviewed the training footage from the day. Focusing intently on the 50-meter segment, examining the nuances of his movements from various angles, he meticulously edited the footage before sending it to Coach Zoe. Coach Zoe, I would appreciate your insights, he messaged. Zoe quickly replied, all right, but I'm quite busy today. I may not have time to review it until later tonight. Leisure responded, no worries, take your time. At noon, while dining alone on takeout, Shin-Sho-Yue sent a message, commencing a textual live broadcast of her situation. My lawyer and I have set off. Upon arrival, she indeed brought her elderly benefactor along, which is hardly surprising, considering he is the one footing the bill. We examined the contract. It is time to sign, and I must admit, I feel a twinge of reluctance. The air of superficiality surrounding her has grown increasingly pronounced. She never used to engage in the foolishness of flaunting jewelry before me. How amusing. In the afternoon, Leisure made another visit to the event base, coordinating with another construction company recommended by Zhang Huijing to conduct a site survey and provide a quotation. After all, with a project worth several million, it is prudent to compare multiple options before making a selection. By evening, upon returning home and before I could attend to other matters, I received a message from Shin-Sho-Yue, little man. I plan to indulge in a grand drunken escapade tonight. Can you come to pick me up? Please, everyone. Refrain from casting any more monthly votes. I am on the verge of tears. If more votes come in, I will be unable to repay next month's dues. When I had over 1,000 favorites, I thought it was doomed and organized this event, never anticipating this outcome. I feel like I am losing my mind. I implore you all to show mercy and cease voting. I am profoundly grateful. Chapter 92. Special practice. A woman willing to let you pick her up while intoxicated signifies her profound trust in you. Upon receiving this message, Li Shi's mind conjured the image of Chen Xiuyue, igniting an impulse to purchase a ticket immediately. However, even with familiarity, the truth can be elusive across the digital divide. He prudently restrained this urge and replied, "Are you certain?" Chen Xiuyue sent a sad face emoji followed by a voice message, softly stating, "Alas, perhaps not today. I have errands at the bank tomorrow morning and a final meeting at the company in the afternoon. Rationality dictates that I cannot afford to be inebriated today." Li Shi gently scratched his cheek with his right index finger. Before he could respond, Chen Xiuyue sent another text. "Moreover, you are quite busy as well. I wanted to give you a heads up that I will undoubtedly indulge in a grand intoxication soon. Will you be able to accompany me, Li Shi?" Weekly, this time. Li Shi did not hesitate and promptly typed, "Anytime." The following morning, he drove alone to the activity base, prepared for a newly conceived speed control training session. The distance was again 50 meters, commencing with a slow jog, gradually increasing his pace. Each run was timed with a stopwatch. The first attempt clocked in at 36.98 seconds, the second at 12.33 seconds, the third at 8.21 seconds, the ninth at 6.7 seconds, and the 10th at 5.91 seconds. After completing the 10th run with all his might, Li Shi set a benchmark of 6.6 seconds, the maximum score for university students. Aiming to practice speed control to consistently achieve this time. This training method was inspired by a variety show he had watched, serving to enhance his perception of time, improve physical control, and refine the stability of his sprinting technique, an approach with multifaceted benefits. However, Li Shi's primary and most direct objective remained to ascertain his speed in comparison to others during competitions, preparing for future displays of restraint prowess. This was merely one tactic. He had devised another strategy to ensure his abilities remained concealed during races, running behind his competitors, always capable of surging ahead at the last moment or lagging a couple of steps behind. Given the constant distance of 50 meters, controlling stride frequency and length became paramount. After a morning of practice, Li Shi found it exceedingly challenging to consistently maintain his time at 6.6 seconds. Achieving stable and precise control over his stride frequency and length proved to be an arduous task, even for someone of his exceptional capabilities. Through relentless repetition, he ultimately oscillated between 6.9 to 6.2 seconds, occasionally exceeding this range due to subpar performances. Nevertheless, his ability to gauge time improved rapidly. By the end, he could discern whether he had run slower or faster than anticipated. At noon, Li Shi was not alone for lunch. Upon returning home after training, his assistant, Zhang Huijing, arrived with quotations from 2 engineering firms at Phoenix Bay. Visiting her employer and Oppo's residence for the first time, she barely had time to marvel at the opulence of his home before Li Shi tasked her with procuring lunch. He instructed her to find a restaurant with good hygiene standards, ordering 3 dishes and a soup, along with 2 rice boxes. "Understood, boss," Zhang Huijing replied, turning to fulfill the request, but paused after a few steps and added, "Boss, I have already had lunch." Li Shi looked at her in surprise. "I know you've eaten. You still have some chili oil on your lips." It dawned on him why she mentioned this, and he chuckled. "I've been exercising a lot lately and have quite the appetite." As Zhang Huijing exited, she felt a flush of embarrassment. Watching the youthful and radiant assistant leave, Li Shi smiled and attentively reviewed the quotations from both companies. The prices were comparable. One quoted 1.86 million, the other 1.72 million. After contrasting the 2 proposals and recalling the prior interactions, he resolved to select the company with the 1.86 million bid, as their proposal was more detailed and they exhibited greater professionalism during engagement. He messaged Zhang Huijing via WeChat, instructing her to contact the chosen firm immediately to arrange a contract signing that afternoon, urging prompt commencement of the project. The entire afternoon was consumed by this task, concluding only as the clock neared 4:00 and amp, Oppo's clock. Emerging from the studio, Li Shi drove across the river to meet Zhou Meilin. The venue, a CAF chosen by her, exuded an artistic ambience. Their appointment was set for 5 o'clock, and Li Shi arrived at 4:55. He contacted her via WeChat to confirm she had already arrived. Upon entering the CAF, he spotted a strikingly beautiful and tall woman rising from her seat to wave at him. Zhou Meilin donned a sporty ensemble, colorful quick-dry athletic shirt, black leggings, and blue mesh running shoes, her hair tied back, presenting a vibrant image. She appeared to be slightly older than him. As she approached to greet him, her astonishingly long legs became apparent. Li Shi hadn't anticipated that Coach Zhou would be so tall, at least 175 meters, a rarity among Southern women. Coach Zhou, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Thank you for the guidance you provided during our previous sessions, Li Shi remarked with a smile. Zhou Meilin, already familiar with Li Shi's clean-cut and handsome appearance from running videos, returned the smile. Mr. Li, you flatter me. You know I have my own intentions. Li Shi enjoyed conversing with forthright individuals and promptly assured her, rest assured, I am here not only to discuss sprinting techniques but also to inquire about private yoga lessons. The two then ordered coffee and delved into a discussion about the training videos from Li Shi's earlier sessions. The face-to-face interaction significantly enhanced their communication, allowing for detailed discussions while navigating the video playback. After 20 minutes of conversation, sensing they had covered enough ground, Li Shi took the initiative to inquire about the private yoga lessons. Zhou Meilin pondered for a moment and said, Mr. Li, the situation is as follows. I have resigned from my previous company and am preparing to open my own sports studio. The venue is nearly finished with renovations, located nearby, but it will require an additional 5 to 6 days before it can officially commence operations. Therefore, I wanted to inform you in advance that if you enroll in my yoga private lessons now, it may take a week before we can officially start. Li Shi replied. That and Oppos, as perfectly fine. As we discussed earlier, my primary intention is to seek your guidance on running techniques. Zhou Meilin smiled and continued, in my previous private lessons, the fee was 350 yuan per session. Now that I am venturing out on my own, I have set my rate at 300 yuan per session. Considering that you are also learning yoga as a supplementary activity and are a beginner, I suggest we start with 20 sessions. If you wish to pursue further advanced studies afterward, we can discuss that later. How does that sound? Li Shi found this agreeable. He had also researched the current market for yoga lessons, noting that in Tanzhou, private sessions typically range from 200 to 400 yuan each. Investing 6,000 yuan to learn yoga while also gaining a running technique consultant seemed quite advantageous. He promptly confirmed the arrangement. Zhou Meilin, reflecting on the fact that her studio was not yet fully renovated, felt particularly elated at the prospect of a successful start. Glancing at the sky outside, she cheerfully suggested, since the day is still young, let and amp, Oppos, find a place to run a couple of laps. I can also elaborate on the cornering techniques you inquired about earlier. Chapter 93. The female coach invites me for a massage upon hearing that the other party intended to teach him the intricacies of cornering technique. Li Shi immediately stood up to head to the cashier, only to be stopped by Zhou Meilin. This establishment is owned by a friend of mine. I shall treat you. Li Shi, not wishing to dwell on the matter, graciously thanked her as they exited together. At the entrance, they deliberated briefly and decided to visit the Xiangxing Institute of Traditional Chinese Medicine at Nanhu University, a place where Zhou Meilin often trained. There, a public track awaited them. A mere 10-minute walk away. I previously practiced in the 200-meter category and earned a secondary title in that distance. While my cornering technique may not be exceptional, it is adequate, she explained. Zhou Meilin was refreshingly forthright, continuously sharing insights on cornering technique as they walked. However, her striking long legs and appealing appearance drew the attention of passers-by, ensuring that they turned to glance at her, perhaps pondering how this remarkable girl had grown so tall. The entrance of the institute was adjacent to the university's first affiliated hospital. Li Shi had visited this place before to consult with a physician at the traditional Chinese medicine hall for remedies to aid his mother's health. Yet he had never stepped into the campus itself, unaware that it housed a sports field. A throng of patients returning from appointments crowded the entrance, causing traffic to come to a standstill. Zhou Meilin cast a glance toward the entrance and quietly remarked, every time I pass by here, I remind myself to maintain a consistent exercise routine. Li Shi scrutinized her closely and suddenly understood why he preferred the company of this coach over Gao Li. Zhou Meilin exuded a sense of authenticity that resonated with him, including her beauty and physique. He favored engaging with genuine individuals and was more drawn to natural beauty. Upon reaching the sports field, they found a 400-meter rubber track, with numerous individuals strolling or exercising. After a brief warm-up, Zhou Meilin suggested they run a couple of laps to reacquaint themselves with the rhythm of running. To be honest, I've been preoccupied with studio matters and haven't run outdoors in quite some time. I usually prefer morning runs and seldom venture out in the evening. Isn't it true that you have a night running group? Li Shi inquired, curious. I thought you enjoyed running at night. At the mention of Gao Li, Zhou Meilin instinctively frowned, but quickly composed herself, clarifying, she must be referring to someone else. I know another individual who is quite renowned in the Tanzhou running circles. Li Shi, uninterested in pursuing the topic further, continued running alongside her. As they approached a turn, he intentionally lagged behind to observe her technique. Zhou Meilin's powerful and rhythmic strides were captivating, her long legs in graceful motion. If it were another person, they might have entertained inappropriate thoughts. But Li Shi was focused solely on absorbing knowledge. As they completed a lap, Zhou Meilin halted at the turn and turned to Li Shi, stating, "Now, let me impart some key points. When we enter the bend, strive to run as close to the inner edge as possible, tilting your body inward." Upon hearing her elaborate on the nuances of cornering technique, Li Shi listened intently. "Observe my posture at this juncture. You should amplify the strength and swing of your right leg. While running the curve, pay attention to the swing of your outer leg and arm. Maintaining a balance of force during cornering is a principle grounded in physics. I have materials on this. If you wish, I can send you a copy tonight." Zhou Meilin touched on theoretical aspects only briefly, focusing primarily on introducing Li Shi to cornering training methods. As she explained, Li Shi eagerly began to practice. His first attempt involved cornering acceleration training. He positioned himself approximately 30 meters from the start of the bend, with Zhou Meilin closely observing him from the inner side. Ready to signal. 3, 2, 1, go. As Li Shi sprinted forth like a cheetah, Zhou Meilin momentarily froze in surprise, only to find herself left in his wake. "Impressive. Such reaction time and speed. You rival those talented athletes in middle school," she remarked. Li Shi, applying what he had just learned, paused at the midpoint of the bend. Today was solely about mastering technique, so he had restrained his pace. Zhou Meilin approached him, smiling. "Your reflexes and explosive power are remarkable. If you were still in high school, you could easily pursue a path as a sports standout." Li Shi mused to himself. "Had I possessed this body during my high school years without the learning panel, I would have undoubtedly swept numerous gold medals at the Olympics. Of course, if he had had the learning panel, he might not have pursued athletics at all." He maintained a cheerful demeanor, replying, "I graduated from university several years ago." Zhou Meilin inched closer, asking, "May I see your calf and abdominal muscles?" Taken aback, Li Shi complied, rolling up his shirt and the left leg of his pants to reveal his abdominal and calf muscles. The sight of his toned physique flashed before her. But before she could fully admire it, it was concealed once more by fabric. She couldn't help but murmur, "His muscles may not be overly robust, yet the definition is exquisite." The two trained for half an hour, with Zhou Meilin and Appo's guidance enabling Li Shi to make significant strides in his cornering technique. By the end, she expressed with genuine admiration, "Your physical talent is quite exceptional, and you grasped concepts swiftly. It's a pity. Had you started earlier, you might have truly excelled." Li Shi, elated at acquiring new techniques, cheerfully replied, "There and Appo's no regret. Treating it as a hobby for physical fitness is also quite fulfilling." Zhou Meilin shook her head. "Typically, physical training involves slow or middle-distance running, yet your mindset is commendable." After wrapping up their session, the pair initially intended to dine together. But as they were about to leave, Li Shi suddenly recalled that he had comprehensively learned the techniques for sprinting: the start, acceleration, mid-race, cornering, and finishing. Although it was only foundational knowledge, he had grasped it all. He paused, expressing his desire to run another 400 meters to fully experience the newly acquired techniques. Zhou Meilin inquired with a smile, "Shall I time you with my phone?" Li Shi shook his head. "No need. There are too many people." With that, he took off running. He activated his speed, accelerating forward. Observing the athletic silhouette of Li Shi, Zhou Meilin couldn't help but think that this handsome fellow genuinely relished running. He had always been particularly diligent in his studies. Even now, as he was about to leave, he was reluctant to stop, insisting on completing another lap. If only she had possessed such vigor in her youth, perhaps she could have advanced further along her career path. Alas, what a pity. During his run, from the start to the final sprint, Li Shi applied all the techniques he had recently learned. Upon crossing the finish line and joining Zhou Meilin, who had been waiting by the track, a sudden realization struck him, and he couldn't help but smile. When he summoned the learning panel, he discovered that his proficiency in competitive sprinting had indeed progressed from novice to intermediate. After leaving the school, the two dined at a restaurant across the street, with Li Shi treating Zhou Meilin as a gesture of gratitude. As they neared the end of their meal, Zhou Meilin recalled something. "I remember you mentioned you trained this morning, correct?" "Yes," he replied. "I typically train in the mornings. Then this evening's session should be considered extra practice. Given that sprinting is a high-intensity activity, it's essential to properly relax afterward, especially since we are nearing our 30s. How about we indulge in some therapeutic massage afterward? You covered the meal, so I shall take care of the massage. Chapter 94. Do I look good in this outfit? Li Shi had been saving his attribute points without integration and had not indulged in a massage for quite some time. Since Coach Zhou had brought it up, he felt it would be impolite to decline, especially as he still needed her guidance on running techniques. I must tell you, that therapy center is exceptionally professional. The owners were once team doctors for an athletic squad, and by today's standards, they are highly skilled rehabilitation specialists. I'll have the owner massage your legs. He has a strong grip and gets deep into the muscles, Zhou Meilin said with a smile. I used to have the owner's wife give me massages, and I always felt invigorated afterward, as if all my fatigue had dissipated. I've heard the owner's skills surpass those of his wife. Li Shi nodded, but then pondered that he had just learned cornering techniques and ought to seize the moment to review them diligently rather than waste time on unnecessary indulgences. He was well aware of his own physical condition. This level of exertion was hardly significant during his time with Wu Yuan and Dali. They had engaged in far more strenuous activities while practicing photography. After a good night's sleep, he felt refreshed, with no soreness in his arms, legs, or particularly in his waist. It was only later, upon arriving in Ruili, that he felt the repercussions. Coach Zhou, I just remembered that I have to work late tonight, so I want to be able to make it to therapy today. Perhaps I can join you next time, he said, having only just met. Zhou Meilin naturally did not press him, but reminded him, if you have a fascia gun, you could use it to massage your leg muscles. But be careful not to overdo it. Thank you, Coach Zhou, he replied. After leaving the restaurant, they parted ways. Li Shi fetched his car and returned home to review the cornering techniques he had just learned in the evening. Although the living room was spacious, he could not truly run there. He could only visualize and simulate the movements. After practicing for a while, he felt a bit unsatisfied. He decided to search online for nearby 400-meter or 200-meter tracks but found nothing. Just as he was about to drive to a farther university town, he stumbled upon a photo on Xiaohongshu. It featured someone at a nearby football field accompanying her boyfriend for a game, with a distinct red track visible in the background. Realizing his oversight, he thought he should have searched for football or basketball courts, as such venues typically included tracks. Checking the time, he promptly set off, driving to the football field adjacent to a golf academy, where he found the lights on and a crowd on the grass, though they were not playing football. They were engaged in a game of frisbee. The track, however, was completely deserted. Li Shi began with his usual warm-up while observing the jovial young people playing frisbee, half of whom were women dressed in fashionable attire. Some were even clad in crop tops, revealing their midriffs, appearing more like they were attending a party than exercising. He recalled a netizen mentioning that frisbee was a social sport. After completing his 5 standard warm-up exercises, Li Shi shifted his focus to sport-specific warm-ups. As he intended to run laps, he selected 10 exercises, including slow jogging, quick steps, high knees, crossover steps, and skips, to enhance his warm-up routine. His running soon caught the attention of the young frisbee players. Just as he was about to start his laps, a young man in a blue tracksuit approached him. Hey there, are you training for athletics? I used to do that too. Li Shi smiled and replied, not really, just running for exercise. You look quite professional. We're organizing a 7-person frisbee match over there and need 1 more player. Why not join us? As you can see, there are plenty of beautiful girls, the young man said, revealing his true intention. Li Shi politely declined, preferring to focus on refining his newly acquired techniques. Once the young man left, he stretched his shoulders, steadied himself, and began his run, accelerating as he went. After completing a lap, he reviewed every technical detail of his run before embarking on a second lap, followed by a third and fourth, ultimately running 10 laps until he felt satisfied. The new techniques he had just learned gradually integrated into his stride, making each subsequent lap smoother than the last. He longed to run freely, yet observing the lively young men and women on the grass made him reconsider. If he were to sprint at full speed, it would undoubtedly draw their attention, especially since they seemed keen on capturing moments for social media. Moreover, there were cameras at the facility. He decided to focus on learning and accumulating skills for now, planning to unleash his full potential once his private training grounds were completed. At that time, he would undoubtedly enter a period of rapid advancement. After finishing his stretching, he gathered his belongings and prepared to leave. Just as the frisbee players were concluding their game, they headed to the parking lot together, laughing and chatting, while Li Shi walked alone among them, contemplating whether to slow down his sprint training or seek an alternative direction for study, or perhaps take a break. When he reached his car, the young man who had invited him to play frisbee parked right next to him. as a striking female companion settled into the passenger seat. He glanced at Li Shi and Apos, S. Volvo, and cheerfully remarked, "Nice ride, man. A real road tank." Li Shi smiled and nodded, refraining from further conversation. The efficiency of the construction company was commendable. They began work the day after the contract was signed. They started with demolition and machinery setup. Li Shi assigned his assistant, Zhang Huijing, to oversee the progress and report back. While he planned to take a trip to Jiangchang during this period, not only to inspect and purchase a vehicle, but also to visit the Yellow Crane Tower and the North Lake Provincial Museum to admire the legendary sword of Gojian, which had withstood the test of millennia. One evening, he set down the complete collection of jade, emerged from his study, and picked up his phone to send a message to Ding Chang, Ding Mian's cousin, informing him of his visit to Jiangchang the following day. "Welcome, Mr. Li. Will you be driving here tomorrow, or taking the high-speed train? If you choose the latter, I shall meet you at the station." Li Shi checked the high-speed train tickets from Tanzhou to Jiangcheng for tomorrow morning, but has yet to decide which one to purchase, when suddenly, Chen Shuyue sent a message. "Do I look good in this outfit?" Accompanying the text was a photograph. In the image, she donned a light gray top paired with a brown skirt, complemented by a pure white knitted shawl with delicate edging, perhaps due to the recent drop in temperature. The simplicity of her attire, combined with her exquisite features and cool demeanor, imbued her look with an air of sophistication and design. Compared to her usual minimalist style, this ensemble appeared rather formal, hinting at an important occasion. Li Shi quickly typed in response, "Is it today? As for my thoughts on the launch, please allow me a moment to express my emotions. Initially, I failed to grasp the gravity of the situation and did not anticipate the significant decline in my writing pace after the initial surge. I hastily initiated an event involving 50 monthly tickets and an additional chapter, regretting my impulsiveness. At that time, I had only a little over 1,000 collections. Fearing I would falter, estimating a maximum of 200 or 300 monthly tickets, hence the motivation for the event. Little did I know it would escalate to over 30,000 collections. However, I had already surrendered and pleaded for mercy, yet the votes kept pouring in. Where has the kindness of my once supportive readers vanished? Does your conscience not ache? Currently, we are nearing 1,900 monthly tickets, after deducting the 190 from the benefits. That leaves 1,700. Dividing 1,700 by 50 yields 34 chapters. Am I expected to add 34 chapters next month? The mere thought, knowing it takes me 3 hours to write a single chapter, leaves me utterly bewildered, on the verge of tears. But wait, there is also the additional 5 chapters from the esteemed leader of Xiaofeng Canua, totaling 39. 39, my heavens. Allow me to celebrate for a moment. Launching is no easy feat. Without further ado, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the leader of Xiaofeng Canua. I shall repay this kindness in due time. Rest assured, given the opportunity, I will fulfill my debts. The launch will occur after midnight tonight. With several chapters updated to seek an initial subscription, this is of utmost importance to me in this book. I implore you all to subscribe. Before 10 o'clock tomorrow evening, there will be another update. I am aware some may criticize the brevity of my updates. Feel free to voice your opinions here. The limited updates are my fault, and I acknowledge it, yet I will strive to regain my momentum and provide more content, and I assure you that the promised additional chapters will be fulfilled. I urge everyone to support my initial subscription, considering how earnestly I write, to the point where you've likened it to a PowerPoint presentation. Initial subscription, initial subscription, initial subscription. Other authors typically outline additional update rules, but I shall refrain from doing so until I have settled my current obligations. Until then, I shall not solicit monthly tickets or rewards.